Chapter 1. Transcending to become Vegeta. What is this place? As Ling opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange world Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta, Chapter 1. Ling was an avid fan of Dragon Ball. He remembered that he had been watching the anime before drifting into slumber. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he had arrived in such a peculiar realm. Looking around, Ling observed a dimly lit expanse, inhaling the air that was thick with a musty odor. As he assessed his own body, he was taken aback to discover that he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he was brimming with explosive power. Could it be that I've transcended? A surge of excitement coursed through Ling, prompting him to rise swiftly from the ground. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, as if his mind were a tumultuous sea. In no time, he began to absorb a plethora of information. Indeed, Ling had transcended. He had inexplicably found himself in the world of Dragon Ball, inhabiting the body of none other than Vegeta. This was the prince of the Saiyan warrior race, Vegeta, and Ling could hardly contain his exhilaration. With such a remarkable physique now under his command, he was destined to wield great power and influence. However, upon coming to understand the current predicament of this Vegeta, his excitement waned, nearly plunging him into despair. Alas, at this moment, Vegeta was merely 5 years old, which explained why Ling felt his body was so diminutive. Wait a moment, 5 years old. With his knowledge of Dragon Ball's history, Ling felt as if the ground beneath him had shifted, as if he'd been struck by a heavy blow to the chest, falling into a long silence. It was during this year that planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza, marking the beginning of Vegeta's homelessness, wandering through the vastness of the universe. Quickly regaining his composure, Ling realized he needed to seek a new path for himself. According to the history he knew, Vegeta's power surged after his journey to Earth and his battle with Goku. However, it seemed that Goku was still in the womb at this point, wasn't he? Upon further reflection, the battle with Goku occurred after he had been severely injured and healed, a process that had enhanced his combat abilities due to the unique nature of Saiyan blood. With this in mind, a smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Your Highness, Your Highness. As Ling pondered how to ensure his own survival, he heard someone outside calling for him. Come in. Taking a deep breath, Ling resolved to embrace his new identity and explore Vegeta's latent powers. From this day forth, he would be Vegeta. The person who entered was a boy around 15 or 16 years of age, with a rugged appearance. Drawing from his memories, Vegeta quickly recognized him as his subordinate, Nappa. Your Highness, Mr. Sabo has arrived. Nappa grinned, though his face bore the marks of a recent scuffle. Sabo? What does he want? Vegeta glanced at Nappa, muttering to himself, then frowned. The history of Dragon Ball was not particularly detailed, especially regarding Vegeta's childhood, which was often glossed over. However, he did know Sabo despite his handsome visage. He was ruthless and one of Frieza's closest minions. Vegeta was certain that Sabo's visit could not bode well. Ignoring Nappa, Vegeta strode out of the cave. Planet Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to Earth, yet the scars of war had left it with an air of desolation. The thought that his namesake planet was destined for destruction filled Vegeta's mind with a peculiar notion. What if this planet were to explode? Wouldn't that be quite amusing? This thought startled Vegeta momentarily. What was happening? Had becoming a Saiyan awakened a latent essence of cruelty within him? As Vegeta mulled over his thoughts, a disdainful voice interrupted him from nearby. Ah, so this must be the Prince of Planet Vegeta, named after it? Your subordinate has impressive battle power, surpassing 3,000, but alas, his skills are lacking, utterly unremarkable. I was quite lenient just now. The speaker was an alien with purple skin, a frog-like mouth, and a peculiar appearance, complete with a scouter over his left eye. Vegeta regarded him with a hint of recognition. He then noticed Nappa glaring furiously at the alien, clearly the source of Nappa's injuries. Your Highness, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cho-E, the alien said cheerfully, gazing at Vegeta. Cho-E. Vegeta's memory stirred. Wasn't this the fool he had vanquished years later? However, given the current circumstances, it seemed this individual possessed considerable strength. Likely having gleaned Vegeta's power level from his scouter otherwise, he would not be so arrogant. Vegeta dismissed him and turned to leave. After all, this fool would eventually meet his demise at Vegeta's hands. Let him revel in his arrogance for now. Ignored. Cho-E's expression soured. Humph, so the son of King Vegeta is a coward after all. I had thought him to be quite formidable. Cho-E sneered, baring his teeth. Vegeta, of course, would not let such insults pass unchallenged. He replied with a cold smile, casting a sidelong glance at the alien named Cho-E. What? Do you wish to spar with me? Do you even know what your battle power is? Cho-E looked down upon Vegeta, his disdain evident. How arrogant! Vegeta scoffed, beckoning Nappa over and quietly inquiring, "What is this fool's battle power?" Nappa had previously tested Cho-E's power with a scouter and quickly responded, "Around 10,000, comparable to your highness battle power." 10,000. Vegeta grinned. Feeling a thrill of anticipation, he was eager to test the strength of his new body, and now an opportunity had presented itself. His gaze towards Cho-E grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 2. I'll spare your life as a dog. What? Does your highness wish to engage in combat with me? Let me assure you, you are no match for me, Dragon Ball. And Vegeta, Chapter 2. Cho-E laughed coldly, his contempt growing more pronounced. Energy wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta unleashed an energy sphere that hurtled toward Cho-E. He had not anticipated that this spontaneous attack would be executed with such finesse. Originally, as a mere earthling, Yiling had thought adapting to this body would require a lengthy adjustment period. Yet he found the integration to be seamless, as if he had been born a Saiyan warrior. Damn! Cho-E was caught completely off guard. Vegeta had struck without warning. This was not how one conducted a duel. In the blink of an eye, Cho-E transformed into a streak of light, narrowly evading the energy wave's trajectory. Even so, due to his lack of preparation, the energy wave grazed Cho-E's frog-like mouth, leaving a deep blue streak of blood. "You bastard!" Cho-E seethed, his demeanor shifting to one of fury, his aura surging exponentially. Vegeta hesitated momentarily, sensing the formidable energy radiating from Cho-E, along with his terrifying combat prowess. In the next instant, Cho-E swung his arm forward, launching a powerful energy sphere toward Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly ascended into the air. "Wow, I can fly!" Vegeta's excitement was palpable. This body was extraordinary, with a perfect compatibility level. As he reveled in the beauty of the sky and earth, he suddenly sensed a massive surge of energy approaching from behind, moving with astonishing speed. He realized that Cho-E was retaliating. This fool possessed quite formidable energy. At this very moment, evading the full-force strike of his opponent seemed to pose an insurmountable challenge. However, just as the situation reached its critical juncture, Vegeta abruptly sensed a surge of energy coursing through his being, escalating with the velocity of a rocket. Beep beep. Cho-E, who had already soared into the air and was poised to strike Vegeta, suddenly found himself frozen in shock. This was due to the revelation from his scouter. Vegeta's combat power was steadily climbing. 10,001, 10,002, 10,003. Ultimately, the scouter displayed that Vegeta's combat power had soared to an astonishing 15,000. This is impossible. It cannot be. Cold sweat cascaded down Cho-E's purple visage as he recoiled in disbelief, his expression a vivid tableau of astonishment. Indeed, the scouter must have malfunctioned. It simply had to be. Vegeta's combat power was unmistakably lower than his own, by approximately 1,000. How absurd that the scouter would fail at such a critical moment. Cho-E, no longer preoccupied with the numbers on the scouter, unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a dragon emerging from its lair, imbued with tremendous energy. "Vegeta, you can die," Cho-E bellowed in rage. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, effortlessly sweeping his hand in response, accompanied by a crisp sound as he delivered a resounding slap to Cho-E's face. Cho-E stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Such speed, he had clearly launched his attack from behind, yet found himself met with a punishing blow. Could it be that the scouter's readings were indeed accurate? Impossible, impossible. He was merely a Saiyan. How could he possess such formidable combat power? Cho-E was stunned, his body trembling as he struggled to accept this reality. Smack! With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta delivered yet another stinging slap. "You!" Cho-E's face contorted with rage, his features twisting grotesquely. This act of humiliation had severely wounded Cho-E's pride. Blue blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his gaze toward Vegeta turned venomous. Smack! Vegeta chuckled lightly, once more delivering a slap to Cho-E's face. "You insolent fool! You have thoroughly enraged me. I shall kill you." Cho-E erupted with fury, having been struck 3 times in succession by a mere 5-year-old child. He felt as if he were a volcano ready to erupt, his aura intensifying several-fold. His teeth clenched as if he could devour the very sky itself. In that instant, Cho-E gathered a sphere of energy in his hands, arcs of electricity crackling around it. The immense energy seemed poised to engulf the entire cosmos, leaving many of the onlooking Saiyans awestruck and agape. Especially Nappa, whose complexion turned ashen, as though that potent energy were aimed directly at him. "You can die." Xiao-Yi's visage twisted in malevolence as he continued to channel the energy sphere. Fool! Vegeta smiled lightly, charging forward and delivering a swift kick. Poof! The energy sphere disintegrated into nothingness, and in the next moment, Xiao-Yi spat forth a mouthful of blood, which appeared particularly vivid against the azure sky. Vegeta soared into the air, his petite yet powerful fist descending. Boom! Xiao-Yi plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, accompanied by a resounding crash. The sheer force unleashed during their battle was overwhelming, and more Saiyans began to gather at the scene. Upon witnessing Vegeta's formidable display, astonishment etched across every face, replaced swiftly by admiration. Pride for their prince swelled within them. The prince is only 5 years old, yet possesses a combat power of 14,000, truly formidable. Serves him right after all. Isn't Xiao-Yi merely Frisia's lapdog? How dare he act so brazenly on our planet Vegeta? In an instant, the Saiyans buzzed with conversation, their eyes brimming with fervor as they regarded Vegeta, each one seemingly invigorated. Vegeta gradually descended to the ground, a smile gracing his face as he looked down at the prostrate Xiao-Yi. Vegeta, you wait. Xiao-Yi gasped, feeling as though his very bones were shattering, utterly devoid of strength. He could scarcely fathom that this 5-year-old boy possessed such incredible combat power, far surpassing his own. I shall spare your miserable life, flee as far as you can. Vegeta replied coldly, delivering a kick that sent Xiao-Yi soaring into the clouds. As for whether this wretch had met his end, that was of no concern to Vegeta after all. He was merely a lackey of Frisia, easily dispatched at any moment. All the Saiyans were left in shock. They had long heard tales of the young prince's immense strength, yet never anticipated that even Xiao-Yi would be no match for him. The arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the gentle breeze stirring up clouds of dust across the planet. Chapter 3. To Earth. Vegeta let out a cold snort, ascending into the sky and vanishing from the sight of the spectators. Your Highness, Your Highness. Nappa, momentarily taken aback, hastily gave chase. Do not follow me, go play elsewhere. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Nappa, his voice icy. Your Highness, where are you going? King Vegeta has matters to discuss with you. Nappa exclaimed, startled, hesitating briefly before responding. Return and inform him that I am unavailable. Vegeta replied indifferently, abruptly accelerating his flight, leaving the still dumbfounded Nappa far behind. Vegeta made his way directly to the Saiyan Universe Command Center, intent on making a swift journey to Earth before Frisia became aware of his presence. He chuckled to himself. If he could gather the Dragon Balls on Earth, he could fulfill any wish. At that point, he would request Shenron to transform his body into a regenerating type akin to Bu, and combined with the Saiyan ability to enhance combat power upon near-death revival. Even without becoming a Super Saiyan, he would drive Frisia to madness. Moreover, through his recent confrontation with Xiao-Yi, Vegeta had discerned the existence of tremendous energy latent within him. However, he found himself unable to control this energy, as it seemed to only erupt in moments of dire peril. This led Vegeta to his sudden thought regarding Goku's son, Gohan, the hybrid child whose latent potential was immense. Could it be? A spark of realization illuminated Vegeta's mind. Could it be that due to his previous life as an Earthling, his transformation into Vegeta also rendered him a hybrid? In this manner, has he also acquired the vast latent energy akin to that of son Gohan? Though uncertainty lingers, the current Vegeta feels an uncontainable joy within. Your Highness. Several commanding officers arose upon witnessing Vegeta, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Procure for me a more spacious spacecraft, Vegeta commanded. Your Highness, may I inquire about your destination? The captain approached, politely asking. Vegeta's expression abruptly turned cold as he cast a sidelong glance at the captain. Ahem, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and prepare the spaceship for His Highness the Prince. The captain, taken aback, hurriedly barked orders at his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the spacecraft was ready. Vegeta surveyed the vessel, which was of a satisfactory size, and nodded in approval. Your Highness, this is the most advanced spaceship we Saiyans possess. Renowned for its remarkable speed in the cosmos, the captain eagerly explained, anxious to avoid incurring the prince's wrath. How long will it take to reach Planet Nader? Vegeta inquired. Planet Nader? The captain paused, quickly instructing his team, is the prince referring to that red planet? Indeed, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. That planet is far too distant from Planet Vegeta, even with this state-of-the-art spaceship. The journey will take nearly half a year, the captain diligently clarified after reviewing the data. Vegeta furrowed his brow, realizing just how distant this place was from the Milky Way. Nevertheless, distance was of little concern. The spaciousness of the spacecraft offered an excellent opportunity for rigorous training during the next 6 months. With a resounding whoosh, the hatch of the spacecraft swung open, and Vegeta stepped inside. Launch. With a powerful rush of sound, the spacecraft soared into the vastness of the cosmos, carving a long trajectory through the stars. Earth. Here I come. Vegeta cried out in his heart. Let those who believe they have traveled the planet Nader suffer in vain. Meanwhile, in the palace. As he conversed with King Vegeta, Sabo's expression suddenly darkened. What do you mean by this, Your Majesty? Sabo said, his face grim as he coldly regarded King Vegeta. What? The king replied, perplexed. I have just received news from outer space that someone departed from planet Vegeta 3 minutes ago. It appears to be the young prince's spacecraft. Sabo stated icily. Your Majesty, you are being contradictory. King Bei rose abruptly, instructing the guards, immediately contact the young prince and ascertain his whereabouts. King Bei. Your timing is impeccable, retorted Sabo, his voice laced with cold indifference. While you engage in this pretense, your family's young prince is being discreetly sent away. You had best provide me with a satisfactory explanation, for Lord Frisia has ordered me to personally escort the young prince back. Rest assured, Sabo, I, King Bei, am a man of my word. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, replied King Bei, his tone growing icy as his eyes narrowed slightly. Very well, King Bei. You shall be held accountable for your words. Sabo's presence surged, his voice rising sharply. Sensing the gravity of the situation, a multitude of Saiyan guards swiftly surrounded Sabo, enclosing him within their ranks. King Bei, do you intend to rebel? Sabo shouted. A flicker of sternness crossed King Bei's eyes, subtly revealing a trace of fear. And he commanded loudly, all of you, step back. At that moment, a guard approached to report, Your Majesty. The young prince mentioned before his departure that he intended to journey to the planet Nader in the Milky Way. King Bei shouted loudly, Naba, Naba. Naba hurried over and knelt on the ground. Did I not instruct you to summon the little prince? King Bei questioned with a stern expression. The little prince does not heed my subordinates, and I am powerless, Naba replied, trembling with fear. Bei delivered a powerful kick, sending that individual crashing to the ground. And bellowed, useless trash. Just then, an unusually peculiar alien hurriedly entered and bowed to Sabo, saying, Mr. Sabo. Chioi has been gravely injured by Vegeta and nearly lost his life. When did this happen? Sabo furrowed his brow. Half an hour ago, replied his subordinate. Why was I not informed sooner? Sabo's expression darkened ominously. Previously, we were preoccupied with attending to Mr. Chioi, the subordinate stammered. Just as he uttered these words, chaos erupted, with blood and flesh scattering in all directions. The onlookers, witnessing such a horrifying scene, became acutely vigilant. King also sought to enhance his combat prowess, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Useless fool. After swiftly dispatching his subordinate, Sabo departed the palace with a grim expression, muttering coldly to himself, Planet Nader, is it? Attempting to flee won't be so simple. Upon Sabo's exit, King personally assisted Nappa to his feet, showering him with praise. Nappa, you performed admirably, quite astute. Nappa stared at King, utterly bewildered. Chapter 4, Master Gallon Calling Prince. Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta, Chapter 4. Not long after entering the cosmos, Vegeta was stirred awake by the ringing of the control room's telephone, recognizing the voice as Nappa's. What is it? Vegeta answered coldly. Prince, Dodoria is heading your way. Nappa replied promptly. Why Dodoria? ISNT at Sabo? Vegeta questioned, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps Sabo had pressing matters and sent Dodoria instead. I'm not entirely certain of the reasons, Nappa pondered, unable to provide a clearer explanation. Is that all? Vegeta scoffed. Additionally, King specifically instructed me to ensure you take care of yourself. I heard that Sabo came to take you to meet Frisia. But I didn't expect you to leave first, Nappa continued. Understood, Vegeta replied coldly, dismissing the Saiyans who bore little significance to him, and hung up the phone. Vegeta never anticipated that after his rebirth, he would become so cold and unfeeling. Perhaps the true essence of himself, devoid of any sentiment towards King Vegeta, has led to this transformation. However, the fact that Dodoria would pursue him caught Vegeta completely off guard. Vegeta was acutely aware that this individual, Dodoria, was one of Frisia's subordinates possessing formidable combat prowess. Although he fell short of the strength exhibited by Zarbon, he was not to be underestimated. It appeared that upon arriving on Earth, an intense battle loomed on the horizon. A subtle smile graced Vegeta's lips as he commenced his training journey aboard the spacecraft. As time elapsed, Vegeta gradually acclimated to life in the vastness of space. The familiar contours of the Milky Way galaxy were now within his reach. And even from this cosmic vessel, he could discern the well-known globe of Earth. The moment of arrival was drawing near. After a period of rigorous training, Vegeta realized that his combat strength had significantly increased. With a brief tidying up, he retrieved his scouter to assess his battle power. The reading displayed a value of 15,000. Upon witnessing this figure, Vegeta was left speechless. He had initially anticipated a more substantial enhancement, only to discover that he had merely refined the strength he had possessed during his previous encounter with Kaiatsu. A battle power of 15,000 was undoubtedly insufficient to contend with Dodoria. Vegeta speculated that Dodoria's combat power is at least around 20,000. The enhancement of combat strength is progressing too slowly. Vegeta shook his head, harboring the hope that his journey to Earth would render him even more formidable. With a resounding thud, the spaceship descended upon a desolate stretch of Earth, creating a profound crater. With a sharp click, the spacecraft's hatch swung open, and Vegeta emerged. Adorned with a detector, his tail coiling tightly around his waist. Through the device, he swiftly discerned a presence approximately 10,000 kilometers away, boasting a combat power of around 200. A combat power of 200. This individual was likely a celestial being, in the current realm of Earth. This ancient Namekian sage could be considered an unparalleled entity. Vegeta pondered deeply, contemplating that perhaps a single blast from him could obliterate the planet entirely. Vegeta smiled gently. By locating the divine being, he could uncover the fabled 7 Dragon Balls. Whoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky, heading straight for the temple. As foretold by the Dragon Balls, Earth's gravity was merely 1/10 that of planet Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta sensed a remarkable lightness in his body, almost feeling as though he were non-existent. After a quarter of an hour, he finally beheld the distant silhouette of Korin Tower, along with the seemingly unreachable temple. Upon nearing the tower, an idea struck Vegeta, and he flew inside. "Meow!" cried Korin, his fur bristling in alarm, sensing a formidable presence. After all, Vegeta's aura was overwhelmingly powerful and of a malevolent nature. Given his vast experience, Korin displayed commendable courage by refraining from leaping down from the tower at once. "Are you Korin?" Vegeta chuckled lightly, scanning the old cat with a scouter, noting that this plump feline possessed a battle power of around 160, a respectable figure indeed. "Meow, who are you? What brings you to Earth?" Korin inquired warily. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I have heard you possess the sacred water, which can unlock one's potential. Am I correct?" Vegeta asked with a grin. "Meow, indeed, I do have the sacred water. Follow me," Korin decided, secretly plotting to have this little monster drink it quickly, hoping it might lead to his demise. Such a formidable evil could not be allowed to exist on Earth. Resolute in his intentions, Korin guided Vegeta to his small chamber and handed him the vial containing the sacred water. Vegeta lifted the lid and inhaled, finding no peculiar scent. "Old cat, is this truly the super divine water?" he inquired of Master Roshi. "Indeed, it is genuine," Master Roshi replied, secretly hoping. "Just drink it already. Why all the fuss?" Vegeta chuckled, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Do you wish for me to consume this sooner? Is there poison within?" The young man replied, "How could this possibly be poison? This is the most wondrous super divine water in existence. Once you partake, the latent potential within you will be unleashed." Though Carlin the Sage spoke these words, he was genuinely perplexed. This little creature was already immensely powerful, and the notion of further uncovering potential seemed absurd. If such potential were truly unleashed, this planet would face utter devastation. Thus, Carlin could only hope that the super divine water would indeed prove fatal to this formidable being. Vegeta no longer hesitated. Observing the shape of the vessel, he noted its striking similarity to the one used by Goku and swiftly drank the super divine water in one go. Of course, Vegeta understood that the super divine water was a potent poison. Only by overcoming its toxicity could he truly unlock his latent potential. After consuming the super divine water, Vegeta quickly ascended from the Korin Tower, vanishing from the sight of Master Korin. He chose to act thusly, as he sensed the old cat's underlying hostility. Should his resistance to the lethal poison falter, the consequences could be dire. Watching Vegeta's receding figure, Master Korin exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in relief. How terrifying! How terrifying! Where did this little monster emerge from? Merely gazing at him sent shivers down his spine. It was likely that even the being hovering above him would not stand a chance against this little creature. At this point, all he could do was hope that the little monster would be vanquished by the lethal poison of the super divine water. Vegeta had just discovered a concealed grove when he felt as though his very insides were misaligned. In that moment, he collapsed to the ground, the excruciating pain contorting his features. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he gasped for breath, nearly losing consciousness. Chapter 5. The Senza Bean. Vegeta never anticipated that the ultra-divine water would possess such formidable toxicity. Even with his battle power having reached 15,000, he found himself struggling against this venomous substance. As time passed, each second weighed heavily on him as he wrestled with the lethal effects of the ultra-divine water. When Vegeta finally opened his eyes, he found that the sky had grown dim. Indeed, this ultra-divine water was not to be underestimated. It had nearly cost him his life. Vegeta was filled with trepidation. The thought of being poisoned to death by the super divine water was truly disheartening. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed from that perilous ordeal. Now, he pondered the extent of his power's enhancement. Vegeta endeavored to harness the energy within him. With a thunderous roar, an immense aura surged forth like a tempest, radiating outward and engulfing the surroundings. This colossal energy stirred up layers of storms, reminiscent of the ominous calm before a tempest, with dark clouds gathering and tumultuous waves crashing. As it swept through, trees were uprooted, leaving chaos in its wake. Witnessing such a spectacle, Vegeta remained in a state of astonishment for an extended period. The power of the Super Saiyan water indeed exceeded his expectations. However, it was evident that raw power alone was insufficient at that moment. The numerical value of his combat strength held paramount significance. Vegeta hastily activated his scouter to assess his combat power. 21,000, 22,000, 25,000. Finally, the reading stabilized at 30,000. Damn it, he muttered through gritted teeth. Why such a pitifully insignificant increase? Vegeta, utterly disheartened, consumed the super divine water and clawed his way back from the brink of death, only to find that his battle power had merely doubled. However, upon reflection, he realized that in such a short span of time, his strength had indeed surged to this new level. One must consider, had he not ventured to Earth, it might have been ages before he reached such a pinnacle. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta steadied his aura and, in the next moment, soared into the sky. Akin to a tempest unleashed, racing towards the location of Korin Tower. Korin, who had been dozing, awoke in a cold sweat, staring blankly at the little creature before him. Speechless with astonishment. "Old cat, you seem quite disappointed," Vegeta remarked with a beaming smile directed at Korin. "Disappointed? Not at all. Congratulations on discovering your potential," Korin stammered, perspiration pouring down as he instinctively retreated. "Enough of your prattle. I have heard whispers of a splendid item known as the Senza Bean. Present it to me at once," Vegeta demanded, extending his hand with an imperious gesture. "Who told you that?" "I have no Senza Beans," Korin replied, astonished. His mind racing as he pondered how this creature had come to know of his newly cultivated elixir. Korin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had no intention of gifting such a treasure to this malevolent little being. This creature was already formidable enough. Granting him the Senza Beans would render him virtually immortal. Truly no beans? Vegeta remained unconvinced, seizing Korin by the scruff of his fur, lifting him effortlessly. "None, I assure you," Korin exclaimed in panic. "If that is the case, you may descend." Vegeta casually tossed Korin out of the tower. Korin plummeted, panic-stricken, flailing his limbs as he cried out, "Kintoan, Kintoan." In an instant, the golden cloud arrived, catching him just before he hit the ground. With a sigh of relief, Korin wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in horror as he realized that the little creature hovered above him, scrutinizing him intently. What do you want?" Korin asked, his voice laced with trepidation. "I have made myself clear. Hand over the Senza Beans, and I may spare your life," Vegeta replied coldly. "Truly, there are none." Korin gritted his teeth, resolutely withholding the location of the beans. Foolish and unwise. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. With a resounding crack, the cloud beneath Korin dissipated, scattering into nothingness. Korin gazed downward, his scalp prickling with dread as he began to fall. "Help! Help!" he cried out, his voice filled with desperation. Just as he was about to collide with the ground, a hand grasped him firmly, preventing his demise. "Enough. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Where are the Senza Beans?" Vegeta inquired, his tone icy. After uttering these words, Vegeta lifted Korin into the sky once more. It was indeed Vegeta who had caught Korin, for although he was cold-hearted, he had no intention of personally eliminating the old cat. He merely sought to amuse himself at Korin's expense. "I will tell you." Korin whimpered, his insides quaking with fear. Regretting his residence at such a height, the sensation of falling was truly dreadful. Had you known this would be the outcome, why resist so stubbornly? Vegeta tossed the old cat back into Korin Tower. "I am not withholding the Senza Beans from you. It is simply that they are not yet ripe," Korin exclaimed, turning to open a small door, inviting Vegeta into his chamber. Vegeta felt a weight in his heart. It was not yet ripe? This was certainly not good news. "Look. This is the sacred bean," said the elder Kalen, pointing to a verdant plant as he explained to Vegeta. "However, it is still not mature." Vegeta fixed his gaze upon a plant that bore a striking resemblance to the lucky bamboo, noticing that it was adorned with tiny, bead-like pods. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to indeed be the fabled divine beans. Moreover, as Master Karen had previously mentioned, these beans were not yet fully matured and thus held little utility at the moment. "When will they reach maturity?" Vegeta inquired. "It will take at least another decade. And that is merely a preliminary estimate," Master Karen elucidated. "Why must it take so long?" Vegeta implored, anxious to utilize the beans to enhance his combat prowess. "The growth of the divine beans requires volcanic ice water. My abilities are limited, and I can only procure a small amount at a time. If you are truly eager for the beans to mature more swiftly, you must venture into the depths of the southern heavenly volcano and bring back more ice water. Perhaps they will ripen sooner than anticipated," Master Karen stated earnestly, though internally he scoffed, thinking, "Little creature. You think you can ensnare me into that volcano to meet your fiery demise?" Vegeta, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "You wouldn't dare." "Of course not," Master Karen quickly disclaimed. "Very well, when I have the time, I shall retrieve some ice water," Vegeta replied, no longer preoccupied with the divine beans, as he had a more pressing matter to attend to. "Ahem, do not let me interrupt your duties," Master Karen nodded vigorously, eager for the creature to depart. "I shall pay a visit to your neighbor above, until we meet again." With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, leaving the Karen Tower behind. Upon hearing this, Master Karen's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 6. The Sanctuary. Vegeta continued to soar upwards, soon finding the temple within his grasp. "You have arrived," a figure with green skin remarked, standing in a spacious area and observing Vegeta in silence. Upon his arrival, he merely spoke in a manner reminiscent of greeting an old friend. Familiar with the lore of Dragon Ball, Vegeta recognized the individual at once. This green-skinned figure, leaning on a cane, was undoubtedly the deity. Behind him stood his companion, Mr. Bobo, whose dark complexion and somewhat comical appearance added to the scene. "Are you already aware of everything?" Vegeta chuckled, understanding that the deity, residing in the temple, likely had the ability to witness events unfolding across the entire planet. To effortlessly defeat Master Karen, I am aware that you are exceptional, the deity replied with a stoic expression. Perhaps there is no one on this planet who can challenge you now. Even I fear I would not stand a chance against you. Vegeta smiled faintly. Was this not a triviality? His battle power had already reached 30,000, and if he did not dominate Earth, that would indeed be rather absurd. Regardless of your intentions, I implore you to vacate this planet immediately. It does not belong to you. The deity maintained a stern demeanor, devoid of mirth. Disclose the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. And upon fulfilling my wish, I shall leave post-haste. Vegeta's smile widened as he articulated his objective. Upon hearing the words Dragon Balls leave Vegeta's lips, the deity's expression faltered momentarily, his body quivering with a mixture of trepidation and intrigue, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his gaze. Dragon Balls? How did this peculiar creature become privy to such knowledge? Moreover, it appears he is aware that I am the creator of these orbs. Do not regard me with such an expression. I am well aware of your origins. You are a Namekian, endowed with a remarkable ability, are you not? Vegeta elucidated with a grin. To safeguard against any potential eavesdropping by Frieza's minions, he had previously deactivated his scouter. Otherwise, this conversation could spell disaster for Namek. Namek? The deity's eyes widened in disbelief before he suddenly erupted into laughter. No wonder I do not resemble a typical human. It appears I am an extraterrestrial. At last, I comprehend the reason. Thank you, young man. Mr. Bobo, the deity's companion, regarded him with a knowing glance. Enough with the banter. Surrender the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's countenance turned icy. Having grown weary of idle chatter with this old man, all he needed was to locate the 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. He was eager to confront Frieza afterward. Since you possess such profound knowledge of me, surely you understand that while I can create the Dragon Balls, their subsequent locations do not fall under my jurisdiction. If you wish to seek them, the endeavor is entirely yours, the deity replied, a serene smile gracing his lips, unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this crucial detail. While Namekians could fabricate the Dragon Balls, once created, they scattered across the planet. And even the creator could not sense their individual locations. Ah, how stark the contrast between idealism and the harshness of reality. Vegeta was left speechless at this point. He had no choice but to acquire a Dragon Ball radar. However, he pondered whether his future wife, Bulma, had already been born. If she were still in her mother's womb, whom could he turn to for the creation of the Dragon Ball radar? Vegeta remained silent for an extended period, unsure of how to proceed. The deity scrutinized him from head to toe, and after a moment of contemplation, could no longer suppress his curiosity. Young man, he inquired. I can sense a formidable energy residing within you. This energy is both righteous and malevolent. I know you are not a villain. Pray tell, what wish do you truly seek to fulfill? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at the deity, remaining silent. Perhaps if you spoke, I could assist you. The deity remarked with a smile. Enough chatter. I will return. Vegeta, disinterested in the old god's words, resolved to take his leave. Assist myself? Has your mind been ensnared by a door? Given the deity's combat prowess, not even Frieza nor Dodoria would find him a worthy adversary, merely a snack. Since the deity could not ascertain the precise location of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta deliberated for a while and ultimately decided to visit the Capsule Corporation. Even though Bulma had yet to be born, her father was an esteemed scientist, and it should not pose a challenge to enlist his help in creating a Dragon Ball radar. Furthermore, Vegeta planned to request Bulma's father to construct a gravity chamber, allowing him to train within its confines. Young man, the energy within you is overwhelming. While you are formidable now, if you can learn to harness this energy, I believe you will achieve even greater heights, the deity suddenly proclaimed. Oh? Vegeta's gaze toward the deity intensified with eagerness. Stay, and I shall share the method of energy containment with you, the deity invited with a smile. Vegeta furrowed his brow, realizing that he had no time to spare for the containment of his energy. If Frieza were to come personally, it would spell disaster. At present, the most pressing matter was to locate the 7 Dragon Balls. Everything else paled in significance. You may share your methods with me, and I shall ponder them at my leisure. As for lingering here, I am far too occupied, Vegeta retorted. The mastery of energy containment is not something that can be accomplished with a mere exchange of words. Since you have matters to attend to, let us defer this discussion for another time, the deity replied with a smile, showing no intention of detaining him. Vegeta cast a glance at the old sage, sensing an air of ill intent about him. Nevertheless, he decided to disregard the old fellow for the moment, as the paramount task at hand was to seek the Dragon Balls. With this thought, Vegeta ceased his rambling and soared into the sky, plummeting downwards. The sage extended his hand, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, but by the time he opened his mouth, Vegeta had already vanished from sight. The sage, Mr. Bobo, wore a countenance of palpable anxiety. I am utterly no match for him, he mused, feeling an overwhelming pressure in the presence of the sage. The sage chuckled wryly to himself, pondering whether his presence on Earth was a blessing or a curse. Alas, had he chosen to remain in the temple for cultivation, he might have found a way to dispel the malevolence that surrounded him. Once again, he is off to wreak havoc on the Kaioken, Mr. Bobo remarked, glancing at the unfolding scene with a mix of amusement and despair. The sage shut his eyes and fell into a prolonged silence, as if having made a resolute decision. He turned to Mr. Bobo with a grave expression and instructed, Bobo, should this little monster gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon? You must kill me immediately. As long as I am dead, the Eternal Dragon will vanish, and his wish shall remain unfulfilled. Chapter 7. The emergence of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta once again returned to the Korin Tower, where Master Korin resided. Meow, what do you want now? Master Korin exclaimed, his heart trembling with fear. This little monster was utterly loathsome, and it surely spelled trouble. I have a question for you. Where is the Capsule Corporation located? Vegeta inquired with a stern expression. Why do you seek the Capsule Corporation, Meow? Master Korin replied, his demeanor filled with apprehension. The Capsule Corporation was renowned as one of the most prestigious enterprises in the world, and should this little monster cause havoc, it would be disastrous. Enough of your prattle. Simply tell me the exact location, or else. Vegeta said, leaning over the railing to glance below. Master Korin's fur stood on end, and he trembled in fear. Finally pointing towards the southeast as he stammered, it's in that direction, Meow. Please don't do anything reckless. Vegeta ceased to regard the Supreme Kai and descended into the air, hastening towards the Capsule Corporation. Concurrently, a spacecraft successfully landed on a crimson planet. The red-skinned Dodoria, resembling one afflicted with measles, emerged from the spacecraft, surveying his surroundings and glancing at the detector with a look of bewilderment. It was perplexing. Saiyan had mentioned that Vegeta would arrive on this planet, yet there seemed to be no formidable beings present. Dodoria pondered aloud, where could that brat have gone? After circling the planet, he quickly discerned that no intelligent life existed here, only primitive creatures. Subsequently, Dodoria dialed Saiyan's number. Dodoria, how is it? Have you arrived on planet Natal yet? Have you managed to capture that little brat Vegeta? Saiyan inquired with a chuckle. Saiyan, is your information accurate? Why have I not encountered any powerful individuals on this planet? Dodoria replied coldly. Oh, perhaps he is hiding in some corner, Saiyan speculated. Impossible. I circled the planet and found no signs of any advanced beings. Dodoria expressed his frustration. Hold on, I will investigate further. Saiyan suddenly felt deceived. And after ending the call, his face turned a shade of green with anger. After conducting a thorough investigation, Saiyan was immediately consumed by rage. You will pay for this. King Vegeta. He seethed, quickly dialing Dodoria again. Dodoria, no need to search any longer. That brat Vegeta has gone to Earth, a small blue planet in the solar system. Earth? Humph. Saiyan, I can't believe you fell for this so easily, Dodoria taunted. Saiyan snorted in annoyance, and after hanging up, he called King Vegeta. King, where on earth has your little prince gone? Don't tell me you're unaware. Saiyan questioned coldly. Wasn't he the prince headed to planet Natal? What? Haven't you found him? King Vegeta feigned ignorance. Enough, King, we are both reasonable beings. Spare me your pretenses, Saiyan replied, his tone ominously dark. Do you think I'm unaware? Has your little prince gone to Earth? Earth? That is impossible. What would the prince want there? I know that planet. It is said to have nearly no formidable individuals. King Vegeta chuckled in response. Humph, King, you had best be honest with me. After uttering this, Saiyan abruptly terminated the call. After King Bei hung up the phone, his expression darkened, and after a brief moment of silence, he immediately summoned Naba, instructing, Naba, contact the young prince at once. Sabo is already aware of his arrival on Earth. Naba trembled slightly as he replied, Your Highness, ever since the prince went to Earth, he has turned off his communicator, and I am currently unable to reach him. Is it possible that an accident has occurred? Concern etched itself onto King Bei's face. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The prince is the pride of our Saiyan race. He could easily conquer a small planet like Earth without breaking a sweat. No one could impede him, Naba reasoned after a moment of contemplation. Very well. You must travel to Earth immediately. Upon meeting the young prince, keep me informed at all times. King Bei remained uneasy as the loss of contact with his son troubled him. Understood, Naba nodded. Also, take Raditz with you. Although he may lack combat prowess, his intellect is quite sharp. Once you arrive, assess the situation accordingly and avoid any conflict with Frisia's men. Should anything arise, report back to me immediately, King Bei commanded. Vegeta's speed was remarkably swift. At this moment, he had already materialized in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation. Observing the spacious and luxurious grounds, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, for this would soon be his home, where he and Bulma would raise a son and a daughter. Just as Vegeta was lost in contemplative thoughts, a youthful voice interrupted him from nearby. Big brother, who are you? Why have you appeared in our home? Vegeta focused his gaze and noticed that the speaker was a charming little girl, approximately 4 years of age, with striking blue hair styled in a small braid. You must be Bulma, he remarked, recognizing a resemblance to the grown-up version of her. Hey, you know me? Bulma replied, her curiosity piqued as she circled around Vegeta. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, big brother, your belt is so fun. It's fluffy. With that, she reached out and grabbed Vegeta's tail. Her expression one of unabashed delight. Vegeta found himself momentarily speechless at being tugged by a little girl, if not for the fact that she would eventually become his wife. He might have been tempted to kick her away. Fortunately, he had already overcome this particular weakness aboard the spaceship, sparing himself from further embarrassment. Big brother, where did you buy this belt? I want one too, Bulma said with a beaming smile. Just then, she gasped, for in the next moment, she noticed the belt swaying side to side as if it were alive. That's not a belt. It's my tail, Vegeta chuckled, letting it sway back and forth. Ah, Bulma shrieked, her face paling as she stared in astonishment at this peculiar creature. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you, Vegeta reassured her. After a considerable pause, Bulma, realizing there was no imminent danger, finally nodded gently. Dr. Brief, I hope you know what you're doing. Opposing our Black Silk Army will not end well for you. At that moment, an unfriendly voice resonated from the adjacent room. The things you are requesting are quite difficult to accomplish. It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. Dr. Brief responded. This Dr. Brief was none other than Bulma's father. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Black Silk Army had discovered Bulma's residence and seemed to threaten them with ulterior motives. Bulma, how did the Black Silk Army come to be at your home? What do they want from your father? Vegeta inquired. Big brother, they are all bad people. They want my father to assist them in creating something. It seems related to some sort of orb, Bulma replied. For reasons unbeknownst to her. She felt an immense sense of security in the presence of this young boy, prompting her to divulge all that she knew without hesitation. Dragon Balls? Vegeta questioned. Yes. You know about the Dragon Balls too, big brother? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I have come for that very matter, Vegeta replied with a gentle smile. Could it be that you were allied with them? Bulma asked warily. Do I look like it? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Bulma glanced around cautiously before affirming. Big brother is certainly not one of them. He is a good person. Very well, I shall take a look inside. Follow me, Vegeta commanded. Although he maintained an air of indifference, he could not remain apathetic when it came to his future wife. Moreover, this young Bulma was destined to be his spouse. And he would not allow her to come to any harm, no one would. It appeared that her father's situation was rather dire. Having attracted the attention of the Black Silk Army, Vegeta heard that the Black Silk Army is a formidable organization, one that even nations cannot contend with. Dr. Brief, since you have developed the advanced invention of the transforming capsule, I believe that a mere Dragon Ball radar should pose no challenge for you, correct? As Vegeta arrived at the door with Bulma, they overheard the voice of the individual inside beginning to speak once more. I have already stated that the transformation capsule is the culmination of my lifelong efforts. It has taken me over 20 years to achieve this result, Dr. Brief explained. As for the Dragon Radar you mentioned, General Blue, I have never encountered such a device. Even if I were to research it, I cannot predict how long it would take. You have 1 week to provide me with a satisfactory response, even if it is merely a preliminary design, General Blue retorted, a mocking tone lacing his words. Otherwise, he paused, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I have heard you have a precious daughter, 4 years old. Named Bulma, correct? Ah, what a delightful little girl she is. What do you intend to do? Dr. Brief's face turned pale with alarm. Nothing sinister. I simply wish to take your daughter to our military camp for a bit of fun. Once you have developed the Dragon Radar, your daughter will be returned unharmed. General Blue replied, his grin wide. He then commanded his 2 armed subordinates, Go, bring Miss Bulma to me. I promise you, I will do as you ask. Just don't harm my daughter. Dr. Brief pleaded urgently. Rest assured, I will not lay a finger on her as long as you diligently serve the Black Silk Army. General Blue said, his laughter bright and unsettling. Just as Vegeta was about to enter the room, the door swung open, revealing 2 guards. They exchanged glances. And upon noticing Bulma beside Vegeta, they disregarded him entirely, smiles stretching across their faces. Boss, this little girl has come to us willingly. We need not search any longer. One guard exclaimed. Dr. Brief, your daughter is quite obedient. General Blue continued to smirk, casting his gaze toward Bulma. Though only 4 years old, Bulma was perceptive and had overheard their intentions. Fear gripped her heart, especially when General Blue's cold gaze fell upon her, causing her complexion to drain of color as she instinctively hid behind Vegeta. Whose child is this? She is quite unpleasant to behold. Get lost. One of the guards sneered at Vegeta, evidently annoyed that he was obstructing their view of Bulma. In an attempt to assert his dominance, he reached for Vegeta's hair, feeling compelled to make a statement against the strikingly styled locks. Bang! With a swift motion, Vegeta sent the guard flying with a single strike. The sheer force propelled the guard through the doorway, leaving him gasping for breath upon landing. Witnessing such a spectacle, the other guard, taken aback, frantically drew his weapon, intending to unleash a barrage upon Vegeta without hesitation. Vegeta seized the guard by the collar and effortlessly hurled him backward, causing the unfortunate soldier to land squarely upon his companion, rendering him utterly unconscious. Vegeta's swift and decisive actions left General Blue utterly astonished, his eyes wide and his jaw nearly dropping. With a cold snort, General Blue rose from his seat, his expression darkening further. He cast a glance at Dr. Brief, his voice icy as he declared, Doctor, you possess quite the audacity. Do you intend to stand against us, the Black Silk Army? Dr. Brief, trembling with fear, could not fathom where this child had emerged from, audacious enough to confront even the soldiers of the Black Silk Army. Boy, you seem quite formidable. But do you comprehend the consequences of opposing the Black Silk Army? General Blue cracked his knuckles and began to stride towards Vegeta. If you wish to avoid death, you should leave swiftly. I have no interest in you. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, killing a few minor members of the Black Silk Army hardly piqued his interest. Haha. Such bravado. Who do you think you are? No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. General Blue roared with laughter, his voice echoing throughout the chamber. I give you one last chance. If you do not wish for your entire Black Silk Army to be annihilated, vanish from my sight. Vegeta's impatience was palpable. Ha ha ha, boy, do you even realize who you are speaking to? You believe you can obliterate the Black Silk Army? Do you understand our origins? General Blue's laughter intensified, nearly causing him to choke. Chapter 9. Where did he go? Indeed. Who would believe the audacious claims of a child who appeared to be no older than 5? Moreover, the Black Silk Army was among the most formidable forces in the world, an entity that even nations found challenging to contend with, let alone a mere child. Ridiculous. Vegeta shook his head and approached with measured steps. Boy, I am aware of your skills. Allow me to engage you properly. General Blue clenched his fists and launched a punch towards Vegeta. In the next instant, a pained cry escaped General Blue's lips as he vanished without a trace. Bulma and Dr. Brief exchanged bewildered glances, searching for any sign of General Blue. So swift. How could a person simply disappear? They seemed to be in a delirium. Utterly unaware of where Vegeta had sent the notorious General Blue. Where did the big brother go? Bulma whispered. Oh. He has likely ascended into the sky, and will probably not return, Vegeta replied with a smile, disinterested in providing further explanation. Just moments ago, he had merely seized General Blue's attacking arm and elegantly tossed him into the air, where he was now floating. As for General Blue's fate, it was of no concern to Vegeta. What is your name, young friend? Dr. Brief, still in shock, gazed at Vegeta, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. I am Vegeta, here to seek the doctor's assistance with 2 matters. First, to construct a Dragon Ball radar, and second, to create a gravity training chamber. I trust the doctor can manage this, Vegeta stated with an air of indifference. Why you two wish for a Dragon Ball radar? Dr. Brief exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta nodded. Doctor. Brief gazed intently at Vegeta, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Very well, I can agree to your request. But you must clarify what you mean by the gravity training room. It's quite simple, Vegeta explained. It entails doubling Earth's gravity, for starters. I need you to create an environment with 300 times Earth's gravity, and then we can gradually increase it from there. What did you just say? 300 times gravity? What on earth do you intend to accomplish? Dr. Brief's expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment as he stared at Vegeta, murmuring softly. Do you realize what 300 times gravity implies? You currently weigh 30 kilograms, right? 300 times gravity equates to 9 tons. My goodness. Vegeta chuckled softly, pondering how he could possibly contend with Frieza without diligent training. The looming threat posed by Frieza gnawed at him, rendering him restless until it was eradicated. I shall give it a try. Dr. Brief wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he were caught in a dream, gazing at Vegeta, who appeared almost monstrous. The Dragon Ball radar must be completed swiftly. I have pressing needs. Vegeta instructed, adding, furthermore, until those 2 items are ready, I shall reside in your home. You have no objections, do you, Doctor? Of course not. Of course not. Dr. Brief waved his hands vigorously, though a hint of concern crept into his voice. However, young Vegeta, having bested the members of the Black Silk Army, they are unlikely to let this transgression slide. Moreover, they are also interested in having me construct the Dragon Ball radar. By the way, they conveniently left a Dragon Ball in my possession, he continued, retrieving the orb. Vegeta cast a distant glance at the object, noting it was a 3-star Dragon Ball. Only 1 Dragon Ball? Utterly useless, he mused, his interest decidedly waning. Should the Black Silk Army return, I shall ensure their complete annihilation. Vegeta smiled, finding the small faction laughably easy to dispatch. Dr. Brief's lips quivered slightly. Where had this audacious child emerged from? Yet, he felt an inexplicable warmth from the boy, a sense of security that dispelled his apprehensions. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced to Vegeta's terms. With arrangements made, Vegeta settled into his own room under Bulma's supervision, while Dr. Brief commenced work on the Dragon Ball radar. As days passed, the construction of the gravity training chamber proved to be quite intricate. According to Dr. Brief, it would take at least a month to develop a prototype. Due to Bulma's curiosity, she was permitted to experiment with the Dragon Ball radar after receiving Vegeta's approval. After 2 days of rigorous training, Vegeta was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had acquired the ability to conceal his energy. It seemed to him that this was not an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps it was a skill best mastered in the unique environment of Earth. One day, while training in his room, Vegeta noticed a multitude of helicopters appearing in the sky. In the next moment, nearly hundreds of armed individuals descended, their attire unmistakably marking them as members of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta let out a cold smirk. These pesky flies were indeed bothersome. Since they desired annihilation, he would gladly oblige. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he stood in the spacious courtyard, observing with keen interest the uninvited guests who had appeared. As if sensing the unusual commotion in the sky, Bulma and her family hastily emerged, their faces turning pale upon seeing the black-clad army. Vegeta, you must flee. They intend to target you, Bulma exclaimed urgently upon spotting him. Vegeta smirked at the girl without uttering a word. Soon, the Black Ribbon Army descended to the ground, led by a rather handsome man. Drawing upon his knowledge of Dragon Ball history, Vegeta surmised this was likely General White. Back in the day, Goku had expended considerable effort to defeat this very general. But now that General White had crossed paths with him, the man's misfortune was sealed. Is this the one? General White inquired of a nearby guard. General White, it's him. He made General Blue disappear. He must be performing some kind of trick. The guard hastily replied. Understood. General White waved dismissively, then regarded Vegeta with an amused smile. Brat, you're in serious trouble. Do you have any idea whom you've offended? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, humph. I'll make you regret ever being born. Finished? Vegeta's voice was icy. You're certainly no ordinary brat. I know you possess martial skills, but you're no match for us. General White declared before commanding his subordinates, seize him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. At his signal, hundreds of guards surged forward, brandishing state-of-the-art firearms. Bulma and her parents trembled uncontrollably, their faces drained of color. Vegeta smirked derisively, and in an instant, his presence surged dramatically, unleashing a colossal energy akin to a formidable tempest that swept over the hundreds of soldiers. Their anguished cries echoed through the air, and when one glanced back, they had vanished without a trace. General Bai surveyed his surroundings, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his lips trembling in terror as he looked at Vegeta and stammered. Where have you sent them? Chapter 10. Dodoria's arrival on Earth. Vegeta offered a cold smile, with merely a slight release of his energy. He had already sent those insignificant pests soaring into the heavens. Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta. Chapter 10. An ordinary human, he dismissed with utter indifference. Reveal the location of your headquarters, and I may spare your life, Vegeta stated expressionlessly. I will tell you everything, just don't make me disappear, General Bai replied. Bowing and scraping. Seizing an opportune moment, he suddenly drew a sophisticated handgun from behind and unleashed a flurry of shots at Vegeta's chest. Bang, bang, bang. After the third shot, General Bai let out a hearty laugh, his smile radiant. Vegeta, brother, Bulma cried out in concern. Had it not been for Dr. Brief holding her back, she might have rushed forward. Fool, you are far too careless, General Bai chuckled, only to be taken aback when he realized Vegeta remained unscathed. Astonishment almost causing him to twist his waist. To his horror, he discovered that Vegeta was perfectly unharmed. Was this man some sort of monster? Perhaps he had made the bullets vanish? You seem quite disappointed, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. I've been rather bored lately. The appearance of the Black Silk Army is just the diversion I needed. General Bai stared blankly at Vegeta, his mind racing with several thoughts as he quickly devised a strategy for confrontation. Ah, dear sir, I was merely trying to intimidate you. My gun is devoid of bullets. Please do not take it to heart, he said, having already concocted an escape plan. Furthermore, you wish to reach our Black Silk Army headquarters, correct? I shall gladly lead you there. Lead the way, Vegeta coldly commanded. He had resolved that since the Black Silk Army repeatedly caused trouble, it was best to eradicate them entirely, lest they become a nuisance in the future. Moreover, if he were ever absent from home, the threat of the Black Silk Army targeting Bulma's family was simply intolerable. With his decision made, Vegeta was not one to linger. He seized General Bai and soared into the sky. Ah! General Bai gasped, his hair standing on end. What on earth? This man can fly. He was utterly dumbfounded. As were Bulma and the others below, their faces etched with disbelief. They never imagined that someone could fly, especially while carrying another living person. The Brief family rubbed their eyes vigorously, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Now, tell me, where is it located? Vegeta demanded with a cold snort. In that direction, General Bai stuttered, trembling all over, especially as he realized he was suspended in midair, his heart racing and mind in disarray. Faced with Vegeta's inquiry, he dared not show even a hint of negligence. Vegeta smirked, gripping General White as he swiftly dashed toward the indicated direction. However, after traversing approximately 100 kilometers, he abruptly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy manifesting upon Earth. This formidable presence was Vegeta paused mid-air, silently gazing in the direction of that intense energy. Humph, at last. It must be Dodoria, right? Vegeta let out a mocking laugh, no longer inclined to pay heed to General Bai, and casually loosened his grip. With a cry of despair, General Bai plummeted from the sky, plunging into the boundless sea. Vegeta had no time to concern himself with the fate of General White. He restrained his battle power to around 10,000 and transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly soaring towards the location of Dodoria. Is this Earth? The surroundings are rather pleasant. Upon his arrival, Dodoria surveyed the environment with a broad smile gracing his face. The spot where Dodoria's spacecraft descended was fortuitously a small village. Perhaps due to its conspicuous nature, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy with a mere wave of his hand. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the entire village was reduced to rubble. Immediately thereafter, Dodoria pressed a button on his detector to seek out individuals with formidable combat strength on this planet. He found him, Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince. Did you think that by hiding on Earth you could evade your fate? He chuckled to himself, noting that Vegeta's power level was just over 10,000. How foolish of Kujin to be unable to defeat even a modest Vegeta. However, it seemed the prince was already aware of his presence on Earth and was rushing over to meet his demise. Dodoria smirked disdainfully, calculating that it would take Vegeta only a few minutes to arrive, and thus he calmly descended to the ground. Within less than 2 minutes, He spotted the rapidly approaching Vegeta, which only brightened his smile further. "Ah, Prince, you've finally arrived," Dodoria remarked, gazing at Vegeta. "Humph, you must be Dodoria. What brings you here?" Vegeta inquired, feigning ignorance as he examined Dodoria, who resembled a leper. "Lord Frieza is quite displeased with your unauthorized actions. I am to escort you back, little prince. You've made the illustrious Dodoria search for you for so long. Shouldn't you show some gratitude?" Dodoria sneered coldly. "Pray tell, how should I express my gratitude?" Vegeta replied with a smirk. "Quite simply, allow me to give you a thorough beating before taking you to see Lord Frieza." Dodoria responded with a grin. "Beat me? You must have the capability to do so," Vegeta retorted with a chilling laugh. "Indeed, quite arrogant." Dodoria scoffed, before consulting his detector. "Prince, have you even considered your combat power? Do you genuinely believe that with just over 10,000 you can defeat me? There is a saying, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, and it seems to apply perfectly to you." Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle arc, yet he remained silent. "By the way, why aren't you wearing a scouter? Has it been damaged?" Dodoria finally noticed that Vegeta was not equipped with the device. "Such contraptions are of no use to me. I no longer require such frivolities," Vegeta replied with a smile. Indeed, after several days of rigorous training, Vegeta had acquired the ability to sense the strength of his opponent's energy and their precise location. In truth, this method of sensing energy proved far more convenient than donning that cumbersome device. "Of no use? Such arrogance." Dodoria chuckled slyly. "Very well. I shall not waste time with you any longer. Prepare to witness my prowess, and do not dare claim I am exploiting my advantage. Hurry up. I have matters to attend to," Vegeta retorted impatiently. Observing Vegeta's calm demeanor, Dodoria felt an ominous premonition stir within him as he scrutinized his opponent. "You do not intend to secretly transform into a Great Ape, do you? Let me assure you, even if you do, I possess the means to obliterate the moon at a moment's notice. Do I need to transform to deal with you? Use your scouter and observe the battle power of this prince." Vegeta remarked with a light smile, his aura suddenly surging. A colossal energy swept across the land, akin to a sandstorm, enveloping Dodoria and nearly blinding his beady eyes. Chapter 11. Do not push me. Dragon Ball, I am Vegeta. Chapter 11. Upon seeing the battle power reading on the scouter, Dodoria's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flickering across his face as he stared at Vegeta, shaking his head vigorously. This is impossible. What is impossible?" Vegeta chuckled softly. "You are merely a lowly Saiyan. How could your battle power possibly compare to mine?" Dodoria's voice grew hoarse, acknowledging the profound impact this revelation had on him. "You misunderstand," Vegeta smiled. "What do you mean?" Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch that struck mercilessly against Dodoria's abdomen, his petite fist sinking deeply into the flesh. Without warning, Dodoria was sent flying, unable to utter even a cry of pain. "Damn it!" Dodoria steadied himself, glancing around in confusion. "Behind you, you fool!" Vegeta appeared behind Dodoria, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Dodoria swiftly turned around, his eyes wide in astonishment as he beheld Vegeta. Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle arc. It must be said that his recent training had not been in vain, particularly after consuming the super divine water, which significantly enhanced his battle prowess. However, it is worth noting that his opponent was merely a Doria, and Vegeta could not take pride in such a foe. His current ambition is to swiftly attain the status of Super Saiyan in order to vanquish that Frieza. After becoming a Saiyan, Vegeta had already conducted a thorough analysis. The transformation into a Super Saiyan is not merely a product of rage. Anger serves only as a catalyst. One must cultivate their abilities to a certain stage, meaning their combat power must reach a specific threshold before they can transform into a Super Saiyan through anger, thereby amplifying their power severfold. Thus, Vegeta has a long journey ahead of him. How can you possess such incredible speed? This is impossible. You are merely a Saiyan, Dodoria exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He wondered how this Saiyan could advance so rapidly. As one's combat power increases, so too does one's speed. Vegeta replied with a smile. "Ah, Lord Frieza, how did you arrive here?" Dodoria suddenly looked astonished as he gazed behind Vegeta. Vegeta sneered coldly without turning around. "Lord Frieza, I was merely sparring with the young prince." I'll bring him back shortly," Dodoria chuckled nervously, attempting to feign innocence. "Act all you want. Keep pretending," Vegeta sighed. With his heightened perception, he didn't need to glance behind him to sense another's presence. Whether it was someone as formidable as Frieza or even an ordinary person lurking at his back, he would detect them effortlessly. Seeing that his deception had failed, Dodoria gritted his teeth, his expression darkening further. Whoosh! Vegeta surged forward like a phantom, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Dodoria's coarse visage. Vegeta struck once more, and Dodoria's face contorted in rage, his eyes glimmering with hatred, resembling a scorned lover yearning to dismember the insolent child before him. "Tell me, Dodoria, have you become Sabo's lackey? Why does he send you, this worthless being, instead of coming himself?" Vegeta inquired with a smirk. Sabo is unfortunately preoccupied at the moment. "So Lord Frieza dispatched me in his stead," Dodoria replied, forcing a smile as he attempted to regain his composure. "Very well, you may meet your demise now," Vegeta declared, his aura surging dramatically as a formidable energy coalesced in his palm. Energy wave. Upon witnessing Vegeta unleash his formidable attack, Dodoria's expression shifted, and he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Wait, Vegeta. I have something to say." "Oh, do go on," Vegeta responded, finding amusement in the prospect of sparring with Dodoria, thus refraining from immediate action. "If I say it, will you let me go?" Dodoria asked in a low voice. Vegeta smiled, remaining silent. "Well, allow me to explain," Dodoria began, gathering his thoughts. "Vegeta, you may not be aware, but Lord Frieza intends to eradicate all Saiyans. It is precisely because warriors like yourself are experiencing an alarming increase in battle power that poses a threat to his supremacy. Soon, Lord Frieza will personally journey to planet Vegeta to annihilate your entire race." Vegeta smiled lightly, for he had long been aware of this matter. Was there any need for Dodoria to waste words here? "Prince Vegeta, you must be quite worried about your parents, huh? Hee. Perhaps you should contemplate how to rescue your people while you remain here. I shall take my leave, until we meet again." With that, Dodoria turned to depart, eager to seize the opportunity to flee this place. If he were to be annihilated by Vegeta here, it would be quite disastrous. In the next moment, Dodoria transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the location of the spaceship. "Haha, that fool Vegeta, he must be overly concerned." Dodoria rejoiced. Bang! Just as Dodoria was soaring with pride, he suddenly came to a halt, for he realized that Vegeta had appeared before him without his notice. "Well then, you can die now." Vegeta smiled gently, the energy wave he had been gathering flaring to life once more. "You, Vegeta, had better not push me." Dodoria gritted his teeth. "You chatter too much." Without further ado, Vegeta waved his hand, sending the energy wave hurtling towards Dodoria. Boom! Accompanied by a fierce tempest, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He suddenly sensed that Dodoria's aura was escalating, his internal energy multiplying several times over. Chapter 12, The Powerful Dodoria. Swish. The energy wave that Vegeta had just unleashed was now ricocheting back towards him. Vegeta furrowed his brow and struck the energy wave with a swift palm, instantly dissipating its force. What could this mean? Could it be that Dodoria possesses the ability to transform as well? Vegeta was perplexed, for he recalled that in the annals of Dragon Ball history, Dodoria was incapable of transformation. Moreover, Dodoria's combat power barely exceeded 20,000. Given his current prowess, defeating this foe would be a mere trifle. However, as Vegeta stood in bewilderment, he suddenly noticed Dodoria's physique swelling grotesquely. Upon sensing the energy radiating from his opponent, Vegeta was utterly astounded. At that moment, Dodoria's aura had ascended to an unprecedented level, and Vegeta was certain that his combat power had surpassed his own. A preliminary estimation suggested that Dodoria's combat power now exceeded 35,000. "Vegeta, I warned you that you forced my hand," Dodoria said, his expression contorted, his corpulent form appearing all the more ludicrous. Yet, Vegeta found no humor in the situation. It was utterly terrifying. He had not anticipated Dodoria's combat power soaring above 35,000. To put it into perspective, Vegeta himself barely surpassed 30,000. Humph! Dodoria scoffed, and in the next instant, he launched himself towards Vegeta like a cannonball. Vegeta's expression instantly changed, his color drained. Boom! Dodoria's speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that Vegeta could scarcely discern his movements. In the next moment, Vegeta felt a constriction in his body and, upon closer inspection, realized he had been ensnared by the creature's powerful grip. "Vegeta, perish!" Dodoria exclaimed, descending with Vegeta in tow towards the earth. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's form left a profound crater upon impact with the ground. Vegeta spat a mouthful of blood, his combat power reaching an astonishing 35,000, far exceeding his own expectations. Gritting his teeth, he felt a pang of self-reproach. It was his own overconfidence that had led to this predicament. If he had exerted himself fully from the outset, this situation could have been averted. "Haha, Vegeta, your demise is imminent," Dodoria wheezed, catching his breath. "Although Lord Frieza has instructed me to bring you back. He also mentioned that if you refuse to cooperate, I am permitted to eliminate you first and report afterward. Heh. Once I extinguish your life, I shall proceed to annihilate the inhabitants of this planet, allowing you to host a concert in hell. Wouldn't that be quite splendid?" Vegeta cast a glance at Dodoria and suddenly realized that, after the recent assault, Dodoria's combat power had diminished significantly. He was certain that Dodoria's current battle strength was at most around 32,000. Furthermore, judging by his condition, he appeared to be quite fatigued. Perish! Dodoria suddenly channeled all his energy and unleashed a tremendous shockwave directed towards Vegeta's position. Vegeta was taken aback. This individual was indeed formidable. In this critical moment, it was too late for Vegeta to evade, especially after sustaining considerable damage from Dodoria's ferocious strike. As the colossal shockwave surged toward him, Vegeta's pupils dilated in alarm. With a thunderous roar, Dodoria's shockwave was incredibly powerful, accompanied by a torrent of overwhelming energy that reduced the ground beneath Vegeta to rubble. The air was thick with dust, rendering the area nearly unrecognizable. Dodoria, panting heavily, soon collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his face. "Huh, Vegeta, you deserve this." Dodoria gasped, despite the strain in his breath, his face adorned with a triumphant grin. Moreover, the excess weight that once burdened him had vanished entirely. He appeared almost frail, as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. However, Dodoria was in for a surprise. Just as he began to relax, a familiar voice echoed from ahead. As if jolted by electricity, Dodoria sprang to his feet, trembling, his expression one of disbelief. As the dust gradually settled, Vegeta's figure emerged, little by little. "This is impossible," Dodoria exclaimed, gazing at Vegeta as if he were a monster, cold sweat trickling down his back. "What is impossible?" Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. In truth, he was not in a much better state. Just moments before, as he saw Dodoria's fierce shockwave racing toward him, Vegeta was astonished to find a hidden reservoir of energy within himself suddenly awakening. In the next instant, he sensed his battle power escalating rapidly. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta crossed his arms to shield his head, bracing himself against the oncoming shockwave. Although he managed to withstand it, the sheer force of Dodoria's attack left him significantly injured. However, as Vegeta assessed Dodoria, a grin unexpectedly crept across his face. It seemed that this foe was exhausting his battle power even faster than he was. Vegeta surmised that Dodoria was running low on energy. "That last move was impressive, Dodoria. I nearly found myself at the gates of the underworld," Vegeta remarked with a smile, all the while secretly gathering his own energy to annihilate Dodoria. The expression on Dodoria's large face morphed into one of sheer terror. His eyes darted, his lips trembled slightly, and his legs quaked incessantly. In the next moment, Dodoria let out a piercing cry and bolted towards the direction of the spaceship. Vegeta was taken aback. Should Dodoria escape like this, all would be in vain. Moreover, having sustained grave injuries at the hands of Dodoria, this enmity must be avenged. With a swift surge of energy, Vegeta's hands radiated with brilliance. A golden beam hurtling directly towards Dodoria's location. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Dodoria gazed in shock at the golden light piercing through his chest. Crimson and dark purple blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Thud! Dodoria collapsed helplessly to the ground, unable to rise again. Vegeta chuckled coldly, advancing step by step. At this moment, each movement felt arduous for him. This battle had nearly depleted his energy, leaving him gravely injured. However, when he reached Dodoria's side, his expression suddenly changed. For Dodoria had abruptly opened his eyes. Remarkably, he was still alive. How could this fellow be so resilient? Vegeta felt an impending threat. If Dodoria could still fight, his situation would be perilous. Chapter 13, Days Without Senzu Beans. I truly did not anticipate that despite unleashing a unique skill to enhance my combat prowess, I would still prove no match for you, Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta. Chapter 13. Dodoria, while spitting blood, declared, "However, Lord Frieza will avenge me. You Saiyans will eventually be exterminated by Lord Frieza." Vegeta steadied himself, remaining silent. It seemed this fellow had but a single breath left. Indeed, after uttering his final words, Dodoria's head tilted to the side, and he breathed his last. Vegeta, fearing that his adversary might still be alive, approached and delivered 2 powerful kicks, only to find that there was no further reaction. He then staggered and collapsed to the ground. In the vast expanse of the universe, aboard Frieza's spacecraft, Sabur approached Frieza with a grave expression and spoke solemnly, "Lord Frieza, we have lost contact with Dodoria." "Oh? So? It seems that Dodoria has been vanquished by this little prince?" Frieza inquired, seated upon his throne, with a sly smile. "Is that even possible?" Sabur's heart sank, and he quickly began to analyze the situation. Dodoria's combat power exceeds 20,000, while Vegeta's is at most around 15,000. How could he possibly be a match for Dodoria? "Nothing is impossible," Frieza retorted with a cold laugh. "Saiyans are indeed combative and somewhat cunning. Dodoria, lacking intellect, likely underestimated his opponent, leading to his demise. What shall we do now, Lord Frieza?" Sabur asked, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he fell silent for a moment. "Make the journey yourself, and bring more men with you," Frieza commanded. Gazing into the abyss of space, "Sabur, you have the ability to transform. As long as you remain vigilant, a mere Saiyan is easily dealt with." "Yes, Lord Frieza. I shall set off at once," Sabur affirmed with a firm nod. "Humph, Saiyans, you say? It seems the time has come to prioritize their extermination," Frieza mused to himself. Reflecting on the battle, Vegeta realized he had underestimated his opponent. He resolved to give his all from the very start in future encounters. After a brief rest, Vegeta suddenly felt an intense thirst and an overwhelming sensation akin to being pricked by needles coursing through his body, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, his remarkable willpower prevented him from succumbing to the weakness. Upon surveying his surroundings, Vegeta felt tears of despair welling up. Damn it. This desolate place is utterly devoid of life. The one village that existed has been destroyed by Dodoria. How am I to cope with my severe injuries? Given Vegeta's current state, even the simplest act of movement felt like an insurmountable challenge. The devastating blow from Dodoria, coupled with the fierce shockwave, had inflicted considerable damage upon him. At that moment, Vegeta sensed 2 powerful auras nearby. Turning his head, he beheld a green-skinned alien approaching him, supported by a staff. "A deity," he exclaimed. Vegeta wore a wry smile. Whenever this individual approached, it surely signaled trouble. Meanwhile, behind the deity, King Kai cast a wary gaze in his direction. "The deity is quite injured, indeed," murmured King Kai softly. The deity nodded, casting a frosty glare at Vegeta. Vegeta's heart sank as he realized that these two fiends intended to exploit his grievous injuries to annihilate him. The deities, the Supreme Kai and Garlic Jr., were indeed treacherous. Little monster, you are beyond saving, Garlic Jr. exclaimed, clearly elated, almost on the verge of leaping with joy at Vegeta's deteriorating condition. Vegeta chuckled softly, remaining silent. Oh, Divine One, indecision leads to chaos. Eliminate him. With his presence, Earth will inevitably face persecution, urged Master Karen. The deity's eyes glimmered with a flicker of brilliance, deep in contemplation. Vegeta summoned a modicum of energy, laboriously rising to his feet, and with a smile declared, come now. My energy is entirely expended. This is your prime opportunity to eliminate me. The deity responded with an icy demeanor. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you? Just moments ago, you witnessed the formidable combat prowess of the individual who arrived on Earth. Vegeta smirked coldly. Allow me to forewarn you. Before long, even more powerful beings will arrive, surpassing him. Upon hearing this proclamation, both the deity and Korin were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. I do not indulge in alarmism. Aside from myself, no one on this planet stands a chance against them. Vegeta sneered. Killing you will deter them. They seek you. Korin stated with a grave tone. You foolish old cat. Think critically. If they cannot locate me, this planet will hold no allure for them. Slaughtering its inhabitants for profit would yield a handsome reward, Vegeta retorted, casting a sidelong glance before turning away, dismissively stating, I am busy. Farewell. With that, Vegeta disregarded the two elder figures and departed. Deity, even Korin seems uncertain now, a voice murmured. Vegeta, you just mentioned that stronger foes will come to Earth. When might they arrive? The deity inquired suddenly. Perhaps in 2 or 3 months, Vegeta replied with a smile. 2 or 3 months. Even more powerful adversaries are set to arrive on Earth. The deity and Korin exchanged wide-eyed glances, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping them. Korin, heal him. The deity commanded after a brief silence. Deity, my senzu beans have yet to mature. I am unable to assist him. Korin replied with a wry smile. Regardless, let us take him to the temple. The deity seemed resolute. Enough of your bickering, Vegeta interjected impatiently. Old cat, you possess no senzu beans. What purpose would it serve to go to the temple? Hurry and transport me to the Capsule Corporation, and you may take your leave. The deity and Korin exchanged glances, murmuring quietly for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, Korin lamented, how can I, the illustrious Korin, be burdened with this detestable little creature? Old cat, if you continue to complain, I shall snap your neck, Vegeta threatened. The deity chuckled softly, shaking his head in silence. Approximately half an hour later, the deity and Korin unceremoniously deposited Vegeta in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, leaving without a backward glance. The news of Vegeta's injury was swiftly discovered by Bulma's family, who promptly summoned several staff members to assist in carrying him to their private hospital. After a thorough bandaging, Vegeta was swathed like a great white dumpling. Vegeta forced a bitter smile. In these days devoid of senzu beans, this was the only form of treatment available. Vegeta, those vile black-clad soldiers are utterly detestable. When I grow up, I shall create the most advanced weaponry for you, Bulma said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 14, The Fly's Return. Vegeta chuckled, thinking that this girl still believed she had been harmed by the Black Silk Army. The Black Silk Army is not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should reconsider, Dr. Brief sighed. I will expedite the creation of the Dragon Radar, next time they arrive. I shall hand it over to them. I hope we can avoid disaster. Rest assured, the Black Silk Army poses no threat to me, Vegeta replied confidently. Calculating his current state, he estimated that by tomorrow, he could significantly enhance his combat power. Dealing with the minor threat of the Black Silk Army would be a trivial matter. However, considering his physical condition, a complete recovery would likely take more than a month. My child, even in such a state, you still boast, Bulma's mother remarked with a smile. But Vegeta, you are quite brave. I admire courageous young men. Let him recuperate properly. We shall hasten the creation of the Dragon Radar, Dr. Brief added. After spending a night in treatment, Vegeta felt his energy gradually returning. Meanwhile, he contemplated whether he should wish to Shenron for his body to heal automatically, as lying in bed was exceedingly uncomfortable. After several days of recovery, Vegeta was finally able to move about freely. One day, while basking in the sun in the courtyard, he suddenly noticed numerous aircraft appearing in the sky, followed by the descent of the Black Silk Army. The flies have returned. Vegeta furrowed his brow. However, perhaps due to the bandages obscuring his hair, the members of the Black Satin Army failed to recognize him. Suddenly, a guard unleashed a volley of bullets into the sky, and shortly thereafter, a towering figure emerged. Dr. Brief, you may step forward, the imposing figure commanded sternly. Wait, the person you seek is me, Vegeta replied with a smirk as he approached. Who do you think you are, you little brat? Go play somewhere else, the large man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Given Vegeta's arm encased in plaster and his head wrapped in bandages, he resembled a soldier just returning from the battlefield, which certainly did not command any respect from the imposing figure. As Vegeta prepared to deliver a kick, he found that his energy failed to surge, compelling him to abandon the thought for the time being. Just as the imposing figure spoke, Dr. Brief emerged from the laboratory. standing at the doorway and silently observing the scene. Dr. Brief, how's the research on the Dragon radar progressing? The towering figure inquired with a smile, completely disregarding Vegeta. General, the radar has been successfully developed. You must take the Dragon radar and leave this place immediately, Dr. Brief replied earnestly, holding a small, round device in his hand as he spoke. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the small device in Dr. Brief's hand, which bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Ball radar he was familiar with. Bring it here, commanded the imposing figure. One of the subordinates swiftly approached, rudely snatching the Dragon Ball radar and respectfully presenting it to the giant. The giant's eyes widened in awe. Having learned its usage and observed the 7 Dragon Balls displayed on the radar, he exclaimed, "What a splendid instrument! Truly worthy of the renowned Dr. Brief." Dr. Brief glanced at him impassively. "Where are the Dragon Balls?" The giant inquired again. Dr. Brief returned the Dragon Balls and coldly stated, "You may leave now. I do not wish for you to disrupt the tranquility of my home." "Haha, splendid, splendid." The giant beamed, but after a brief silence, his expression darkened. "I have heard that one of my subordinates was eliminated by a little brat from here. Hand over that child, and I will leave immediately." Dr. Brief looked at the giant, then at Vegeta nearby, momentarily at a loss for words. However, he quickly grasped that these fools had failed to recognize Vegeta. "He has already departed, heading in that direction," Dr. Brief said with a gentle smile, casually pointing. Dr. Brief, deceit carries consequences. The giant, of course, was skeptical. With a mocking smile, he challenged, "You claim he went that way. Then tell me, what was his purpose in going there? If you cannot answer, well, you know the consequences. I've heard that the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence." He mentioned he intended to participate, Dr. Brief replied, maintaining his composure with a smile. "Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament? Overestimating oneself." The giant chuckled softly, then turned to Dr. Brief. "In that case, I must insist that you accompany us back to the headquarters of the Black Silk Army." "What did you say? Did you not claim you would leave immediately?" Dr. Brief's expression soured. "A talent like yours is far too precious to waste in this mundane world. You would be better off with us in the barracks, where you could realize your full potential," the giant said with a grin. "Rest assured, should you diligently serve the Black Silk Army, we will not neglect you." Dr. Brief trembled with indignation, rendered speechless. "Enough. Take him away," the giant barked. "I will not work for your Black Silk Army." Dr. Brief resolutely refused. "Oh, I anticipated you would respond thus." The giant laughed boisterously, confidence radiating from him. "I have come prepared. I possess a powerful bomb capable of obliterating your capsule corporation. If you refuse to accompany me, well, we shall see what unfolds." Dr. Brief's face turned pale with fury. This individual was utterly contemptible. At this moment, Vegeta had finally adjusted his energy to a considerable degree. In a critical instant, he dashed towards the towering figure and seized him with a swift motion. This scene astonished the numerous guards present, who promptly aimed their guns at Vegeta's position. "Behave yourselves, or I shall take his life," Vegeta declared with a chilling scoff. Chapter 15, The World's Greatest Assassin. "Ha ha, are you an imbecile?" The giant scoffed, grasping Vegeta's arm with a powerful grip. "I care not whence you emerged, you frail wretch. Do you truly believe you can seize me? Do you trust that I will not snap your arm like a twig?" "You may attempt it," Vegeta retorted, a smirk gracing his lips. The giant, focusing his energy, gritted his teeth. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as a bone broke, yet Vegeta remained in his previous stance. The giant, however, bellowed in agony, his cries as tragic as a slaughtered pig. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the giant's arm had contorted grotesquely, seemingly severed. "General! Black General!" The faces of the guards paled, their weapons raised higher, eager to extinguish this audacious youth on the spot. "I spared you last time. Do you dare approach again?" Vegeta's expression was frigid. Had he not been injured, he would have relished the opportunity to storm the Black Silk Army's stronghold and eradicate these pests. "Black General, I recognize him. It's him." One guard hurriedly approached, keeping a cautious distance from Vegeta while urgently informing the Black General. The giant's countenance gradually improved upon hearing his subordinate's words, and he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Vegeta. "Do you comprehend the consequences of opposing the Black Silk Army?" Before the giant could finish his threat, he vanished, or rather, was flung into the heavens by Vegeta's grip. "Could you display a modicum of creativity? Aside from uttering empty threats, do you possess anything of substance?" Vegeta remarked, brushing off his hands with disdain. "Fire! Shoot him down!" commanded an officer among the guards, barking orders to his subordinates. The sound of gunfire erupted as machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Vegeta, the clattering of shell casings echoing in the air. Dr. Brief extended his hand. Worry etched across his face. However, as a mere scientist, he was at a loss for what to do in such an overwhelming situation. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Vegeta stood unscathed, a cold smile adorning his face. Everyone was left in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief at this diminutive anomaly. For a moment, the courtyard of the transformation capsules was enveloped in a profound stillness. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. A long electrical pole plummeted from the sky, striking the ground and creating a deep crater. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon a peculiar middle-aged man, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a utility pole. His eyes exuded a chilling aura, particularly accentuated by his aquiline nose, which unmistakably marked him as a figure of malevolence. This individual, Vegeta recalled, bore a resemblance to the world's most infamous assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Upon his arrival, the guards erupted in exuberant cheers, their joy manifesting in spirited displays of enthusiasm. Is this the one? A mere injured child? Tao Pai Pai inquired. Indeed, that is him. Do not let his diminutive stature deceive you. He is quite formidable. An officer promptly replied with utmost respect. Very well, prepare yourselves for a spectacle, Tao Pai Pai declared, leaping before Vegeta with a grin, in just 3 moves. I shall vanquish you. Vegeta let out a cold snort, disregarding the situation. Meanwhile, Yao rushed forward, clutching her dreams tightly. With a resounding clap, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Tao Pai Pai soaring through the air, creating a deep trench upon impact with the ground. All the guards stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the exaggerated claims of invincibility that had just been so casually dismissed. What had been proclaimed as a mere trifling task turned into a display of sheer futility when a mere child effortlessly sent him flying with a single strike. Regaining his composure, Tao Pai Pai sprang back up like a carp leaping from the water, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging upon his forehead. Demon wave, he shouted, unleashing a beam of light from his index finger, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. Vegeta, exhibiting an air of calm, delivered a decisive slap that obliterated the energy wave in an instant. The scene left Tao Pai Pai's eyes nearly popping out in sheer astonishment, his elongated face stretching in disbelief. None of you shall escape alive today, Vegeta declared, his annoyance palpable towards these insignificant pests as he limped towards Tao Pai Pai's position. Though his movements appeared somewhat comical, the onlookers could not muster a smile. How could one so grievously injured, bandaged, and in a cast possess such formidable strength? It was utterly disheartening. Spare me, spare me. Tao Pai Pai's lips quivered as he sank to his knees before Vegeta, his right hand discreetly reaching behind him to reveal a concealed bomb. Humph. Vegeta observed this with keen interest, displaying no mercy as he approached and delivered a kick to Tao Pai Pai's chest. Aha! The self-proclaimed world's greatest assassin met his demise in such an anticlimactic manner. Poor fellow, he hadn't even had the chance to detonate the bomb. The remaining onlookers, struck with terror, screamed and scattered in all directions. All of you, perish! Vegeta roared, an immense surge of energy erupting from his being, sweeping the black-clad soldiers into the sky. Boom! A brilliant light emanated from Vegeta, instantaneously transforming the soldiers into nothingness. Drawing a deep breath, he collapsed onto the ground, acknowledging that the recent battle had drained a significant portion of his energy. Though the flies were diminutive, handling them, particularly in a state of injury, was undeniably exhausting. Little B, are you all right? Dr. Brief hurriedly approached, offering his support to Vegeta. I'm fine, Vegeta replied with a faint smile, casually inquiring if the doctor knew the location of the Black Silk Army's headquarters. Little B, what are you planning to do? Dr. Brief asked in astonishment. Naturally, I intend to annihilate them. Leaving these nuisances unchecked would be too troublesome, Vegeta said with a grin. Little B, you were outmatched by them last time. It would be wise not to confront them again, Dr. Brief cautioned, shaking his head. That was merely an accident. Tell me, where is their headquarters? Vegeta insisted, waving his hand for emphasis. Very well, once you've recovered, I shall inform you of their location, Dr. Brief replied with a wry smile. Vegeta contemplated for a moment, realizing that the Black Satin Army was unlikely to pose a significant threat. Given his current condition, even the act of flying had become somewhat arduous. He concluded that waiting until his injuries healed before confronting them would indeed be a prudent choice. With his mind made up, Vegeta ceased his rambling and turned to rest. A month later, having fully recovered from his injuries, he channeled the energy within him and was pleasantly surprised to discover a substantial enhancement in his combat power. Vegeta initially estimated that his current combat power had reached an impressive 60,000. Perhaps this remarkable increase can be attributed to the Saiyans' ability to emerge from the brink of death, significantly enhancing their strength. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball radar has been successfully developed by Bulma, and Vegeta intends to seek out the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Earth. However, before embarking on this quest, he found the presence of the Black Silk Army to be rather bothersome. If he failed to eliminate these nuisances, they might disrupt Bulma and her family while he was preoccupied with the search for the Dragon Balls. Glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, Vegeta swiftly discovered that 4 Dragon Balls were gathering approximately 1,000 kilometers away. After some contemplation, he surmised that these 4 Dragon Balls were likely located at the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta chuckled, for this truly was a delightful situation that served a dual purpose. Chapter 16, 2 Bodyguards. Vegeta, where are you headed? Bulma inquired, gazing up at him with innocent curiosity. Vegeta gently caressed Bulma's hair and smiled. I shall venture forth to seek the Dragon Balls and shall return shortly. Brother Vegeta, what exactly are the Dragon Balls? What can one accomplish by finding them? Bulma inquired. Once I locate them, I will show you, Vegeta replied, offering no further explanation, yet smiling. Now, Bulma, be a good girl and stay at home. I must take my leave. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, racing towards the direction of the 4 Dragon Balls. Brother Vegeta, wait for me. I wish to go too, Bulma exclaimed, waving her arms energetically, but Vegeta had already vanished from sight. Vegeta had just taken flight for a short distance when he suddenly sensed two formidable presences descending upon Earth. What are these two presences? Vegeta furrowed his brow, relieved that the two auras were not particularly strong. If one were to quantify their battle power, one aura seemed to hover around 3,005 to 6, while the other was even weaker, merely around 600. Nevertheless, even such modest energies were formidable on Earth. Considering that the deities there possessed a mere battle power of 200. Who could they be? Vegeta, ultimately feeling uneasy, decided to personally go and take a look. He would allow those insignificant Black Silk soldiers to flit about a little longer. Once Vegeta had made up his mind, he maintained his power level at approximately 10,000 and swiftly soared towards the source of the two energy signatures. Meanwhile, in a desolate expanse, two spaceships had already landed on Earth. Nappa and Raditz emerged from the vessels, promptly utilizing their scanners to survey the planet. Nappa, the prince, possessed a battle power of 15,000, and it was undoubtedly him. Raditz quickly pinpointed Vegeta's location, his expression tinged with excitement. Well, it seems the prince has already sensed our presence. Let us proceed, Nappa declared, leading Raditz in the direction of Vegeta. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two parties encountered each other in midair. What brings you here? Vegeta inquired, taken aback to see Nappa and Raditz. Your Highness, Lord King sent us to find you. He is somewhat apprehensive, Nappa hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Vegeta understood the concern. After all, King Vegeta was, in a sense, his father, and it was only natural for him to worry for his offspring. However, King Vegeta should be more concerned about himself. It was likely that Frieza would soon launch a massive assault on the Saiyans. Of course, Vegeta, having traversed dimensions, regarded his parents here as strangers. Devoid of any emotional ties, their fates were of little consequence to him. What purpose do you serve by coming here? Vegeta inquired indifferently. Indeed, the combat prowess of these two was rather inadequate, rendering their presence of minimal utility. Lord King instructed us to assist your highness, Nappa replied with deference. Vegeta was on the verge of sending these two individuals back when a sudden thought crossed his mind. He found himself devoid of any capable companions. Though their combat prowess was exceedingly low, they were, nonetheless, among the most formidable beings on this planet. With this realization, Vegeta altered his decision, smiled, and instructed the two. Follow me. He then sped towards Bulma's residence. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, uncertain of Vegeta's intentions, yet, as loyal subjects, they had no choice but to trail behind. During their journey, Nappa curiously inquired, by the way, your highness, I heard that Dodoria is heading towards Earth. We should leave quickly before he arrives. He has already been here, Vegeta replied with a smirk. Been here? Where is he now? Nappa was taken aback. He has already departed, Vegeta stated nonchalantly. What? Dodoria is gone? He didn't pose any threat to you, did he? Nappa questioned, bewildered. When I say departed, I mean he has already gone to hell, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Dead? Dodoria is dead? Nappa was astounded. Such a formidable figure, and a subordinate of Frieza, had perished? Enough with the pointless inquiries, Vegeta snapped impatiently. Nappa and Raditz exchanged another glance, refraining from further dialogue. Upon noticing Vegeta halt over a large courtyard, Nappa pondered Vegeta's intentions and said with a grin. Your Highness has brought us here to obliterate this place, hasn't he? Leave it to me. I'll reduce them to ashes. With that, Nappa's hands ignited with energy, preparing to unleash a colossal wave of destruction upon the Capsule Corporation. Have you lost your mind? Vegeta retorted, infuriated, as he struck Nappa away 100 meters. Nappa, taken aback, looked at Vegeta in confusion. Use your brain when you act, you fool. Vegeta glared fiercely at Nappa. Now, come down with me. Dare to act recklessly again, and I shall annihilate you. Hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa trembled in fear and quickly begged for mercy. Vegeta, disinterested in engaging with this individual, promptly made his way to the laboratory where he found Dr. Brief. Little B, how's the search for the Dragon Balls progressing? Dr. Brief inquired with a smile. Oh? Who are these two? He continued, noticing that both Nappa and Raditz were clad in the elastic armor typical of Saiyans. It was reasonable for Dr. Brief to assume they hailed from the same origin. Meanwhile, Vegeta had opted for Earth attire due to his armor being damaged in his previous battle with Dodoria. Yes, Dr. Brief, they are my compatriots who have come here seeking refuge. You wouldn't mind taking them in, would you? Vegeta asked with a grin. Not at all. Our home is quite spacious. They are welcome to stay, Dr. Brief replied with a nod. Nappa and Raditz exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to why the prince would show such deference to someone with a power level of merely 5. Once Dr. Brief consented, Vegeta summoned Nappa and Raditz outside and, with a stern expression, questioned, Do you two intend to follow me from now on? They nodded in agreement. Very well, if you are to accompany me, you must adhere to my commands. Do you understand? Vegeta asserted with a grave tone. Your Highness, we shall obey. They responded. From this day forth, this place shall be your home. Do not harm anyone within these walls. Instead, you must ensure their safety, Vegeta declared. Chapter 17, The Fall of the Black Silk Army. After making arrangements, Vegeta instructed Raditz to guard the entrance while he and Nappa hastened toward the location of the 4 Dragon Balls. The reason for bringing Nappa along was not due to his combat prowess but rather his impulsive nature. Should Nappa act rashly and threaten Bulma's family? It would indeed pose a grave dilemma. Of course, even Raditz received strict admonitions from Vegeta to remain vigilant. After all, Saiyans are inherently combative and often possess a malevolent disposition. Vegeta did not expect them to become virtuous as long as they did not target his future wife. Before long, Vegeta and Nappa arrived above the site where the 4 Dragon Balls were situated. As they surveyed the area, Vegeta smiled, just as he had suspected. This was indeed the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. The tallest building proudly displayed the army's flag, fluttering in the wind, rendering it conspicuous. Your Highness, should we not protect this location? Nappa inquired. No, we shall annihilate them, leaving not a single one alive, Vegeta commanded with a cold demeanor. Nappa, seemingly oblivious, said, That's easy enough. You can watch from here, Your Highness, as I unleash a powerful attack to obliterate this place. With that, he began to channel a formidable energy wave, intent on leveling the structure before them. Vegeta swiftly intervened, questioning the other's intelligence. What if the energy is excessive? What if the Dragon Balls sustain damage? He asserted, There are things I desire within this realm. You would do well to comply. Only then did Nappa retract his energy wave, feeling somewhat sheepish. Your Highness, had you mentioned this sooner, it would have been simpler. I've been idly traversing the cosmos for so long that I'm quite bored. Leave this to me. With that, Nappa dove downward, swaggering confidently to the entrance, where he delivered a powerful punch that turned the Sentinel into a mere pulp. Vegeta, indifferent to the crude actions of Nappa, swiftly located the positions of the 4 Dragon Balls and charged towards a towering edifice of approximately 100 stories. Atop this grand structure sat a one-eyed, dark-skinned man in an opulent chair, with 4 Dragon Balls displayed prominently on the table before him. This solitary figure was none other than the Supreme Commander of the Black Silk Army, Marshal. We've just received word from General Red that the 6th Dragon Ball has been found, reported one of his subordinates. Ah, so that means, along with the one in Dr. Reef's possession, we are only a single Dragon Ball away from completing our collection, the Black Marshal mused thoughtfully. However, Marshal, that little monster at Dr. Reef's place has proven too formidable even for Tao Pai Pai. Our men are at a loss, the subordinate continued, anxiety evident in his voice. I've conducted research. And the Dragon Balls possess remarkable resilience. Not even explosives could damage them, the Black Marshal chuckled heartily. Once we gather the final Dragon Ball, we shall simply hurl a heavy bomb at the Capsule Corporation. Wouldn't that be spectacular? Indeed, Marshal, you are brilliant. At this proclamation, Vegeta was taken aback. If that were indeed the case, then the Brief family would be in grave peril. It seemed that arriving early to confront the Black Silk Army was a prudent decision. With a light chuckle, Vegeta rapped on the window from outside. The Black Marshal, engaged in conversation with his subordinates, furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, Who goes there? His subordinate, however, was wide-eyed, nearly paralyzed with astonishment, for he beheld Vegeta outside the window. To think, they were on the 120th floor. How could this individual possibly be outside? The subordinate trembled in fear, struggling to articulate a response. Observing the reaction of his underling, the Black Marshal turned in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he found the figure somewhat familiar. Whose child is this? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before. What kind of brat has scaled our rooftop? He snapped irritably. Marshal, he is that little monster. The subordinate exclaimed, his composure unraveling. Surely the Marshal cannot be so oblivious. What? The Black Marshal jumped up from his seat, glancing at the photographs on the table for confirmation, and indeed, it was that little monster. Open the window. Vegeta smiled and waved at the individuals inside. Blast it. The Black Marshal's fury surged, and he commanded, Shoot. Open fire. As his orders echoed, dozens of Black Silk Army soldiers stormed in, fully armed, and aimed at Vegeta's position, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. Instantly, the glass, coffee table, and walls were riddled with holes, resembling a beehive. Vegeta approached with a smile amidst the hail of gunfire, leisurely picking up the Dragon Balls laid out on the table, examining them one by one. Everyone was astounded. Where had this monster emerged from? As he placed the Dragon Balls into a pre-prepared bag, an evil smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Cease firing. Cease firing. The Black Marshal urgently commanded. The gunfire finally subsided, and the onlookers gaped at the unharmed Vegeta, their scalps prickling with disbelief. Some even rubbing their eyes in an attempt to reconcile the scene before them. My dear friend, I apologize for any previous rudeness. The Black Marshal hastily approached Vegeta, greeting him with a broad smile. Is there something you need? Vegeta glanced at him and inquired. I have a proposal that might interest you, the Black Marshal replied cheerfully, momentarily forgetting about the Dragon Balls in the face of the situation. I'm not interested, Vegeta dismissed without a second thought. The Black Marshal was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. At the very least, he should have inquired about the proposal before gauging interest, right? What I mean is, look at your extraordinary strength. With our Black Silk Army's thousands of soldiers joining forces, the world would be ours. I could be the leader, and you could be my second in command. What do you say? Before he could finish, a horrified scream escaped his lips. The onlookers were terrified to witness their supreme commander hurled from the building by this little monster. It was worth noting that this was a staggering 120 stories high. With a sickening thud, mere seconds later, the Black Marshal lay bloodied and broken. His dreams now consigned to the afterlife. Having secured the Dragon Balls, Vegeta wasted no time and soared away from the towering structure. Glancing down, he saw Nappa still engaged in his playful skirmishes. "Take your time, Nappa," Vegeta instructed, leaving the exuberant Nappa behind as he sped off toward the location of the 6th Dragon Ball. Now, with the 4 Dragon Balls acquired from the Black Silk Army, Vegeta possessed a total of 5, just 2 short of his goal. The thought of fulfilling his wish filled him with exhilaration. Chapter 18, the long-awaited encounter yet. Vegeta sensed an ominous air surrounding his desires, as if someone harbored ill intentions towards him. Never mind that for now. I must gather the Dragon Balls first. With that thought, he quickened his pace. The 6th Dragon Ball was located within a camp nestled in a vast canyon, which also served as a division of the Black Silk Army. Without a hint of difficulty, Vegeta secured the Dragon Ball and effortlessly reduced the camp to rubble. Just 1 Dragon Ball remained. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, atop a distant celestial temple, the deity observed the unfolding events intently. Flanking the deity were the Kai and the Galactic Elder. "Look, that little monster is on the verge of collecting all the Dragon Balls. The last one seems to be with Master Potato," the Galactic Elder remarked with a sigh, pointing toward a specific direction. The deity remained silent. "Deity. If he wishes for immortality, the entire universe faces peril," the Galactic Elder stated gravely. "Indeed, Vegeta is growing increasingly powerful," the deity mused. "But perhaps his presence here provides some protection for our planet." "Do not be so naive," the Galactic Elder shook his head. He mentioned that within 2 to 3 months, a formidable adversary would descend upon Earth, yet what arrived were merely his 2 companions. "We have been deceived. At the very least, Vegeta and his companions have refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, have they not?" The deity replied with a smile. "That is only because his wish remains unfulfilled. Should he achieve it, Earth would be in grave danger." A look of concern crossed the Galactic Elder's face. The deity fell silent, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. 10 minutes later, he finally resolved to act, instructing the Galactic Elder, "The moment he summons the dragon, you must take my life. In doing so, his wish shall be thwarted." "Deity." The Galactic Elder vehemently shook his head. "I could never bring myself to harm you. Moreover, if you perish, no one will be left to safeguard Earth." "What are you implying?" the deity asked, somewhat perplexed. "Deity, you and the Demon King Piccolo were once one and the same. If you were to fuse, would you not possess immense power? Perhaps even exceeding that of this little monster?" The Galactic Elder pondered thoughtfully. The deity smiled gently, shaking his head. "Piccolo has been sealed away by Master Potato's demon seal wave. Even if released, his nature would make it impossible for him to consent to fusion. Furthermore, such a merger would not be me. I might become a malevolent entity akin to the Demon King Piccolo." The Galactic Elder fell silent, and an uneasy quiet enveloped the temple. "Deity, Galactic Elder, look over there." At that moment, the mysterious figure pointed toward the distant horizon, his voice laced with astonishment. Now, with only 1 Dragon Ball remaining, Vegeta honed in on its location, pushing his speed to its zenith. However, as he made his way toward the Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed a multitude of formidable energies descending from the heavens, a mere few dozen kilometers from his current position. "What is this energy?" "Yes, it must be Zarbon." Vegeta flashed a grin, initially intending to wait until his wish was fulfilled before attending to the repairs of the Sabo. However, upon calculating the distance, he realized that he was far too removed from the location of the last Dragon Ball. Even at Vegeta's current speed, it would take him a couple of hours to reach it. After a brief deliberation, Vegeta descended to the ground and buried the Dragon Ball in a concealed spot. Subsequently, he made his way towards the direction where Sabo was located. Meanwhile, Nappa, who was vigorously engaging in combat with the Black Silk Army, suddenly halted. For his scouter had signaled the arrival of Sabo and his companions. Panic-stricken, Nappa hurriedly sent a message to Raditz to relay the alarming news. "I have seen it as well," Raditz responded, "and I also noticed that the prince is heading towards Sabo." "What? The prince is going towards Sabo? Isn't that akin to throwing a stone against an egg?" Nappa exclaimed, his scalp tingling with fear. After a lengthy silence, he muttered to himself. "The prince's battle power is only around 15,000, while Sabo's is surely 30,000. Indeed, I recall Sabo's battle power being approximately 20,000. How has it escalated to 30,000 now?" Raditz felt as if the sky was collapsing around him. "This planet's fate is sealed," Nappa lamented. Having lost all motivation to fight, "We should promptly report this situation to King Vegeta," Raditz suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, I will contact King Vegeta immediately." Nappa shut off the communication system and rushed to reach out to the king. A minute passed, and Nappa, agitated and burning with anxiety, found himself unable to contact anyone on planet Vegeta. An ominous premonition gripped his heart, causing him to sweat profusely as he shared his predicament with Raditz. "Let us not dwell on that for now. Despite our battle power being significantly inferior to the prince's, we cannot be mere bystanders," Raditz pondered. "Perhaps we should go and see. We might be able to lend assistance to the prince. If we ignore this, and King Vegeta learns of our inaction, you are right, we must depart at once." Nappa acknowledged Raditz's astuteness and readily agreed. At that moment, Sabo, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, had already arrived in a small city. The bizarre spacecraft that descended from the sky drew the astonished gazes of many, who paused to observe. Upon noticing the peculiar appearance of Sabo and his alien companions, the crowd murmured with curiosity. However, when they saw the weapons in the hands of these individuals, their demeanor shifted to one of unease. What a foolish race, with such pitiful battle power, Sabo remarked, grinning as he monitored his scouter. Mr. Sabo, our forces are assembled. One of his subordinates reported. Eliminate them all, leave not a single one alive. Sabo commanded. In an instant, the small city was engulfed in a horrific and merciless massacre. Innocent lives extinguished by the weapons wielded by Sabo's followers. The air became thick with the stench of blood. By the time Vegeta arrived, half of the city's inhabitants had perished, while the remaining survivors had fled in terror. Little Prince, we finally meet. Sabo greeted Vegeta with a smile. Chapter 19. Sabo transforms. As for the fate of these ordinary people, Vegeta felt no shred of compassion. After all, they bore no relevance to him. As long as Bulma and her family remained unharmed, Vegeta acknowledged that he was neither a savior nor the original Goku from the Dragon Ball universe. Rather, he existed as a being of both virtue and vice. Sabo, your purpose in coming here is to take me to Frieza, is it not? Vegeta inquired with a smile. No, you are mistaken, Sabo replied softly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I have come to kill you. Lord Frieza has lost all interest in you. Is that so? Then are you aware of how Dodoria met his demise? Vegeta queried, still wearing a smile. Dodoria must have been careless. You should be well aware of your own battle power, around 15,000. Even if you have improved, you are no match for me. Sabo coldly regarded Vegeta. Oh really? Yet he is dead, Vegeta remarked, touching his nose. Dodoria lacked intelligence. It is only natural that he fell at your hands, Sabo chuckled. However, I must thank you, young prince. If it were not for you, Lord Frieza would not have personally augmented my battle prowess. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. No wonder he sensed that Sabo's aura surpassed that of Dodoria by a considerable margin. It turned out that Frieza had augmented him. Who would have thought that Frieza possessed such capabilities? Nevertheless, even with this enhancement, Vegeta regarded Sabo with disdain. His battle power had already soared to an impressive 60,000, making the prospect of dealing with Sabo a trivial matter. Listen closely. Eliminate every last inhabitant of this planet, Sabo commanded his numerous subordinates. They obeyed the order and dispersed in all directions. Vegeta's brow furrowed deeply. He was indifferent to the fate of the Earthlings. Yet he harbored a desire for his own planet not to be shrouded in despair. Should Bulma's family meet with misfortune, it would certainly not bode well for him. He was eagerly anticipating the day when he could engage in playful games with the enchanting Bulma. Moreover, Vegeta sensed that Nappa and Raditz were swiftly approaching his location, leaving Bulma's household even more vulnerable. Vegeta moved like a phantom, effortlessly eliminating several of the swiftest guards in the blink of an eye, cursing under his breath. Sabo was incensed, his aura suddenly surging as he darted towards Vegeta's position. Vegeta, however, chose not to engage with Sabo, swiftly eliminating the remaining subordinates with remarkable speed before hovering in the air, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Sabo. Vegeta, you have ignited my fury. I shall make you aware of my might. Sabo seethed, his teeth clenched, not out of concern for his fallen comrades, but rather from a sense of humiliation. After all, Vegeta had brazenly dispatched his minions before his very eyes, a blatant act of provocation. Sabo's expression twisted into a snarl. The once handsome countenance now devoid of its former composure, he yearned to tear Vegeta apart. Die! Sabo shouted, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that soared skyward, aimed directly at Vegeta. Vegeta's form suddenly became indistinct, vanishing without a trace. Sabo widened his eyes, incredulously witnessing such a scene. Beep. At that moment, Sabo abruptly realized that the detector had revealed Vegeta's location, causing him to turn around in shock, nearly twisting his neck in the process. This is impossible. How could you possess such speed? Sabo's expression was one of bewilderment, utterly astonished. Vegeta smiled subtly, a wicked curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Sabo clenched his teeth and threw a punch. Bang! Vegeta struck with a resounding slap, sending his opponent's arm flying, and with a swift kick, propelled Sabo to an astonishing height. Thunderous! Vegeta soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch to Sabo's back, accompanied by a resounding crash as Sabo's body hurtled through a colossal building, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. How could this be? Sabo struggled to rise, staring incredulously at the readings on his scouter, unable to fathom the reality before him. Are you feeling bewildered? Vegeta inquired with a smirk. You must have noticed that my battle power hovers around 15,000, that you are still no match for me. Sabo's expression darkened ominously as he warily regarded the diminutive creature before him. Vegeta chuckled, having recently mastered the art of controlling his aura to an extraordinary degree. This meant he could manipulate his own energy at will. During their earlier skirmish, he had suddenly elevated his combat power for a brief moment, rendering the detector utterly incapable of accurately measuring the values. Transform. Sabo, I know you can, Vegeta remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Sabo. Although his previous battle with Dodoria had taught him the importance of exerting oneself from the very beginning, Vegeta had recently come to realize a profound truth. It seemed that Saiyans could only expedite their training during combat. For instance, over the past month, despite his dedicated training, His internal energy had barely increased. Thus, he had decided to alter his approach and see if a battle with Sabo could accelerate his cultivation. You know I can transform? Sabo paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended. Ah, Dodoria must have informed you. Vegeta chuckled softly. Fully aware that he could not disclose to his opponent that he had traversed time and possessed an intricate understanding of the Dragon Ball lore. HMHM. Sabo sneered incessantly. Although transformation could augment one's combat prowess, it also risked tarnishing one's appearance, a matter of great importance to him. Without allowing Sabo to finish his statement, Vegeta interjected, declaring, "There is no need for you to continue. It is merely a waste of time." Sabo was utterly flabbergasted. Was this Vegeta some kind of monster? How could he possibly know what Sabo intended to say? However, at this juncture, Sabo found himself bereft of alternatives, feeling an overwhelming pressure. It seemed that only through transformation could he contend with this peculiar being. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Sabo's form began to swell. His mouth protruded, his eyes bulged wide, and his skin became uneven, presenting an appearance reminiscent of a toad before Vegeta. Vegeta sensed the energy of Sabo and noted a significant increase in strength. His battle power had indeed surged to approximately 50,000. However, there remained a disparity of 10,000 between them, making the annihilation of this foe an effortless endeavor. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz finally arrived at the scene of the confrontation. Upon observing the detector registering Sabo's formidable battle power, both men trembled with trepidation. Cold sweat trickling down their brows, their lips quivering uncontrollably. The realization that Sabo possessed such overwhelming strength left Raditz, whose battle power was considerably lower, nearly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 20, Detector Malfunction. In truth, Raditz's battle power was a mere 600. The fact that he had not been instantly obliterated by Sabo was already a stroke of luck. Nappa, wide-eyed and aghast, appeared as if he might plummet from the sky. It's over. It's over. We are doomed. Nappa stammered. What should we do? Should we retreat? The prince could never hope to match Sabo. Raditz was already entertaining thoughts of withdrawal. Nappa remained silent for a moment, but after a brief hesitation, he resolved to head towards the spaceship. Two pitiful Saiyans. Sabo remarked, having spotted Nappa and Raditz. Yet, he held no interest in these inconsequential beings. He merely shot them a glance before fixing his gaze upon Vegeta. Throughout the ordeal, Vegeta remained composed, suspended in midair with no intention of engaging. Vegeta, as you wish, I shall demonstrate my might. Sabo sneered, transforming into a streak of light as he hurtled towards Vegeta at breakneck speed. Swish. Vegeta's figure suddenly became blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. You've seen him. There's no escape now. Sabo sneered, twisting around with a wicked grin, and launched a powerful fist toward the spot where Vegeta had just appeared. Whoosh. However, just as Sabo was about to strike his target, his bulging eyes widened in shock. Vegeta had simply disappeared before his very eyes. Where could he be? Sabo scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for Vegeta's presence. Fool, I am right behind you, Vegeta remarked, rubbing his nose with a radiant smile. This is impossible, Sabo exclaimed, his hair nearly standing on end, his lips trembling uncontrollably. What is impossible? You seem rather disappointed, Sabo, Vegeta replied, his face adorned with a mischievous grin that seemed to infuriate his opponent. Nappa and Raditz, who had been preparing to flee, suddenly halted, astonished as they gazed at Vegeta, feeling as if they were trapped in a dream. How could the little prince possess such incredible speed? Furthermore, Sabo had grown so formidable, yet the prince remained so self-assured. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's profound astonishment. Impossible, impossible. Your battle power is only 15,000. How can your speed be so extraordinary? Sabo was utterly bewildered, realizing that if Vegeta's battle power surpassed his own, he would have no retort. However, the source of Sabo's frustration lay in the fact that Vegeta's battle power was merely 15,000. Only 15,000. Sabo felt as if his bulging eyes might burst from disbelief. Wait, could the scouter be malfunctioning? Sabo contemplated, considering the possibility. He turned to observe Nappa and Raditz, who stood in a daze, then smirked coldly and charged at them. Nappa and Raditz, witnessing Sabo's advance, were instantly alarmed and braced themselves for combat. You two worthless trash are no match for me. If you wish to survive, hand over the scouter obediently. Sabo had no interest in these lower-class Saiyans and was disinclined to engage them in battle. Upon hearing Sabo's words, the two sighed in relief. Why didn't you say so? It's just a scouter. You have me scared to death. Raditz swiftly tossed his scouter to Sabo. Vegeta. I shall see your true power. Sabo carelessly discarded his own scouter and donned Raditz, commencing the assessment of Vegeta's battle power. Upon witnessing Sabo's actions, Vegeta merely smiled faintly, showing no intention to intervene. Beep. The battle power readings rapidly appeared, and Sabo was taken aback. What? It's still 15,000. How can this be? Sabo exclaimed repeatedly, struggling to articulate this absurd reality. Sabo, are you prepared for your demise? Vegeta asked with a gentle smile. In your dreams, you may be faster than me, but your battle power cannot surpass mine. You still cannot defeat me. Sabo gritted his teeth, his expression wavering. Despite his bravado, Sabo felt uncertain, having recently sustained injuries from Vegeta's prior strike. Enough of this game. You should be cautious. After uttering these words, Vegeta extended his right arm forward. Sabo's pupils dilated in alarm. Final flash. A searing flame emanated from Vegeta's hand, swiftly coalescing into a sphere. The energy surged forth like a mighty dragon, stirring debris throughout the nearly desolate city. The sky appeared to tear apart, shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder rumbling ominously. Sabo's eyes widened further. Beep. The scouter on his eyes displayed fluctuating readings. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000. Boom. The scouter, unable to withstand the overwhelming surge of energy, shattered into countless pieces. Vegeta's formidable combat prowess left Sabo utterly speechless, his expression one of sheer astonishment, contorting his already unappealing visage into an even more grotesque form. Meanwhile, both Bardock and Raditz were rendered completely dumbfounded, their jaws agape, capable of swallowing an ostrich egg whole. Sabo, until we meet again in another life, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile as he gracefully flicked his hand, unleashing a torrent of blinding light directed towards Sabo. Wait. 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 Sabo exclaimed, frantically waving his hands, his complexion ashen. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled into a wicked arc. Wait. He was not so easy to deal with. Boom. In the next moment, accompanied by a resounding explosion, one could see that Sabo had been utterly obliterated by the formidable energy blast. Effortlessly vanquishing Sabo brought Vegeta no joy. After all, he regarded Sabo as insignificant. Nevertheless, Vegeta's formidable strength had utterly dazzled Nappa and Raditz, leaving them in awe. The two hurriedly soared over, their gazes towards Vegeta now filled with fervent admiration. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Raditz and inquired, "Were you not instructed to protect Bulma and the others at the Capsule Corporation? What brings you here?" Chapter 21. The artificial full moon. Raditz nearly knelt in fear, stammering, "Your Highness, I merely wished to see if I could offer any assistance." "Enough. Return at once," Vegeta commanded sternly. Raditz, thoroughly frightened, hastily retreated to the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta cast his gaze towards Nappa. "Your Highness, I just remembered that I haven't cleaned up over there yet," Nappa said before hastily retreating. In the temple, when Master Karen witnessed Vegeta's fierce display, he was rendered speechless for an extended period. This little monster had indeed grown increasingly powerful. The deity chuckled softly. But as he mentioned, without him, the earth would have perished. However, Master Karen solemnly remarked, "Yet, keeping him around ultimately poses a threat. On the other hand, I sense a righteous energy within him, albeit not fully unleashed." The deity sighed heavily. "If that is the case, let him be. As long as he does not wreak havoc upon the earth." Master Karen gazed into the distance. Suddenly, the deity's body trembled, and cold sweat began to beat upon his brow. It seemed that Master Karen sensed something as well, causing his fur to bristle in alarm. "You are right, Master Karen," the deity said with a self-deprecating smile. "It appears this world no longer requires deities, but rather, it seeks strength. I can already foresee the impending events. The incoming foe is far beyond what this little monster can handle." "What do you intend to do, deity?" Master Karen inquired in astonishment. "I have made up my mind. I will merge with King Piccolo." The deity flashed a smile at Master Karen, and then turned to Mr. Popo, saying, "From now on, the temple is entrusted to you. Farewell." With that, the deity leaped from the temple and swiftly soared towards the distant East Sea. Just moments after the deity's departure, as Vegeta prepared to search for the final Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras streaking across the sky. Who else has arrived? Vegeta's expression shifted noticeably. It was evident that among these formidable presences, one surpassed even him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 individuals. Vegeta suddenly recalled. But his mood grew even more somber. The Ginyu Force. Yes, it must be them. While he did not particularly concern himself with the other 4 members of the Ginyu Force, Ginyu was undeniably a formidable foe. Judging by the current aura, Ginyu's fighting power had reached an astonishing level of at least 120,000, a figure that was precisely double that of Vegeta. Vegeta was utterly unprepared for the rapid arrival of the Ginyu Force, especially so soon after the demise of Zebon, whose remains had yet to dissipate. What to do? What to do? With a combat power of 120,000, Vegeta conceded that he was no match for them. To make matters worse, there were no Senzu beans available on Earth. But the Great Ape. If he could transform into a Great Ape, his combat power would increase tenfold. What did he have to fear from a mere Ginyu? With this thought, confidence radiated from Vegeta's countenance. The Ginyu Force, Goldo, Rikuum, Jeez, Berta, and Captain Ginyu assembled, presenting a rather clumsy formation in the midst of a medium-sized city. The next moment, they were met with the incredulous stares of the Earthlings. "Jeez. Clear the area. It's infuriating to be regarded as monkeys," Captain Ginyu commanded. "Heh, this will be easy," Jeez replied with a sly grin. Boom. With a mere wave of Jeez's hand, the city of 20,000 inhabitants was instantly reduced to ruins. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, spreading ominously across the horizon. Much quieter now, Jeez beamed. "Well done," Captain Ginyu nodded approvingly. "Lord Frieza did not send us here for a vacation. Quickly, investigate the whereabouts of that little brat Vegeta and eliminate him. I shall treat you to a barbecue." The 4 subordinates nodded in unison and began scanning for Vegeta's location with their devices. Strange. There doesn't seem to be anyone on this planet with a combat power exceeding 1,000. The highest is merely around 3,000, Jeez remarked, perplexed. Nothing to be surprised about, Captain Ginyu replied with a smile. Before arriving here, Lord Frieza informed me that although Vegeta is young, he possesses a cunning mind. He is surely on Earth. Besides, didn't we just lose contact with Zebon? I suspect that Vegeta has devised some method to conceal his combat power, rendering him undetectable. A method to conceal combat power? Such a thing exists? Jeez and the others expressed their astonishment. All methods are conceived by man. Nothing is impossible, Captain Ginyu chuckled. Moreover, to be on the safe side, you must remain vigilant of any movements in the sky. If that little brat Vegeta creates an artificial full moon, we must immediately shoot it down. Understood, the 4 team members nodded in unison. Just as Captain Ginyu finished speaking, a brilliant light suddenly flickered and soared into the sky. An artificial full moon. What did I say? What did I say? Captain Jinyu's smile was radiant. Fire. Strike it down. We cannot allow that brat to transform into a great ape. With his current strength, if he does, we shall be in for a brutal beating. As soon as he finished speaking, all 5, including Captain Ginyu, unleashed beams of energy directed at the artificial full moon. Boom. With a thunderous explosion. The artificial full moon was obliterated before it could fulfill its purpose. Vegeta, hundreds of kilometers away, was struck with dread as he witnessed this scene. Cold sweat trickling down his brow. He quickly concealed his energy and leaped away from the area. Yes, over there. Do not let him escape, Ginyu commanded. With a flurry of movement, 3 figures swiftly darted toward Vegeta's last known position, leaving only Ginyu and Goldo behind. Goldo, your combat power is the lowest. Stay close to me, Captain, Ginyu said, affectionately patting Goldo's round head. Vegeta could hardly contain his frustration. One might wonder why he didn't wait until the artificial full moon was ready before lamenting his plight. It seems that transforming into a great ape, a method purported to enhance combat prowess, is rather futile. Henceforth, he must devote considerable thought to safeguarding that artificial full moon. If the situation remains as dire as it currently is, he would rather forego such skills altogether. Notably, as Vegeta unleashed the artificial full moon, he expended a significant amount of energy, resulting in his combat power dwindling to around 50,000. After retreating a short distance, Vegeta unexpectedly found himself grinning. Chapter 22, The Annihilation of Bart. There were 3 members in his Special Forces team tracking him, and Vegeta was certain that Captain Ginyu was not among them. In light of this, Vegeta's lips curved into a graceful arc. He thought to himself, first, I shall lure these 3 into one place and eliminate them. With this intention, Vegeta suddenly amplified his power level to around 20,000 and, in the blink of an eye, soared towards the horizon. Meanwhile, the trio searching for Vegeta's silhouette suddenly detected his location on their scouters, their faces lighting up with delight as they swiftly pursued him. Ha ha ha. What did I say? As long as I remain hidden, Vegeta will show himself. Guys, keep a close watch on this little brat. I shall be there shortly, Captain Ginyu commanded with glee, directing the others with his scouter. Do not worry, Captain. Vegeta's power level is merely 20,000. Any one of us can dispatch him in an instant. Guys replied with a chuckle. Fools. Ginyu scolded loudly. Zarbon's power has been enhanced by Lord Frieza, yet he remains no match for Vegeta. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. Keep a tight watch on him. If you ruin Lord Frieza's plans, I shall present your heads to him. A sense of dread settled over Guys and his companions, prompting them to abandon their complacency. Just as Vegeta was preparing to find an opportunity to eliminate the 3, he suddenly sensed Captain Ginyu flying towards him. Alarmed, he hastened his speed, executing a series of rapid movements until he vanished from their sight. He has gone. Such incredible speed, Guys exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. In terms of speed, mine is unparalleled. If he reappears, Berta, will ensure he does not escape. Berta retorted, clearly agitated, as if a nerve had been struck. Beep. At that moment, Berta's scouter flickered, revealing Vegeta's presence. Found you. I shall no longer entertain you. I will proceed ahead and leave this little brat nowhere to hide. With that, Berta surged forward, his speed multiplying several times, swiftly disappearing from sight. Wait, Berta. The captain warned that this Vegeta is cunning and treacherous. Do not act alone. Guy surged through the scouter. Rest assured, my speed is unmatched. Even if he is formidable, he cannot hope to catch me, Berta scoffed dismissively. Guys and Raikim exchanged glances, choosing to ignore Berta's bravado as they quickened their pace. It must be said that Berta's speed was indeed remarkable. Within mere breaths, he was already closing in on Vegeta's figure. Vegeta, I see you. You Saiyan brat. You might as well stop right now, or I shall show you no mercy, Berta shouted from behind Vegeta. Vegeta chose to ignore the pursuit, accelerating once more. However, Bart was relentless in his chase. In an instant, 2 white streaks of light danced across the azure sky, forging a long white line against the horizon. Vegeta. You little brat, I've caught up with you. When it comes to speed, I, Bart, am the fastest in the world. What do you say? Are you impressed? Bart matched Vegeta's speed, excitement radiating from his face as he keenly observed Vegeta, almost as if fearing he might be overlooked. How can you be so fast? Vegeta's expression morphed into one of disbelief. You see, Saiyans are ultimately inferior beings, daring to call themselves a warrior race. You were so fast just now. What about now? Not so impressive, are you? Bart chuckled heartily at Vegeta's expense. Is that so? Vegeta smirked. But what do you make of this? What? Bart was momentarily taken aback. Energy cannon. A brilliant flare erupted from Vegeta's hand, unleashing a torrent of immense energy directed straight at Bart's position. Bart's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. It was too late for him to evade the ferocious onslaught. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Bart was completely engulfed by the overwhelming energy. When the blinding light dissipated, Bart's form was left in utter disarray, teetering on the brink of death. Vegeta, you're cheating. Bart grimaced, glaring fiercely at Vegeta. This is war. Fool, Vegeta replied, shaking his head dismissively, and sped away into the distance. You. Bart protested, but it was futile. His strength faded rapidly. What? Bart is dead? That fool. Didn't I tell him to be cautious? Jinyu fumed, his anger boiling over as he barked orders. Stay put. I'll be right there. With that, Jinyu cast a menacing glance at Guldo, exclaiming, Guldo, you incompetent fool. If it weren't for you dragging us down, I would have caught up with guys long ago. Guldo felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wishing he could voice his grievances, but he dared not speak up. I'm done with you, Guldo. Speed up. Jinyu commanded before suddenly accelerating away, vanishing from Guldo's sight. Guldo smirked coldly, muttering under his breath, Humph. What's so great about that? I was losing interest in playing with you lot anyway. Jinyu quickly caught up with Guys and Riku, and upon their reunion, they instinctively struck a battle stance. Damn it, with Bart and Guldo absent, our formation looks atrocious. We need to rethink our design. Jinyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Captain, what should we do now? Guys, drenched in sweat, lamented, relieved he hadn't pursued Vegeta. That Saiyan was terrifying. Capable of annihilating him in an instant, Bart was a prime example. Since we can't find him, we might as well eliminate everyone on this planet. Forcing that little brat Vegeta to hide on a deserted one, Rika suggested, having remained silent until now. That's not a viable plan. Saiyans are even more ruthless than we are. Jinyu shook his head. Even if we wiped out everyone, Vegeta wouldn't care. He could simply flee to another planet. Captain. What then? Guys pressed on. What if we don't kill anyone but instead destroy the planet itself? A sinister smile crept across Jinyu's face. Huh? Captain. Didn't Lord Frieza instruct us to bring Vegeta back? If he perishes in the planet's explosion, how do we explain that to Lord Frieza? Guys gasped, glancing nervously at the vast terrain. Chapter 23. The Decree of the Deity. Be quiet, you fool. Jinyu chuckled, lowering his voice. I'm merely trying to intimidate him. I believe he will show himself. Ah, I see now. Your brilliance is unparalleled, Captain. Guys and Rika nodded in agreement. However, before we proceed, you must destroy all of Vegeta, Dodoria, and Zarbon's spaceships, lest that rascal escapes in one. Jinyu outlined his meticulous strategy. The two nodded. Knowing the radar could pinpoint the exact locations of the spaceships. While it would take some time, it was a straightforward task, to be on the safe side. I'll accompany you both this time, Jinyu stated firmly. Thank you, Captain. After traveling a certain distance, Vegeta suddenly sensed that the Jinyu force was heading in a different direction, leaving him quite perplexed. Where could they possibly be going? Vegeta furrowed his brow, swiftly contemplating the peculiarities of that location. However, after much deliberation, he could not discern anything of significance. Weighing his options for a moment, he concluded that the most pressing matter at hand was to locate the final Dragon Ball without delay, lest unforeseen complications arise. Once he summoned the Eternal Dragon to grant his wish, there would be no need to fret over Jinyu and his cohorts. At that juncture, exacting a measure of retribution upon Frieza would also be entirely plausible. Vegeta ceased to pay any heed to Jinyu and his cohorts, accelerating his pace towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. In the depths of the East Sea, tumultuous waves surged, occasionally giving rise to fierce storms. The deity inhaled deeply and plunged into the vast ocean. Approximately 10 minutes later, he emerged with a rice cooker in hand. Upon reaching the shore, the deity gazed silently at the object before him, and in the next moment, as if resolute, a beam of light erupted from his hand, shattering the rice cooker into fragments. With a thunderous roar, a green-skinned being, identical to the deity, materialized. However, this being bore an expression of malevolence, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, upon noticing the deity before him, he quivered and exclaimed, Old deity, what in the world are you doing down here? You had best not interfere with my affairs, for I am King Piccolo. Piccolo, do not be so hasty. The deity replied with a bittersweet smile. My release of you is not without compulsion. Speak swiftly and spare me your verbosity. With a scoff, King Piccolo retorted, First, attune yourself to the formidable energy present on this planet. The deity shook his head and spoke in a deep tone. You should first sense the overwhelming presence of power on this world. Piccolo furrowed his brow, snorted disdainfully, and then began to sense everything around him. In mere seconds, his expression turned grave, shock etched across his features. Who are these people? He stammered, cold sweat beading on his brow, his body trembling uncontrollably. This is terrifying. Their energy is so potent. I, who once ruled this world with impunity, now feel the impending doom closing in. Since you have sensed it, I shall speak plainly. The deity said with a gentle smile. Recently, several powerful extraterrestrials have arrived on Earth. In this world, there is no longer a need for deities or demon kings. What we require now are true warriors. What are you trying to convey? Piccolo asked in a low voice. Long ago, we were one and the same. Separated by unavoidable circumstances. I have now resolved to merge with you, for I believe that together we may confront these extraterrestrial threats, the deity said with a smile. Hoping for his acceptance. Only through this union can we hope to survive. Merge? Piccolo scrutinized the deity before him, who mirrored his own appearance. After a moment of silence, he replied, do you truly believe that our current states will allow us to defeat them after merging? That is absurd. Their power far exceeds ours by hundreds of times. What good will merging do? Piccolo, hear me out, the deity urged patiently, unfazed by the skepticism. Though our energies may be weak now, it is due to the dispersal of our vitality upon our separation. Upon merging, that vitality will return to us. I have calculated that if we unite, we will be more than capable of dealing with those extraterrestrials. Oh? Piccolo's eyes darted back and forth before he coldly laughed. I may agree to this, but I have two conditions. Speak, the deity nodded. First, if we are to merge, it must be on the basis of my body. Second, prior to the merging, I must quickly gather the 7 Dragon Balls to restore my youth, Piccolo stated with a sly grin. You must have noticed that our lifespans are dwindling. You wouldn't want a powerful being to wither away, would you? I concur, the deity replied softly, nodding. I know the locations of the Dragon Balls. Follow me. With that, the deity ascended into the air, directing his course towards the location where Vegeta had stored the Dragon Balls, with a series of resounding explosions. Several spaceships on Earth were completely obliterated by Jinyu and his allies. Meanwhile, as Vegeta raced towards the final Dragon Ball, he sensed the destruction wrought by Jinyu and his companions, leaving him perplexed. Why would they destroy the spaceships? Suddenly, a flash of insight ignited in Vegeta's mind. An ominous premonition began to take shape within his thoughts. Vegeta gritted his teeth, hastening his pace. He was nearing the location of the final Dragon Ball. He hoped he would arrive in time. Captain, aside from the 5 ships we are aboard, all the other spacecraft have been cleared, Jisa remarked with a smile. Yet a hint of confusion lingered in his tone. But how shall we notify Vegeta? That brat seems to have forgotten his scouter. That is quite simple. Captain Jinyu replied with a slight smile. In the next moment, Jinyu's chest suddenly expanded as he summoned all his strength, bellowing towards Vegeta's direction, Vegeta. All the spacecraft on this planet, aside from ours, have been obliterated. If you do not show yourself, I shall promptly board the spaceship and annihilate this planet. I am not jesting. I shall give you half an hour. Should you fail to appear, prepare to vanish alongside Earth. Far away, Vegeta clenched his teeth, disregarding the threat. Indeed, they intended to destroy Earth. However, going to Jinyu would also mean certain death. It was better to refrain from going altogether. Vegeta once again pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Chapter 24, Racing Against Time. The voice of Captain Jinyu resonated powerfully, echoing across nearly half of the Earth, leaving many inhabitants bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events. Vegeta could hear Captain Jinyu's voice, and naturally, the deity was no exception. Oh no. A look of concern crossed the deity's face. If Earth were to perish, he would not be able to survive in the vastness of space. Hurry, Din. The deity immediately quickened his pace. At this moment, the deity was somewhat more powerful than King Piccolo, thus he was far ahead in speed. You go first and inform me of the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. Once I locate it, we shall find a place to regroup. King Piccolo stated in a low voice. The deity realized the wisdom in this, lamenting his own impatience. How could he have overlooked such a simple truth? The final Dragon Ball was located quite a distance away. Then, you seek the 6 Dragon Balls, and I will search for the remaining one. Once found, let us meet swiftly. The deity made a decisive resolution. Stop dawdling. Go quickly. King Piccolo gritted his teeth. Thus, the deity and the demon set forth, each pursuing their respective quest for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's speed ultimately far surpassed that of any divine being. At this moment, he finally arrived at the location of the last Dragon Ball. Upon seeing the familiar small island, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the final Dragon Ball was actually in the possession of Master Roshi. At that very moment, Master Roshi was reclining on a deck chair, basking in the sun, with the Dragon Ball dangling from his neck. In such a critical moment, Vegeta could not be bothered to engage in pleasantries. He dashed forward and snatched the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi's neck, then swiftly turned to head towards the location of the other 6 Dragon Balls. Master Roshi, somewhat bewildered, opened his eyes and looked around. He had sensed the sudden gust of wind that had just swept through. However, when he glanced down, he was left utterly astonished. Where was the precious orb around his neck? It had vanished. Master Roshi scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Vegeta, you have 5 minutes left. If you do not appear soon, you will vanish along with the Earth. Captain Jinyu expanded his body once more, shouting loudly. Vegeta gritted his teeth. He indeed wished to converse with Captain Jinyu. Yet he had neglected to bring his scouter along, nor did he possess the skill to shout as loudly as Jinyu. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce to the situation for the time being. Just as Vegeta soared through the skies for approximately 2 minutes, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure swiftly approaching in his direction. Vegeta squinted his eyes, realizing that it was none other than the old sage. What could this fellow possibly be doing here? Vegeta did not hesitate and swiftly intercepted the old deity. Where are you rushing off to in such haste? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. The deity, glancing at Vegeta, felt a pang of unease and responded, "You have acquired the last Dragon Ball? Haven to you? And what do you think?" Vegeta chuckled, "Are you also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls?" The deity, gritting his teeth, nodded and said, "Given the circumstances, I shall not keep it from you. Let us discuss it as we walk." As they journeyed, the deity revealed his desire to fuse with King Piccolo and mentioned his need for the eternal dragon to restore his youth. You must have sensed it. There is a formidable aura present, and even you may find it difficult to contend with. The deity, anxious that Vegeta might oppose him, added, "Only through my fusion with King Piccolo can we vanquish this powerful foe. I hope you will cooperate. I admit that after your fusion with Piccolo, you could indeed eliminate that Captain Ginyu," Vegeta acknowledged, aware that the deity and Piccolo had previously combined their strengths to surpass Frieza. However, he mused that the current fusion of these two would only slightly exceed Jinyu's power, making it unlikely they would surpass Frieza. In the past, Piccolo had trained extensively, and after his death, he had diligently trained in the other world. Later, after merging with Nail on Namek and enduring 3 years of grueling training, he had achieved a level of power that eclipsed Frieza. Currently, the combined might of the deity and King Piccolo was merely around 200, and their fusion might only slightly exceed Jinyu's strength, or perhaps even remain at Vegeta's own level. Thus, hand over the Dragon Balls swiftly, after our fusion. We shall never be your adversaries, the deity assured him. But you may not be aware, Vegeta remarked with a light smile, that this Captain Ginyu is merely a subordinate of a far more formidable individual. The true powerhouse has yet to reveal himself. And he is immensely strong. Ginyu is but a fraction of his capability. What did you say? The deity's expression changed dramatically, his composure faltering. If this so-called Captain Ginyu was merely a precursor to the final confrontation, the deity felt he had a decent chance of defeating him post-fusion. However, the prospect of facing someone 1,000 times stronger was daunting. I have stated before, aside from myself, no one can contend with him, Vegeta said with a knowing smile. If you are not even a match for Ginyu, how do you expect to defeat someone 1,000 times stronger? The deity regarded Vegeta with skepticism. I have my methods. Provided my wishes are fulfilled, Vegeta replied with a subtle smile, then added earnestly, let us set aside these trivial matters. Do you have a way to communicate with Ginyu and his team? If they annihilate Earth, none shall survive. What do you wish to convey? I can have Piccolo relay the message. He is capable of that. The deity nodded. Inform them that I am a considerable distance away and shall arrive within an hour. Vegeta contemplated. Just as he finished speaking, Captain Jinyu's voice boomed from afar. Vegeta, you have 30 seconds left. If you do not appear, Earth will be no more. I am not threatening you. Although I wish to bring you before Lord Frieza, he has decreed that if you continue to evade capture, your destruction is permissible. Captain. It seems Vegeta is ignoring us, GIS noted, growing anxious as Vegeta showed little response. This insolent wretch. If Lord Frieza had not commanded us to bring him in, I would relish the chance to slay him myself. Ginyu seethed, his teeth grinding in fury. What should we do if he fails to show? GIS was at a loss. If he does not appear, we shall commence demolishing a portion of this planet to ensure he understands we mean business. A splendid plan. Wouldn't you agree? Ginyu chuckled gleefully. Now, let us proceed. As long as we do not completely destroy the planet, it will suffice. Chapter 25. Another full moon. GIS and Raikim nodded vigorously, their energy already swirling in their hands. Just as the trio prepared to attack, a voice echoed from the distance. Do not act yet. Vegeta is swiftly approaching you. Though he is still some distance away, he will arrive in no more than an hour. Upon hearing this, Ginyu and his companions paused in surprise. An hour's journey? Something feels amiss, Ginyu mused, stroking his chin. Captain, what seems off? GIS inquired, puzzled. Fool. We just witnessed his silhouette, confirming he is not far from us. Now he claims it will take him an hour? That raises suspicions. Why would he run such a distance? Ginyu pondered, his brow furrowed. Captain, do not worry. The spaceship has been destroyed. What tricks can that little brat Vegeta employ now? I have investigated, and Earth's technology cannot produce ships like ours. Even if they had their own, they would be far too slow for us to catch up. GIS laughed dismissively. Very well, we shall wait an hour for this brat. If he fails to show by then, do not blame me for destroying the planet. Ginyu declared loudly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. With an hour to spare, he could summon the eternal dragon and fulfill his wishes. Captain, must we truly wait an entire hour for this, Vegeta? We have already waited half an hour, and it is dreadfully dull, GIS sighed. Of course, we cannot simply bide our time idly. That was merely a delaying tactic. Ginyu chuckled, pressing a button on the scouter, his face lighting up with excitement. I found him. I found him. Found who? GIS and Raikim exchanged perplexed glances. Why? The individual who just spoke to us. Ginyu laughed heartily. Oh, let me see, his battle power is merely around 180. Such a weakling. Captain. What use is he? Just a worthless fool, GIS said, bewildered. Do not be so hasty. Sometimes, even a fool can prove useful, Ginyu remarked, glancing at the approaching Guldo with a smile. If we capture that fool, we might successfully lure out Vegeta. Captain, I have already tracked Vegeta's location, Guldo interjected. Shall we not pursue him directly instead of capturing that individual? Idiot. Even if you have tracked him, by the time you catch up, he will have concealed his energy again. What good is that? Your wisdom is unparalleled, Captain, Gis and Raikim exclaimed in admiration. Let us depart at once. Captain Jinyu cast a disdainful glance at Guldo before swiftly leading his 3 comrades towards the location of the formidable Demon King Piccolo. Vegeta, who was walking alongside the deity, suddenly sensed Captain Jinyu's movements, his brow furrowing in concern. What is the matter? The deity inquired. The situation with Demon King Piccolo is rather dire. Could he be concealing his energy? Vegeta questioned urgently. It's unlikely, the deity replied, shaking his head. Concealing energy is a technique he has only recently mastered. Given that Piccolo has just been released, it would be quite normal for him not to employ it. A wave of dread washed over Vegeta. His concern was not for Piccolo's safety. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that if Piccolo were to perish, the deity, who shared his essence, would not escape the same fate. Should the deity perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish, rendering his wishes unfulfilled. Vegeta swiftly contemplated strategies against his adversary. First, inform Din that he is in trouble and see if he has any solutions, Vegeta proposed. I have already informed him. He suggested hiding, the Namekian murmured. Hiding is futile. They possess detectors, and as long as you cannot conceal your energy, it will be effortless for them to locate you, Vegeta exclaimed angrily. What do you suggest we do? The Namekian was equally at a loss. Asked Din if the Dragon Balls have been unearthed yet, Vegeta inquired again. The Namekian fell silent, clearly engaging in mental communication with Din. Soon, he shook his head, indicating that the Dragon Balls remained in their original position. All right. Tell Din not to move the Dragon Balls, but to find a secure place to hide and absolutely avoid exposure, Vegeta commanded, his presence suddenly surging. A formidable aura nearly overwhelming the Namekian beside him. Beep. The Jinyu force, en route to Din, abruptly halted as Vegeta's immense energy was detected. Vegeta, power level 60,000. Jinyu and Rikwon were taken aback, their scalps tingling in disbelief. Captain, could the detector be malfunctioning? How could Vegeta's power level possibly reach 60,000? Jinyu expressed his disbelief. The captain was momentarily astonished but then chuckled. It's not a malfunction. His ability to easily obliterate Berta confirms the accuracy of that reading. Humph, this Saiyan is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, Lord Frieza would not have specifically ordered his capture. Captain, what does he intend to achieve by elevating his power to such heights? Jinyu pondered. Unclear. Jinyu shook his head. After a brief silence, as if struck by a sudden realization, he commanded his subordinates, be vigilant of any movements in the sky. Be cautious of this little brat creating a full moon. With those words, Jinyu's team braced themselves, attentively observing the heavens. Sure enough, after roughly 3 minutes, a brilliant light shot into the sky, radiating a searing glow, resembling a full moon illuminating the night. Everyone, attack fiercely. Jinyu ordered loudly, with a series of thunderous explosions. The brilliant light was shattered, quickly dissipating into nothingness. Vegeta, what is the meaning of this? The Namekian inquired, perplexed. How long until the full moon arrives? Vegeta retorted with a question. The full moon? That is still quite some time away, the Namekian replied. As the deity of Earth, surely you possess the power to hasten its arrival? Vegeta pressed. The Namekian shook his head with a wry smile. Such a feat was beyond his capabilities. All right. Let us hasten our pace and search for the Dragon Balls. Din must distract them, Vegeta instructed, seizing the Namekian's arm and transforming into a streak of light, swiftly flying towards the location of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta even regretted burying the Dragon Balls underground. At that time, he did so out of concern that they might be damaged during the battle, and he certainly did not anticipate that the Jinyu force would arrive so swiftly. However, such regrets were now futile. He needed to act quickly to summon the Eternal Dragon. After flying forward for approximately 10 minutes, Vegeta concentrated his energy and hurled a luminous sphere into the sky once more. Boom. The energy sphere, which had just ascended, was shattered by the Jinyu force. Wait. Something feels amiss. Jinyu suddenly exclaimed. What is it, Captain? The others inquired, puzzled. This is not a man-made full moon. This little brat is deceiving us, Captain Jinyu scoffed. Just as he spoke, a brilliant light erupted in the sky, revealing yet another spherical energy orb. Do you see it? Look closely. It is merely a rather ordinary energy sphere. Pay it no mind. I am curious to see what this Vegeta intends to do, Jinyu chuckled, refraining from launching an attack this time. Upon witnessing that the energy sphere he emitted remained unshattered, Vegeta chuckled and shook his head, realizing that Jinyu and his comrades had discerned the artificial full moon for what it was. Fortunately, Jinyu's group had come to a standstill, granting Vegeta a fleeting moment of respite. At that moment, Vegeta sensed Nappa approaching him at great speed. You arrived just in time. Hand over the scouter, Vegeta commanded directly. Nappa, not daring to delay, promptly tossed the scouter to Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly donned the scouter and adjusted the communication channels. Upon locating Jinyu's frequency, he remarked with a smile, Jinyu, your grandfather Vegeta will be arriving shortly. Little brat, you finally decided to speak, Jinyu replied with a chuckle. You seem to know quite a bit. You even know my name. Your father must have informed you. Jinyu, I shall not waste words with you, Vegeta sneered. I admit I am not your match, but grant me half an hour, and I assure you, I will leave you utterly disoriented. Half an hour? You believe your battle power can exceed 120,000 in such a brief span? What a jest. What can you possibly accomplish in that time? Jinyu laughed, clearly skeptical of Vegeta's claims. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Very well, as you wish, I shall grant you half an hour. Should you fail to appear after that time, well, the earth will vanish along with you, Jinyu threatened, adding, by the way, next time, refrain from using such pathetic tactics. Do you think your artificial moon can deceive me? Humph. Rest assured, I am fully aware that your artificial moon can be destroyed by you. I merely wish to toy with you, Vegeta responded with a smile. Jinyu chose not to engage further in idle chatter, temporarily disconnecting the communication line. He then instructed Jisoo and the others that little brat Vegeta is stalling for time. Moreover, have you noticed that he is heading directly toward that waste of space with a battle power of around 180? Regardless, we must reach him before he does and ascertain what makes this useless being so special. Jisoo and the others nodded and swiftly darted toward the location of Dend. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishing how persistent Jinyu was, still intent on seeking out Dend. Although Vegeta, with the aid of the Elder Kai, soared through the skies with a velocity that surpassed that of Jinyu and his cohorts, the harsh reality was that Jinyu's group was significantly closer to Dend's location. This was dire. Vegeta realized he was utterly powerless. If Dend were to be slain, all his meticulously devised plans would crumble. The Elder Kai sighed deeply. His expression one of despair. I can already foresee that my days are numbered, Vegeta. It seems the Eternal Dragon will not be able to assist you. Vegeta cast a glance at the deity, gritting his teeth as he accelerated. After a fierce exchange of speed, the Jinyu force managed to locate the Demon King Piccolo ahead of time. Although Piccolo had been evading their pursuit, his combat power was simply too low in their eyes. He posed no threat whatsoever. You must be the one who just spoke, Jinyu inquired, fixing his gaze on Piccolo. What do you intend to do? Piccolo replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he assumed a defensive stance. Captain, he seems to be one of those Namekians, guys interjected. Oh? How could a Namekian possibly be on Earth? That is rather peculiar, Jinyu remarked, somewhat astonished. I've heard that the Namekian planet suffered a calamity, and many were sent to other worlds. It's quite normal for him to arrive on Earth, Guys explained, demonstrating his knowledge of the Namekian race. Jinyu nodded, clearly uninterested in the plight of the Namekians. He gazed at Piccolo with a grin and asked, tell me, what does Vegeta intend to do during his time here before he arrives? In our realm, there exists a peculiar chamber where one day outside equates to an entire year inside. Thus, Vegeta plans to cultivate in that place, Piccolo responded earnestly, striving to maintain his composure. Upon hearing this, Jinyu and his companions were momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, Jinyu finally smiled at Piccolo, exclaiming, you are lying. 1 day outside and 1 year inside? Ha! Such a fabrication is fit only to deceive a fool. I've spoken the truth, believe it or not. Piccolo insisted, shaking his head defiantly. I shall ask you one last time. What does Vegeta truly intend to do? Jinyu inquired darkly. Piccolo, on the verge of fury, suddenly erupted, unleashing a fierce tempest from his hands directed at Jinyu and his crew, shouting, this earth is mine. You shall not claim it. Jinyu and his companions erupted into laughter, completely disregarding Piccolo's onslaught. After the storm subsided, Jinyu and his crew emerged unscathed before Piccolo. He was instantly drenched in sweat, trembling to the point of near collapse. This earth is yours, you say? How charming that sounds, Jinyu mused, rubbing his nose with a smirk. Yet, his expression darkened as he coldly stated, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal what Vegeta seeks to achieve during this time. I have already disclosed that, Piccolo chuckled. He is training in the hyperbolic time chamber, seeking a way to defeat you. Upon hearing this, Jinyu's expression soured significantly as he stepped forward, gripping Piccolo's neck tightly, sneering, you squander your chance. You may meet your end. With that, Jinyu hurled Piccolo away. Bang! A surge of energy pierced through Piccolo's chest, revealing a horrifying, gaping wound. Chapter 27, A False Alarm Captain. Why did you kill him? He was merely a waste. Guys questioned, perplexed. Humph. Because he deceived me, I had already given him a chance, Jinyu replied coldly with a smirk. I detest being lied to. Though he may be a fool, I shall not let him off lightly. In what manner did he deceive you, Captain? Guys probed, confused. Firstly, Vegeta is not in training. Consider it. How can one train while in motion? Secondly, the notion of 1 day outside equating to a year inside is nonsense fit only for children. Furthermore, I have a nagging feeling that keeping him alive would be detrimental to us. It's better to eliminate him and avoid any further annoyance. Truly wise, Captain. Guys and Raikum gazed at him with admiration. Jinyu basked in their praise, wearing a contented expression. Meanwhile, as Vegeta soared alongside the deity, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning back in astonishment, he discovered the deity's form was becoming increasingly indistinct, shrouded in shadows, on the verge of vanishing completely. Vegeta's heart sank as he hastily sought to sense the aura of Dend. However, upon doing so, he was immediately engulfed by a chilling realization. Alas, he was 1 step too late. The Demon King Dend had fallen. Vegeta felt as though the heavens were on the verge of collapsing. Piccolo had perished, and the Dragon Balls would soon become inert. Everything had fallen into despair. It seemed that Frisia's supreme authority remained unassailable. After traversing to this realm, he had harbored the hope of altering his fate, yet what was the outcome? Was he not subjected to a torment akin to that inflicted by Frisia? Was it the case that he must await Goku's arrival on Earth, only to commence anew? Vegeta was engulfed in despair, as his training progressed at an agonizingly slow pace, rendering his transformation into a Super Saiyan nothing more than a distant dream. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, can you hear my voice? At that moment, the piercing voice of Jinyu came through the communicator. You see, Vegeta is utterly despondent. I bring you good news. Your communicator has been destroyed by me. Hee. You must be beside yourself with frustration. Jinyu's demeanor was one of gleeful malevolence, his laughter radiating with a certain brilliance. Faced with such provocative taunts, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Defeated, truly defeated. Little Prince, although I do not comprehend the significance of this individual to you, it is evident that he holds great importance in your life, doesn't he? Jinyu remarked with unrestrained joy. Curse you! Vegeta exclaimed before severing the communication line. Haha. Despite being insulted, Jinyu bore no ill will. Rather, he was animatedly ecstatic, nearly bursting into a street dance. Captain, Vegeta is likely on the verge of a breakdown. Haha. Guys chimed in, equally amused. Humph, he deserves his misfortune. Jinyu mused with a slight smile, pausing to consider before continuing. It seems that this Vegeta has truly become intertwined with the Earthlings. Let us search for more, and eliminate every formidable warrior on this planet. I intend to make Vegeta suffer immensely. Captain, I have discovered a fighter with a power level around 3000. Eliminating him will surely intensify Vegeta's anguish, guys exclaimed. As if unveiling a newfound discovery, pointing towards the distant east. Fool, that individual is Naba, Jinyu retorted. Very well, let us first dispose of Naba. In due time, Lord Frisia will annihilate the entire Saiyan race. We shall clear the Saiyans on Earth first. Guys and Raikum nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the three of them streaked across the sky like a white beam of light, racing towards Naba's location. Vegeta, I did not expect this moment to arrive so swiftly. The deity's form was growing increasingly nebulous, nearing the brink of disappearance. Old man, do you have any final wishes? Speak, and I shall fulfill them if within my power. Vegeta sighed, sensing the grim fate that awaited him. You possess some conscience. The deity smiled faintly, before abruptly shifting the topic. However, that den fellow is truly commendable. Vegeta paused momentarily, noticing an unusual expression on the deity's face. Could it be? In the next instant, Vegeta was filled with astonishment as he observed the deity's form becoming distinctly clearer. Vegeta stood in bewilderment, pondering the situation at hand. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the deity had reverted to his original form, his body regaining its vibrant colors. What could be happening? A profound sense of astonishment enveloped Vegeta as he concentrated on sensing Den's aura. Oddly enough, Den's presence had indeed vanished, yet the deity remained lively and animated. Come. I shall reveal the truth to you along the way, the deity remarked with a smile, gliding forward. Though Vegeta was perplexed, the deity remained unfazed. Considering it an immense stroke of fortune, just before his demise, Piccolo had concentrated all his essence into his son, who has now taken refuge in a secure location. Furthermore, being nestled within the egg, his presence is entirely concealed. The deity elucidated with a smile. Vegeta was taken aback, realizing the truth. What a false alarm. The Demon King Piccolo truly has some merit. We are on the verge of reaching our destination. Let us swiftly conceal our presence to avoid detection. Vegeta glanced ahead and instructed the deity. The deity solemnly nodded in agreement. By the way, old man, why do you still follow me? Piccolo's son has already been reduced to nothingness. How can you still merge with him? It would be better for you to return to your temple, lest you become an encumbrance at my side. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at the deity, finding him somewhat burdensome. Vegeta sought the Dragon Balls of the divine, rather than the deity himself. You are preoccupied. I shall merely browse. The deity smiled softly, seemingly with no intention of departing. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing that this old fellow harbored some ulterior motive. However, he could not be bothered with the deity at the moment, as the proximity to the Dragon Balls was steadily increasing. Conveniently, the location where Vegeta had concealed the Dragon Balls was amidst a chaotic pile of rocks, making it relatively easy to hide and difficult for Jinyu and his team to detect. After flying for some time, Jinyu noticed they were nearing Nappa. Suddenly, he halted mid-air and gazed towards the east. Captain, what is wrong? Gis inquired, perplexed. Have you noticed? In that direction, there is a being with a power level of around 100. This must be one of Vegeta's friends. If we eliminate him, wouldn't Vegeta be even more enraged? Captain Jinyu grinned confidently. Captain, you are indeed wise. Let us set forth immediately, Gis and Rika murmured in agreement, their interest in killing Nappa waning. Let us go. Captain Jinyu transformed into a streak of white light, darting towards the temple. As Nappa prepared to flee, he observed Jinyu and his comrades heading in another direction, allowing his anxious heart to finally relax. Meanwhile, at the temple, Corinne and Mr. Popo, who were closely watching Jinyu's every move, turned pale. They've discovered us. Corinne exclaimed, his fur standing on end. What should we do, Corinne? Should we flee? Mr. Popo asked, equally anxious. Flee? How can we? It's futile. Korin shook his head, but quickly regained his composure. I will stand with the temple until the end. That is my line, Mr. Popo declared resolutely. The two shared a knowing smile. As Jinyu continued his flight, he suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Humph. Vegeta has concealed his power level again. It seems we have indeed chosen the right direction. He then turned to GYS and asked, how much time is left before Vegeta arrives? Oh, there are still 10 minutes, GIS replied, glancing at the time, worry evident in his voice. Captain, what if Vegeta doesn't come? He will come. He certainly will. Jinyu sneered, addressing Vegeta through his scouter. Little prince, time is running out. Are you planning to remain hidden? Aren't there still 10 minutes left? Are you so eager to meet your demise? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Very well. Keep your bravado, Jinyu laughed. By the way, I have some good news. I've discovered another companion of yours on Earth. With a power level of 150. I'm off to eliminate him now. Oh, you must be referring to that white old cat. I've had my issues with him as well. It would be splendid if you could deal with him. Vegeta quickly deduced who Jinyu meant. He had never held much fondness for that old cat, so why not? As long as the deity remained unharmed, it was acceptable. Oh, is that so? Jinyu was taken aback by Vegeta's reaction and dismissed it. Keep your defiance. We will soon locate this earthling you mentioned. Then I thank your entire family. Vegeta retorted before shutting off the communicator. At that moment, Vegeta finally unearthed the Dragon Balls hidden underground. He reached forward, and the 6 Dragon Balls burst forth from the ground, soaring into the air. At last, my wish is about to be realized. Vegeta's face radiated excitement. After all this time, his wish was on the verge of fulfillment. How could he not be elated? Korin, let me make myself clear. If you fulfill your wish, please leave Earth immediately. This planet does not welcome you, the deity stated sternly, eager for this little monster to depart. What do you mean? Vegeta replied, displeased. If not for you, Earth would not be facing this catastrophe. I implore you to vacate this planet, the deity continued. Should you refuse, I shall not permit you to fulfill your wish. Fine, I can agree to that, Vegeta pondered. It's merely leaving Earth. Once I've made my wish, I shall first eliminate Frieza, then find a suitable planet to reside upon. Once I've matured, I can return to bring Bulma back home. It's a splendid choice. There is nothing worth clinging to on Earth. Old deity, you will surely regret allowing me to leave Earth. Vegeta chuckled. After all, would he truly be free of Earth's affairs? Not to mention the lurking Majin Buu in the desolate land. Even the androids would be enough to keep the deity occupied. He was uncertain whether Nappa had destroyed the Black Silk Army's laboratory, but Vegeta speculated that it was unlikely, as that facility was concealed in a very secretive location. Even his current self might struggle to locate it. At that moment, Jinyu and his team finally arrived at the temple. I hadn't expected such a peculiar place to exist on this planet. It truly broadens the mind. Jinyu marveled at the magnificent architecture of the temple. Captain, Vegeta was right. It truly is an old cat, GYS noted as he spotted Korin. Captain Jinyu nodded, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed Korin. You must understand my purpose for being here. Yes? Now, tell me, where is Vegeta? Far yet near, Korin replied, his expression changing. Humph. Captain Jinyu reached out, and in the next moment, Korin found himself floating in midair. You stubborn cat. I will crush you as easily as one would an ant. You best not play coy with me. Where's Vegeta? Jinyu demanded, his expression darkening as he glared at the restrained Korin. Korin merely meowed, showing no intent to speak. I hadn't expected Earthlings to be so obstinate. Very well. You can die. Jinyu's lips curled into a cold smirk as a ball of energy began to gather in his hand. With a mere flicker of his intent, Korin would become nothing more than cosmic dust. However, Korin remained unafraid, a smile of defiance illuminating his face. Come forth, dragon. Vegeta, gazing at the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls upon the ground, bellowed with fervor. In an instant, a radiant golden light emanated from the Dragon Balls, enveloping their surfaces and swiftly merging into one. With a thunderous roar, a colossal golden pillar ascended towards the heavens, casting an ominous darkness across the sky. Thunder rumbled and fierce winds howled. A divine dragon, stretching tens of thousands of meters, coiled through the vast expanse above, its resonant roars echoing and sending shivers down one's spine. Just as Jinyu was poised to strike at Guru, he suddenly noticed the sky had turned pitch black, prompting him to look around in bewilderment. G.I.s, what is happening? Jinyu inquired. Captain, I too am perplexed. It should still be 5 hours until sunset. Yet the sky darkening so abruptly is indeed strange, G.I.s replied, shaking his head in confusion. Captain, look over there, exclaimed Riku, pointing at the distant, glimmering dragon, his expression one of astonishment. Jinyu's gaze followed the direction of the dragon, his brow furrowing deeply. Upon closer inspection, he shouted, Vegeta. Do you see that? It's Vegeta. He gestured towards a distant figure, almost imperceptible, addressing his team. Indeed, it is Vegeta. G.I.s and Riku nodded in agreement. What manner of creature is this? Jinyu sensed an impending crisis. Chapter 29, The Wish Captain, we must hasten to investigate. G.I.s responded promptly. Guldo, Guldo. Jinyu shouted. I'm here, Captain. Guldo panted as he flew in, clearly exhausted from keeping pace with this elite team despite his meager combat prowess. Immediately employ your time-stopping technique and transport me to Vegeta's location. Do you understand? Jinyu commanded. Guldo's expression shifted slightly, his face contorting in distress as he replied, Captain. My energy reserves are quite low. Utilizing the time stop is exceedingly taxing. Use what you have, no matter how little. Jinyu barked urgently. Understood. I shall do my utmost. Guldo nodded, raising his hands to a height and murmuring incantations. The gatherers of the 7 Dragon Balls may now state their wishes, intoned the dragon, casting its gaze upon Vegeta and the deity below. Let all aliens, except for myself, be. Just as he was about to voice his wish, Vegeta heard the deity speaking rapidly beside him. Vegeta's heart sank as he swiftly lunged forward, seizing the deity by the neck, compelling him to stifle his words. Old man, do you dare question my resolve? Vegeta fumed, having long sensed the elder's ill intentions. He had been on guard, only to discover that this ancient being harbored nefarious motives. From the sage's words, it became evident that he wished for both Vegeta and Jinyu to vanish from Earth, intending to summon the eternal dragon to transport them to another planet, thereby ensuring the safety of Earth. What a cunning old trickster. The deity widened his eyes, forcing a bitter smile. Dragon, are you familiar with Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired. The eternal dragon, omniscient, replied with fervor, Majin Buu is immensely powerful, created by a sorcerer named Bibidi, wreaking havoc across the universe. But there's no need to elaborate further. Vegeta, taken aback by the dragon's verbosity, hastily interjected. My wish is quite simple. Grant me the miraculous physique akin to that of Majin Buu. Do you understand? Indeed, you desire the ability for infinite regeneration. Akin to Majin Buu, the eternal dragon replied amiably, nodding. Precisely, Vegeta affirmed, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. It can be realized, correct? The eternal dragon, more approachable than the deity, fell into a contemplative silence, uttering not a single word. Vegeta felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that the dragon was incapable of granting this wish? It is indeed possible. The dragon finally spoke. Vegeta felt a surge of delight within, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. His long-awaited wish was finally within reach. Frieza, just you wait. However, this desire presents a considerable challenge. The dragon spoke again. What did you say? Vegeta's heart skipped a beat. Due to the unique constitution of Majin Buu and your Saiyan lineage, the cellular transformation involved is rather complex. The dragon continued, I have calculated that altering your physiology to match that of Majin Buu will require at least a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? That duration is absurd. If it weren't for the presence of the Jinyu Force, not only a quarter of an hour, but even an hour, or 10 days and nights would pose no issue at all. Yet the crux of the matter is that the Jinyu Force is approaching swiftly. Vegeta has already discerned that Jinyu is swiftly approaching, and he believes that within 10 minutes, he will arrive at this location. At that time, either he or the dragon will undoubtedly be annihilated by Jinyu, rendering his wishes utterly futile. Indeed, a mere quarter of an hour. The dragon responded. You can see the current situation. Jinyu is making his way here. I advise you to formulate a simpler wish. Very well. Extract all the hidden energy within me and allow me to transform into a Super Saiyan ahead of schedule. This wish should be feasible, correct? Vegeta steadied himself and proposed an alternative wish. If he could become a Super Saiyan in advance, overcoming Frieza would pose no further concerns. That is not possible. Your combat power has far exceeded mine. The transformation depends on your own abilities, and I cannot facilitate it. The dragon shook its head. Then grant me the status of the legendary Super Saiyan. That transformation should be achievable, correct? We are both Saiyans, so it should not be overly complicated, should it? Vegeta suppressed his rising fury and inquired further. That is possible, but it will require at least a quarter of an hour, the dragon explained. The legendary Super Saiyan undergoes a cellular transformation, and modifying the cells necessitates a process akin to the transformation into Majin Buu. This is not viable, nor is that. Vegeta wished he could strike the dragon dead with a single blow. Hurry up and state your wish, the dragon urged. The Jinyu Force is on their way. How infuriating this dragon is, akin to a deity. What to do? What to do? Vegeta, engulfed in despair, found the dragon unreliable. It seemed that he had no choice but to heed the celestial being's counsel and first relocate Jinyu and his cohorts. During this interval, he would immerse himself in the room of spirit in time for rigorous training, perhaps achieving a breakthrough. Just as he was about to articulate his wish, the dragon spoke again. Vegeta, should you desire to transform your physique to that of Majin Buu, I possess a swift method. If you consent, I can fulfill this wish. What? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. Before Jinyu arrives, I can assist in modifying a portion of your being. Later, should you gather the Dragon Balls again, you can complete the transformation. The dragon explained, gazing at Vegeta. Modifying a portion? What would be the outcome? Vegeta retorted. If it's merely a partial transformation devoid of any efficacy, it would be better not to proceed at all. Even with a modification, I would still be no match for Jinyu. What use is that? The physique of Majin Buu is exceedingly unique. With a simple alteration, your injured body could begin to heal autonomously. However, since it is only a partial transformation, the healing process will take some time, the dragon elucidated. And how long might that be? Vegeta pressed. At the least, a year, At most, several decades, the dragon replied. The duration hinges upon the severity of your injuries. Vegeta pondered in indecision. This is utterly ridiculous. Whether it takes a year or a decade, by the time he recovers, everything will be lost. Chapter 30. Enhancement of Combat Power. What if Jinyu were to eliminate Bulma and her family? By the time he regained his strength, it would be impossible to resurrect them. It is crucial to understand that those who have been dead for over a year cannot be brought back to life, as they are likely to be reincarnated. Vegeta, make a decision swiftly. Jinyu is approaching. The Eternal Dragon urged, adding, I have detected an immense reservoir of energy within you. Although you consume the super divine water, you have only managed to release a fraction of it. Through this bodily transformation, it may be possible to extract a portion of your energy. Vegeta felt a flicker of joy in his heart and swiftly inquired, how much can be extracted? Is it sufficient to contend with Jinyu? The dragon replied, whether you can confront Jinyu depends on your own fortune. I cannot say for certain at this moment. Very well. Let that be my wish. I entrust this to you, dragon. Vegeta had made up his mind. This battle was inevitable, rather than continuously evading. It would be far better to take the initiative. Perhaps the dragon, after transforming its own body, could yield a considerable amount of energy. With a whoosh, the dragon's eyes sparkled with golden light, and in an instant, a beam of gold descended from the heavens, enveloping Vegeta. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon stated before transforming into 7 golden flames. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, scattering in all directions. Suddenly, the pitch-black night sky transformed into a brilliant blue, with the sun hanging high in the firmament, radiating its warm glow. Vegeta gazed up at the sky, feeling the surging energy within him, a mixture of surprise and elation filling his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, part of his wish had ultimately been fulfilled. Moreover, he discovered that a portion of the immense hidden energy within his body was gradually permeating into his meridians. And soon he sensed that his combat power had ascended to a new pinnacle. It was estimated that his battle strength had at least tripled, reaching an astounding height of 180,000. Since his transformation into Vegeta, he had sensed a formidable energy residing within him, and at this moment, that energy had finally begun to manifest its true potential, having been partially refined, which naturally thrilled him. Additionally, according to the dragon's words, this energy was vast, seemingly containing much that remained unrefined, which provided Vegeta with yet another trump card. With his combat power enhanced, Vegeta found himself surprisingly calm. He casually tossed the deity aside and coldly stated, you may leave now. Quick, check if your battle power has increased, the deity pressed, showing no intent to depart. For the sake of the dragon, I will refrain from holding this against you this time, Vegeta dismissed, casting a sidelong glance at the old man, harboring no fondness for him whatsoever. I can feel it. Your battle power is indeed rising, the deity remarked with a smile, though his expression quickly turned serious. Vegeta, your wish has been granted. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Do you truly wish for me to leave Earth? Vegeta narrowed his eyes. You should understand. Had it not been for you, no one would have come to this planet, the deity nodded. Are you unaware of the purpose of my arrival on Earth? Vegeta scoffed. I comprehend it, the deity replied, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Since the inception of the Dragon Balls, I have hoped that someone would utilize them to realize noble wishes. Yet, what I received in return were slaughter and selfish desires. You are correct. From this day forth, I shall cease the creation of Dragon Balls, allowing them to vanish forever. Vegeta paid no heed to the old deity, finding him utterly unreasonable and obstinate. It seemed that to fully transform his body into that of Majin Buu, a journey to Namek was imperative. He believed that the Dragon of Namek might be able to facilitate this metamorphosis in the briefest of times. I advise you to flee swiftly. Jinyu is rapidly approaching, he remarked, glancing at the sky before suddenly taking flight. The deity hesitated momentarily before seeking refuge in a nearby hiding place. Oh dear, I am utterly terrified, muttered the Korean, drenched in cold sweat as he beheld Jinyu and his companions departing in the distance. Just moments ago, he had nearly fallen victim to Jinyu's lethal strike. Fortunately, the dragon had appeared just in time to divert Jinyu's attention. It seems that little creature's wish has been granted. I wonder if he can contend with Jinyu and his team, Kurin pondered. The old sage remained silent and contemplative. Despite Goldo's repeated use of time stopped to afford Jinyu a swift approach towards Vegeta, the distance to the temple remained considerable. By the time Jinyu arrived, Vegeta had accomplished his desire. Useless fool. Jinyu berated Goldo, then turned his gaze towards Vegeta with a smirk. Vegeta smiled faintly and addressed Goldo. Goldo, it appears your captain does not hold you in high regard. Perhaps you should consider aligning yourself with me instead? Bah, what do you think you are? Goldo spat defiantly. Fool, Vegeta replied, shaking his head as he extended his hand towards Goldo's position. Boom. In an instant, Goldo's body was obliterated, disintegrating into the air. It was not that Vegeta was merciless. Rather, keeping this little creature around posed a potential threat. Despite his low combat power, Goldo possessed remarkably unique abilities. Should a confrontation arise with Jinyu, Goldo's interference could prove disastrous. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate him while his energy was nearly depleted. Vegeta, you are becoming quite the ambitious one, aren't you? Jinyu sneered, mocking Vegeta for dispatching such a weakling. Do you feel powerful now? Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end, Jinyu. Vegeta retorted with a chilling laugh, eager to use Jinyu as a means to sharpen his skills. Not so fast. I have a few questions for you. What transpired earlier? Where did that creature vanish to? Jinyu, still bewildered by the dragon's appearance, realized that with Vegeta now present and within reach, he could not allow Vegeta to escape this time. It was merely a peculiar reaction from the planet, nothing significant. Vegeta certainly had no intention of revealing the truth. Fine, but I'm curious, why haven't you fled? Aren't you the world's greatest escape artist? Jinyu mocked. Is it because you cannot escape this time that you have come to meet your demise? However, after over an hour of training, I wonder how much your combat power has increased? As he spoke, Jinyu activated his scouter, clucking his tongue in disbelief. It seems there has been no increase. Your power still lingers just above 60,000. No, wait, there has been a slight increase of 300. Haha. Chapter 31. Deceived. Chapter 31. Deceived. Vegeta disregarded the situation, his combat power suddenly surging. Beep. New data appeared on Jinyu's scouter. What? Your combat power has astonishingly risen to 80,000. How is that possible? Jinyu stared in disbelief at Vegeta, unable to fathom this reality. Vegeta smiled gently, his battle power continuing to ascend. 90,000? It's still increasing? Jinyu was becoming increasingly unnerved, his eyes bulging wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. Vegeta grinned widely, his mouth agape with delight. 100,000. The sheer astonishment rendered Jinyu nearly speechless. Jinyu, allow me to demonstrate my true combat prowess. Vegeta erupted into laughter, his aura surging to unprecedented heights. A formidable energy spiraled around him, generating waves of force that danced through the air. Wherever it passed, even the clouds scattered in fright. And a passing bird nearly lost its neck in its frantic escape. As Gi's and Rikuum hurried towards the scene, they were left paralyzed in shock upon witnessing Vegeta's overwhelming battle power. 120,000. The combat power is 120,000. Vegeta's fighting prowess has become remarkably comparable to that of Captain Jinyu. Guys and Rikuum exchanged glances, each perceiving profound fear reflected in the other's eyes. How could a mere Saiyan possess such formidable strength? This is dire. Guys was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Rikuum stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. Even Jinyu was left with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, Jinyu finally broke the stillness. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, managed a smile, and solemnly remarked, indeed, remarkable. A battle power of 120,000. You have caught up to me. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Jinyu, having already devised a strategy in his mind. Thus, he merely raised his combat power to approximately 120,000, refraining from unleashing his full strength. Jinyu, we both possess a power level of 120,000. Let us settle this here, Vegeta declared, squinting his eyes. Very well, as you wish. I shall show you the might of Jinyu. Jinyu retorted with a cold snort. And in the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Vegeta like a missile. With a resounding crash, Jinyu's head collided forcefully with Vegeta's abdomen, followed swiftly by a punch that seized Vegeta's slender arm, hurling him violently towards the barren ground. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the path Vegeta traversed became a wasteland. And upon impact, his body created a deep crater in the earth. Humph, you still have much to learn, Jinyu remarked, a smile gracing his face as he looked down at the fallen Vegeta. Just then, Gys and Rikuum, who had hurried over, could not help but applaud at the astonishing scene before them. It turns out it was a malfunction in the scouter. Vegeta is no match for the captain at all. I thought he could truly stand on equal footing with him, Gys chuckled. Indeed, the captain has fought countless battles. How could he possibly be compared to a mere Saiyan whelp? Rikuum chimed in. As their words faded, Vegeta sprang up from the ground, soaring back into the sky with remarkable speed. Gys and Rikuum's eyes bulged in shock, nearly causing them to plummet from the air. Jinyu, is this all you can do? Vegeta inquired, pulling out a handkerchief gifted by Bulma to wipe the dust from his face, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Captain Jinyu. Do not feign bravado, that last strike must have left you grievously injured. Jinyu retorted, disdain evident in his tone. Indeed, I am wounded, Vegeta admitted with a grin. But now it is my turn to launch an attack, so prepare yourself. With that, Vegeta abruptly extended his right hand towards Jinyu. A brilliant flash of light erupted, and a powerful surge of energy surged forth, heading directly for Jinyu. Jinyu's face drained of color in that instant. Quick. Too fast. He gritted his teeth, attempting to evade to the side. However, the massive shockwave still grazed his arm as it soared into the sky. Ah! Jinyu screamed in agony. And when the formidable shockwave dissipated, he was horrified to discover that his left arm had vanished. This scene struck terror into Gys and Rikuum, who were trembling with fear, wishing to flee the area immediately. Despite sharing the same combat power of 120,000, it seemed Vegeta was indeed superior. Vegeta rubbed his nose in contemplation. Jinyu, pale as death, was baffled, pondering why a mere shockwave from Vegeta had cost him his arm. Little did he know, Vegeta's power had long surpassed his own, cleverly concealed until now. This is impossible. This cannot be. Jinyu fumed, refusing to accept the reality of the situation. Well then, the outcome is clear. You may proceed to meet your fate. Vegeta extended his right hand once more, aiming at Jinyu's position. Jinyu's expression darkened, his eyes wide with rage, teeth clenched. Yet, at that critical moment, Vegeta suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid hung in the air, strikingly vivid, akin to a beautiful red rainbow. All onlookers were taken aback, including the celestial beings secretly observing the battle below. What happened? Why is he spitting blood? Jinyu exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Are you jesting with me? As he faced imminent death at Vegeta's hands, Jinyu was stunned to see Vegeta spitting blood in front of him. Seizing the moment, Jinyu's heart raced. Could this be an opportunity to strike? Seize the chance, for it may never come again. If I do not act now, when will I? Jinyu resolved, preparing to deliver a fatal blow while Vegeta was distracted by his own bloodshed. However, just as Jinyu was ready to attack, he noticed Vegeta began to cough up blood again, and to his astonishment, he saw Vegeta's complexion turn deathly pale. Not good. Vegeta exclaimed, his body swaying perilously. In the blink of an eye, he began to descend towards the ground, struggling to stand upon landing. What do you intend to do, Vegeta? Jinyu thought to strike at the weakened warrior, but soon realized he need not act. Vegeta was already gravely injured. This is impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta shouted defiantly. You have deceived me, and I shall make you pay. What is happening? Jinyu echoed, landing on the ground, his face a canvas of confusion. Chapter 32. I will return. These earthlings are truly cunning. They claimed they could enhance my combat power. Vegeta seated, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clearly enraged. Jinyu, I leave your judgment to you, but assist me in exterminating them. Eliminate all earthlings. What is going on? Jinyu asked, bewildered. Those scoundrels. They promised to augment my strength, yet they merely drained my energy as much as possible. That last attack depleted all my energy, and now I am utterly powerless. Vegeta's eyes burned with fury, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Ha 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 ha. Jinyu laughed heartily upon hearing Vegeta's words, nearly losing his breath from the mirth. GYS and Rikuum doubled over with laughter, almost injuring themselves in the process. Little Prince, you truly are something else. How could you find yourself in such a predicament? Ah ha ha. Jinyu reveled in his triumph, already categorizing Vegeta among the foolish. What now? Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, inquiring, I hope Captain Jinyu can fulfill my previous request. Little Prince, have you lost your mind? Jinyu smirked. Despite having lost an arm, he felt elated. You, a Saiyan with limited combat power. What reason do I have to acquiesce to your demands? Furthermore, I find the actions of the Earthlings quite commendable. Ah ha ha ha. You are nothing but a fool. Vegeta clenched his teeth in silence. G-Eyes, Raikum, apprehend this little prince. Jinyu commanded. G-Eyes and Raikum promptly approached Vegeta with caution, employing their scouters to gauge his combat power. Upon discovering that his strength had indeed diminished to below 100, they lunged forward and seized his arm. Jinyu, what do you intend to do? Vegeta demanded fiercely. His teeth gritted. In that moment, the energy within him erupted anew. A formidable gust of force nearly toppled G-Eyes and Raikum, causing them to instinctively shield their heads. Terrified that Vegeta might unleash a lethal strike upon them. How can he still possess such immense energy? G-Eyes trembled in astonishment. Jinyu furrowed his brow, watching Vegeta with heightened vigilance. Jinyu, if you have the capability, then kill me. Vegeta shouted defiantly. Vegeta, your energy is running low. I advise you to conserve your strength. Jinyu sneered. Although the Earthlings deceived me, I still harbor considerable energy. As he spoke, Vegeta's aura surged once more, and a massive energy sphere began to coalesce in his hands. Jinyu's trio turned pale. This boy was undoubtedly a freak. How could he still wield such overwhelming power? Just as they prepared to retaliate, they watched in disbelief as the energy sphere Vegeta had painstakingly formed simply dissipated into thin air, leaving behind a faint scent of heat in the atmosphere. This is impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta cried out. However, as soon as the words left his lips, his expression shifted abruptly. Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. Beep. Haha. His power level has dwindled to a mere 5. A single finger could extinguish him, Jisoo exclaimed with delight. You may as well kill me, Vegeta replied bitterly, casting a nonchalant glance at Captain Jinyu. Kill you? No, I shall not take your life. Lord Frieza wishes to see you, Jinyu chuckled lightly. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you for now. Once you meet Lord Frieza, he will deal with you accordingly. With that, Jinyu gestured to Jisoo and Raikum to escort Vegeta aboard the spaceship. The Jinyu force had brought 5 small spacecraft, though they were not particularly suited for all 4 of them. Fortunately, when they had destroyed the previous spaceship, they had retained one at Jinyu's behest. Under the watchful eyes of Jisoo and Raikum, Vegeta was taken onto the spaceship. Very well, we are ready to depart, Jinyu remarked with a light chuckle, choosing not to trouble the inhabitants of Earth, as he found them rather straightforward. Soon, the ship powered up, and with a resounding roar, they ascended into the vastness of space. Captain, keeping Earth serves no purpose. It would be better to annihilate it, Jisoo suggested from the side. Unthinkable. The ecological environment of Earth is quite commendable, and it has ensnared this fool, Vegeta. I now find Earthlings rather endearing, Jinyu replied with a smile. Moreover, Earth lies far from our domain. Let it remain for now, as Lord Frieza will undoubtedly make arrangements in due course. Upon hearing this, Jisun nodded in agreement, choosing to say no more. However, what Jinyu and his companions failed to notice was the mocking smirk that adorned Vegeta's face. Vegeta's recent actions were, of course, a mere facade. He was wagering that the Jinyu force would refrain from annihilating Earth, as well as betting that they would not take his life. His confidence in the Jinyu force's reluctance to eliminate him stemmed from the excessive time they had allotted. Given their typical modus operandi, it would be inconceivable for them to squander time waiting for others. They could effortlessly obliterate Earth, vanishing alongside it. Thus, Vegeta was nearly certain that Frieza had summoned him for an alternative purpose. However, the specifics of that purpose remained unknown to him. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Jinyu force, Vegeta's decision to evacuate all extraterrestrials from Earth was indeed the wisest course of action. In any case, this maneuver ensured that Earth was temporarily devoid of danger. After all, should he remain on Earth and eliminate the Jinyu force, the next inevitable step would be Frieza's personal arrival. Vegeta's current strength is insufficient for a deadly confrontation with Frieza, necessitating a temporary retreat from his overwhelming might. Nevertheless, the cells within Vegeta's body possess regenerative capabilities. Although the process may take some time, it is certainly preferable to having none at all. Of course, Vegeta's decision is not without its rationale. Should Jinyu and his comrades truly contemplate an assault on Earth, he would not hesitate to eliminate them in an instant. As for the deity's aggressive demeanor, Vegeta pays it no heed, for his actions are motivated by a desire to prevent the destruction of Earth and the consequent suffering of the adorable Bulma. Upon Vegeta's departure from Earth, the deity finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After a brief respite, he glanced at the egg left behind by the Demon King Piccolo before turning away to return to the sanctuary. The little monster has finally departed, and peace has been restored to Earth. The Kami rejoiced, feeling as though a significant triumph had been achieved. Indeed, Earth could scarcely endure further turmoil. The deity nodded in agreement, though he was taken aback by Vegeta's unexpected adherence to his word, despite his malevolent nature. Meanwhile, as Vegeta traversed the cosmos, a faint smile graced his lips as he mused, "Wait for me, old Kami. There will come a day when you will implore my return to Earth." Chapter 33. An itch at the tail in the vast expanse of space, aboard Jinyu's spaceship, Captain Jinyu dialed Frieza with a serious expression. "Lord Frieza, this is Captain Jinyu. The task you assigned has been successfully completed." "Excellent. Ensure that the young prince is delivered to planet Vegeta without letting him escape," Frieza commanded. "Rest assured, my lord. He shall not evade capture," Jinyu replied with a grin, before inquiring, "What are our next orders, Lord Frieza?" "Remain stationed at planet Vegeta for the time being. I will notify you when new assignments arise," Frieza instructed. "Understood," Jinyu responded respectfully. After ending the call, Jinyu stretched and turned to Jis and Guldo, saying, "Keep a close watch on him. I must tend to my injuries. That brat has taken an arm from me, and I shall make him pay for it in due time." Vegeta cast a glance at him, remaining silent. "Indeed, you may torment him a little, but refrain from disturbing me unless absolutely necessary." After Jinyu finished speaking, he entered the medical room to tend to his injured arm. The technology employed by Frieza's crew was remarkably advanced. Even a severed arm could be regenerated through a special healing potion. Once Jinyu had disappeared into the treatment chamber, Jis and Raikum closely monitored Vegeta, as if fearing he might escape. For a moment, an unusual silence enveloped the spaceship. After a prolonged pause, Raikum exchanged a knowing glance with Jis. "Prince, how fares your condition?" Jis inquired with a smile, feigning concern. "My energy is nearly depleted. This is dire," Vegeta sighed. "Truly depleted? Those Earthlings possess such formidable abilities. It is remarkable," Jis remarked with a smile, expressing his astonishment. "Humph, I shall settle the score with those Earthlings one day," Vegeta retorted coldly. "Prince, your situation is precarious. Look at you. Your battle power is reduced to merely 5. At this level, how can you seek vengeance upon the Earthlings?" Jis chuckled softly, glancing at the device on his eye. "My energy will find a way to recover." Vegeta shot a sideways glance at him. "Is that so?" Jis chuckled. "However, Prince Vegeta, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Our Jinyu force consists of 5 members, and you have vanquished 2 of us. Shall we let this matter rest?" "What do you desire?" Vegeta asked in a frosty tone. "What do we desire?" You have incapacitated 2 of our comrades, yet you act as if nothing has happened. What do you think we should do?" Jis sneered, his gaze toward Vegeta growing more frigid. Observing the scene, Vegeta merely smiled lightly, completely dismissing the 2. After all, with Vegeta's current power, he could effortlessly obliterate Jinyu and his companions. Initially, Vegeta indeed intended to eliminate Jinyu and the others after leaving Earth and then find a temporary refuge on another planet, diverting Frieza's wrath elsewhere. However, upon overhearing the dialogue between Jinyu and Frieza, he altered his plans. From Frieza's words, it became evident that his home planet had not yet been destroyed, and he would be sent back to his homeland. Vegeta found himself somewhat perplexed by the current situation. Upon reflection, he realized that he was now 6 years old. It is noteworthy that, according to the original timeline, during his 5th year, Kakarot was to be dispatched to Earth. It was in that very year that planet Vegeta met its demise at the hands of Frieza. Vegeta speculated that perhaps his impulsive actions had altered Frieza's original intentions. consequently leading to some changes in the history of the Dragon Balls. Since Frieza intended to return him to planet Vegeta, Vegeta contemplated visiting his home planet. After all, he now possessed regenerative abilities. Although the process took some time, it was certainly preferable to facing immediate demise. Moreover, there was another matter that brought Vegeta immense satisfaction. He had acquired a training chamber with 300 times the gravity from Bulma's father. Not only had Bulma's father crafted this chamber with remarkable skill, but he had also ingeniously designed it in the form of a transformation capsule, allowing Vegeta to carry it with ease. At this moment, the previously silent Rikuum cast a smirk in Vegeta's direction, tauntingly proclaiming, "Humph, what are you thinking, little brat? Let me warn you, do not entertain any notions of escape. You are adrift in the vastness of the universe. And I doubt your Saiyan kind can survive in this cosmic expanse." "Oh, so, you can survive in the void of space?" Vegeta inquired with a grin. "Naturally. My physique is exceptional, unlike you Saiyans, a mere band of incomplete evolved wild monkeys, dreaming of rebellion." Rikuum scoffed derisively. Vegeta fell silent, approaching the hatch of the spaceship, casting a glance into the vast expanse of the cosmos. "Little brat, what good will merely looking do? Do you think you can survive in the void of space just by gazing out?" Rikuum sneered, his mocking gaze sweeping over Vegeta as he ran his hand through his vibrant crimson hair. "You had better behave. If it weren't for Lord Frieza's orders to spare your life, do you truly believe you would have made it this far?" "What was your name again?" Vegeta inquired, directing his attention to Likum. The members of the Jinyu Force, particularly Likum and Berta, were somewhat indistinguishable to Vegeta, easily causing confusion. It was that their appearances were similar. Rather, they were mere side characters, and Vegeta had not paid them much heed at the time. "I am Likum," he declared, revealing his name. "Come here." Vegeta beckoned him. "What do you want?" Likum shot a wary glance at Vegeta, still haunted by the formidable display he had witnessed earlier. "Are you frightened?" Vegeta chuckled lightly. "You can check with your scouter. My power level is only 5, isn't it?" "Likum, go ahead." "I find it hard to believe he can pull any tricks," Jisoo encouraged from the side. "Humph." Likum considered this. A mere wretch with a power level of 5 could hardly stir up any trouble. Thus, he strode toward Vegeta with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Little brat, I'm just itching for some action. It'll be several months before we reach planet Vegeta, so I might as well vent my frustrations on you." With that, Likum began to stretch, preparing to give Vegeta a thorough thrashing. Vegeta, with a beaming smile, opened the hatch of the spaceship with a swift motion, executing a graceful tailspin that struck Likum directly. "Ack!" Likum cried out in agony as he was forcefully ejected from the spacecraft. "My apologies, my tail itches," Vegeta chuckled, stroking his tail while casting a jovial glance at JIS. Chapter 34, Do Not Disturb Me. JIS stared wide-eyed and speechless. However, just as Likum was expelled from the ship, Vegeta seized his vibrant red hair, yanking him back with force. "Help me," Likum pleaded, his eyes filled with despair as he feared Vegeta might release him. "By the way, what is your name?" Vegeta inquired with a playful tone. "I am Likum," he stammered, nearly in tears. "Oh, Likum, did you not just claim that you could survive in the cosmos? Shall we put that to the test?" Vegeta smiled mischievously, relaxing his grip slightly. No. That was a lie. I cannot survive in space," Likum exclaimed, on the verge of tears. In truth, Likum could endure in the void of space. Yet he was acutely aware that no life-sustaining planets were nearby. If abandoned in the vastness, he would surely perish. "Is that so? Then you have deceived me?" "I do not take kindly to liars," Vegeta retorted coldly, his grip loosening once more. Wait. Likum shot a desperate glance at Vegeta, terrified of being released. "Vegeta, I advise you not to go too far," JIS interjected sternly from the side. Yet, despite his words, JIS hesitated to approach, evidently fearful of what Vegeta might do. Moreover, JIS was perplexed. Vegeta had just coughed blood, yet here he was, exhibiting immense power so formidable that Likum could not hope to resist. Upon closer examination of the scanner, JIS nearly lost his composure. What on earth? Vegeta's combat power was still only 5. This was absurd. "My combat power is merely 5, is it not? You may assist this, whoever," Vegeta remarked with a grin, turning to Likum once more. "What was your name again?" Likum, he shouted desperately. "Ah, Likum, I shall remember you. I will pay my respects at your grave next year," Vegeta said, a wicked smirk forming on his lips as he relaxed his hand. "Ah." Likum let out a horrified scream, and when one looked again, he had vanished without a trace. Whether he had perished or not was of little concern to Vegeta. Even if he were alive, he would hardly stir any trouble. Smack. Vegeta closed the hatch, wearing a cold smirk as he regarded JIS. Jesus' complexion had already changed, and upon witnessing Vegeta's expression, he could not help but retreat. While Likum could somehow survive in the cosmos, he, on the other hand, seemed devoid of such capability. JIS was profoundly frightened, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "What was your name again?" Vegeta inquired with a smile, observing JIS intently. "Oh, can you survive in the universe?" Vegeta asked. No. Please, Vegeta, don't do anything rash," JIS exclaimed, waving his hands frantically. Just then, Ji's eyes widened in shock as he noticed that Vegeta had once again coughed up blood. Indeed, he had. That little brat. This was retribution. Jis nearly burst into laughter, yet restrained himself. Those Earthlings were truly detestable. However, he decided to spare him for the day. Vegeta gritted his teeth and chose to ignore Jis, settling down on the ground to meditate. Observing Vegeta in such a state stirred something within Jis. He's actually spitting blood. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? This was a rare chance, one not easily encountered again. Ji's face shifted through various expressions as he grappled internally with whether or not to confront Vegeta. After much deliberation, he ultimately found himself unable to act. He reasoned that even if he were to confront Vegeta, it would not cost him his life. Well, better to endure a small inconvenience than to jeopardize a greater plan. He concluded, and thus, he settled into silence, seeking a place to rest. Vegeta had just taken a brief respite when he suddenly sensed a faint energy approaching rapidly from a distance. Furrowing his brow, he hurried to the window and gazed outside. In the next moment, he spotted a circular spaceship soaring through the sky, and upon closer inspection, his heart sank. Inside the spacecraft was an infant, barely born, sporting a Saiyan tail. At that moment, the child was sound asleep within the vessel. Goku, Vegeta murmured under his breath. Indeed, the spacecraft that had just passed was that of Son Goku. Judging by its trajectory, it seemed to be heading towards Earth. If Goku was en route to Earth, did that mean the Saiyan homeworld had been destroyed? At least according to the history of Dragon Balls that Vegeta was aware of. It was not long after Goku departed from planet Vegeta that Frieza annihilated it. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta chose to dismiss these troubling thoughts and once again sat down to meditate. Meanwhile, Jis, though curious about Vegeta's actions, dared not utter a word. Time passed, and finally, Captain Ginyu emerged from the medical chamber. Having undergone treatment, his destroyed arm had regenerated, and he appeared considerably more spirited than before. Where are Jis and Rikuum? Ginyu inquired. Noticing Rikuum's absence and assuming he was in another room, he was thrown out by Vegeta. Jis glanced at Vegeta before explaining. Jinyu's expression darkened, and his gaze toward Vegeta turned venomous. With only himself and Jis remaining of the once 5-member Ginyu force, all of this was the doing of that Saiyan prince. It was no wonder Ginyu felt enraged. However, Frieza had instructed him not to kill Vegeta, which restrained Ginyu from acting recklessly. How did he manage that? Wasn't he out of energy? Ginyu suppressed his fury and asked. I don't know. Rikuum was utterly defenseless before him. Jis replied despondently. Damn it, Vegeta. Stop sleeping. Ginyu seethed, only to find Vegeta blissfully slumbering, completely disregarding him. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked nonchalantly, Oh, your injuries have healed? Do not disturb me. I require rest. Who do you think you are? Do you still fancy yourself the Prince of the Saiyans? Allow me to enlighten you. You are now my prisoner. And you would do well to behave, or I shall make you regret it. Ginyu, nearly beside himself with rage, glared at Vegeta, wishing he could strike him down in a single blow. Such audacity was unprecedented. He had never encountered anyone so brazen before. By the way, Captain Ginyu, may I inquire whether you can survive in the vacuum of space? Vegeta asked with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Jinyu's expression turned blank, while Gai's trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably. I did not ask you. What are you so excited about? Vegeta shot Gai's a sidelong glance, apparently deeming him overly dramatic. Vegeta, I do not care what tricks you intend to play, but today, I shall teach you a lesson you will not forget. Ginyu seethed, unable to contain his anger any longer. Wait, Vegeta said leisurely, raising his hand to halt Ginyu. You speak. Ginyu clenched his fists, momentarily suppressing the urge to charge forward. Rika claimed he could survive in space, so I tossed him out. As for you, I am uncertain if you can endure, Vegeta said, squinting at Ginyu. Jinyu's face paled, and an oppressive sensation washed over him at the thought of being ejected from the spaceship. Let me clarify, we Saiyans cannot survive in space. If a fight breaks out and this ship is damaged, how will you explain that to Frieza? Vegeta said with a grin, observing Ginyu with amusement. Jinyu's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless, though he also felt a slight relief. What a terrifying individual. Why did I find him so fearsome earlier? He thought. Resignation settled in. He felt he was becoming a master of restraint. Enough chatter. I wish to sleep, Vegeta declared, closing his eyes once more, ignoring both Ginyu and Gai's. Ginyu and Gai's exchanged glances, their teeth gritted in frustration, wishing they could hurl Vegeta out at that moment. After a brief silence, Ginyu beckoned Gai's into another room. Guys, this brat is infuriating. What shall we do? Ginyu asked, gritting his teeth. Captain, I believe we should endure, Gai's replied, his face downcast. My battle power is only 5. Yet I can easily handle Riku. I suspect he is concealing his true strength. If we truly engage in combat and this spaceship is destroyed, we will be unable to survive in space either, will we? Ginyu nodded in agreement but felt an insatiable anger brewing within. Captain, I do not think it is worth sacrificing our lives for a wild Saiyan, Gai said solemnly. You are right, Ginyu finally conceded, nodding. I wonder what Frieza plans to do with that little brat. Gai shook his head, perplexed. Who can comprehend Lord Frieza's intentions? Ginyu sighed. For the remainder of the journey, Ginyu and Gai chose to remain in their quarters, preferring to avoid any unnecessary encounters. You think you are so arrogant? Humph, I shall not lay eyes on you. Enjoy your arrogance alone, they thought, gradually finding peace in their minds, allowing Vegeta to toil alone outside. The spaceship carved through the void of space, swiftly approaching planet Vegeta. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jinyu emerged from his room, only to be met with Gai's woeful expression, which instantly filled him with dread. Guys, what is the matter? Jinyu inquired urgently. Captain, Vegeta has consumed all the food, Guys lamented, on the verge of tears. What did you say? Jinyu's body trembled, nearly collapsing from shock. Every morsel of food, including the nutritional supplements, had been devoured. Gai's face flushed with indignation. This little brat. Jinyu felt as though a volcanic eruption was imminent within him. This is an attempt to starve me. In the next instant, Jinyu stormed into the hall where Vegeta resided, his voice booming. Vegeta, it appears you have a death wish. What is it, Captain Jinyu? Vegeta asked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Where's the food on our ship? Jinyu seethed with rage. Oh, I had nearly forgotten. The food on your ship was dreadful. It took considerable effort for me to consume it. Next time, do remember to bring something palatable, Vegeta said. Casually extracting a toothpick to clean his teeth, Jinyu's fury reached a boiling point. You found it inedible and yet devoured it all? Come now, Captain Jinyu. Is it merely a bit of food? Is it worth such a tempest of rage? Vegeta chuckled lightly, letting out a satisfied belch. You know Saiyans have hearty appetites. I'm still not satiated. Jinyu, nearly apoplectic, sputtered, with a month still remaining before reaching planet Vegeta, although starvation was not imminent. They would certainly be left weak and disoriented. This is intolerable, Jinyu thought, desperately wishing to hurl Vegeta into the abyss, yet he restrained himself. After a grueling month, the spaceship finally landed on planet Vegeta. At long last, Jinyu and Guys, feeling dizzy from hunger, nearly stumbled as they exited the ship. How I crave sustenance. It has been a month without food. As Vegeta gazed upon the somewhat unfamiliar terrain of planet Vegeta, he exhaled deeply. This planet remains intact. Frieza has not annihilated it. Perhaps the time for its destruction has not yet arrived. He never imagined that after so much turmoil on Earth, he would ultimately return to planet Vegeta. Quickly disembark. Do not dawdle, Vegeta urged, delivering a kick to the backs of Jinyu and Guys, who were lingering at the ship's entrance. With a thud, they tumbled to the ground, nearly falling into an undignified heap. At that moment, the personnel at the space launch base finally recognized their prince's return, rushing forward in astonishment to pay their respects. Secure these two and ensure they receive no food, Vegeta commanded, glancing back at Jinyu and Guys. His subordinates wasted no time, promptly restraining Jinyu and Guys. Stand back. You lowly creatures. Do you not know who I am? Jinyu bellowed in fury. How audacious. Prince, who is this individual? One of the guards asked, momentarily taken aback. Oh, just a captive acquired along the way, Vegeta replied dismissively. Vegeta chuckled softly. Chapter 36, Reunion with Zabo. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Jinyu and Jeez were infuriated, ready to contact Frieza, when suddenly two beams of light shot forth, striking their scouters directly. Bang! The scouters were instantly obliterated. Lock them up, Vegeta commanded. Just wait. You despicable wretch. Jinyu and Jeez nearly jumped in anger, but their hunger rendered them weak and feeble. Bang! A soldier struck Jinyu on the head, admonishing fiercely, behave yourself. That is our prince. Look at your foolish appearance. You look like a simpleton. If you dare speak out of turn again, I shall eliminate you. Jinyu gritted his teeth, clearly incensed. After all, he was a renowned member of the Jinyu Force, yet here he was being bullied by a mere Saiyan soldier. Do not be unreasonable. We are the Jinyu Force, the most illustrious squadron in the universe. If you continue this foolishness, beware for your lives. Jeez retorted with venom, but immediately felt dizzy and weak. The pangs of hunger were truly unbearable, leaving him gasping for breath. At this proclamation, everyone present was momentarily stunned. The Jinyu Force. What a formidable team. Yet in the next instant, a roar of laughter erupted. The Jinyu Force? Look at the two of you, you fools. The leading soldier guffawed, commanding. Take them away, let these imbeciles starve. Jinyu and Jeez were escorted away and imprisoned in a dark cell, surrounded by energy barriers, ensuring that in their famished state, escape was an impossibility. Vegeta smiled gently, intending to return to the palace for a visit. At that moment, he noticed a guard approaching swiftly, respectfully presenting him with a communicator. What is it? Vegeta inquired, for he no longer had need of such devices. Your Highness, it is a call from Lord Frieza. The guard promptly replied. Vegeta furrowed his brow, realizing that Frieza was remarkably well informed. He had only just returned to planet Vegeta, and this villain had already found a way to contact him. Placing the communicator against his ear, Frieza's voice soon reached him. Vegeta, I knew I had not misjudged you. I never anticipated that even the renowned Jinyu Force would be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by you. Well done indeed. Lord Frieza, what are your instructions? Vegeta inquired, perplexed by the implications of Frieza's words, feeling compelled to probe for clarity. Release Jinyu and Jeez immediately, and remain on your planet without causing any trouble. Frieza commanded sternly before abruptly severing the connection. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that, given his current strength, he would stand no chance against Frieza. Although Vegeta had nearly attained immortality, Should he be obliterated by Frieza, it would take at least a decade to restore his body. As per the dragon's words, a decade. Such an eternity. By the time he regained his strength, who could predict what calamities might unfold across the vast universe? Since Frieza had instructed him to remain obediently on planet Vegeta, this afforded him a precious opportunity to buy time. It seemed Frieza had no immediate plans to attack planet Vegeta, which provided Vegeta with a measure of relief. As for whether to release Jinyu and J's, Vegeta had never intended to eliminate them. Otherwise, he would have cast them into the void of space during their time on the spaceship. He decided to confine them for 3 days, then reassess. With this resolution, Vegeta ascended into the air, racing towards the palace. However, as he approached the palace, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from within. What incredible battle power! Vegeta paused for a moment, quickly estimating that this individual's combat power was at least as high as 50,000. Vegeta was somewhat puzzled. When did such formidable warriors emerge among the Saiyans? No. This individual's energy does not quite resemble that of a Saiyan. It bears a closer resemblance to that of an alien. Vegeta concealed his battle power at approximately 20,000. Stealthily entering the palace. King Vegeta, Lord Frieza is quite displeased with your Saiyan's unauthorized actions. The consequences will be dire. A chilling voice echoed ominously, reaching Vegeta's ears from afar. Vegeta followed the sound, his gaze landing on a figure standing beside King Vegeta, someone who appeared vaguely familiar. It was evident that this person was the one who had just spoken. As the individual turned their head towards Vegeta, their eyes met. In that instant, Vegeta nearly sprang to his feet in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't this individual vanquished by him? Could it be that he possessed an immortality of his own? Vegeta's expression was one of bewilderment. The individual currently confronting King Vegeta was one he knew all too well. With his long green hair, light green skin, and handsome visage. It was none other than Zabo, the very foe he had vanquished on Earth. Had Zabo returned to life? Vegeta's heart was in turmoil. Oh, is that not the little prince? How curious. Has he scurried back from Earth in such a disheveled state? It was evident that Sabo had also noticed Vegeta. And after a brief moment of surprise, he greeted him with a cheerful smile. Sabo? Vegeta tentatively addressed him. Little B, this is Sabo's twin brother, Mr. Salong. King Vegeta interjected, providing an explanation from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. So, he was merely Sabo's twin brother. No wonder they bore such an uncanny resemblance. As long as Sabo had not been resurrected, that was all that mattered. He had not anticipated that Sabo had a twin brother. This detail had never been mentioned in the Dragon Ball universe with which he was so familiar. Little Prince. My brother may appear kind-hearted at first glance, but he can be rather ruthless when it comes down to it. I hope he does not harm you. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to explain myself to your father, Salong remarked with a smile directed at Vegeta. Although his words were courteous, the underlying sarcasm was unmistakable to anyone listening. Upon hearing these words, King Bei clenched his fists, yet he restrained his anger. Salong, the brother of Sabo, possessed formidable strength. With a combat power reaching 50,000, he was not someone to provoke. It seems that you and your son have not seen each other for quite some time. I shall not intrude further. Salong let out a hearty laugh, then adopted a stern expression, stating, King Bei, Prince Gardo's full moon banquet awaits your presence. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. I understand, King Bei replied in a low voice. Ha ha ha, I shall return in 3 days. Salong's piercing laughter echoed as he departed the palace without a backward glance. Chapter 37, A Hundredfold Gravity. Chapter 37, A Hundredfold Gravity. Vegeta paid no heed to the lowly minion, whose combat power barely reached 50,000. His sights were set on Frieza, not on such insignificant figures. After Salong departed, King Vegeta turned his serious gaze upon his son. Father, what has transpired? Vegeta inquired. The king did not answer his son's question, but instead posed another. First, tell me how you returned from Earth. Vegeta, sensing his father's reticence, decided not to press further. If you have nothing to say, then I shan't inquire, he replied, turning to leave. Although he was the king's son, the bond they shared was tenuous at best, for he bore the cold blood of a Saiyan, diminishing any familial warmth. Stop right there. King Vegeta commanded sharply. What is it now? Vegeta retorted. If there is nothing urgent, I wish to continue my training. And please refrain from disturbing me during my practice. Aha. Now that is the spirit of my son. King Vegeta chuckled heartily at Vegeta's impudent remarks, much to the latter's surprise. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. This old man truly exhibited a peculiar resilience, seemingly deriving pleasure from defiance. Nevertheless, since King Vegeta was treating him with unexpected cordiality, Vegeta paused to inquire further. What was that Salong seeking you for? He asked again. The child, Galder, has reached his first month, and Frieza has summoned all Saiyans to gather, the king replied. His face taut with tension, veins protruding as he clenched his fists tightly, speaking through gritted teeth. Frieza also declared that if we Saiyans can defeat Galder, we shall be spared. Otherwise, our entire race faces annihilation. Vegeta was hardly taken aback by this revelation. The notion of Frieza exterminating the Saiyans had long been an established fact, yet the delay in his actions perplexed Vegeta. Galder? Who is this Galder? Galder is Frieza's newly born child, King Vegeta elucidated. Yet, this child possesses formidable combat prowess, despite being less than a month old. His power level has already surpassed 200,000. Even if we transform into great apes, it would be a daunting challenge to contend with him. What? Frieza has a son? Vegeta's mind reeled. The world of Dragon Ball had transcended his previous understanding. He realized that Galder should not be underestimated, after all. He was Frieza's offspring, and even as a newborn, he commanded significant power. No wonder Frieza had not hastily struck against the Saiyans. It appeared that this unexpected child had shifted the balance. Perhaps Frieza intended for himself to serve as a sharpening stone for his son. Vegeta clenched his teeth, hoping to achieve a breakthrough before the full moon of Galdo. Regardless, he decided to first enter the training chamber with 300 times the gravity and see what could be accomplished. Vegeta no longer hesitated. He turned and walked towards his palace, casually discarding the transformation capsule he had brought from Bulma's father. With a soft thud, the capsule instantaneously transformed into an oval-shaped dwelling, appearing remarkably peculiar within the confines of the palace. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta instructed the guards not to disturb him before he stepped into the gravity training chamber. The operational procedures for the training room had already been conveyed to him by Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs. By simply inputting the corresponding numbers, he could adjust the gravity. Naturally, this gravity training room currently supported a maximum of 300 times Earth's gravity. He decided to commence with 20 times the gravity. Vegeta did not overestimate himself by immediately activating a 100-fold gravity. He understood that training is a gradual process. Once the 20-fold gravity was engaged, Vegeta elevated his combat prowess to its utmost limits. Notably, Dr. Brief, adhering to Vegeta's suggestion, incorporated a special material in the gravity training chamber that could conceal one's battle power. Consequently, while training within, Vegeta's presence remained undetectable to outsiders. The 20-fold gravity seemed almost imperceptible. Vegeta, upon experiencing the weight of 20 times gravity, shook his head in mild disappointment, as he hardly felt any discomfort. Regardless of the exercise, he found everything to be quite manageable. He resolved to increase the intensity further. 30 times gravity. Vegeta still felt no discomfort. Only a slight heaviness in his body. 40 times. It remained the same. 50 times. 60 times. 100 times. When Vegeta finally adjusted the gravity in the training chamber to 100 times, he was nearly overwhelmed by the immense pressure. However, after recalibrating his energy, he swiftly overcame the 100 times gravity in approximately 10 minutes. Something felt amiss. Vegeta sensed that there was something amiss with the gravity training chamber. The gravitational force had been increased to a staggering 100 times, yet he was overcoming it with remarkable ease. Just as he was about to call Dr. Brief to inquire about the situation, a knock echoed at the door of the training room. Vegeta casually opened the door, revealing none other than his father, King Vegeta. "What is this, my son?" King Vegeta inquired, astonished as he gazed upon the peculiar structure that had suddenly appeared within his palace. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in conversation, and now, in the blink of an eye, an odd edifice had materialized within his domain. Before Vegeta could explain, King Vegeta strode in with great strides. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground. Finding it difficult even to move, Vegeta was taken aback, swiftly rushing forward to deactivate the gravity switch. Bei Wang, with great difficulty, managed to rise from the ground. Yet his pallor suggested he had sustained significant injuries. "Where am I?" Taking a deep breath, he gazed in amazement at the peculiar chamber surrounding him. It was utterly terrifying. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a formidable pressure that nearly cost him his life. "This is my training ground, where the gravity has been amplified 100-fold. Vegeta could now ascertain that there was nothing inherently wrong with this gravity training room. Rather, it was he who had become immensely powerful. Chapter 38, The Throne. Vegeta pondered the situation. With a combat power of 180,000, he found it effortless to surmount the 100-fold gravity. However, King Vegeta, possessing just over 10,000 in combat power, was fortunate not to be crushed by such immense gravitational force. The notion of training under such conditions? 100 times gravity? King Vegeta was utterly astonished, gazing at his son with disbelief. Just moments prior, upon entering the gravity chamber, he had been overwhelmed and had spat blood. Yet his son remained unscathed. Could it be that his son's combat power had ascended to such heights? Was he truly capable of moving freely under 100-fold gravity? "Did you acquire this device from Earth?" King Vegeta inquired, his heart a tumult of surprise and curiosity. Vegeta nodded, feeling no need to conceal anything from his father. "Very well, father. I must continue my training. You may leave now." Vegeta was eager to dedicate his time to rigorous training, uninterested in engaging in further idle chatter with his father. Bei Wang cast a profound glance at his son, realigned the energy within him, and then turned to depart. After Bei Wang's departure, Vegeta once again activated the gravity doubling button, gritting his teeth as he input a staggering 200 times the normal gravity. The immense weight bore down upon him like a colossal mountain, pinning Vegeta firmly to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. Vegeta gritted his teeth, channeling the energy within him, resolutely rising to his feet. However, he was drenched in sweat, and it felt as though every bone in his body was on the brink of shattering. An indescribable discomfort enveloping him. How agonizing it was. Vegeta clenched his fists, battling against the weight of his own gravity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, he managed to move with relative ease. The challenge of overcoming 200 times the normal gravity was within reach. Meanwhile, upon exiting the gravity training chamber, King Vegeta appeared utterly drained, his entire being enveloped in an unshakable malaise. The king of Beiwang, with a sudden eruption of blood, could no longer sustain his injured body and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The guards within the palace, witnessing such a scene, were taken aback and hurriedly transported the king to the treatment chamber. 3 days later, as the king emerged from the treatment room, he appeared rejuvenated, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. However, the haunting memory of the terrifying scene in the gravity training chamber weighed heavily on his spirit, leaving him unable to summon any enthusiasm. He pondered the fate of Little Bei. How had he managed to remain unscathed under 100-fold gravity? King Vegeta, filled with curiosity, could not resist returning to the exterior of the gravity training room. Just then, with a resounding clap, he noticed the door to the training chamber swinging open. In the next moment, he beheld his son emerging with vibrant energy. Little Vegeta, congratulations on significantly enhancing your battle power. It has risen to an impressive 25,000. King Vegeta remarked, a hint of surprise evident in his voice as he observed the readings on the scouter. Vegeta smiled gently. 25,000? A jest. After 3 days of rigorous training, he had conquered the formidable force of 300 times gravity. Vegeta increasingly felt that he was on the cusp of attaining the Super Saiyan transformation. Once he achieved that power, he would no longer fear Frieza. This training had rejuvenated him, as if he had been reborn. He appeared significantly more mature, despite being merely 6 years old. Frieza, just wait. You will come to regret your actions. Vegeta beamed with confidence. He then cast a glance at King Vegeta and smiled subtly. Father, it seems your battle power has increased considerably as well. You must be at 15,000 now? King Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that he could discern his son's battle power without a scouter. Vegeta smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Just as he was about to visit his old friends Jinyu and Guise, he was interrupted by a guard's announcement. My lord, Mr. Saiyan has arrived. Very well, I understand. Have him wait for me in the palace, replied King Vegeta, furrowing his brow. After speaking, he cast a glance at his son before departing. Vegeta pondered for a moment, then instructed the guards accordingly, subsequently following closely behind King B. Upon arriving at the palace, Vegeta caught sight of Saiyan leisurely perched on the throne, his legs crossed nonchalantly. In stark contrast, King B's countenance was a deep shade of fury. It was hardly surprising. After all, that was the throne of King B. And to have an outsider seated upon it would incite ire in anyone. My apologies, my apologies. I couldn't resist the allure of this comfortable throne and simply had to take a seat. I meant no offense. Ha ha ha. Saiyan hastily rose, offering a jovial explanation. Yet, the undertone of his words was unmistakably deliberate, evident to all who listened. The guards behind King Bei were so furious that their faces turned pale, poised to act at the slightest command from him. However, although King Bei was enraged, he dared not voice his anger in the face of overwhelming adversaries. The only consequence of action would be death. The King of B does not wish to perish just yet, since Mr. Saiyan desires this seat. I shall seize the opportunity to craft one for him, the King of B remarked with a cold huff. No need for that. I merely wish to bask in the aura of royalty. A newly fashioned throne could never compare to the comfort of this seat, Saiyan replied with a cheerful smile, then turned his gaze to Vegeta, shifting the conversation towards him. Isn't that so, young prince? This throne is likely prepared for you in the days to come. Vegeta could hardly bear it any longer and impatiently exclaimed, Silence. Oh, the little prince seems rather angry. Haha, which is quite understandable. Saiyan chuckled lightly and continued. I wonder if my brother showed you much respect when we were on Earth? It's no surprise. After all, you are the prince of the Saiyans, not our prince. We serve Lord Frieza. Your brother indeed disrespected me, but he is dead now, Vegeta replied coldly with a mocking laugh. What did you say? Saiyan's expression changed dramatically, his gaze towards Vegeta turning icy. I said your brother is dead. Is your hearing impaired, or must I repeat myself? Vegeta stated indifferently. You're talking nonsense. That is impossible, Saiyan exclaimed, his face paling in shock. He could hardly believe that his brother had perished. It should be noted that within Frieza's ranks, both he and his brother held esteemed positions. How could his brother simply die? Vegeta's words shocked even King Vegeta. Is it possible that Sabo is dead? Though this seemed unlikely, the individual who returned with his son was indeed not Sabo but another. These two claimed to be members of the Jinyu force. Upon hearing the name, King Vegeta was equally astonished. He had intended to inquire about his son's situation, but accidentally entered the gravity training chamber, sustaining severe injuries, which were only just treated today. Regardless of your thoughts, you should leave while you can and cease this pretense, Vegeta said with growing impatience. King Vegeta, increasingly unsettled by his son's assertiveness, realized that while this may be satisfying, provoking Mr. Saiyan could lead to dire consequences. Very well. I shall show you my might today, Saiyan declared angrily, glaring at Vegeta. Mr. Saiyan, let us speak civilly. My son is young and naive, King Vegeta interjected. Silence. Who I choose to discipline is none of your concern, Saiyan retorted furiously, dismissing King Vegeta entirely. Chapter 39. The Great Ape Monster. A sharp slap echoed through the grand hall, resonating with an unusual clarity. Everyone was taken aback as Prince Vegeta audaciously leaped up to deliver a resounding slap to Sarong in front of so many witnesses. The significance of that strike was profound. The young Saiyan prince, seemingly unfazed, raised his hand casually, adopting a defiant attitude. I said silence. Why so much chatter? Leave. Sarong, momentarily dazed, could hardly believe he had been struck by a Saiyan. He touched his cheek, feeling the sting, and noticed a sticky substance on his hand. Upon inspection, he could scarcely contain his fury. Blood. You actually made me bleed. Sarong's eyes blazed crimson, his handsome face contorted into a grimace. If you don't bleed, you want to learn, Vegeta sneered. I will not let this go unpunished. Sarong's anger escalated. It was one thing to be slapped, but the humiliation of having his noble blood drawn by a wild Saiyan was intolerable. Observing Sarong's furious demeanor, King Vegeta felt a surge of fear and swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of his son, sternly declaring, Sarong, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Sarong bellowed, nearly deranged with rage. Today, you and your son shall pay a heavy price. With that, Sarong erupted in a brilliant blaze of energy, a tremendous force sweeping through the palace like a tempest, causing the very structure to tremble. Feeling such overwhelming pressure, King Vegeta was utterly stunned, devoid of any will to resist. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, and in the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the palace. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Sarong's eyes burned with fury, having been struck and drawn blood. He felt utterly humiliated and was determined to exact vengeance. Sarong pursued Vegeta at breakneck speed. Fool, I merely wished to avoid destroying my palace, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Afterward, he arrived at a platform, silently awaiting Sarong's arrival. This platform was situated on the periphery of the palace, marked by a towering statue at its center, depicting none other than the supreme leader of the Saiyans, King Vegeta. Vegeta cast a glance at the statue of King Vegeta, a sigh escaping his lips as he absent-mindedly touched his nose. The king was not yet deceased, yet a statue had been erected. It left Vegeta pondering the king's intentions. Vegeta, you know you cannot escape, right? Humph. If I do not make you weep and wail today, then I am not Salong. Salong glared at Vegeta with venomous eyes, his aura suddenly amplifying severfold. With a battle power of 52,000, I am far stronger than your brother, he boasted. Vegeta merely smiled mockingly. You little brat. I will slay you. Salong exclaimed through gritted teeth, launching a powerful punch towards Vegeta, confident that even if he did not kill him, he would at least leave him incapacitated. Wait. Vegeta nonchalantly raised a hand, halting Salong's advance. Let us discuss matters in the underworld. Salong, undeterred by Vegeta's words, continued his relentless assault. Do you dare defy Frieza's orders? Vegeta shouted sharply. Salong abruptly ceased his attack. Terror etched across his face as he could not muster the courage to advance even an inch. Do you not realize that Frieza has summoned me for something significant? Fool. Vegeta chuckled lightly. What did you say? Salong stammered, momentarily taken aback. I said, Frieza brought me all the way from Earth for a purpose. If you kill me, how will you explain that to Frieza? Huh. Vegeta's smile radiated with a brightness that was almost mocking. Salong's fists trembled, his voice failing him as he struggled to respond. Indeed, Vegeta could not perish just yet. It was Frieza's command. As a fiercely loyal servant to Frieza, how could Salong dare to defy him? In that moment, Salong gnashed his teeth, glaring at Vegeta with a ferocity that suggested he wished to obliterate him with mere gazes. Is this all you amount to? Vegeta chuckled softly. You just wait. I will settle this score with you. Salong retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. After declaring this, he intended to swiftly vacate this disheartening place. He felt utterly stifled by the inability to strike Vegeta. However, just as Salong turned to leave, he heard Vegeta's voice once more. Wait, who said you could leave? You little brat, what do you want now? Salong seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he found himself powerless against Vegeta. He feared that should he strike, he might inadvertently end Vegeta's life, incurring Frieza's wrath, a consequence he was not prepared to face. You dare not lay a hand on me, do you? Yet, I can bully you without restraint, Vegeta proclaimed, suddenly unleashing a punch that connected squarely with Salong's handsome face. Blood gushed from Salong's nostrils as he glared at Vegeta with fury. What do you mean? What? I am striking at you, you fool. Vegeta retaliated with a swift kick, sending Salong crashing to the ground. Salong sprang back up, his fury reaching a boiling point, his power surging as if on the verge of eruption. Previously, Vegeta had only used a fraction of his strength against Salong. With his current prowess, he could eliminate Salong with the mere flick of a finger. Vegeta still has not had his fill of play. Easily dispatching his opponent feels far too trivial. Thus, he has chosen to hold back slightly. After all, it is merely a Salong, and he seeks only to humiliate this fellow, so that he may not strut about with arrogance on his own planet. You may not dare to kill me, but I can extinguish you without hesitation, Vegeta remarked with a smirk. You shall not escape my wrath. Salong seethed, his hair nearly standing on end. In the next moment, Salong transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Vegeta's position. This time, he had resolved to teach this bully a lesson. He could not simply endure the blows without retaliating. Such was not his style. Boom. However, just as Saiyan was about to strike Vegeta, it was as though he had been struck by an unseen force, and he plummeted into the earth like a cannonball. Vegeta fixed his gaze intently. Goodness, a transformation into a great ape. How dare you bully my son? I shall obliterate you. The one speaking was none other than King Vegeta, transformed into a great ape. At this moment, the Saiyan King appeared utterly majestic. His colossal form loomed like a towering mountain, supporting half the sky. His imposing silhouette stretched long under the slanting rays of the setting sun. In that instant, as Vegeta beheld the transformed king, along with his fervent declarations, a spark of enlightenment ignited within him, stirring a profound sense of emotion. Chapter 40. The Gathering of the Great Apes. At this moment, King Vegeta resembled a magnificent mountain, gazing down at the diminutive figure of Saiyan below. Vegeta discovered that after his father transformed into a great ape, his battle power had surged to an astonishing 100,000, rendering him more than capable of dealing with Saiyan. Eager to conceal his own strength, Vegeta sat down with a smile, intending to enjoy the spectacle of his father mercilessly overpowering Saiyan. Eventually, Saiyan rose from the ground, gritting his teeth as he soared into the air to confront King Vegeta. His crimson eyes fixed upon him. In a deep voice, he demanded, "King Vegeta, do you intend to rebel?" "Saiyan, you're mistaken. I am merely an ordinary father defending my son. I do not represent the Saiyans. Do you understand?" Upon uttering these words, King Vegeta bellowed orders to the numerous soldiers below. "All Saiyans, listen closely. This is a personal feud between my son and me and Mr. Saiyan. No one is permitted to interfere." Yes, the Saiyans roared in unison, exhilarated by King Vegeta's prowess, believing that he could easily vanquish Saiyan in his great ape form. In that moment, the crowd was filled with fervor, rallying in support of their king. "Let me make this clear. Today is a private matter between my son and me." Saiyan sneered. "Regardless of who perishes, do not blame others. That would only signify their inadequacy." Saiyan was elated, while he dared not kill Vegeta. Lord Frieza had never indicated that King Vegeta was off limits. Thus, the hatred he could not unleash upon Vegeta would be redirected toward the king instead. "Saiyan, you should recognize that you are not my equal. I advise you to leave while you still can." King Vegeta wished to avoid antagonizing Frieza's favored minion, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully. "Not my equal?" Saiyan chuckled coldly, and in an instant, his body swelled grotesquely, his hideous, toad-like visage manifested before all. The Saiyans present were left in profound shock upon witnessing Saiyan's transformation. 100,000. After transforming, Saiyan's battle power matched that of King Vegeta. This revelation startled Vegeta. He had not anticipated that Saiyan would prove much stronger than his brother. Fortunately, his own battle power had already reached formidable heights. Otherwise, Saiyan would have indeed been a formidable adversary. "Come, King Vegeta. I, Saiyan, shall personally obliterate you." Saiyan cackled maniacally, unleashing a powerful beam of light directed straight at King Vegeta. Beowang, unwilling to be outdone, radiated with brilliance, emanating a tremendous wave of energy. With a resounding boom, the two forces collided in midair, unleashing a series of powerful tempests. The sky appeared to be torn asunder, with bolts of lightning cascading down, sweeping across the land. The air was imbued with a searing heat. Even some of the weaker Saiyans were swept away by this tempest of energy, dissipating into nothingness. The ground shook as the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. Wherever they passed, onlookers were compelled to seek refuge. Indeed, many Saiyans, recognizing their inferior combat prowess, resorted to transforming into colossal apes under the artificial full moon conjured by Beowang, in a desperate attempt to shield themselves from the overwhelming energy. Vegeta gazed around, utterly captivated by the breathtaking spectacle of the planet at that moment. Countless gorillas stood before him, their furry bodies showcasing their majestic silhouettes. A congregation of these magnificent creatures. Bang, bang. Beowang and Saiyan exchanged powerful blows before swiftly retreating. "Mr. Saiyan, I see you are not as formidable as you appear." Beowang sneered, his laughter tinged with a sense of dark relief. The prolonged pressure from Frieza had dampened his spirit, yet this battle had invigorated him immensely. The former king had finally returned. The king of the Saiyans, the pride of the Saiyans. The multitude of gorillas roared in support, filled with pride for their revered monarch. "Humph, Beowang, do not presume that transforming into a great ape grants you superiority. Let me inform you, my transformation bears no weaknesses. While you Saiyans have many vulnerabilities post-transformation." With a cold smile, Saiyan unleashed a beam of light from his hand. "Oh no!" Beowang gasped in horror. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the artificial full moon, suspended high above, was obliterated by Saiyan's forceful attack. As the king of beasts and numerous Saiyans transformed into colossal apes gradually reverted to their original forms, the king's countenance darkened significantly. Following the recent battle, his combat prowess had diminished considerably. At this moment, he was so fragile that a mere pinch from Saiyan could spell his demise. The king of beings stood on guard, eyes fixed warily on Saiyan. However, Saiyan showed no immediate intent to attack, instead observing his opponent with a bemused smile. "So, king, how are you faring now? Perhaps you might conjure another artificial full moon?" Saron chuckled, exuding an air of confidence, and continued with a teasing tone. It seems that aside from you and your father, no other Saiyans possess the ability to create such a moon, do they? Humph. Vegeta, why not craft one for your father? Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled and inquired, Oh, are you certain? I am quite merciful, considering the bond between you and your father. I could allow you to assist him in creating another artificial full moon, lest it be said that I am bullying him. Saiyan gazed at Vegeta with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes shimmering with a cunning glint. Vegeta instantly discerned the intent behind this ploy. The individual sought to humiliate him by means of a fabricated full moon. By conjuring this artificial celestial body, the individual intended to obliterate it shortly thereafter, thereby depleting his own energy reserves. After all, the creation of such an artificial moon necessitates a considerable expenditure of energy. I hope you do not come to regret this, Vegeta mused with a subtle smile. With a flick of his wrist, he manifested an artificial full moon. In the next moment, he hurled the newly created orb into the sky and, with a powerful gesture of his right hand, he grasped it forcefully. Chapter 41, The Vulnerability of the Artificial Full Moon Boom. The artificial full moon erupted in a breathtaking brilliance against the sky, illuminating the scarlet terrain below as though it were a genuine lunar orb. Upon witnessing Vegeta's creation, numerous Saiyans lifted their gazes toward the heavens. In no time, their forms began to swell, their bodies enveloped in a dense, dark fur. King Vegeta clenched his teeth, seizing the opportunity as his body gradually expanded, revealing the form of a giant ape once more. Saiyan chuckled sinisterly, watching as numerous Saiyans were on the brink of transformation. Just as they were about to succeed, a beam of light shot forth from his hand, targeting Vegeta's artificial full moon. At that moment, many Saiyans had not fully transformed, especially King Vegeta, who could only watch helplessly as the beam struck the artificial moon with tremendous force. Fools! Saiyan laughed brightly, squinting at the group of Saiyans. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky, it seemed as if the entire horizon had been shattered. King Vegeta, I regret to inform you that you have lost. Prepare to meet your demise, Saiyan declared, charging towards him. In that crucial moment, King Vegeta's thick tail lashed out violently, striking Saiyan squarely in the face. Ah! Saiyan screamed, sent flying backward, his face contorted in pain. Regaining his composure, Saiyan stared in bewilderment at the now transformed King Vegeta, his eyes flickering with disbelief. This was strange. Had he not just destroyed the artificial full moon? Why was King Vegeta still able to transform? Saiyan, puzzled, looked up at the sky, where he was shocked to see the artificial moon still intact, radiating an astonishing light. What is this? Saiyan exclaimed in disbelief. Even King Vegeta and the other Saiyans suddenly realized the situation. Indeed, Saiyan's powerful strike should have obliterated the artificial moon, so why was it unharmed? Saiyan quickly regained his composure, contemplating that perhaps he had missed his mark. Yes, he must have aimed poorly. A wicked grin spread across his face as he unleashed another intense beam of light directed at the moon. With a thunderous boom that shook the very ground, the sky seemed to tremble. Saiyan's face was adorned with a triumphant smile. Humph, the artificial moon is ultimately useless, he scoffed at Vegeta. Fool. Open your eyes and look closely, Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. What did you say? Saiyan glanced up again, nearly losing his eyes from their sockets. The artificial moon continued to radiate its elegant light, providing the Saiyans present with the energy necessary for their transformation. How is this possible? Saiyan stammered, his composure slipping away. He had clearly struck the artificial moon. Why was it still unscathed? What was going on? Saiyan was at a loss, scratching his head in confusion. The Saiyans, including King Vegeta, were equally bewildered. This artificial moon was remarkably resilient. It had withstood such a formidable attack from Saiyan without a scratch. For a moment, both King Vegeta and Saiyan forgot their battle, staring in astonishment at the moon above. Impossible, impossible. Saiyan's powerful aura surged once more, sending beams of light soaring towards the moon. Boom, boom. The sky erupted with immense energy, illuminating the earth as if it were daylight. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Saiyan looked up at the moon, only to be left dumbfounded. The artificial moon remained perfectly intact, as if his previous attack had merely tickled it. This. Saiyan stuttered in shock. Fool, do you really wish to challenge the artificial moon? Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. It was no surprise. Vegeta would never neglect his vulnerabilities. In the gravity training chamber, he had devised every possible method to overcome the inherent weaknesses of the artificial moon. Now, the moon he had created could only be destroyed by someone 20 times stronger than him. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to obliterate it. Even if it were destroyed, it would drain a significant amount of energy. And if someone truly emerged who was 20 times stronger than Vegeta, he conceded that even transforming into a giant ape would be futile. The only option would be to flee. Saiyan, go accompany your brother in the underworld, Vegeta said coldly, gathering a sphere of energy. Stop. Just as Vegeta prepared to eliminate the troublesome foe, a commanding voice echoed from afar. Yet, despite its authority, there was an undertone of weariness. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon a clearing, where Jinyu and Jis were pitifully being escorted. The one who had spoken was indeed Jinyu. How dare you speak like that? That is our prince. kneel before him. One soldier, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Jinyu hard in the knee. Thud. Captain Jinyu buckled, kneeling before the crowd, facing Vegeta, his face flushed with humiliation. And you, blind fool. The soldier kicked Jis as well, forcing him to kneel. Jinyu and Jis glared at Vegeta with bloodshot eyes, filled with rage. Enough. Rise, Vegeta said with a gentle smile. Witnessing this, Saiyan was momentarily stunned. What was happening? The esteemed Captain Jinyu was being subdued by a Saiyan? Surely he was mistaken? No, the resemblance was unmistakable. It was indeed Captain Jinyu. Saiyan felt utterly bewildered and hastily flew towards Jinyu's location. The two soldiers, though formidable, trembled in fear upon seeing Saiyan approach, no longer daring to be rough with Jinyu. At that moment, King B was equally astonished. Was it truly Jinyu? He pondered how Captain Jinyu could find himself on planet Vegeta, and worse, being bullied by his own subordinates. Captain Jinyu, I can't be mistaken, can I? Saiyan asked in disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. Saiyan, kill that little wretch for me. Jinyu seethed, veins throbbing on his forehead. What on earth happened, Jinyu? Saiyan remained perplexed. That little wretch tricked us, leaving me and Captain Jinyu starving. We haven't eaten in a month, Jis growled from the side. What? Saiyan was even more bewildered. A month without food? It sounded like a joke. How could the elite Jinyu force be reduced to such a state? Yet, despite the absurdity, Saiyan could not find humor in it. His body trembled violently as he asked. What about my brother, Sabo? He's dead, killed by that little wretch, Jis replied. Saiyan's eyes widened, his mouth agape, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. My brother's power far surpassed Vegeta's. How could he be killed? Saiyan refused to believe this fact. You must be mistaken. Saiyan, the Jinyu force consists only of me and the captain now. Do you think that's possible? Jis said with a bitter smile. What? Bart and the others were killed by Vegeta? Saiyan gazed at Vegeta in shock. Jis nodded gravely. Jis, why are you wasting breath? Jinyu barked, then winked at Saiyan, lowering his voice. Quickly, bring us some food. Understanding the implication, Saiyan discreetly retrieved a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Jinyu. The vial contained a special nutrient solution that would suffice for basic sustenance. Back on the spaceship, Vegeta had consumed all the food and drained the nutrient solution entirely. Jinyu felt a surge of joy as he swiftly opened the vial and gulped down the liquid, realizing the situation was turning unfavorable. The two soldiers exchanged glances and quietly slipped away. After consuming the nutrient solution, Jinyu's energy began to rise. Haha, Jinyu has finally returned. In the next moment, Jinyu emanated an intense aura, his immense energy crashing over the Saiyans like colossal waves, nearly toppling them. Some of the weaker Saiyans even coughed up blood from the overwhelming force. This scene caused King B's complexion to change dramatically. Just moments ago, he had nearly annihilated Saiyan. And now, Jinyu re-emerged. Beep. At that moment, King B Scouter displayed Jinyu's battle power reading, 120,000. Even in his grade 8 form, he would be no match for this individual. You little wretch, prepare to meet your demise. Jinyu's long-suppressed fury finally erupted, sweeping toward Vegeta like a tempest. Vegeta smirked slightly. In the past, he may have feared Jinyu, but ever since the dragon granted his wish, he had completely disregarded Jinyu. Moreover, having overcome 300 times the gravity, Vegeta's battle power was now astonishing. As he observed Jinyu rapidly approaching, Vegeta remained unperturbed, extending a hand nonchalantly. Not good. Upon seeing Jinyu rush towards his son, King Vegeta shouted and swiftly pursued. Where do you think you're going, King? Humph. Your opponent is me. Just as King Vegeta was nearing his son, another figure abruptly appeared beside him, blocking his path. It was Zarbin. Step aside. King Vegeta commanded sharply. Humph. Your son killed my brother. Out of respect for Lord Frisia's orders, I cannot harm your son, so I shall take pleasure in eliminating you instead. Zarbin's eyes burned with hatred as he spoke, unleashing a fierce beam of energy towards King Vegeta. Beowang was taken aback and swiftly dodged. Meanwhile, Jinyu had already approached Vegeta, a cold smirk adorning his face. The sight of Vegeta's infuriating expression only fueled his rage. If I do not incapacitate you today, I am not Jinyu, he bellowed, swinging his fist towards Vegeta. It was no wonder Jinyu was enraged. If Vegeta had indeed become significantly stronger, he might have accepted it. The crux of the matter was that Vegeta had been duped by the Earthlings, and now he was inadvertently ensnaring himself. This little rascal was quite treacherous. Moreover, Jinyu realized that Vegeta's current combat power was merely around 1,000, a considerable distance from his own strength. Thus, Jinyu's attack lacked ferocity. He was concerned about unintentionally killing Vegeta, which would not bode well with Frisia. Bang! Just as Jinyu pondered whether to temper his strength further, he saw Vegeta raise his hand and strike him squarely in the face. Instantly, Jinyu felt dizzy, his face ablaze with pain, an indescribable discomfort coursing through him. Boom! Vegeta smiled subtly, unleashing a devastating blast that left Captain Jinyu battered and bruised. The scene rendered those present utterly speechless, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld the display of power from the young prince. Captain Jinyu seethed with rage, feeling as though his lungs might explode with indignation. You little wretch, you deliberately concealed your true strength, he thought, infuriated that his initial restraint, meant to avoid causing harm, had allowed this impudent youth to seize the opportunity to counterattack. This is intolerable. With fury ignited, Captain Ginyu charged at Vegeta, amplifying his own energy in the process. Bang! Vegeta, unfazed, extended his small hand and, as Ginyu leaned in, delivered an unceremonious slap. Ginyu, you are no match for me. Be gone. After the initial strike, Vegeta, still unsatisfied, unleashed a series of relentless blows. Ginyu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why could he not evade the onslaught? Depart, or I shall take your wretched life, Vegeta barked, following his words with a swift kick. In the next moment, Ginyu soared through the air for a considerable distance, and upon landing, he was battered and bruised, particularly his mouth, which oozed crimson blood. Gasping, Ginyu struggled to rise, coughing up several teeth. At that moment, Saiyan, engaged in a fierce battle with King Vegeta, happened to glance over and was taken aback. What was going on? Why was Ginyu unable to overpower this Vegeta? Chapter 43, A Powerful Aura Boom. Just as Saiyan was engulfed in confusion, King Vegeta dove down and struck him forcefully on the head. After crashing to the ground, Saiyan found himself merely 3 meters away from Ginyu, and the two exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Vegeta smiled gently and soared through the air with a serene grace, as if carried by a gentle breeze and soft clouds. Beckoned by astonishment, King Vegeta gazed at his son, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. When had his son become so formidable? It was noteworthy that throughout their encounter, his son had not even cast a glance at the artificial full moon, implying that he had not transformed into a great ape. The fact that he possessed such immense strength without undergoing the transformation left one to ponder the potential of his power should he actually transform. Saiyan, is this all you amount to? Vegeta remarked with a smirk, delivering a swift kick that sent Saiyan sprawling to the ground. Saiyan, though inclined to resist, was overtaken by a sense of helplessness in the face of Vegeta's assault. This is impossible. Why can't I overpower him? His battle power is merely 1,000. Saiyan's face was a portrait of confusion. Equally bewildered, Ginyu shared Saiyan's disbelief. Back on Earth, he had been able to easily dominate Vegeta. How could it be that after such a short time, Vegeta now stood triumphantly over him? Suddenly, a light of realization flickered in Jinyu's mind. Vegeta, did you intentionally leave Earth? He inquired. Allow me to enlighten you. While those Earthlings may have deceived me, I am a genius. I have transformed the energy they bestowed upon me into my own, Vegeta replied, withholding the true details of his time on Earth and fabricating an excuse. I am no longer the same as before. What did you say? Ginyu exclaimed in shock. Regardless, you are soon to meet your demise. So to utilize your scouter to witness my true strength. Vegeta said with a slight smile, his aura suddenly surging with intensity. Boom. A tremendous energy erupted, unleashing a tempest upon planet Vegeta, as Vegeta's battle power began to skyrocket from 1,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Ultimately, Vegeta's battle power stabilized at 150,000, merely a display of intimidation, for he saw no need to reveal his full might. The sheer magnitude of 150,000 left Ginyu and Saiyan utterly speechless. Indeed, both were momentarily paralyzed by the revelation of such overwhelming power. The other Saiyans, too, gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. 150,000 battle power. It surpassed all conceivable expectations. Even King Vegeta trembled at the sight, remaining silent for several moments, nearly moved to tears by the realization of his son's remarkable growth. My son, my own flesh and blood, has ascended to such heights. How could a father like King Vegeta not feel an overwhelming surge of emotion? At this juncture, he realized that it was his son who would handle matters. And with a self-deprecating smile, he acknowledged that he had once believed he could protect his son, only to find that his son now stood ready to protect him. In that vast plaza, the multitude of Saiyans appeared invigorated, their eyes ablaze with pride as they gazed upon their esteemed young prince. After a prolonged silence, Ginyu finally spoke. His expression cold yet tinged with admiration. Indeed impressive. 150,000 battle power. I underestimated you, Vegeta. He concluded with a subtle smile. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing that Ginyu was up to some trickery. Indeed, as Vegeta focused his gaze on Ginyu, he observed a radiant glow emanating from Jinyu's entire being, as if he were enveloped in a cocoon of brilliant light. Exchange. Your body will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Ginyu cackled, as the flames of light surged toward Vegeta's position. Vegeta immediately comprehended the bizarre and twisted technique of Ginyu, which allowed for the exchange of bodies. Fortunately, Vegeta's current power was extraordinary, and he had sensed something amiss with Ginyu moments prior. As the radiant energy surged towards him, his form transformed into a shimmering light, eerily darting to the side where the statue of King Vegeta stood. With a resounding crash, the luminous energy struck the statue with full force. No, this is not how it should be, Ginyu exclaimed, but after uttering only a couple of desperate cries, he fell silent, frozen in place, mimicking the very statue before him. Meanwhile, the original statue seemed to come to life, its eyes flickering momentarily, yet its body remained utterly immobile. Ginyu, you have brought this upon yourself. From now on, consider yourself a treasured relic of our Saiyan heritage, Vegeta remarked with a smile, patting the Ginyu transformed statue. Jinyu's eyes were filled with terror, yet he could utter no words. This body is of no use to you anymore, Vegeta declared, unleashing a beam of energy that obliterated Jinyu's original form into smithereens. The sight left everyone in utter astonishment. The captain of the Ginyu force had fallen. At that moment, Zarbon was paralyzed with fear, especially as Vegeta's gaze fell upon him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Do not be anxious. Your turn will come shortly, Vegeta said with a gentle smile, directing his attention towards Zarbon. No, please, Zarbon cried out, his face ashen with dread, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, fleeing hastily into the distance. Vegeta let out a cold snort and swiftly pursued. However, just as he was about to unleash a fatal strike upon Saiyan, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising in the distance. Slightly furrowing his brow, Vegeta gazed into the far expanse. Approximately 10 kilometers away, a spaceship descended from the heavens. As the hatch of the craft opened, a petite alien emerged. Its skin a deep shade of crimson, adorned with 2 sturdy, short horns atop its head, and a long, trailing tail following behind. From a distance, Vegeta was taken aback in astonishment. Frieza. He never anticipated his arrival would be so swift. Could it be that today marks the end of his planet and the Saiyans? Vegeta acknowledged that, with his current strength, he could not possibly match Frieza unless he transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, to achieve this transformation, one must be fueled by extreme anger. At present, Vegeta felt no such fury. What could he do? Chapter 44. Frieza's son. Upon sensing the formidable energy emanating from his opponent, Vegeta momentarily forgot to attack Saiyan. Saiyan, seemingly aware of Vegeta's unusual demeanor, turned his gaze toward the direction Vegeta was fixated on. Upon observing, a look of delight instantly appeared on Saiyan's face, his lips quivering with excitement. Prince Gulder, Prince Gulder. Save me, save me, Saiyan shouted as he swiftly darted away into the distance. Vegeta paused momentarily. Gulder? Could he not be Frieza? Upon closer inspection, it appeared that he indeed was not. At the very least, Frieza was taller and more mature than this fellow. Gulder's face exhibited a distinctly youthful demeanor. So, this was Gulder? My word, having only been born a month ago, he has already grown so much. The Frieza clan is truly peculiar. Nevertheless, with Frieza's absence, Vegeta felt considerably relieved. Before long, Gulder seemed to sense the anomaly in this vicinity and transformed into a streak of light, arriving before Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Prince Gulder, Vegeta is plotting rebellion. You must eliminate him swiftly. Saiyan appeared to have found his leverage and hastily spoke up. Gulder cast a sidelong glance at Saiyan, clearly displeased, and remarked, Are you commanding me? At Gulder's words, Saiyan nearly wet himself, promptly bowing respectfully and replying, I would not dare, my subordinate would not dare. Humph, as if you would dare, Gulder coldly retorted. Then his icy gaze swept over to Vegeta's position, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, you are Vegeta? You are Gulder, son of Frieza? Vegeta smiled at Gulder. Truly. As Frieza's son, having been born merely a month ago, his fighting power had already reached an astonishing 200,000. Moreover, Vegeta noted that Gulder's apparent combat power was around 200,000 as well. He wondered if Gulder could transform. If so, it would pose quite a challenge. Vegeta, there have been quite a few rumors about you lately, so I, the young master, have come to observe your capabilities, Gulder said with a cheerful expression directed at Vegeta. Vegeta smiled faintly, remaining silent. I am curious to see who is truly superior. What do you think? Gulder beamed with a broad smile. I heard you have just turned 1 month old. I do not wish to bully a child, so perhaps you should return. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. Our race matures at an accelerated pace. Although I have just turned 1 month, I am comparable to someone around 5 or 6 years old. My father sent me here specifically to undergo rigorous training. Humph, I advise you to engage in battle with me earnestly. Gulder replied with utmost seriousness. Initially, my father intended for all you Saiyans to come and celebrate my birthday, while also allowing me to teach you a lesson. However, upon learning that Ginyu has been imprisoned by you, I found you intriguing enough to come on my own. Vegeta chuckled softly, acknowledging that despite this youngster's rapid growth in combat prowess, he remained rather inexperienced in the ways of the world. It was their first encounter, and he had already divulged personal matters. One could understand this, as Gulder had only been born a month ago and was sorely lacking in social experience. However, observing the child's tenacity, it seemed inevitable that a confrontation would occur today. Just as he prepared to engage, a loud voice rang out. Prince Gulder, Prince Gulder. You must avenge Captain Ginyu. Vegeta gazed downward, and the speaker was none other than Jisoo, the sole survivor of the Ginyu force. At that moment, Jisu's eyes were blood red, glaring fiercely at Vegeta. However, upon meeting Vegeta's gaze, he was immediately taken aback and hastily averted his eyes. Jisoo was consumed by frustration, with Prince Gulder present. Vegeta would not act recklessly, so why should he be afraid? Realizing this, Jisoo gritted his teeth and stared intently at Vegeta. Was Ginyu truly dead? Gulder merely cast a fleeting glance at Jisoo before turning to Vegeta and inquiring, I apologize. I may have been a bit too forceful. He accidentally met his demise. Vegeta chuckled lightly, and with a flicker of energy in his hand, proclaimed, just like this. Boom. A blinding light descended, striking Jisu's body directly. In an instant, Vegeta's energy wave obliterated Jisu into mere fragments. What skill is there in bullying someone devoid of combat prowess? Galder scoffed dismissively. I merely wish to warm up. Vegeta replied with a slight smile, then gestured towards the distance. Since you wish to settle this once and for all, let us relocate to a more secluded area. With that, Vegeta ignored Galder and soared away. Galder chuckled, glancing at his companion Salong, and beckoned him over. Salong, wary yet eager to comply, hurried to his side. Salong, stick close to me. You shall prove useful shortly, Galder said with a sinister grin. Salong nodded gravely, sensing an ominous undertone, yet chose not to dwell on it. In that moment, the onlookers, including King Vegeta, were astounded. The young prince intended to confront Galder? This news swiftly spread across the planet, drawing numerous Saiyans. Though they dared not approach too closely, well aware of Galder's formidable strength. At that juncture, Vegeta and Galder had ascended to the skies above a desolate wasteland. With Salong trailing closely behind Galder. Vegeta, my father has specifically spared your life. Should you not express your gratitude? Galder grinned at Vegeta, opting not to engage in immediate combat. Am I to be your sharpening stone? Vegeta retorted coldly. Indeed, our kind must seek appropriate adversaries to hone our skills. While I currently have no rivals aside from my father, neglecting to train would render my future growth exceedingly arduous, Galder explained with a beaming smile. Since my birth, I have heard tales of your prowess, and I have longed to battle you, which is why I had Jinyu and the others bring you here. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the necessity of expressing gratitude towards Galdo. Had it not been for him, troubles on Earth would have escalated significantly. I must admit, you have not disappointed me. Within a mere year, your combat power has surged to 150,000. Galdo smiled faintly. You must have already learned of my combat prowess from your kin. Correct? But do not fret. Although your power stands at 150,000, I shall not unleash my full strength, nor will I easily take your life. Chapter 45. 300,000 combat power. I am most grateful for your consideration, Galdo. Vegeta replied courteously, then, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Given the multitude of formidable allies at your side, why not utilize them as your training partners? Are you referring to the Jinyu Force? Galdo understood Vegeta's implication and chuckled lightly. I have little fondness for them. They are quite obstinate. Furthermore, even if I were to seek them out for a duel, would they dare? After pondering for a moment, he added, in this vast universe, aside from you, little prince, I doubt anyone would be bold enough to challenge me. You certainly know me well, Vegeta mused, nodding thoughtfully. Very well, please wait a moment. I shall first warm up, Galdo declared, beckoning to Salong once more. Salong, looking bewildered, approached hurriedly and asked, Your Highness, what are your instructions? Stand to my right, Galdo commanded. Salong nodded and took his place beside Galdo. Boom. In the next instant, a brilliant orb of light erupted from Galdo's right hand. No. Salong's face turned pale. This was a threat to his very existence. However, it was too late for him to evade, and in a moment of despair, he braced himself for the onslaught of light. Bang. Salong's body was instantly obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust. Well then, I am warmed up. We may begin, Galdo announced, gesturing for Vegeta to strike first. The spectators, including King Vegeta, stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Additionally, to those observing from afar, let me make it clear, this is a battle between myself and Vegeta, and no one is permitted to intervene. Should anyone dare to do so? Galdo proclaimed loudly to King Vegeta and the others, as a fierce red light appeared at his fingertips. With a gentle flick of his arm towards the direction of King Vegeta and his entourage, a tremendous rumble erupted. Instantly, the ground trembled beneath them, and amidst the swirling smoke, a bottomless black hole materialized before King Vegeta and his companions. Beowang and his companions were greatly alarmed, their garments drenched in perspiration. After a prolonged silence, one of the warriors, a Saiyan at his side, expressed his concerns, stating, Your Highness, Beowang possesses a combat power of 150,000, while Galder boasts 200,000. This battle appears daunting. How could King Vegeta be unaware of such a principle? Yet, at this juncture, he found himself utterly devoid of solutions. Following the accumulation of time just moments ago, the artificial full moon had vanished without a trace. The artificial full moon, after all, could only endure for a maximum of 10 minutes, a fact that Vegeta was well aware of. Naturally, when confronting a foe like Galder, Vegeta had no intention of resorting to the Great Ape transformation if the opponent sought to use him as a stepping stone. He too wished to employ Galder for the same purpose. The emergence of a rival of comparable strength was, in Vegeta's eyes, a divine gift. He believed that once he reached a certain level of growth, even Frieza would find it too late to intervene. Bestow upon me a portion of your energy. In critical moments, I fear I shall have to rely on the young prince's Great Ape transformation, King Vegeta solemnly addressed his trusted subordinates. However, King Vegeta, Galder has just stated that no one is permitted to interfere. Enough chatter, act swiftly, King Vegeta commanded sternly. After a moment's hesitation, his subordinates transferred their energy. With this newfound energy, King Vegeta could once again summon the artificial full moon, and in crucial moments, should the young prince transform into a great ape. He was confident that they could triumph over Galder. Boom. Vegeta showed no signs of restraint as he charged towards Galdo, landing a powerful punch squarely on his face. The force of the blow was undeniably fierce, causing Galdo's eyes to bulge outward and his neck to nearly twist from the impact. Vegeta's fist struck Galder's chest incessantly. Akin to a rapid-fire machine gun, Galder's body quivered uncontrollably, trembling violently in midair. Boom. Vegeta executed a powerful counterattack, sending Galder soaring through the air. This astonishing spectacle left King Vegeta and the others in utter disbelief. How could the young prince possess such formidable strength? He had rendered Galder incapable of retaliation. The young prince was truly remarkable. He was indeed the pride of our Saiyan race. Cheers erupted for Vegeta. However, some speculated that Galder had not unleashed his full potential. Amidst the murmurs, Galder's figure gradually emerged, his face smeared with grimy blood, his body in disarray, and his gaze towards Vegeta turned venomous. You dare strike me, Vegeta? I am furious. I shall no longer play with you. I will unleash my full power to annihilate you. Galder bellowed in exasperation. To put it plainly, Galder had only been in this world for a mere month, and his maturity was still lacking. Initially, he had intended to toy with Vegeta for his own training. But instead, he found himself thoroughly beaten, on the verge of collapse. Did your father not inform you that underestimating your opponent comes with a price? Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile, then provocatively added, transform. I have heard your father can transform. You should be capable as well, no? Humph. I need not transform to deal with a Saiyan whose power level is merely 150,000. Galder retorted with a sneer. In the next moment, he soared into the air, launching a fierce assault on Vegeta, his long tail moving with the agility of a serpent. Vegeta, quick as lightning, seized Galder's long tail and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Galder plummeted to the vast earth, leaving behind a profound crater. Rumble. Enraged, Galder summoned a swirling tempest of dust around him, as if a violent sandstorm had erupted, filling the air. With a fierce determination, Galder soared upward, his teeth clenched. Glaring furiously at Vegeta, you have thoroughly provoked me, and I shall personally obliterate you. At this moment, Galder had maximized his fighting prowess. Beep. On the detector of Bei Wang and his companions, the combat power value of Galder re-emerged. Upon witnessing this figure, the faces of all the Saiyans turned ashen. A terrifying combat power of 300,000, this formidable being had not even exerted his full strength moments ago. If Galder possesses such power, how much more formidable is Frieza? The prince is in peril. A multitude of Saiyans stood in stunned disbelief, drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming might of Galder. Chapter 46, The First Transformation. Chapter 46, The First Transformation. King Bei gritted his teeth, resolved to create an artificial full moon. Once his son transformed into a giant ape, his combat power would increase tenfold, thus making it relatively easy to confront a Galdo. Your Majesty, please do not rush. I perceive that His Highness the Prince remains unperturbed by the situation, exuding confidence throughout. At this moment, a trusted advisor offered counsel to King Bei. As Bei Wang scrutinized the situation, he realized that his son's face radiated confidence, unfazed by Galdo's formidable combat prowess. Is this truly your full strength? Vegeta chuckled lightly. You ought to transform. Your current battle power is rather insignificant, even inferior to mine. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, are you jesting? Galdo seemed to have heard an amusing joke, throwing his head back in laughter before pointing to his own scouter. Vegeta, since you lack a scouter, I shall forgive your ignorance. Allow me to enlighten you. My current battle power stands at 300,000. And you? Humph. I'm afraid you only possess a mere 150,000. Is that so? Vegeta scoffed coldly. I am aware that you are concealing your true battle power, but I speculate that it cannot exceed 250,000 at best. Humph. You are no match for me. With a sinister chuckle, Galdo responded, Very well then, let us commence. Vegeta beckoned to Galdo, unaware of the peril you invite. Prepare to witness my terrifying capabilities. Upon finishing his declaration, Galdo raised his right arm, unleashing a torrent of red energy. The crimson flame streaked past Vegeta, grazing his form. Boom. The fiery blast struck the vast, sandy terrain, causing the ground to tremble violently, and a cloud of dust surged into the air, scattering throughout the space. Such overwhelming combat power, if one were to be struck by it. Bei Wang and the others exchanged glances, scarcely daring to breathe. Is the little prince all right? Someone inquired. He managed to evade. Galdo gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, struggling to comprehend this reality. Vegeta smiled faintly, shaking his head as he remarked, Your speed is far too slow. This is impossible. Galdo seethed with rage, his fingertips igniting once more as 5 beams of crimson light surged towards Vegeta's position, effectively sealing off his escape. Vegeta, unperturbed, extended his small hand with a serene smile adorning his face. With a series of sharp claps, he effortlessly deflected 5 intense beams of crimson light. How is this possible? Galder's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him unable to utter a word. What is impossible? Is this all you are capable of? Vegeta chuckled softly. You have thoroughly provoked me. I shall make you witness my true power. Galder, seething with rage, felt his aura surge once more. You have already uttered those words. They hardly seem impressive. Vegeta shook his head in resignation, casting a contemptuous glance at his opponent. Suddenly, Galder's physique began to expand dramatically, transforming from a petite form into an imposing figure. At this moment, Galder towered over Vegeta, making it inconceivable to those unaware that he was merely a month-old infant. At last, he is transformed. Vegeta smiled faintly. For he desired nothing more than for Galder to undergo this metamorphosis. A Galder who had yet to transform, even Frieza, would not warrant concern given Vegeta's current prowess. As Galder completed his transformation, an immense energy surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, radiating outward in layers. Beep. Bang. The devices carried by King Vegeta and his companions could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy reaction, resulting in a series of explosions. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Galdona, they found themselves at a loss for words. This was nothing short of a small monster. In just 1 month since its birth, it had attained such astounding combat prowess. Haha, Vegeta, you have pushed me to this point. I have transformed as you wished, Galdona sneered. The devices can no longer gauge my power level. But allow me to enlighten you. My current combat strength stands at a staggering 600,000. Are you not trembling in fear? 600,000 is indeed formidable. Vegeta acknowledged with a nod and a smile. Hearing Galdona's declaration, King Vegeta's face turned ashen. 600,000. Even if he transformed into a great ape, he could not hope to defeat such an opponent. But why was young Vegeta so brimming with confidence? What transpired during his time on Earth to instill him with such assurance? Before we engage in our true battle, let me share with you an even more terrifying revelation, Galdona grinned. Our race can transform 3 times, with each transformation significantly amplifying our combat power. Now do you comprehend my terrifying potential? Vegeta gazed at him with an expressionless face, as if he were staring at a fool. How does it feel? Are you frightened? Too terrified to utter a word? Galder couldn't be more pleased. Vegeta smiled gently, well aware that Frieza could transform 3 times. However, rest assured, due to my youth, I can currently transform only once. Once I undergo further training, I shall be able to transform 3 times as well, Galdo added. Vegeta cast a stoic glance at him, remaining silent. Oh, aren't you afraid? Galder was somewhat taken aback by Vegeta's composure. What is there to fear? We Saiyans can transform as well. Vegeta replied with a smile. I am aware that you Saiyans can turn into monkeys, but once you become a great ape, you are still fraught with vulnerabilities, Galder, well versed in the nature of Saiyans, remarked. Otherwise, he would not have ventured alone to planet Vegeta. Do I need to transform into a great ape to deal with you? Vegeta scoffed. Unfortunately, my power level can no longer be detected by the scouter. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. With that, an astonishing aura enveloped Vegeta, and a tremendous energy surged forth like a tornado, stirring up layers of storms across the desolate landscape. The forceful winds threatened to rend the very sky asunder. In an instant, lightning flashed, and the atmosphere grew charged with impending turmoil. Galder's triangular eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Vegeta. As you wish. My current power level is at least 600,000, Vegeta said, a gleeful glint in his eyes. This is impossible. Galder was utterly stunned. Chapter 47. A stalemate. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us begin, Vegeta declared, his aura intensifying once more as he aimed at Galder's position, unleashing a formidable energy blast. Galder, startled, nearly straightened his tail in shock, his eyes bulging as he swiftly leapt aside. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked violently. Galder narrowly evaded the attack, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Steeling himself, he glanced at the devastated area before him and charged at Vegeta. Kill, kill, kill. In the next moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the desert. As they clashed, dust swirled and energy radiated around them. The earth trembled and the heavens darkened. All were left in awe. The young prince possessed such formidable power. This spectacle left everyone feeling as though they were dreaming. Since the young prince, a Saiyan, could attain such strength, what of us? All the Saiyans pondered. Perhaps one day they too could become as powerful as the prince. Boom, boom. The battle raged on, with Vegeta and Galder exchanging blows from noon until night, each encounter more exhilarating than the last. The spectators, including the likes of Bei Wang, strained their necks in anticipation. Yet none chose to depart. All the Saiyans understood the gravity of this battle, for it held the fate of their entire race in the balance. Should the young prince falter, peril would loom over them all. Wow, I never expected you to be this formidable. My initial transformation only matched your prowess, Gardo gasped, gazing at Vegeta with a mix of admiration and exhaustion. Shall we continue the fight? Vegeta inquired, his expression as frosty as ever. Let us call it a day for now, Gardo replied, initially inclined to persist, but upon reflection, realized that further combat would merely yield a stalemate. It would be far more prudent to return and hone his skills. Perhaps by the next encounter, he would have mastered the technique for a second transformation. Very well. I shan't see you off, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile, discerning Gardo's intent to return for training. This way, Vegeta could gain precious time from Gardo. using him as a sharpening stone for his own abilities. At present, Vegeta felt himself drawing ever closer to the realm of the Super Saiyan. Perhaps all that remained was a moment of righteous fury. The transformation into a Super Saiyan seemed an inevitable certainty. In 10 days, at most, I shall return to seek you out, Gardo declared, turning to soar towards his spacecraft. Vegeta naturally would not intervene. His body swayed, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood before collapsing to the ground. Galder, who had only just flown a short distance away, seemed to sense the situation and turned back to glance. Ha ha ha, I have won, I have triumphed, Galder exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into jubilant cheers. Beowang was taken aback, never anticipating that his son would faint while still in Gardo's presence. What could he possibly do now? What if Gardo seized this opportunity to target Little Bay? The King of Beings could hardly fathom the situation unfolding before him. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he soared through the air towards the direction of Vegeta. Indeed, Gardo had returned, seemingly indifferent to the king's presence, his gaze fixed intently upon Vegeta. No wonder you were reluctant to continue the fight. It appears you have sustained considerable injuries. Ha ha ha. Gardo's laughter was a testament to his delight. You figured it out. Vegeta struggled to rise, acknowledging that now was the perfect moment for you to eliminate me. Proceed with your attack. Upon hearing these words, King Vegeta swiftly positioned himself in front of his son, vigilantly observing Galder. Father, this is futile. This matter lies between Galder and me. Step aside, Vegeta commanded sharply. How could this father figure lack a semblance of cunning? Did he not realize that Galder's demeanor was merely a fade? Should Galder truly be provoked, it was quite possible that this father would meet his demise at the hands of his adversary. At that point, would he choose to intervene or not? To intervene would unveil his true strength, while refraining from doing so would weigh heavily on his conscience. Galder glanced at Vegeta, then at King Vegeta, rubbed his nose, and with a smile remarked, "Rest assured, how could I possibly bring myself to kill you? It is a rare pleasure to find such a worthy opponent. I would be delighted to engage." Upon hearing Galder's words, King Vegeta finally exhaled in relief and discreetly stepped aside. "As for you, King Vegeta, you possess quite the audacity." Galder's expression suddenly turned icy, like a double-edged sword aimed at the king. "This is a matter between me and your son. I made it clear prior to our battle that no one is to interfere. Tell me, how shall I exact my punishment upon you?" King Vegeta was utterly paralyzed by Galder's formidable presence. "Perish!" Galder exclaimed as a crimson flame shot forth from his hand, hurtling towards King Vegeta. The expression on King Vegeta's face changed dramatically. However, with his speed, he was utterly incapable of evading the fierce blaze of light. In this critical moment, Vegeta stepped forward, forcefully pushing King Vegeta aside. The crimson beam pierced through Vegeta's left chest, soaring into the distance. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. King Vegeta was taken aback, hastily rushing to support his son, his complexion transforming to a ghastly pale as he cast a fierce glare at Galder, this formidable adversary. Alas! Galder shook his head in a gesture of regret. He had intended to extinguish their lives, yet unexpectedly, the prince had been saved by his son. "Very well," he mused. "I shall spare you for today. Vegeta, I am aware that this level of injury will not bring about your demise. 10 days hence, I shall return to seek you out." With these words, Galder averted his gaze from the Vegeta duo and soared towards the spacecraft. With a resounding boom, the spacecraft ascended into the boundless cosmos. In that moment, King Vegeta, now in a state of disarray, commanded the gathered crowd, "Quickly, assist in transporting the prince to the medical chamber." "No need," Vegeta replied to his father. "I shall make my own way." With that, he staggered off in the direction of the royal palace. Vegeta widened his eyes in astonishment, as did the Saiyans who followed him. The young prince, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, was still capable of flight. Where could he possibly be headed? Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, Vegeta had already entered the royal palace. Returning to his abode, taking a deep breath, a graceful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 48. Feigned weakness. Vegeta had already calculated that Galder's previous strike would not inflict significant harm, thus he had intercepted it for his father. The rationale behind this maneuver was to lull Frieza into a false sense of security, should Frieza become aware that Vegeta's power had now become comparable to his son's. It was conceivable that the old tyrant would come to confront him personally. Although he was nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan transformation, Vegeta desired to ensure absolute success in his metamorphosis, and any delay would be most advantageous. Following the recent battle, where he had coughed up blood and suffered severe injuries from Galder, Vegeta believed that Galder would return, excitedly recounting the encounter, thus convincing Frieza that he would not come himself. After all, Frieza likely wished for his son to grow stronger. Additionally, Vegeta intended to seize this opportunity to investigate whether his cells possessed regenerative capabilities. The 3-inch wound on his left chest conveniently provided the perfect subject for his experiment. Vegeta, suppressing his pain, strode towards the gravity training chamber. "Little B, why aren't you heading to the infirmary?" King Vegeta inquired with concern as he hurried after him. "There's no need for that. I have my own methods of recovery." I intend to train in solitude, and I would prefer not to be disturbed, Vegeta replied, before opening the door to the gravity training room and stepping inside. With a resounding thud, the door shut behind him. Beowang opened his mouth, but ultimately withdrew his outstretched hand. Meanwhile, Galder had already arrived at Frisia's spaceship. Back already? Frisia sat upon his floating throne, scrutinizing his son from head to toe. Dad, that Vegeta is quite formidable, but in the end, I emerged victorious, Galder exclaimed with excitement. You barely triumphed with your first transformation, and you still dare to boast? Frisia's expression turned icy. Father, it wasn't a mere narrow victory. Vegeta is simply proud. In truth, I had already secured my victory, Galder retorted with dissatisfaction. I beg to differ. Vegeta was intentionally feigning weakness to provoke your disdain, Frisia remarked with a cold smirk. No, to be precise, he wishes for me to underestimate him. Such cunning at a young age cannot be tolerated. He must be eliminated swiftly. Feigning weakness? Galder widened his eyes, unconvinced. However, upon hearing his father's intent to eliminate Vegeta, he grew anxious. Father, please don't rush. As I mentioned, I will return in 10 days. And then I shall personally dispose of him. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Galder urged, recognizing the rarity of such an evenly matched opponent in the experience he had gained from this battle. You may not be his equal, Frisia replied. Casting a sidelong glance at his son, I clearly made him spit blood. It is impossible, he was merely pretending. I refuse to believe he is stronger than I. Galder protested indignantly. Very well, in 10 days, I shall accompany you. Frisia pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. You may leave now and focus on your recovery, striving to achieve your next transformation. However, I must make it clear that next time, regardless of your ability to win, I will not allow this Vegeta to continue his growth. Understood. Galder nodded solemnly. Upon entering the gravity training chamber, Vegeta endeavored to utilize his energy to mend his wounds. Indeed, as the energy within him converged upon the injury, he beheld in the mirror that new bones were gradually forming, while muscle and skin were likewise slowly regenerating. At this rate, he estimated that complete recovery would take approximately 1 day. It seemed that his regenerative speed was rather sluggish. After all, Majin Buu could regenerate instantaneously. Nevertheless, possessing the ability to heal was certainly preferable to being devoid of it, and at this juncture, Vegeta found himself relatively content. A day later, Vegeta emerged from the gravity training chamber, and at the moment he revealed himself, a chorus of cheers erupted from the gathered Saiyans. In response, Vegeta merely offered a nonchalant smile, for he knew that even mightier foes awaited him, and he could not afford to grow complacent. Meanwhile, King Vegeta was astounded to learn that his son had fully recovered in just 1 day. Unlike others, he distinctly remembered that his son had not visited the medical bay. He had merely spent a day and night in the gravity training chamber, and his body had healed itself. Such a massive wound, penetrating his lungs, had miraculously healed on its own? Beowang could hardly believe this reality. After a prolonged silence, he dialed Naba's number. Naba, have you returned? Beowang inquired. We are en route, and shall arrive at planet Vegeta in 2 hours, Naba replied. Very well, I shall await your arrival at the palace, Beowang stated. The 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and at last, Naba and Raditz spacecraft landed successfully. Upon sensing their presence, Vegeta furrowed his brow and darted towards them in an instant. Startled by Vegeta's sudden appearance, Naba and Raditz trembled slightly and promptly bowed in respect. Why have you returned? Did I not instruct you to ensure the safety of Dr. Brief and his family? Vegeta questioned sternly. Your Highness, it was King B who ordered our return, Naba stammered. Though he quickly reassured, rest assured, Dr. Brief and his family are safe. Before we departed, we infused an energy source into a robot we had created for them. I believe that unless a formidable foe appears, they shall remain unharmed. Vegeta felt a sense of relief wash over him, knowing that Bulma and her family were safe. He no longer held any grievances against those two. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he turned his back on Nappa and Raditz, embarking on a solitary exploration. He understood that mere training would not swiftly enhance his combat prowess. In fact, it could lead to physical discomfort. Presently, he had already surpassed 300 times the normal gravity, and in the remaining days, he needed to rest adequately to allow his body to fully acclimate. He was confident that Frisia would arrive swiftly for their impending confrontation in 9 days. Vegeta was even contemplating whether to relocate the battlefield to another planet, to spare planet Vegeta from devastation. At that very moment, Nappa and Raditz had arrived at the royal palace and stood before King Vegeta. Tell me, what transpired on Earth? Inquired the king. Nappa and Raditz, not daring to be negligent, recounted in detail everything they had witnessed on Earth to King Vegeta. After patiently listening, King Vegeta shook his head, unable to articulate his thoughts. However, one particular detail captured his attention. You mentioned that a colossal dragon appeared in the sky, and then the heavens suddenly darkened? King Vegeta inquired. Indeed, even Jinyu and the others were astonished, and after that dragon vanished, your highness ceased to hide, Nappa explained. Aside from you, who else is aware of this incident? King Vegeta's expression suddenly turned severe. Upon witnessing the king's demeanor, Nappa and Raditz fell to their knees in fright. Speak, King Vegeta commanded in a stern voice. There is no one else, my lord, we will not disclose this. Nappa fervently bowed his head, fully aware that King Vegeta intended to silence them. Chapter 49, Bardock my lord, we are all Saiyans, and we Saiyans do not betray our comrades. Raditz, kneeling before King Vegeta, quickly responded. Rest assured, my lord, we shall remain tight-lipped, Nappa said earnestly. Very well, I hope you are wise in your actions, King Vegeta remarked, his eyes glinting with intensity, ultimately refraining from eliminating the two. Under ordinary circumstances, given King Vegeta's nature, he would have obliterated them without hesitation. However, in this time of peril for the Saiyans, he was reluctant to instigate internal conflict. Nappa was somewhat manageable, but Raditz was not simply anyone. His father, Bardock, was a formidable figure. It was said that Bardock displayed extraordinary prowess during his campaigns on Planet Meat, with reports indicating that his battle power had soared to an astonishing 30,000. King Vegeta deemed it unwise to offend a high-ranking warrior without cause. Especially considering that Frieza had dispatched numerous individuals to Earth, it would be unrealistic to assume that no information had been relayed back. Noticing that King Vegeta's murderous intent had subsided, Nappa and Raditz exchanged a glance, feeling considerably relieved. Just as they were about to depart, King Vegeta, with a cold expression, queried, Why did you not contact me earlier? My lord, we were puzzled as well. For a period, we were unable to communicate with the outside world. And we do not know the reason, Nappa promptly replied. Indeed, my lord, while on Earth, it seemed we were consistently cut off from external communication. But after your highness departed, the situation improved, Raditz added. We heard tales of a being on Earth referred to as the god, and I suspect he is behind this mischief. Bai Wang's countenance was frigid. He refrained from uttering another word and gestured with his hand, indicating that the two may take their leave. Vegeta circled the planet a few times when he suddenly sensed a formidable energy rising in the distance. Such immense battle power, it must be at least 50,000. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. How could another warrior with a power level of 50,000 emerge from the Saiyan planet? Driven by curiosity, he soared toward the source of the energy. However, upon catching sight of the figure, Vegeta was left in stunned silence. Bardock. This individual was none other than Bardock. The revelation that Bardock possessed a power level of 50,000 astonished Vegeta profoundly. It is worth noting that in the original Dragon Ball universe, Bardock's power level barely exceeded 10,000, especially considering he had struggled against the likes of Dodoria. Now, Bardock's power had inexplicably surpassed 50,000. Yet, upon reflection, Vegeta surmised that Bardock must have become the first Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball realm, but his own presence had altered the course of history. It was only natural for Bardock's power level to reach such heights. Your Highness, Bardock said, slightly bowing as he acknowledged Vegeta. What brings you here? Vegeta inquired. I am here to train. I hold great admiration for your Highness and aspire to become a formidable warrior like you, Bardock replied with a slight smile. Your power level is now second only to mine among the Saiyans, Bardock. You are truly remarkable, Vegeta remarked with a sinister grin. Bardock, however, displayed no signs of anxiety and calmly responded, Surely your Highness understands that the potential of the Saiyans is boundless. I can sense the immense energy within me. And one day, I will find a way to unleash it. Oh? Vegeta regarded Bardock with newfound respect upon hearing this. Your Highness, if I am not mistaken, Frieza will certainly come to oversee his son during the next battle. While your ruse may fool others, it is unlikely to deceive that cunning old fox, Frieza. Bardock sighed deeply, looking at Vegeta with a hint of resignation. You figured it out? Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. Though your Highness is a master of deception, I believe I can see through it. Frieza will undoubtedly notice if he learns that your Highness possesses strength surpassing that of his son. He would never allow your Highness to remain alive. Moreover, he has long harbored disdain for all of us Saiyans, seeking to annihilate our entire race. Vegeta remained silent, indicating for Bardock to continue. However, upon hearing Bardock's words, Vegeta realized he had underestimated the situation, for Frieza was far more cunning than he had anticipated. In truth, shortly after the prince departed from planet Vegeta and had just arrived on Earth, Frieza had already entertained the notion of annihilating all Saiyans. With his head bowed, Bardock spoke, noting that at this critical juncture, Frieza's newfound fatherhood had inadvertently postponed his plans until the birth of his child. Vegeta interrupted Bardock, his curiosity piqued. Inquiring whether Frieza had a wife, Bardock clarified that their species was hermaphroditic. Hermaphroditic? How does one bear children? Vegeta pondered, perplexed by how Frieza could have produced a son. I am uncertain myself, Bardock admitted, struggling to find the right words. Vegeta pondered for a moment, concluding that this Frieza was likely self-reproducing. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly produced a son? It seemed as though Frieza had laid an egg, which, after about a year of incubation, eventually cracked open to reveal Geldo. Bardock remarked that this was merely what he had heard from others, but he believed it to be accurate. Vegeta nodded. If it truly required a year to incubate, then Frieza would indeed have no time to invade the Saiyans. Very well, focus on your training. I shall not intrude any further. Vegeta, weary of superfluous conversation, turned to depart. However, Bardock called out to him, halting his exit. Vegeta turned to look at Bardock. Your Highness, I believe that if the impending battle in 9 days is inevitable, it would be most prudent for you to consider relocating the battlefield, Bardock pondered. Given Frisia's temperament, if we were to provoke him fully, our beloved planet Vegeta would likely face utter annihilation. Humph, do you think we can escape now? Vegeta scoffed coldly, subsequently disregarding Bardock and departing from the scene. Bardock's expression was one of astonishment. Chapter 50, Journey to Namek. Indeed, Vegeta had contemplated the idea of relocating the battlefield. However, he was acutely aware that Frieza would never allow him to leave freely. At this moment, it seemed that the entirety of planet Vegeta was under Frieza's surveillance, and he was convinced that no one could possibly escape. Escape? Wait. Vegeta suddenly had a revelation. He realized that he need not rely solely on a spaceship to depart from the planet. Now, endowed with the essence of Majin Buu, he possessed the capability to survive in the vastness of space, albeit with a diminished regenerative ability. If he were to shift the battlefield to the cosmos, perhaps planet Vegeta could be preserved. With this thought, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Fighting amidst the stars, how exhilarating might that be? Of course, it was not yet the time to confront Frieza in a decisive battle. After contemplating this notion, Vegeta decided to delay his departure for a few days. The impending clash with the Frieza family would be best staged in the expanse of the universe. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Vegeta was prepared for battle, appearing remarkably composed after 9 days of wandering, as though nothing had transpired. However, those who truly understood Vegeta were acutely aware that this Saiyan prince had likely grown even more formidable. At this moment, all the Saiyans had gathered about 1,000 meters away from Vegeta, eagerly awaiting this life-or-death confrontation. After a brief pause, Vegeta smiled softly before soaring into the air, racing towards the distant cosmos. The onlooking King Vegeta and others were puzzled by the prince's actions. What was he doing? Why was he ascending into the sky? Indeed, Vegeta intended to relocate the battlefield to outer space, as planet Vegeta could no longer withstand the magnitude of such a conflict. King Vegeta, based on the latest reports, learned that Frieza's spacecraft had begun its approach. What did you say? Frieza's spacecraft? King Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. I suspect Frieza will likely come in person this time. Bardock remarked with a bitter smile. What? Frieza is coming? King Vegeta was even more astonished. If Frieza were to set foot on planet Vegeta, the fate of this planet would be utterly uncertain. A long silence ensued. King Vegeta wore a solemn expression as he issued a command. All Saiyans, prepare for level 1 defense immediately. Yes, the Saiyans shouted in unison. Faced with a formidable adversary, the Saiyans finally united. In that moment, the atmosphere on planet Vegeta was charged with fervor, the resonant voices echoing so powerfully that even the vast earth trembled in response. Meanwhile, in the boundless cosmos, Frieza held a transparent goblet filled halfway with red wine, gazing with a sly smile at the space monitor. Lord Frieza, we have completely surveilled planet Vegeta. Any spacecraft attempting to leave the planet will be obliterated at once. The Saiyans cannot survive in the universe, and none will escape, one of his subordinates reported. Indeed. Frieza nodded with satisfaction, a sneer forming on his lips. A pack of wild monkeys, today I shall eradicate you all. Dad, let us hurry. Once I eliminate Vegeta, we can host a grand fireworks display across the planets, exclaimed Cold, brimming with excitement. Humph, a bunch of single-celled wild monkeys daring to rebel against me, Frieza. He scoffed, disdain flashing in his eyes. I alone can annihilate their entire race, Cold proclaimed, eager to rush forth and destroy planet Vegeta. Frieza smiled slyly, disregarding his son for the moment, and turned to his subordinate. What progress have you made regarding Vegeta's activities on Earth? Lord Frieza, we have obtained preliminary verification. There is a Namekian on Earth who claims to be a deity. It is said that he possesses a miraculous ability to create Dragon Balls, if all 7 are gathered. Any wish can be granted. However, we are still investigating this matter. These are merely rumors without scientific substantiation, the subordinate replied. What did you say? Frieza's triangular eyes widened in shock as he crushed his goblet in his grip. The subordinate, frightened, promptly reiterated his previous statement. Any wish can be granted? Frieza murmured thoughtfully. I heard that Vegeta gathered the 7 Dragon Balls while on Earth, the subordinate cautiously added. Captain Ginyu reported this, but he did not recognize the Dragon Balls, merely describing 7 shining golden orbs. Our analysis suggests these are likely the fabled Dragon Balls. Set course for Earth immediately, Frieza commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, he inquired, by the way, how long will it take to reach Earth? Father, Cold interjected anxiously, eager to confront Vegeta. Silence. Frieza barked at him, then gestured for his subordinate to continue. Lord Frieza, it will take approximately 150 days to reach Earth, the subordinate replied. You mentioned that the so-called deity is a Namekian? Frieza inquired again. The subordinate nodded gravely and manipulated the computer, pointing to a black hole on the screen. Lord Frieza, Namek is located in the Eastern Universe. Although it is further away, if we traverse this black hole, we can reach it in about 10 days. Excellent. Set course for Namek immediately, Frieza commanded. Dad, what about my battle with Vegeta? Cold could no longer contain himself. Fool, what could be more delightful than fulfilling our wishes? Frieza glared at his son. But Dad, I still want to fight, Cold insisted. Son, if the Dragon Balls grant us the wish for immortality, imagine how much more thrilling your battle with Vegeta would be, Frieza replied with an enigmatic smile. Cold's eyes lit up with excitement, and he nodded gravely. The spacecraft traced an arc through the cosmos, altering its trajectory and heading straight for the distant black hole. What? Frieza's spaceship is headed for the black hole? King Vegeta immediately received news of Frieza's latest movements and pondered deeply, wondering what he saw in the Eastern Universe. His subordinate shook his head, clearly uncertain. What is in the Eastern Universe? King Vegeta wondered aloud. After a brief silence, his eyes brightened as if a thought had occurred to him. Quickly investigate whether Namek is located in the Eastern Universe. Chapter 51. The explosion of the spaceship. After a while, the investigation results confirmed King Vegeta's suspicions. Bring the prince back immediately, King Vegeta commanded, his expression grim. By the time Vegeta returned to the palace, Frieza had already departed 3 hours earlier, which explained why he had waited so long in the sky without encountering Cold. Upon learning what King Vegeta knew, Vegeta was utterly astonished. Namek? Frieza has gone to Namek? What Vegeta could ascertain was that since Frieza had ventured to that planet, he was most likely aware of the secrets surrounding the Dragon Balls. Thus, his journey to Namek was probably driven by the desire for the wish of immortality. Immortality? Vegeta chuckled, pondering whether the dragon possesses such formidable power. Moreover, Frieza is undoubtedly unaware of Majin Buu's existence. Even if he were truly immortal, I could transform into a Super Saiyan and subsequently incapacitate him. How intriguing, isn't it? Vegeta's lips curled into a wicked smirk. With Frieza having ventured to Namek, it seemed the Saiyan homeworld was safe for the time being. Seizing this opportunity, he contemplated a journey to Namek, hoping to gather the Dragon Balls before Frieza could, thus facilitating a complete transformation of his own body. What do you think, Little B? King Vegeta inquired. I am rather bored. I shall also make a trip to Namek, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, adding, however, it would be wise for you all to refrain from following. Frieza is not an adversary to be underestimated. With that, Vegeta dismissed King Vegeta and his entourage, soaring towards the space launch facility. Approximately 10 minutes later, his spacecraft ascended into the vast cosmos, its destination set for Namek. After Vegeta's departure, King Vegeta summoned several trusted subordinates, including Bardock, to the royal palace to unveil his plan. I have heard that the Dragon Balls must be gathered in their entirety to grant a wish. During our expedition to Namek, we must avoid contact with Frieza's forces and strive to locate one of the Dragon Balls, concealing it immediately, King Vegeta stated with a grave expression. This way, even if Frieza possesses 6 Dragon Balls, he will be unable to fulfill his wish. Bardock and the others nodded in agreement. If Frieza were to achieve his desire for immortality, our Saiyan race would be doomed, King Vegeta reiterated. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bardock and the others affirmed their commitment. The spacecraft lifted off, carrying King Vegeta and his companions toward the distant black hole. However, shortly after their departure, they witnessed a blinding flash of light erupting from a distant point ahead. A tremor of unease rippled through the group. What is happening, King Vegeta? That appears to be the prince's spacecraft, one subordinate exclaimed, terror etched across his face. At this moment, King Vegeta's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly commanded, quick, ascend and investigate. However, Bardock held a contrasting opinion and promptly turned back towards planet Vegeta. Frieza has already ensnared our planet with an intricate web. Our spacecraft cannot escape. Bardock, listen closely. My son is currently lost in the cosmos. King Vegeta thundered in rage. Pursue him at once. I apologize, Your Majesty, Bardock replied, his expression darkening as he placed a hand firmly on the back of the king. Bei Wang's crimson eyes dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground. Immediately turned back. Do not act recklessly, barked Bardock. Although the king's confidants wished to intervene, they were equally reluctant to face certain death. For Saiyans could not survive in the vastness of space. Should the ship explode, their fate would be sealed. Thus, the spacecraft traced an arc through the cosmos, successfully returning to planet Vegeta. Approximately 10 minutes later, King Vegeta abruptly regained consciousness and cast a venomous glare towards Bardock, commanding loudly, seize Bardock at once. The assembled crowd exchanged hesitant glances, unsure of how to proceed. Your Majesty, I leave his fate in your hands, Bardock said, undeterred. King. Bardock acted with the interest of our Saiyan race in mind. Consider this, should we pursue, we would surely perish in the void of space. Our primary objective now is vengeance. We must avenge the prince. Indeed, King Vegeta, let Bardock redeem himself through his actions. Several Saiyans present urged this course, fully aware that Bardock's previous actions had been justified under the circumstances. King Vegeta glared fiercely at Bardock, his eyes a deep crimson. His son's spacecraft had exploded. Could it be that the mightiest warrior of the Saiyan race met his demise in the vastness of space? This manner of death was simply intolerable for King Vegeta. Had his son perished valiantly on the battlefield, he would have found solace in that. However, the notion of watching his son vanish into the cosmos, helplessly, was a reality he could not accept. As for Bardock, King Vegeta did not harbor excessive resentment towards him. He now understood that had he ventured into the past, he would have faced a fate akin to his son's. King Vegeta clenched his teeth, his sharp eyes surveying the assembled Saiyans, and spoke in a low voice. Since Frieza has already gone to Namek, Those monitoring us must possess relatively low combat power. At this juncture, the king cast a cold glance at Bardock and commanded, Bardock, I order you to take your team and immediately destroy the external surveillance systems of the planet. It is high time for us Scions to rise. Understood, Bardock replied, his expression grave. For the prince's vengeance. The others echoed solemnly. In an instant, the Scions of planet Vegeta were filled with fervor, their voices rising in a chorus of determination to avenge their prince. However, at that moment, Prince Vegeta had not perished in the explosion of the spaceship. He had developed the resilience to survive in the vacuum of space. Humph. I nearly forgot that Frieza had laid an ambush near my planet, that cursed fiend. Vegeta was undeniably infuriated. Without his spaceship, the duration required to reach Namek at his current flight speed was uncertain. After casting his gaze around, he swiftly discovered a spacecraft at a considerable distance from his position. It was evident that the vessel which had just fired upon his spaceship was none other than the enemy. At that moment, the spacecraft was adrift in the cosmos, precisely positioned at the focal point of the cosmic projection center of planet Vegeta. Vegeta's lips curled into a cold smile, and in the next moment, he traced an arc through the cosmos, hurtling toward the direction of the spacecraft. The extraterrestrials diligently working within the ship suddenly sensed an approaching surge of energy and promptly activated their detection systems. Upon noticing Vegeta racing toward them, their eyes widened in alarm. Evacuate immediately. Engage warp speed. Someone shouted urgently. Chapter 52. No time for transformation boom. As the command echoed, a deafening explosion erupted from the spacecraft. Vegeta had successfully breached its confines. Calling Lord Frieza. Calling Lord Frieza. Someone hastily attempted to establish communication. What is it? Frieza responded. Having received the signal from their location, my lord, Vegeta's spacecraft has been destroyed, but he is capable of surviving in space. The individual quickly relayed. Oh, is that so? Frieza's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Hadn't Scions been unable to survive in the vacuum of space? Why is Vegeta capable? All right, I understand. With that, Frieza abruptly severed communication. Father, what is happening? Inquired Galder, who stood nearby. Vegeta's ability to survive in the universe is sufficient proof that the Dragon Balls can indeed grant wishes. Frieza laughed heartily, then his expression darkened. However, this Vegeta is exceedingly arrogant. It seems he requires a lesson. Father, allow me to confront him. This time, I shall personally slay him. Galder eagerly volunteered. Vegeta likely emerged from his spaceship, fully aware that I am in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, Frieza deduced. Given Vegeta's nature, he has probably already wished for immortality. If that is the case, you would not stand a chance against him. Father, immortality is not such a great advantage, Galder chuckled. If Vegeta's combat power does not surpass ours, we can simply incapacitate him, rendering him immobile. He would be akin to a living corpse. Wouldn't that be amusing? Indeed. My son, that is a clever plan, Frieza remarked, nodding in approval. Father, he will surely pursue us. Galder's face lit up with enthusiasm. After my previous battle with Vegeta, I have learned much, and I have now attained the ability to transform to the second level. Father, this time I must kill him myself, making him realize who the true ruler of the universe is. If you are determined to settle this with Vegeta, then so be it. Frieza pondered briefly before acquiescing to his son's request, recognizing that a worthy adversary would serve as an excellent catalyst for Galder's growth. After a moment of silence, he continued, once we arrive at Namek, you shall engage Vegeta while I gather the Dragon Balls to hasten the fulfillment of our wish. Understood, father. Galder responded excitedly. I have been sensing a foreboding feeling lately, Frieza murmured. What is it? Galder asked, gazing at his father. The Scions are advancing at an alarming rate, particularly this Vegeta. Frieza stated solemnly. This time, you must show no mercy. Do not worry, father. I will ensure his demise, Galder affirmed with a determined nod. Vegeta swiftly commandeered the spacecraft that had attacked him, casting all its occupants into the vastness of space. As for the extraterrestrials capable of surviving in the void, he dispatched them mercilessly in an instant. In the next moment, Vegeta piloted the spacecraft toward the direction of the black hole. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, the movements of Vegeta's ship were swiftly noted. However, the onlookers, particularly Bardock and his cohorts who were preparing to assault the vessel, found themselves bewildered. Why had the ship fled? Moreover, the sight of numerous alien corpses drifting in space was utterly perplexing. What was happening? Never mind the spacecraft for now. Let us first eliminate the ships in the vicinity of the planet. Bardock commanded his subordinates. In an instant, a multitude of Scions united outside their planet, launching a fierce assault against Frieza and his forces. Frieza, too, soon received accurate reports of the Saiyan rebellion. These wild monkeys. I shall allow you to revel for a time. Once I attain immortality, I will settle the score with each of you. Frieza declared angrily. Daddy, how about I teach them a lesson? Galder expressed his eagerness. Do not concern yourself with them. They are merely a pack of wild monkeys. Apart from Vegeta, who possesses some strength, the rest are incapable of stirring any significant trouble, Frieza replied, dismissing his son's suggestion. Swish. At that moment, the spacecraft finally entered the black hole. 10 days later, Frieza's ship landed on the soil of Namek. Daddy, I shall intercept Vegeta right away. This time, I will make him suffer as he did before. Galder exclaimed before darting off into the vast expanse of space. Everyone, heed my command. Immediately search for the Dragon Balls. Frieza ordered his subordinates. 8 hours later, Vegeta's spacecraft appeared at the edge of Namek. Vegeta suddenly sensed a powerful aura surging forth. Approaching the edge of the spacecraft, he cast a brief glance without uttering a single unnecessary word, letting out a cold chuckle before soaring out of the spaceship. Vegeta, we meet again, Galder said with a beaming smile as he regarded Vegeta. I told you, you were no match for me. Hurry and summon your father, Vegeta retorted with a disdainful snort. Not your match? Haha, what a joke. I have now attained the 3rd transformation, Galder exclaimed, reveling in his own arrogance. I heard you deliberately lost to me last time. Didn't you? Perhaps, Vegeta replied with a subtle smile, refusing to deny the claim. Indeed, Bardock's suspicions were not unfounded. He ultimately had not deceived Frieza. That cunning old man. Frieza truly is astute. Very well, this time I shall make you aware of just how formidable I am, Galder declared, his body suddenly shaking violently. The transformation commenced. Galder's form began to expand, his mouth protruding outward, and his forehead stretching grotesquely. Observing his body, one could see sharp spikes beginning to emerge. Bang! Vegeta dashed forward, striking with his fists. Accompanied by anguish cries, one could see Galder, battered and bloodied. Fool, I have no time to wait for you to transform, Vegeta remarked coldly. A smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Galder. Chapter 53 is already enough, he mused, dismissing Galder's protests. Galder, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, you can't do this. Let me transform first. Yet, Vegeta had no intention of granting him reprieve. The energy blast, infused with immense power, struck Galder directly. In the next moment, Galder's agonized cries echoed through the air, and as the smoke cleared, his body was left marred and wounded. Vegeta, you have enraged me. I shall take your life, Galder shouted, trembling with fury, though the pain from his injuries caused him to wince and groan. You've uttered that many times before. Yet here I stand, quite alive, Vegeta replied, a grin on his face as he regarded Galder. This time, I will not let you escape. Galder's eyes were bloodshot, his body quaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion of light erupted from Galder, radiating intensely, illuminating the vastness of the universe like a brilliant sun. Vegeta paused momentarily, realizing that this little fellow's combat prowess had indeed surged significantly, at least several times more formidable than it was a mere 10 days prior. It appeared that the Frieza race should not be underestimated. What do you think, Vegeta? Are you aware of my current power level? Galder chuckled maliciously, having successfully transformed. A powerful aura emanated from him, dispersing throughout the cosmos. Oh, right, since you lack a scouter, allow me to disclose my power level to you. 2 million. A staggering 2 million. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta smiled faintly, remaining silent. Is it only 2 million? You appear quite frightened. Have you perhaps lost control of your bladder? Galder was immensely pleased, but it seemed that relieving oneself in the vastness of space was no simple feat. Do you have any idea what my battle power is? Vegeta scoffed. I know. Even if you have improved, you could at most reach 1 million, if you're lucky. Galder chuckled. Is that so? The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled into a wicked grin, and in the next instant, his body shot swiftly towards Galder. The speed was insufficient. The gap in their battle powers was insurmountable. Galder cast a disdainful glance at Vegeta, unleashing a blast of energy that shot directly towards him. However, just when Galder believed the energy would strike Vegeta, he witnessed Vegeta's figure flicker and then vanish completely. Where is he? Where is he? Galder glanced about frantically. Fool, I am right above you, Vegeta declared from a vantage point, extending his hand. How could you possess such incredible speed? Galder stammered, cold sweat pouring down his face, panic evident in his eyes. Final flash. Vegeta shouted, unleashing a beam of white energy the size of a bowl directly downward. Don't, Galder screamed. But it was too late to evade. Terror filled his gaze. Boom. The resounding explosion echoed throughout the cosmos, even causing distant Namek to tremble. Below, Frieza and his companions, who were gathering Dragon Balls, sensed the immense disturbance and looked up towards the sky. In the next moment, Frieza squinted his triangular eyes. This is bad. Frieza observed the readings on his scouter, his heart racing as he sped towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Galder, having been engulfed by Vegeta's final flash, was now unrecognizable, his head severely damaged and both arms severed at the shoulders. Aye, Galder stuttered, gazing up at the monstrous figure above him, engulfed in profound fear. I warned you, you are no match for me. Vegeta sneered. Now, go meet Yama in the underworld. Please, no. Galder pleaded, terrified. Do you know who I am? I am Frieza's son. You cannot kill me. Idiot, it is precisely because you are Frieza's son that I must eliminate you. Vegeta replied with a chilling laugh. In an instant, he appeared behind Galder and delivered a powerful punch to his back. Galder coughed violently, blood gushing forth. Saiyans are not to be trifled with. Vegeta struck again. Ah! Galder screamed in agony. Father, save me, please. Perhaps sensing his son's cries, Frieza rapidly transformed mid-flight, his small frame undergoing a swift metamorphosis. Fourth transformation. After completing the transformation, Frieza's speed multiplied several times, and in less than a breath, he caught sight of his son's pitiable state from a distance. Vegeta sensed Frisia's approach long before he arrived, yet when Frisia ultimately appeared, he was taken aback. The speed was astonishing. Frisia's velocity was utterly terrifying. Vegeta contemplated that, given his current strength, he was undoubtedly no match for Frisia. Should the latter unleash his full power? It was highly probable that he would be annihilated in an instant. It appeared that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the only viable option to contend with this foe. Release him, Frisia bellowed from a distance. Frisia, you have finally arrived, Vegeta remarked with a cold smile, gripping Guldo's neck tightly. Frisia, with blood-red eyes and a grim expression, approached Vegeta and his son. Father, please save me, Guldo pleaded, his face etched with despair as he looked at his father. Vegeta couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. Indeed, the Frisia race was formidable. This young one, despite being grievously injured, still moved with such vitality. Were it a Saiyan in his place, he would likely be on the brink of death. Release me. I command you to let go, Frisia shouted imperiously. Vegeta flashed a grin, conjuring a sphere of white light in his hand, which he unleashed directly upon Guldo. In an instant, Guldo was propelled like a cannonball towards the distant sun. Father, Guldo bellowed in desperation. Frisia's eyes were bloodshot as he hastily pursued Guldo. Frisia, receive my strike, Vegeta proclaimed with a smirk, extending his arms out to the sides of his face. Solar flare. A blinding radiance erupted suddenly, emanating from Vegeta's center, dispersing intense light that rendered it impossible to behold. Frisia's eyes instantly turned white. Soon after, he found himself engulfed in a pallid haze, unable to see anything. Frisia, take this. Vegeta soared into the air, delivering a kick that sent Frisia flying, and with a swift gesture, he obliterated Frisia's scouter. In the next moment, Vegeta adjusted his position and swiftly darted towards the direction of Namek. I'm done playing. I've already gained enough. Chapter 54. The village of Namek. Vegeta was utterly elated, laughing heartily as he swiftly arrived at the location of Frisia's spaceship. Ah, it's Vegeta, exclaimed several aliens stationed nearby, their eyes wide with terror. You shall all perish. With hands ablaze, Vegeta swiftly obliterated many of Frisia's minions and destroyed their scanners. Following this, he turned and vanished from the scene. As for the Solar Fist, it was a technique Vegeta had grasped during his recent travels. He had initially presumed it to be a complex martial art, yet after experimenting under the sun, he surprisingly mastered it. Once Frisia's eyes returned to normal, he discovered that his son had already flown perilously close to the sun. Though arrogant, Frisia was not foolish enough to attempt rescuing his son from such a perilous location. Father, save me, cried Guldo, his voice filled with desperation. Although sound cannot travel through the vacuum of space, Frisia sensed his son's plea, his eyes widening with escalating fury. Clenching his teeth, Frisia erupted with a fierce aura. Vegeta, I shall personally annihilate you. With a grim determination, Frisia disregarded his son and surged towards Namek. Upon witnessing his subordinates sprawled across the ground, Frisia felt an overwhelming rage boiling within him. How infuriating. This wild monkey shall pay dearly. Enraged, Frisia's fury intensified as he began searching for Vegeta's whereabouts. However, Vegeta had already destroyed his scanners, leaving Frisia devoid of any means to sense energy signatures. Consequently, his search yielded nothing but further frustration, as all his subordinates' devices lay in ruins. How dare you, Vegeta? Frisia seethed, striving to maintain his composure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could still communicate with the outside world from the spaceship's control room. If he could instruct his minions to retrieve the Dragon Balls and bring back scanners, it would suffice. With this plan in mind, Frisia hastened to the control room. Yet, after switching through multiple channels, he found himself unable to establish any external contact due to signal disruptions. What in the universe is happening? Frisia pondered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Those Saiyan brutes had dared to assault his base, and Frisia vowed they would meet a spectacular demise. Without further ado, Frisia connected with a more distant base, finally establishing a link. After issuing his commands, he patiently awaited the return of his subordinates. However, after a prolonged period, he still had not received any scanners. Frustrated, he re-established contact with the base. What is the situation? Where is everyone? Frisia inquired coldly. Lord Frisia? Did they not come to find you? His subordinate responded, astonished. What do you think? Frisia's eyes narrowed with anger. My lord, I will contact them immediately, please hold. His subordinate replied, trembling. After a brief period of frantic communication, the subordinate's expression shifted to one of alarm. Regrettably, we have lost contact with them. Frisia's brow furrowed instantly. Loss of contact indicated that Vegeta had indeed attacked that location. Infuriating. Utterly despicable. Frisia barked, notify everyone to return to me at once. With that, he slammed down the communication device, veins throbbing on his forehead, wishing he could crush the entire Namek planet in his fury. Yet, upon contemplating the prospect of acquiring the immortality promised by the Dragon Balls, Frisia regained his composure. Life, death, and decay, these were fates even the mighty Frisia could not escape. If the possibility of immortality truly existed, he would stop at nothing to obtain it. Although Vegeta is detestable, he still aspires to attain immortality. With such a gift, he could gradually deal with the Saiyans, including Vegeta, which might not be a poor choice. As for the death of his son, Frisia feels heartache. Yet he can still be reborn. With immortality, he need not worry about the toll of youth during procreation. Frieza quickly regains his composure, realizing that he must swiftly acquire a scouter, at the very least to locate the first Dragon Ball. Vegeta successfully eradicated a group of extraterrestrials in search of the Dragon Balls. However, it was unfortunate that all the Namekians in the vicinity had already been slain. Nevertheless, it was a stroke of fortune that this village possessed a Dragon Ball. Upon beholding the magnificent sphere, Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After some contemplation, he decided that carrying it with him would be rather inconvenient, so he sought a suitable place to conceal it for the time being. After all, Frieza did not possess a Dragon Ball radar. Their quest for the Dragon Balls relied solely on the Namekians of the village for guidance. Having completed this task, Vegeta showed no inclination to linger. Sensing several other energy signatures, he promptly soared in that direction. 10 minutes later, Vegeta hovered in the air. Below him, approximately a dozen armed extraterrestrials were escorting several elder Namekians and children, coercing them to surrender the Dragon Ball. How did you come to know about the Dragon Balls? One of the elders inquired sternly. Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over the Dragon Ball at once, or I shall personally end your life, barked one of the alien captains menacingly. Vegeta made a slight comparison, noting that the highest battle power among the Namekians was roughly around 500, while this alien captain boasted a power level exceeding 5,000. It seemed that the combined strength of all the Namekians in this village would not suffice to challenge this captain. What is your wish? Speak. And I might consider revealing the location of the Dragon Balls, the elder stated coldly. Old man, I don't have time for your ramblings. The captain swatted at the elder, causing him to stagger as he barked, hurry up, or you and these children are as good as dead. The elder clutched the child closely, his expression darkening. At that moment, Vegeta descended from the sky, a smile on his face as he squinted at the captain. Vegeta, the captain exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. How could this individual possibly be here? Chapter 55. Frieza approaches. The news of Vegeta's battle with Galder had spread among Frieza's numerous subordinates, who were well aware that Vegeta was far beyond their capacities to confront. You can all die. Vegeta sneered, and with that, a brilliant light surged forth, striking the captain's body directly. The captain had scarcely any time to react before he fell. The remaining crew members were struck with panic and fled in all directions. Vegeta would never show mercy. Like a fleeting specter, he darted through the air, extinguishing the lives of all present in mere moments. In the next instant, he landed gracefully on the ground. Thank you, my friend. An elderly man approached, expressing his gratitude with utmost politeness. There's no need for thanks. I require two things. First, the Dragon Balls. Second, you shall lead me to your Grand Elder, Vegeta stated bluntly. You also seek the Dragon Balls? How do you know about the Grand Elder? The old man gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Enough of your prattle. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Grand Elder. Do not dawdle. Hand over the Dragon Balls at once, Vegeta replied coldly. Otherwise, your entire clan may be in peril. The old man's eyes widened in shock. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Very well, follow me, and I will take you to the Grand Elder. However, our village does not possess the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, skeptical, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and, upon inspection, found it devoid of any signals, prompting him to refrain from further contention with his companion. In the next moment, the elder ascended into the air, propelling both himself and Vegeta towards the Grand Elder's location. Vegeta's intention in seeking the Grand Elder was to establish contact with the highest authority in this realm, hoping to garner their support to facilitate the fulfillment of his wish. After all, to realize a wish on Namek, one must employ the Namekian language, and without the assistance of the Namekians, such a wish remains unattainable. However, only about half an hour into their flight, Vegeta suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy approaching from the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Frieza. Alarmed by the unexpected speed of his adversary, Vegeta's expression shifted as he hastily inquired about their distance from the Grand Elder. Although Vegeta harbored a desire to obliterate all of Frieza's subordinates' devices, the unfortunate reality was that they were too dispersed across this vast planet, rendering it nearly impossible to eliminate every last one. At our current speed, it will take approximately an hour, the Elder replied. There is no time. He will arrive shortly. Vegeta stated gravely. Is there any way you can conceal your energy? The Elder, bewildered, shook his head, clearly unable to grasp the meaning behind Vegeta's words. Despite this, he recognized that a formidable presence was imminent. After a brief silence, he suggested, My friend, I shall attempt to intercept the individual you mentioned. If you have a means, you may seek the Grand Elder alone. He should be aware of the unfolding events. Oh, the Grand Elder is situated upon a high platform over there, easily identifiable. I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist you at this time, Vegeta replied. Young man, I understand, the Elder chuckled, undeterred by fear, and added, however. Young man, I perceive that your body harbors a formidable energy. Once fully harnessed, it may very well rival that of your adversary. Vegeta smiled gently, as if to say it was self-evident. If he could indeed harness such formidable energy, Frieza would be easily dealt with. Very well, you may go, the Elder remarked. Before turning and soaring towards Frieza's direction, Vegeta refrained from engaging in unnecessary chatter, concealing his combat power to a level undetectable by the scanner. and methodically leaped towards the Grand Elder's position. 2 minutes later, Frieza appeared above the location where Vegeta had just stood, intercepted by the Elder from Namek. But where had Vegeta vanished to? Frieza halted, scanning the surroundings with the device for any sign of Vegeta, before fixing his gaze upon the Elder. He has already departed. The Elder stated calmly. Have you joined forces? Frieza's expression darkened as he coldly interrogated. You wish to use the Dragon Balls to grant a wish, don't you? The Elder offered no reply, instead countering with a question. Indeed, you are aware of the Dragon Balls? Frieza continued. Very well. If you divulge the whereabouts of the 7 Dragon Balls, I shall overlook your concealment of Vegeta. Frieza narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Namekian before him. There are 7 Dragon Balls, scattered across every corner of Namek, later found and meticulously stored by our elders. The Elder responded unperturbed. The Dragon Balls serve as our totem, a means for us Namekians to compare wisdom, courage, and valor. I have no interest in your tales. I simply require the current location of each Dragon Ball, Frieza interrupted. A sinister smile creeping across his face. I know you were just with Vegeta. All this talk is merely a ploy to aid that little monkey's escape. Rest assured. I will deal with him eventually. All I ask is that you tell me where the Dragon Balls are. I shall not reveal that to you. The Elder replied with a cold smile. You seek death. Frieza's demeanor darkened instantaneously. As he spoke, his tail, resembling a constrictor, coiled tightly around the Elder's neck. Yet the Elder faced death with valor, showing no hint of fear. Speak. Frieza demanded, his anger palpable as he tightened his grip. Cough. The Elder spat blood in response. Will you speak? Frieza barked. The Elder remained silent. Very well, you need not disclose the Dragon Ball's location. Simply tell me where Vegeta is, and I may spare your life. Frieza pivoted to a different query. The Elder merely scoffed, responding nonchalantly, I will not divulge that either. I know Vegeta is hiding just below. If you refuse to speak, I will find a way to flush him out, Frieza declared, extending an arm towards the ground, intent on reducing the landscape to rubble. I advise you to reconsider, the Elder warned coldly. If the Dragon Balls happen to be beneath, and you destroy them, you would not want that consequence. You just claimed the Dragon Balls are in your Elder's village, Frieza countered, delaying his onslaught. Indeed, they are in our village, but Vegeta has taken them. The Elder replied with a smirk. Frieza's countenance turned a shade of deep fury. This old man seemed deliberately contrarian. However, since Vegeta possessed the Dragon Balls, Frieza hesitated to unleash a full-scale assault, fearing the destruction of the coveted orbs. With a swift motion, Frieza seized the Elder's arm, yanking it away with a harrowing scream, leaving a gruesome sight of blood and sinew. The Elder cried out in pain. I'll give you one more chance. Where is Vegeta? Will you speak or not? Frieza queried once more. Go ahead. Kill me if you dare. The Elder trembled but stood resolute against the specter of death. With another brutal tug, Frieza wrenched the Elder's other arm from his body. Will you speak? Frieza's voice dripped with cold menace. I refuse to tell you. The Elder, at this moment, began to swell ominously. With a thunderous explosion, the Elder's form disintegrated into fragments, ultimately opting for self-destruction. Frieza's expression darkened further as he surveyed the area below. It found no trace of Vegeta. Little monkey, heed my words. Hide well. Frieza shouted into the vast expanse. I shall see just how long you can remain concealed. When the time comes, I will find you. After delivering his threat, Frieza cast a resentful glance downward, adjusted his scanner, and sped off in another direction. With Vegeta eluding capture for the moment, Frieza resolved to gather the Dragon Balls in the interim. As he journeyed, Frieza contemplated. It seemed the Dragon Balls must be gathered in their entirety, 7 in total, to fulfill a wish. If that little monkey had already made a wish on Earth, why was he still seeking the Dragon Balls? Could it be that his wish had not been granted? That seemed implausible if it were unfulfilled. How could he survive in the cosmos? A sudden realization dawned upon Frieza, prompting a raucous laugh. Could it be that the little monkey wished for the ability to survive in space? Foolish, dim-witted creature. Frieza cackled, finding a moment of catharsis in his mirth. After a brief pause, he began to strategize. Since the Dragon Balls only held power when gathered in their full count, he could seek out one of the orbs first. And when Vegeta came to reclaim it, he would eliminate him and seize the Dragon Balls for himself. Yes, that shall be my course of action, Frieza resolved, directing his path towards his subordinates. Sensing Frieza's departure, Vegeta soared into the sky, hastening his flight. Frieza, suddenly detecting Vegeta's presence through his scanner, frowned and muttered through clenched teeth, very well, let this little monkey frolic for a while. Upon sensing that Frieza was no longer in pursuit, Vegeta smiled faintly and accelerated once more. Approximately 10 minutes later, he caught sight of a towering platform that ascended into the clouds, convinced that it must be the dwelling of the Grand Elder. As he approached the platform, Vegeta was suddenly enveloped by a formidable aura rising from within, prompting him to speculate that this presence likely belonged to Nail, the Grand Elder's companion. Indeed, his intuition proved correct, for in the next moment, a relatively well-formed Namekian emerged. Who are you? You are not welcome here, Nail declared coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. I seek the Grand Elder, whether I am welcomed or not. I have arrived, Vegeta retorted, disregarding Nail's warning and striding purposefully toward the Grand Elder's chamber. He had sensed another, slightly more powerful aura within. Undoubtedly that of the Grand Elder. Stop, Nail barked sharply. If you take another step forward, I shall not hold back. Vegeta smiled faintly, dismissing Nera's threats entirely. To someone of Nera's caliber, he felt no need to take seriously. After all, Nera was merely at the level of a Ginyu Force member, easily vanquished with a mere finger. Had it not been for Vegeta's need for the Namekians, he would have effortlessly sent this individual flying with a swift strike. Seeing himself completely disregarded, a flash of anger crossed Nera's face, and in the next moment, he lunged toward Vegeta's position. However, to his astonishment, he found that the young warrior had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Where is he? Nera searched frantically, his eyes wide with shock. Neru. No need to search further. He is with me. A voice, both authoritative and benevolent, resonated in the room. Nera's heart sank as he hurried into the chamber. Upon witnessing that there was no conflict between Vegeta and the Elder, he felt a sense of relief. Vegeta had merely shifted his body slightly to evade Nera's grasp with ease. Soon after, Vegeta arrived in the Elder's quarters. The Elder stood silently before him, a robust figure, albeit with a hint of age etched upon his features. Alien, tell me, what brings you to seek my presence? The Elder inquired, gazing at Vegeta. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Vegeta replied succinctly, introducing himself before continuing. A formidable adversary has arrived on Namek, and we stand no chance against him. Therefore, I require your assistance in two matters. First, I need your Dragon Balls. Second, I seek your support to fulfill my wish. How did you come to know of the Dragon Balls? The Elder retorted. It's simple. Earth possesses Dragon Balls as well, Vegeta answered with a smile. Earth has Dragon Balls? What is the meaning of this? The Elder asked, momentarily taken aback. Enough about the Dragon Balls on Earth. If we do not act swiftly, the inhabitants of this planet may face dire consequences, Vegeta urged. The Elder fell silent, his eyes gently closing. After approximately a minute, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, and his body trembled uncontrollably. My children, they are being slaughtered by aliens, the Elder exclaimed, his face turning ashen, his entire body quaking, nearly collapsing to the floor. Nera rushed forward to support the Elder, perplexed as he inquired, Elder, what has transpired? The Elder waved his hand, signaling Nera to remain silent, then turned to Vegeta, asking, Alien, tell me, what is your wish? I have previously fulfilled a wish on Earth, acquiring a unique physique. However, due to time constraints, it was only partially realized. I now seek to complete this wish to confront one known as Frieza, Vegeta explained. Chapter 57. Try this move previously. Vegeta's body had been pierced by Galder's energy, requiring a full day to recover to normalcy. Vegeta felt that time had dragged on for far too long. He glanced at Majin Buu, who could restore his body in the blink of an eye. Now that he had arrived on Namek, he was determined to fulfill his wish. Come what may. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Grand Elder fell silent once again, closing his eyes in contemplation for a full 5 minutes before finally opening his murky gaze to look at Vegeta. I can grant your request, he said. But can you ensure the safety of my people? Naturally, Vegeta replied with a smile. By eliminating Frieza, the Namekians will undoubtedly be safe. It's a win-win situation. Neru. From this moment on, assist Vegeta in realizing his wish, the Grand Elder commanded. But what about you? Neru asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Do not worry. I shall be fine, the Grand Elder reassured him, patting Neru on the shoulder with a gentle smile. Very well, let us depart swiftly and locate the Dragon Balls, Vegeta proclaimed, pulling out the Dragon Ball radar to check the location of the orbs. Vegeta, what is that you hold? The Grand Elder inquired, slightly taken aback. It's the Dragon Ball radar, Vegeta responded candidly, feeling a sense of ease with the Grand Elder, who appeared far more agreeable than the deities of Earth. Since you possess the Dragon Ball radar, the Grand Elder mused, you may search for the Dragon Balls on your own. I will inform all Namekians to cooperate fully with you. Oh, that would be most advantageous, Vegeta grinned, as he preferred not to carry the burden of Neru alongside him. After all, while Neru was indeed one of the strongest beings on Namek, he still paled in comparison to Vegeta. Moreover, Neru could not conceal his combat power. Should Frieza detect him, the situation could become rather complicated. All right, you take your time to notify them. I shall seek out the nearest Dragon Ball, Vegeta declared before exiting the Grand Elder's chamber and flying toward the location of the closest orb. Once Vegeta had departed, Nera turned to the Grand Elder, unable to shake off his unease. Grand Elder, this individual harbors an overwhelming malevolence. I find him rather untrustworthy. Indeed, I have noticed that as well. The Grand Elder acknowledged with a nod, before countering, however, within him lies a considerable amount of righteous energy, and it is exceptionally potent. I surmise that aside from him, no one else stands a chance against Frieza. Furthermore, he saved Elder Gomu and his companions before arriving here. Should we assist him in achieving his wish? Nera further inquired. We shall assess the situation as it unfolds, the Grand Elder sighed heavily. I fear that Vegeta may not manage to gather the Dragon Balls before Frieza does. The future is uncertain. Perhaps I should lend him a hand? Nera suggested hesitantly. That will not be necessary, the Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, a serious expression settling on his face. Neru, if it turns out that Vegeta is indeed unreliable, I believe we may have only one solution to confront Frieza. What solution do you propose, Grand Elder? Neru asked, momentarily taken aback. I shall provide you with wisdom and energy. I believe that combined, we may safeguard my children. The Grand Elder spoke with a solemn tone. Are you suggesting assimilation? Nera trembled at the thought. Meanwhile, Vegeta had successfully arrived at the location of the nearest Dragon Ball. You must be Vegeta, the individual at the site greeted him. The Grand Elder has informed me that this is the Dragon Ball you seek. As Vegeta descended, preparing to explain, he noticed an elderly man approaching with a Dragon Ball in hand. A surge of joy filled Vegeta's heart. He had not anticipated the Grand Elder to be so reliable. Without a hint of hesitation, he seized the Dragon Ball and soared towards the location of the next one. Time elapsed, and 3 hours later, Vegeta successfully gathered 3 Dragon Balls. Stealthily, he returned to the hiding place of the first Dragon Ball. Upon retrieving it, he gazed at the 4 Dragon Balls on the ground, his face radiating delight. The sheer size of the Namekian Dragon Balls made it impossible for him to carry all 4 at once, prompting him to find a concealed spot to bury them. Subsequently, he activated his Dragon Radar to locate the final 3 Dragon Balls. The first 2 Dragon Balls were moving towards the last one, indicating that during his collection, Frieza had also secured 2. The revelation on the radar caused Vegeta considerable distress. Devising a plan to snatch the Dragon Balls from Frieza proved to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he resolved to attempt it. With determination, Vegeta concealed his power level and stealthily advanced toward the location of the final Dragon Ball. Fortunately, it was relatively close. And even while suppressing his energy, he needed only about half an hour to reach it. Meanwhile, Frieza had arrived at the village housing the last Dragon Ball. After a combination of intimidation and ruthlessness, eliminating several children in the process, Frieza successfully restrained the Dragon Ball with energy, causing it to spin in midair. Eliminate everyone and search for the next Dragon Ball, Frieza commanded. At that moment, Vegeta arrived at the village and, upon witnessing the 3 spinning Dragon Balls before Frieza, felt an insatiable urge. Frieza, Vegeta called out, stepping forward. Vegeta, Frieza exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of intense hatred. Frieza, I advise you against indiscriminate slaughter. Are you not aware that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians? If you kill them, the Dragon Balls may very well vanish, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Oh, is that so? Frieza mused, rubbing his nose with a smirk. If anyone else had said that, I might have considered sparing them, but you, little monkey. Do you think I would believe you? With that, Frieza waved his hand, unleashing beams of energy that instantly obliterated all the Namekians present. Vegeta felt helpless regarding their demise. He had done what he could, but rescuing so many from Frieza was beyond his means. You have quite the nerve to appear before me, Frieza said. His mood seemingly lifted after dispatching several Namekians. But this time, you shall not escape. I will repay the suffering inflicted upon my son upon you tenfold. Oh? If you have the courage, then try my technique, Vegeta retorted with a peculiar smile. In an instant, his body radiated with energy, and a beam of power surged directly toward Frieza. Humph, mere parlor tricks. Frieza scoffed, extending his arm to intercept the incoming energy beam. However, at that moment, the energy beam suddenly fragmented, sending shards of light racing towards Frieza's minions. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, Frieza's subordinates were reduced to mere fragments. Undeniably dead, Frieza's fury ignited. Witnessing Vegeta annihilate his own men was akin to a stinging slap to his face. Enraged, Frieza darted towards Vegeta. Solar Flare. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk as he unleashed his Solar Flare. A sense of dread washed over Frieza, his eyes widening in alarm. In the next instant, a blinding radiance erupted forth, rendering Frieza's vision a void of white. Yes, this was the moment. Vegeta smiled gently. And as Frieza's vision faded into darkness, he swiftly dashed forward, snatching 3 Dragon Balls into his grasp. With a calculated aim, he cast them one by one into the distance. Frieza lacked a Dragon Ball radar. Exhausting himself would likely yield no results in locating them. Having accomplished this, Vegeta soared away, seeking refuge in a hidden spot. When Frieza opened his eyes and beheld the vanished Vegeta, rage coursed through his veins, causing his entire body to tremble. After a few moments of silence, Frieza suddenly realized the truth and turned to see that the Dragon Balls had long since disappeared. This revelation ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. His countenance morphed into a ghastly visage, his brows knitted tightly, and his fists cracking ominously. Frieza quickly deduced that Vegeta had most likely secured the other 4 Dragon Balls and had come to seize his last 3, regardless of the circumstances. He vowed that this wild monkey would never have his wishes granted. In an instant, Frieza ascended into the sky, bellowing across the vast expanse of the earth, Vegeta. I grant you 10 seconds to surrender the Dragon Balls, or you shall vanish along with this planet. As he uttered these words, a sphere of crimson flames coalesced in his palm, radiating a malevolent aura. A colossal surge of energy enveloped Frieza, conjuring tempestuous winds around him. In that moment, the sky itself seemed to dim, evoking a sense of dread that was utterly palpable. Vegeta was not far away, and upon witnessing such a scene, he felt a chilling shock run through him. 10. Frieza had already begun his countdown, and the crimson flames surged once more, expanding severalfold in tandem with his voice. Vegeta was drenched in sweat. If this fellow were to obliterate the planet, what wish could possibly be fulfilled? In the end, would it not all be in vain? Vegeta did not anticipate that Frieza would take such a desperate gamble. Moreover, given his current strength, he was no match for Frieza. At this moment, It seemed that fleeing was truly his only option. Frisia's expression grew increasingly grim as the crimson flames in his hands expanded once more. Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. Just a hair's breadth away from victory, yet this was the outcome he faced. Ah! Frisia bellowed with a chilling tone, the crimson flames continuing to swell. Wait! Vegeta found himself utterly at a loss. He was acutely aware that Frisia was a man of his word, and having provoked him, the only option left was to allow the planet's complete destruction. It would be wiser to hand over the 3 Dragon Balls to buy some time and contemplate alternative solutions. Having reached this conclusion, Vegeta stepped forward without hesitation. Little monkey, you've finally emerged. Surely, you do not wish to see this planet perish? Frisia, upon seeing Vegeta, wore a mask of triumph despite the hatred burning in his eyes. Likewise, Vegeta replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards the location of the Dragon Balls. Those 3 Dragon Balls are over there. Feel free to find them yourself. Oh? Frisia narrowed his eyes, glancing in that direction, and indeed spotted the gleaming Dragon Balls. However, his expression quickly darkened once more. Vegeta, I know you have gathered the other 4 Dragon Balls as well. Tell me, where are they? If I had gathered them, would I divulge the location of the 3 Dragon Balls I seized from you? Vegeta retorted coldly. You fear that I will obliterate the planet. Frisia observed with a sinister smile, scrutinizing Vegeta and his surroundings. I grow weary of this idle chatter. If you believe I possess the Dragon Balls, then by all means, pursue me. With that, Vegeta smiled lightly and turned to leave, paying no heed to the increasingly dark expression on Frisia's face. Do you think you can escape? Frisia squinted at Vegeta's retreating figure. I acknowledge that I am not your match at present, but if I wish to depart, you shall not hinder me. Vegeta replied without looking back. Is that so? I shall see how you plan to flee beneath my very gaze. Frisia's eyes blazed with an inferno of rage. This wretched boy is infuriating. With that, Frisia transformed into a streak of light, diving towards Vegeta. Solar Flare. Vegeta unfalteringly unleashed the Solar Flare. To his astonishment, Frisia, consumed by rage, widened his eyes. He had never anticipated Vegeta resorting to the Solar Flare once more. In a swift motion, he closed his eyes, determined to prevent Vegeta's escape. With his fingers dancing in a frenzied manner, it was as though he had woven a colossal net of energy, desperately lunging towards Vegeta. Yet, after executing the Solar Flare, Vegeta merely smiled and vanished into the distance, having effortlessly evaded Frisia's grasp. The energy net failed to graze even a single hair on Vegeta's head. Upon reopening his eyes and realizing he could no longer trace Vegeta's presence, Frisia seethed with fury, wishing to obliterate the planet to extract the infuriating Vegeta and make him pay. However, reason ultimately subdued his wrath. Frisia managed to temper his anger and swiftly headed in the direction where Vegeta had discarded the Dragon Balls. Upon discovering 3 Dragon Balls lying unscathed on the ground, Frisia's rage began to dissipate. He then took the Dragon Balls and established contact with the other 2 squads. Lord Frisia, we have not located any Dragon Balls here. Lord Frisia, we have also found no Dragon Balls. The 2 dispatched squads relayed their findings. Wait there. I shall come to you shortly. Frisia surmised that Vegeta was likely behind this mischief and decided to investigate personally. In the next moment, he gathered the Dragon Balls and surged towards the location of one of the squads. Vegeta returned to the Grand Elder's residence, somewhat disheartened, and recounted the events that had transpired. He inquired, Grand Elder, is there a way to summon the Eternal Dragon immediately upon gathering the Dragon Balls, and to realize the first wish of relocating Frisia to another planet? It may pose a considerable challenge, the Grand Elder replied, shaking his head. Frisia's power has transcended that of the Eternal Dragon. To compel the dragon to relocate him, it would likely require Frisia's consent. Is that so? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. The Eternal Dragon seems rather feeble, does it not? Nonetheless, we can attempt it. The Grand Elder continued. If we were to forcibly relocate Frisia, that is feasible. Though I cannot guarantee the specific destination. As long as we can buy ourselves some time, relocating him for about an hour would suffice. And I shall devise a strategy to confront him, Vegeta stated confidently. An hour should be manageable, the Grand Elder mused for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall enlist Elder Mulin's assistance to summon the Eternal Dragon and help you fulfill your wish. What do you think? Agreed, let us proceed, Vegeta affirmed, intending to leave and devise a plan to seize the Dragon Balls. Wait a moment, the Grand Elder called after him. Do you have a strategy to acquire the Dragon Balls surrounding Frisia? Upon hearing this question, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. For now, I can only attempt the Solar Flare once more. However, I'm uncertain if Frisia will fall for it again. I do have a method in mind, but it will require your full cooperation, the Grand Elder said with a smile, revealing his plan. Vegeta listened intently, his eyes involuntarily shimmering for a moment. This method was indeed clever. With this approach, he would hardly have to exert much effort to fulfill his desires. Vegeta cast a profound glance at the Grand Elder, who was often described as cunning and astute. Indeed, this old fox was remarkably shrewd. Very well, Vegeta, prepare yourself. While the dragon can alter your physique from this distance, a closer proximity would yield far better results, the Grand Elder continued. Thus, once the dragon manifests, you must ensure it sees you immediately. Should any complications arise, it would be irreparable. I understand, Vegeta replied solemnly, nodding gravely. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and departed from the Grand Elder's chamber. Once Vegeta had left, Naru, somewhat puzzled, glanced at the Grand Elder and respectfully inquired, Elder, why do we not wish for the dragon to transport all of Vegeta and Frieza to another planet? For our final wish, we could ask the dragon to conceal our planet, rendering it undetectable to them. Would that not be preferable? Naru, you must be aware of the recent cataclysm on Namek, the Grand Elder replied. The forces of nature are boundless, even Purunga cannot alter this fate. If we were to implore Purunga further, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. The Grand Elder paused, letting out a gentle sigh. Ultimately, many wishes remain unattainable for Purunga. Let us bestow this wish upon Vegeta, and hope that Namek may emerge unscathed from this peril. Naru appeared to grasp the situation, nodding gravely in understanding. Vegeta swiftly followed the Elder's guidance and located the village where Elder Mulin resided. You are Vegeta? Mulin inquired, gazing at him. With a serious expression, he continued. I am already aware of the situation. Now, take me to the location where the Dragon Balls are kept. The rest shall be entrusted to me. All you need to do is remain hidden. Vegeta nodded, opting for silence as he swiftly headed towards the location where the 4 Dragon Balls were kept. Upon reaching the area above the Dragon Balls, he pointed to the concealed spot. It's right there. It's quite distinguishable upon closer inspection. Mulin expressed his understanding without further comment and, after confirming the whereabouts of Frieza, darted off in that direction. Approximately an hour later, Mulin finally spotted Frieza, whose expression was dark and brooding. Frieza was visibly enraged, having dispatched 2 teams to search for the Dragon Balls, both of which had returned empty-handed. It became increasingly clear to him that Vegeta had likely absconded with the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. In a fit of rage, Frieza unceremoniously exterminated all the inhabitants of the 2 villages, yet he was still unable to glean any information regarding the Dragon Ball's location. Just as he was preparing to use his scouter to locate Vegeta, he noticed a Namekian descending from the sky. Are you here to utter foolish threats of killing me as well? Frieza squinted at Mulin, energy swirling ominously in his hand, ready to annihilate him should his words not align with Frieza's desires. Mulin replied with a calm demeanor, I have come to assist you in fulfilling your wish. Oh? And how do you intend to assist me? Frieza inquired, skepticism evident in his smile as he scrutinized Mulin. I possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. I can help you gather all 7, Mulin elucidated. Is that so? Surely. You Namekians are not so benevolent, Frieza queried coldly. He sensed an underlying scheme at play. If I help you realize your wish, you shall leave Namek and never return. Correct? Mulin demanded, his expression stern. If you agree to this condition, I will aid you in achieving your desire. That is acceptable, once my wish is granted. I shall indeed depart, Frieza responded with a grin, pondering that the Namekian must have been terrified into submission, now seeking to curry favor with him. Humph. Once my wish is fulfilled, I shall obliterate this planet. Frieza, satisfied with Mulin's demeanor, eagerly declared, let us depart immediately. I trust you will not deceive me, otherwise I shall ensure your suffering is beyond measure. I understand, Mulin nodded gently, adding, however, I must clarify one point beforehand. Speak, Frieza said, his smile unwavering. To realize a wish, one must employ the Namekian language. Do you comprehend? Mulin emphasized. What did you say? Frieza was taken aback, having intended to eliminate Mulin as soon as he gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Now, he was grateful for this timely revelation. Very well, let him revel in his moment. I shall deal with him after my wish is granted. With this thought, Frieza waved his hand dismissively, lead the way, and rest assured, once my wish is fulfilled, I shall no longer trouble your planet. In fact, should anyone harass you, you may inform me, and I will serve as your protector. His words were so grandiose that an unsuspecting listener might genuinely believe Frieza's sincerity. However, Mulin could sense, through a unique ability, that Frieza was deceitful. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose this and guided Frieza towards the location of the Dragon Balls. You all remain here. No one is to act without my command. Frieza instructed before following suit. Upon arriving above the Dragon Balls, Mulin pointed to the spot where Vegeta had concealed them, explaining, it's right there. Unearth them and gather all the Dragon Balls together. Frieza scrutinized the area intently, then raised his hand, causing the 4 Dragon Balls to erupt from the ground. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, tell me, why are these 4 Dragon Balls located here? We discovered them through a unique method and are unaware of their presence here. I suspect there are others besides you searching for the Dragon Balls, Mulin stated, maintaining his composure. Frieza fixed a penetrating gaze on him but chose to disregard the remark. He then turned his attention to the 7 assembled Dragon Balls, exclaiming with delight, Dragon Balls, grant me eternal life. Yet, upon uttering these words, the Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously as he turned to Mulin, demanding, what is happening? Why is there no reaction? I mentioned that to fulfill a wish, one must use our Namekian language. Mulin replied coolly. Humph, I see. With that, Frieza's finger shot forth a beam of energy. Bang! With a soft thud, the energy pierced through Mulin's abdomen, propelling into the distant foliage. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed, causing the ground to tremble violently. Mulin collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth. perplexed as to why Frieza, whom he had assisted in locating the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, would turn against him so brutally. Get up. I know you cannot die. Frieza smirked, effortlessly lifting Mulin back to his feet. What is the meaning of this? Mulin asked, his face darkened. Rest assured, you will not perish, Frieza beamed, holding Mulin's hand with an unsettling warmth. To an outsider, it would appear as though Frieza had merely helped him. Mulin, grimacing in pain, felt the agony in his abdomen intensify, beads of cold sweat trickling down as his body trembled. He was bewildered by Frieza's actions. Hurry and fulfill my wish. Do not attempt any tricks. Such tactics are futile, Frieza chuckled. Otherwise, your suffering will escalate exponentially. Realization dawned on Mulin. Frieza was indeed threatening him. With a cold smile, he assured Frieza, fear not. I do not renege on my word. That is for the best, Frieza replied, pleased with Mulin's attitude. As long as you grant my wish, I will ensure my subordinates provide you with proper care and safeguard your safety. Thank you. Mulin nodded expressionlessly, but please step aside. The Dragon Balls do not grant wishes directly. It is the dragon summoned by them that fulfills wishes. The dragon? What is that? Frieza asked, astonished. Come forth, dragon. Mulin proclaimed loudly in the Namekian tongue. With a flash, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated beams of light, coalescing into a magnificent golden glow. Boom. A towering golden pillar ascended into the sky, dimming the surroundings momentarily. Before long, the magnificent figure of the Dragon Purunga materialized before Mulin and Vegeta. Those who have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you any 3 wishes. Speak your desires. At this moment, Frieza was utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. It was only upon hearing the dragon speak that he became filled with excitement and exclaimed loudly, Dragon, grant me immortality. The dragon did not even cast him a glance. Remaining unresponsive. Suddenly, Frieza recalled Mulin's words and, seizing his collar, urged, hurry, compel the dragon to fulfill my wish. Mulin nodded and addressed the dragon in the Namekian language. Dragon, may we communicate in Namekian for the remainder of our conversation? The dragon nodded affirmatively. Very well, for my first wish, please forcibly transport this Frieza to another planet. As far away as possible, preferably so that he can never find us again. Mulin began to articulate his wish. The dragon, somewhat embarrassed, replied, this, I fear, may not be feasible. Why? Mulin inquired, puzzled. As he is currently grasping you, forcibly relocating him would inevitably involve your transfer as well, effectively counting as 2 wishes. The dragon elucidated. 2 wishes are merely 2 wishes. Hurry, there is no time to waste. The farther, the better. Mulin exclaimed, exasperated, having completely forgotten about Vegeta's predicament. Such a course of action was indeed reasonable. After all, if Frieza could be sent to another planet, rendering him unable to locate Namek, it would be ideal. The subsequent matters could be managed by others, as there remained another wish. Very well, I shall make an attempt. The dragon nodded, its eyes shimmering with light. Your wish is granted, farewell. In the next instant, Frieza and Mulin vanished in a flash. Vegeta was still anticipating the fulfillment of his wish. Upon discovering that the two had vanished together, he speculated briefly and immediately understood that Murin had inadvertently transported him along as well. What the heck? Is this a joke? Chapter 61. The dragon has disappeared. Chapter 61. The dragon has disappeared. Vegeta, without a moment's hesitation, soared into the sky, making his way towards a nearby village. Upon arriving, he instructed an elder Namekian to swiftly establish contact with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder explained that due to the proximity of Muri and Frieza's bodies, the Eternal Dragon had just transported both Frieza and Elder Muri away, thereby consuming 2 wishes at once. However, he reassured, rest assured, we still have 1 wish remaining, which I shall fulfill alongside you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta realized that his suspicions were indeed correct. However, the fact that he had expended 2 wishes at once, particularly the wish for instant transmission alongside Mulin, was rather vexing. Fortunately, there remained 1 wish, which should alleviate any concerns regarding time constraints. Vegeta, without uttering a word, seized the Namekian and soared towards the dragon's direction. Meanwhile, Frieza merely perceived a fleeting blur. Upon glancing around, he realized the surroundings had transformed entirely. Where am I? Frieza surveyed his environment, and upon spotting Mulin beside him, a sudden realization struck him. He exclaimed sharply, what is happening? Oh, it's nothing. I merely had the dragon relocate us to another planet. Mulin retorted with a chilling smirk. You may kill me. It matters not, for I have no intention of surviving. What did you say? Frieza, though not hastily resorting to violence, began to flit around the planet, glancing this way and that, when an unsettling familiarity washed over him. Mulin seemed to have noticed this peculiarity as well, his expression shifting dramatically. At this moment, Vegeta and the Namekian were en route to summon the Eternal Dragon when, suddenly, he sensed a formidable energy rising from the distance, causing him to halt in astonishment. Without hesitation, Vegeta seized the Namekian and exclaimed sharply, what on earth is happening? Why is Frieza still on Namek? This cannot be possible. The Namekian was taken aback by the revelation. Indeed, that energy must belong to Frieza, and it is closer to the Eternal Dragon than we are. Vegeta gritted his teeth in fury. I will immediately contact the Grand Elder to ascertain the situation. The Namekian's expression shifted dramatically as he proceeded to establish a mental link with the Grand Elder. A minute later, the Namekian conveyed the Grand Elder's explanation. The Grand Elder stated that the power of the Eternal Dragon is significantly weaker than that of Frieza. The dragon could only forcibly relocate Frieza to such a distant location, unable to transport him elsewhere. The Grand Elder further remarked that he had not anticipated Frieza's immense strength. As for your wish, its realization will require additional time. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that my wish is unattainable? Vegeta shouted in anger. I apologize. This is what the Grand Elder conveyed. The Namekian nodded apologetically. Vegeta gritted his teeth, sensing Frieza's aura and the location of the Grand Elder. With determination, he soared towards the Grand Elder's position. Hey, you. Weren't you supposed to have the Dragon Balls transport us to another planet? Why are we still on Namek? Frieza's smile was wide. Yet his expression was dark as he spoke to Mulin. Upon realizing the situation, Mulin immediately contacted the Grand Elder, and upon learning the truth, he was filled with despair. You brought this upon yourself. Frieza narrowed his slanted eyes, and with a flicker of energy in his hand, a series of explosions erupted. In the next moment, Mulin was riddled with numerous gaping wounds, a shocking sight to behold. Frieza, one day the Namekians will avenge this. Blood trickled from Mulin's mouth as he scoffed. And in a sudden burst, he chose to self-destruct. All Namekians must perish. How dare you toy with me, Frieza? I will ensure your demise. Frieza, consumed by rage, shot upwards into the sky. Soon, a massive orb of energy formed in Frieza's hands, intending to obliterate the planet. However, just as he prepared to unleash his energy, a glimmer caught his eye. Was that the dragon? It appeared to be the dragon, absorbing the energy into himself. Frieza transformed into a streak of light and surged towards the dragon's location. Dragon, grant me immortality. Frieza bellowed. The eternal dragon Purunga glanced at him, but paid him no heed. If you fulfill my wish, I shall serve you eternally and protect you from harm, Frieza insisted. The dragon turned its head dismissively. Will you grant my wish or not? If you refuse, I will ensure your demise. Frieza, finding persuasion ineffective, resolved to resort to force. Just as he prepared to strike, the dragon's figure became increasingly indistinct. Suddenly, 7 Dragon Balls descended from the heavens, transforming into 7 stone orbs. The dark sky was illuminated once more, with warm sunlight bathing the land and a gentle breeze blowing. Staring at this bizarre scene, Frieza was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Where did the dragon go? His expression darkened further as he activated his scouter, gritting his teeth. That energy. It must belong to Vegeta, who is approaching another powerful aura. What is going on? In the next moment, a cold flame ignited in Frieza's eyes as he shot towards Vegeta's location. Meanwhile, Vegeta was also aware of the unusual phenomena in the sky and hastened his pace. However, just as he neared the elevated platform, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising from the opposite side. Whose energy is this? Upon feeling its overwhelming strength, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. This aura was incredibly potent, reaching levels akin to that of Goku. Who could it be? How could such a formidable being exist on Namek? Vegeta was utterly astonished. Chapter 62. The new Grand Elder. As Vegeta was taken aback, he saw a robust Namekian slowly emerging from the elevated platform. This individual. Vegeta had no recollection of this individual. The man's appearance bore a slight resemblance to that of the grown-up Demon King Piccolo, yet upon closer inspection, the similarities faded. He appeared somewhat aged, particularly in his eyes, which seemed to reflect the weight of countless experiences, deep and radiant. However, his outward appearance was rather youthful, almost disproportionate to the wisdom conveyed by his gaze. Not Nail, Vegeta exclaimed. I truly apologize, Vegeta. I did not anticipate this outcome. The Namekian approached leisurely. Gazing at Vegeta as he spoke, Frieza's might has ultimately surpassed my expectations. Who are you? Vegeta inquired. I am the Grand Elder of Namek. What? Do you not recognize me? The man stared at Vegeta with an expressionless face, as if he could see through his thoughts. The Grand Elder of Namek? How can you possess such formidable energy? Vegeta was taken aback, almost believing he had misheard. How could this person be the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder does not look like this. He somewhat resembles Nail, yet appears more mature in comparison. Nothing to worry about. I have already assimilated with Nail. The Grand Elder replied coolly. Regrettably, at a critical moment, the Dragon Balls turned to stone. From henceforth, the Dragon Balls shall cease to exist. What did you say? Vegeta's expression darkened, realizing that the sudden brightness in the sky was indeed the cause of this revelation. Vegeta had not anticipated that the Grand Elder and Nail could merge. Furthermore, the power attained through this fusion had ascended to an astonishing level. However, Vegeta was in no mood to entertain tales of assimilation. He was determined to fulfill his own aspirations and complete his physical transformation. Regrettably, his wishes had come to naught. After all the effort to arrive on Namek, the outcome was disheartening. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed there were no alternative options available. Did he truly believe that merging with Nail would enable him to vanquish Frieza? What a farce. Vegeta inhaled deeply and proclaimed, let me make it abundantly clear. Even if we join forces, we may not stand a chance against Frieza. The Grand Elder silently regarded Vegeta for a moment, then spoke with a calm demeanor. This entire situation has resulted from my miscalculations. Nevertheless, rest assured, I can unearth your latent potential. Perhaps you can become even stronger than before. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Vegeta's eyes. In the next moment, the Grand Elder led him to a village. The sight of the Grand Elder in such a state left the Namekians in utter astonishment. Grand Elder, what has transpired? The villagers inquired. I have already conveyed the earlier events to you, the Grand Elder said solemnly. I understand that none among us can match Frieza's strength. Hence I merged with Nail, yet this is still insufficient. The villagers stared at the Grand Elder in disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. This planet no longer requires my presence, the Grand Elder remarked with a gentle smile. Children, I am deeply sorry, but I need your strength. My kin can no longer endure Frieza's tyranny. Grand Elder, we stand with you, they declared, rather than allow ourselves to be slaughtered one by one. It is better to channel our energy to you. With that, the villagers encircled the Grand Elder. In the next instant, the dozen or so Namekians present placed their hands upon the Grand Elder's chest. Boom. Accompanied by a blinding flash of light, the Namekians surrounding the Grand Elder vanished entirely. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the Grand Elder, observing that his stature had grown even taller than before, and an astonishing aura of power radiated from him, nearly rivaling his own level of strength. Vegeta was quite astonished. Goodness, the Grand Elder certainly does not play around. This individual has absorbed all of his offspring, and astonishingly managed to elevate his combat power to such heights. Remarkable, indeed. Vegeta realized that he could not underestimate the Grand Elder. If the assimilation continued at this rate, it seemed he would not even need to intervene, as the Grand Elder alone could vanquish Frieza. Children, I shall not allow the murderer to roam free, declared the Grand Elder before hastily departing towards another village. Hey, Grand Elder, when will you uncover the hidden power within me? Vegeta inquired, chasing after him with displeasure. First, allow me to observe the events transpiring within you, responded the Grand Elder, placing his hand upon Vegeta's head. Vegeta furrowed his brow, disapproving of the other's gesture, and swiftly swatted his arm away. How could he allow this outsider to uncover his secrets? Nevertheless, I have just discerned that, despite your malevolent aura, your latent energy possesses an essence of righteousness. The Grand Elder smiled gently, then placed his hand upon Vegeta's chest, declaring, I shall now immediately awaken your hidden potential. Boom. As Vegeta sensed his own energy continuously surging, he reached a critical threshold, suddenly erupting with a brilliant radiance, his hair almost standing on end. The formidable aura he exuded even sent the clouds drifting in the sky scattering in retreat. What an astonishing power! The Grand Elder gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the realization that Vegeta had ascended to such heights of strength. However, unbeknownst to the Grand Elder, despite this display, Vegeta was concealing his true combat prowess. What he revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. It is noteworthy that, thanks to the Grand Elder's enhancement of his energy, Vegeta now felt himself infinitely close to achieving the legendary Super Saiyan form. Vegeta was perplexed. Despite his immense power, he had surpassed Frieza in energy. Could it be that he was still unable to contend with this foe? Even in his ordinary state, his battle prowess was formidable. What might ensue if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta could scarcely fathom the situation. Meanwhile, Frieza, while traversing the landscape, suddenly detected a formidable energy source in the distance through his scanner. He hesitated to use it, fearing that this overwhelming energy might obliterate the device. Nevertheless, the power emanating from this source was too potent. Although Frieza could not perceive the energy directly, he sensed a faint aura. He had begun to discern the extraordinary presence of individuals like Vegeta. Vegeta? There was also a significant energy reaction accompanying him. Who could this person be? Frieza was left astounded and hastened to increase his speed. Chapter 63. The Grand Elder versus Frieza. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction upon sensing Vegeta's immense energy and then inquired, do you believe that together we still cannot contend with Frieza? I am uncertain, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Surely, you can still augment your battle prowess? Yes, I can assimilate with my children, the Grand Elder affirmed. However, unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to resort to that. If our combined strength suffices to vanquish Frieza, why must we sacrifice my children? Vegeta pondered. It seemed that the entire population of Namekians on this planet were all progeny of the Grand Elder. If they were to be entirely assimilated, he would be left alone, which would certainly be a source of deep despondency for him. In light of this, shall we first seek out Frieza to assess the situation? What do you think? The Grand Elder extended an invitation. No need, he has already arrived. Vegeta offered a faint smile. What? The Grand Elder was momentarily startled, quickly turning around to find a formidable adversary gazing intently at him from a short distance away. Just a glance from this individual sent a shiver down the Grand Elder's spine. How powerful could this being be? At that very moment, Frieza hovered in the air with a sinister smile, quietly observing the Grand Elder before turning his attention to Vegeta and saying, Vegeta, your audacity grows ever more pronounced. You no longer flee upon my arrival? Vegeta smirked coldly, remaining silent. Tell me, what is the dragon? Frieza demanded sternly. Frieza, we shall not divulge that information. You might as well ponder it yourself, Vegeta replied with a slight smile, embodying a demeanor that was infuriatingly nonchalant. You little monkey. This time you are as good as dead, Frieza retorted, swiftly charging towards Vegeta. Just as Frieza was about to reach him, he found his arm abruptly seized by none other than the Namekian. Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. This individual possessed remarkable strength. Impudence. Frieza bellowed furiously. The Grand Elder chuckled softly, releasing Frieza's arm, a chilling glint evident in his eyes. Frieza took several steps back, his expression darkening. Vegeta, I did not anticipate your popularity. It seems you have allied with the Namekian. The dragon's affairs are your doing, aren't they? The Grand Elder smiled gently. Is it my turn or yours? Vegeta inquired playfully. Allow me to go first, the Grand Elder murmured. If I find myself outmatched, do not concern yourself with me. Flee immediately, for I have my own means of escape. Vegeta would not show any courtesy to his opponent. Nodding in agreement, he inquired, by the way, can you survive in space? Yes, but why do you ask? The Grand Elder retorted. Vegeta clarified, in a fit of rage, he is likely to destroy this planet. What did you say? The Grand Elder's eyes widened. A look of concern etched across his face. Indeed, while the Grand Elder could survive in the cosmos, what of his children? Though they too could endure in space. The cataclysmic force of a planet's explosion would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Consequently, they would inevitably be swept into the vortex of death alongside the planet's demise. Well then, how is your battle strategy coming along? Frieza said coldly. Let me make myself clear. Neither of you will leave here today. Consider this your grave. Vegeta chuckled softly, remaining silent. Before I inflict harm upon you, Namekian, there is a matter I wish to consult you about. Frieza shifted his gaze to the Grand Elder. Narrowing his eyes as he inquired, I have summoned the Eternal Dragon, yet at a critical moment, the dragon abruptly vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone. I desire to know the reason behind this. I fear you shall be disappointed. The Dragon Balls will not reappear, for I have destroyed them. The Grand Elder retorted with a cold snort, stating, at this moment, I am only capable of battle. Upon finishing his words, flames erupted around the Grand Elder, elevating his aura to a formidable level. His expression was notably frigid. In the next instant, the Grand Elder surged towards Frieza, delivering a powerful kick that struck Frieza squarely in the face. Boom. Frieza's body was forcefully embedded into a mountain, accompanied by a thunderous crash as the entire mountain collapsed. 3 seconds later, Frieza emerged unscathed from the rubble, his expression icy as he regarded the Grand Elder. Impressive, Namekian. I must admit, I underestimated your capabilities. Frieza rubbed his nose and addressed Vegeta, saying, you may join forces. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me in a one-on-one duel. No need for that. Vegeta replied with a slight smile, quickly assessing the situation. Presently, judging solely by apparent battle power, he felt that his strength was nearly equal to Frieza's. If he indeed allied with the Grand Elder, they might have a chance to defeat Frieza. However, Vegeta was unsure whether Frieza had unleashed his full power. If he had concealed his true strength, the situation could become dire. Until he gauged the enemy's true capabilities, Vegeta deemed it prudent to observe. After all, throughout the history of the Dragon Balls, it seemed that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could one contend with Frieza. Namekian. I can overlook the kick you delivered in the matter of the Dragon Balls, Frieza said with a chilling smile. That little monkey killed my son. I shall take great pleasure in ending his life. If you are willing to become my subordinate, we can bury our hatred. What of my children you have slain? Do you believe we can simply forget? The Grand Elder glared at Frieza, each word dripping with disdain. They should feel honored to have perished at my hands. Frieza replied with a faint smile. To hell with you. The Grand Elder exclaimed in fury, charging at Frieza in a fit of rage. As the Grand Elder approached swiftly, Frieza remained unperturbed, emitting a light chuckle. Just as the Grand Elder was about to reach him, Frieza's form suddenly vanished. Where are you? The Grand Elder looked around in disbelief. Humph, right behind you, Frieza taunted before delivering a kick that sent the Grand Elder crashing into the earth. Chapter 65, Planet Destruction Ball. After hearing Vegeta's shout, it took a full 6 seconds for Frieza to finally open his eyes. Vegeta smirked with disdain, promptly unleashing his solar flare. Moments earlier, he had merely shouted, and upon witnessing Frieza's eyes shut tightly, he ceased his attack, biding his time for this very instant. Suddenly, a blinding light surged forth, piercing directly into Frieza's pupils. In an instant, Frieza's eyes turned white. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta released a big bang attack, causing Frieza to shriek in chaos. Once Frieza's vision returned to normal, he glanced around, only to find that the Grand Elder had vanished without a trace. Looking up, he saw Vegeta towering over him, gazing down with an air of superiority. Frieza's fury ignited within him, and narrowing his eyes, 2 beams of energy shot forth towards Vegeta. Vegeta let out a cold smirk and effortlessly swatted away the 2 beams of red light. Humph, little monkey, I never anticipated your skills were so formidable. Capable of inflicting such damage upon me, Frieza. Aside from my father and brother, only you possess such prowess. Frieza's laughter was dark and foreboding, a surge of fury erupting like a volcano within him. Frieza, your doom is at hand. Vegeta retorted with a chilling grin. You have quite the audacity, little monkey. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, yet the absence of the Grand Elder's presence rendered his expression particularly grim. However, I must ask, what exactly is your intention in expending such effort to remove that Namekian? Do you think I would divulge anything to you? Vegeta chuckled softly, resolute in keeping the Grand Elder's secrets concealed. I am aware of your ulterior motives, but do you truly believe he can escape? At this, Frieza erupted into wild laughter, swiftly ascending into the skies. In an instant, his index finger coalesced into a sphere of crimson energy, which, upon its inception, began to expand at a velocity visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, this orb of red flames had grown to a diameter of several hundred meters. Vegeta's face had changed color. Could it be that this fellow intended to annihilate the planet? Heh, planet destruction bomb. Frieza laughed heartily as the crimson blaze atop his finger intensified. In that moment, thunder roared, fierce winds surged, and the earth paled in despair. Vegeta was utterly astonished. The aura of this individual was overwhelmingly powerful. In his moment of desperation, he had no time for careful consideration, and thus, he unleashed his formidable energy without reservation. Shockwave. The brilliance in Vegeta's hands shimmered. A shockwave imbued with explosive energy surged directly towards the planet-destroying orb. Haha, futile. Little monkey, are you not capable of surviving in the cosmos? Then let us shift our battlefield to the universe. Would that not be far more intriguing? Frieza, with a sinister grin, gazed at Vegeta, and as the amassed planet-destroying energy reached its critical threshold, he abruptly waved his hand. Boom. Vegeta's energy wave struck the planet-destroying orb, proving utterly ineffective. At that moment, a colossal crimson annihilation sphere descended upon them with overwhelming force. Vegeta was taken aback. If he did not evade swiftly, he would inevitably be devoured by this colossal entity. In a moment of desperation, he cast aside the fate of the planet and transformed into a streak of light, hastily fleeing into the distance. Little monkey, I hope you don't perish in the explosion of the planet. Humph. I have yet to exact my vengeance, Frieza sneered, not pursuing Vegeta. He feared that an effortless annihilation of Vegeta would prevent his hatred from being fully realized. The planet-destroying bomb gradually descended, soon making contact with the surface. A series of thunderous roars erupted, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. The ground fissured, and magma erupted forth. After a brief silence, an overwhelming brilliance surged upward, transforming the planet entirely. Debris flew, and lightning crackled throughout the chaos. Boundless energy surged forth into the vast cosmos. With a resounding clap, the planet vanished, and massive fragments exploded into the cosmic expanse. Ha ha ha, what a spectacle. Truly magnificent. Frieza laughed uncontrollably, as if exhilarated by the astonishing planetary fireworks. Once his laughter subsided, Frieza's gaze began to scour the cosmos for any sign of Vegeta. Little monkey, come out at once. I know you can't be dead. An attack of this magnitude cannot possibly kill you. He bellowed into the infinite void. Under the influence of Frieza's unique energy, his voice transmitted through the powerful medium, instantly resonating throughout the cosmic space. Yet, after his call, there was no response from Vegeta. Could it be that this little monkey truly perished in the blast? Frieza murmured, scanning the vastness of space in search of Vegeta's whereabouts. Vegeta, of course, has not perished. Such a magnitude of explosion could not possibly inflict harm upon him. At this moment, he stands upon a colossal rock adrift in the vastness of space, gazing at Frieza from a distance, his mind engaged in contemplation. Through the recent battle, Vegeta has come to realize the considerable disparity that exists between himself and Frieza. At the very least, the planet-destroying attack unleashed by Frieza is beyond his capacity to counter. He can only watch helplessly as Frieza annihilates the planet. Should he persist in this struggle? Vegeta remained silent for an extended period, ultimately resolving to take action. After all, his body had the capacity for regeneration. It would be remiss of him not to continue his struggle against Frieza, especially considering the vow he had made to the Eternal Dragon. However, prior to the impending battle, Vegeta took a moment to sense the Elder Namekian's presence. He fervently hoped that the Elder had not perished, for his demise would pose significant complications regarding the Dragon Balls. Although Earth also possessed Dragon Balls, the deities there were rather obstinate and not easily persuaded. If the Elder had the means to restore the Dragon Balls, he would not have to resort to imploring the old deity. After a meticulous search, Vegeta finally located the Elder's presence. The Elder was still alive. Vegeta felt a slight sense of relief. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that the Grand Elder's power greatly surpassed that of Garlic Jr. Such a magnitude of explosion would surely not harm him. Regrettably, due to the destruction of the planet, the Grand Elder would no longer be able to merge with his offspring, signifying that his strength had reached its limit. It appeared that there was no glimmer of hope left for the Grand Elder. Little monkey Vegeta, I am aware that you are still alive. Come forth at once, or else the fate of planet Vegeta will mirror that of Namek. Frieza bellowed. Chapter 66, The True Power of Frieza. Vegeta's heart sank. He knew that if Frieza could utter such words, he certainly possessed the capability to follow through. Through the past few days of exploring planet Vegeta, he gradually developed a fondness for his home and the passionate Saiyans that inhabited it. The thought of causing the destruction of his planet weighed heavily on him, and ultimately, he could not bear such a fate. Frieza, I am here. Vegeta ceased his incessant chatter and soared to face Frieza. Humph, I knew you would show up, he declared. Frieza, grinning widely, rubbed his nose and remarked, Ah, little monkey, you are indeed far more formidable than I had anticipated. Without my presence, you would have already claimed the title of the third strongest in the universe. The third strongest in the universe? Vegeta paused momentarily. Indeed. I neglected to mention that I have an elder brother whose combat prowess vastly surpasses my own. Moreover, my father's strength is also formidable. Our clan is renowned as the mightiest warrior race in the universe. You Saiyans are merely fit to carry our shoes. Frieza wore a cold smirk. Frieza's brother? Frieza's father? Vegeta felt a surge of apprehension. He clearly remembered these figures, especially Frieza's brother, Cooler, whose abilities far exceeded those of Frieza. And it seemed that he could even transform into a fifth form. As for Frieza's father, King Cold, Vegeta deemed him inconsequential, as he had achieved little in the annals of Dragon Ball history, having been swiftly defeated by Trunks. However, this was all part of the former timeline, utterly distinct from his current reality. With Vegeta's present strength, even Frieza posed a significant challenge, let alone those two formidable individuals. You are finally frightened. I have long warned you that our clan is not to be trifled with, Frieza proclaimed, his smile brimming with arrogance. Frieza, revel in your laughter. Vegeta retorted with a disdainful snort. Perhaps you remain unaware, but I am in the midst of transforming into a Super Saiyan. It is your fear of the Super Saiyan that compels you to seek our demise, is it not? Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Frieza's pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. Then, with a slight smile, he rubbed his nose and said, Little monkey, the Super Saiyan is merely a legend. Do you truly believe you can become one? You will soon find out. Vegeta scoffed. Just as their conversation reached this point, the Grand Elder approached, his expression dark and brooding, radiating an aura of cold fury. It was understandable. Witnessing one's planet obliterated and one's progeny perishing tragically would infuriate anyone. Oh, Namekian, I underestimated you. I did not expect you to still be alive and capable of surviving in the vastness of space, Frieza said, a smile plastered on his face. Frieza, you shall not be forgiven. You shall not be forgiven. The Grand Elder trembled with rage as he soared toward Frieza, his massive fist aimed squarely at Frieza's face. Bang! The Grand Elder's punch landed, sending Frieza staggering, nearly knocking him off balance. Nonetheless, Frieza remained unfazed as he raised his head, his triangular eyes darkening ominously. I am aware that both you and Vegeta are concealing your true powers, but let me assure you, I am doing the same. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his long tail striking a flying rock as he pondered. I have calculated that by unleashing roughly 50% of my strength, I can reduce both of you to cosmic dust. At this declaration, both Vegeta and the Grand Elder were taken aback. The notion that merely half of Frieza's strength could annihilate them into the void of the universe was staggering. Vegeta was utterly astonished. Had he truly become so powerful that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the only means to contend with his opponent? Initially, he believed that the disparity between himself and Frieza was not insurmountable, yet to his dismay, Frieza had yet to unleash even half of his true power. Enough of this game. I have grown weary of this conflict, Frieza scoffed. However, little monkey, I shall not grant you a swift demise. The matter of my son's death cannot be dismissed so easily. With that, Frieza's aura surged, intensifying as if he were ablaze. His overwhelming energy radiated throughout the vast cosmos, reducing drifting star fragments to mere dust in its wake. Upon sensing Frieza's formidable presence, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. This fiend was no mere bluster. His energy had escalated to an extraordinary level. Even the Grand Elder was left in a state of disbelief. What an immense power! For a moment, both were rendered speechless, frozen in astonishment. Dare to provoke me, Frieza? I shall orchestrate your demise with exquisite precision. Frieza chuckled sinisterly. With that, he lunged towards Vegeta, sweeping his tail with ferocious intent. Crack! The force of the blow was brutal, leaving a long gash across Vegeta's face. A mere wild monkey dares to challenge my authority? Frieza smirked, launching another punch with ruthless intent. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying for thousands of meters, the corners of his mouth dripping with crimson blood. Such a powerful blow made his heart feel as though it had plummeted into an icy abyss. So formidable, so overwhelming. Frieza was nothing short of a monster. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Yet, a thought struck him. Anger. I must harness my rage. Only through fury can I transform into a Super Saiyan. However, no matter how hard he tried, Vegeta could not find a spark of anger. Not even in the recollection of his past life, where nothing provoked his wrath. What to do? That Namekian, did you not wish to join forces with the little monkey? Come forth, then. I shall witness what you two can accomplish together. Frieza cast a disdainful smirk at the Grand Elder, taunting him as he did so. The Grand Elder's body trembled, and after a brief silence, he clenched his teeth and surged toward Vegeta's direction. Vegeta, it seems there is but one way left to defeat Frieza, he said with a bitter smile, his gaze towards Vegeta turning grave. What? Vegeta replied, slightly taken aback. I know that even together we may not be his match, but at this juncture, if I bestow all my energy upon you, perhaps we might still have a chance. The Grand Elder's expression was grim, and after speaking these words, he shook his head, adding, however, if this fiend is truly only exerting half of his strength, then my energy may prove futile. Vegeta cast a glance at the Grand Elder, remaining silent. Rest assured, I am merely bestowing energy upon you. I am not yet so magnanimous as to sacrifice my life for you, the Grand Elder remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Following his words, his aura surged dramatically. Chapter 67. Super Energy Cannon. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Vegeta's chest, and with a resounding cry, streams of energy flowed from his arm into Vegeta's body. Witnessing this scene, Frisia's eyes flared with envy, sensing that the situation was amiss, and he hastily soared towards them. Solar Flare. Vegeta unhesitatingly unleashed the Solar Flare. Little monkey. If I do not obliterate you, I am not Frisia. Frisia had endured the loathsome effects of the Solar Flare on multiple occasions. With his eyes tightly shut and his teeth grinding audibly, he felt the surge of energy within him intensifying. Overjoyed, Vegeta eagerly inquired, "Hurry, Elder, how much longer?" "Soon." The Elder replied, his expression grave. Frisia's eyes gradually regained their gleam as he locked onto the positions of Vegeta and the Elder, unleashing a beam of crimson light from his fingertip. "Die!" Frisia bellowed, directing the fiery beam straight at the Elder. However, a shocking turn of events unfolded before Frisia's eyes. Vegeta extended his hand and effortlessly swatted the red beam away. How is this possible? Frisia gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, believing it might be the Elder's energy empowering him. With a subtle smile, Vegeta instantly appeared beside Frisia, a wicked grin curving his lips. In the next instant, he delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's chest. Cough. Frisia spat a stream of black blood, his expression twisting into a grimace. Vegeta's fist struck with the rapidity of a machine gun, precisely targeting Frisia's vulnerable spots with relentless blows. Frisia grimaced in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Alas, it seemed he could no longer endure such overwhelming pain. With a mighty roar, Frisia swung his tail with fierce determination, deflecting the incoming punches, and then swiftly retreated. Energy Cannon. In Vegeta's hands, a sphere of white flame coalesced, resembling a mighty dragon, hurtling towards Frisia's location. The energy blast grew increasingly colossal, emanating a dazzling brilliance, while immense power surged through the cosmos like a tempest, drawing nearby meteors into its path, reducing them to mere rubble. What is this? Frisia exclaimed in shock, and by the time he regained his composure, it was far too late to evade the onslaught. In a moment of desperation, Frisia raised his right arm, attempting to shield himself from the terrifying energy blast. With a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the universe, Frisia was utterly engulfed by the formidable attack. The colossal energy continued to radiate outward, transforming everything in its wake into dust. In this strike, Vegeta unleashed all of his power. If Frisia were to survive, Vegeta would truly find himself at a loss. Splendid, Vegeta, we have finally triumphed, the Grand Elder exclaimed, soaring over in a state of exhilaration. Vegeta smiled faintly, for the formidable energy had yet to fully dissipate. The sensation of Frisia's presence was not entirely palpable, leaving him uncertain of Frisia's fate. Kid, my energy has not been squandered. Take your time to recuperate. I possess my own means to resurrect through the Dragon Balls. My children eagerly await the dragon's revival, the Grand Elder remarked with a cheerful laugh, as if believing that all was resolved. However, it was premature to celebrate. If Frisia could be so easily vanquished, he would not be Frisia. Vegeta offered a bitter smile, realizing that the Grand Elder's optimism may have been misguided. He harbored doubts about his ability to eliminate Frisia. Was it conceivable that he could defeat Frisia without transforming into a Super Saiyan? If that were the case, did it imply that he had already attained the level of a Super Saiyan, merely without the transformation? Perhaps, such a possibility was slim. In the vastness of space, the smoke gradually dissipated, and once it vanished entirely, Vegeta hurriedly gazed into the distance. In the boundless cosmos, where could Frisia's figure be? Had he truly perished? No, that couldn't be. Vegeta averted his gaze and hastily focused on sensing Frisia's energy. In a crucial moment, he nearly forgot the existence of his sensing ability, resorting instead to searching with his eyes. Upon attuning his senses, he indeed felt Frisia's energy surge forth, hovering ominously above him. Vegeta, with an expression of surprise, raised his head and cast a cold glance at Frisia. This old fiend. At that moment, Frisia was enveloped in a haze of heat, as if he had been roasted to perfection. Frisia, too, silently regarded Vegeta, and the two locked eyes in a tense standoff. The Grand Elder's face had taken on a hue of despair. Frisia's overwhelming power had utterly shattered his understanding. It seemed that to conquer this monster, one would need to assimilate the bodies of at least 100 children. Vegeta seethed with frustration, gritting his teeth. Despite channeling all of his energy, including that of the Grand Elder, into a full-force attack, he still failed to vanquish Frisia. This fiend was undeniably formidable beyond reason. When would the latent power hidden within him finally be unleashed? Vegeta has reached a point of desperation. Especially after unleashing a tremendous energy blast that drained much of his power, he now finds himself with very little energy remaining due to the relentless battle. Little monkey, that move you executed moments ago was quite impressive. You struck me with considerable pain. Frisia, observing the smoke rising from his body, gritted his teeth in fury, his cold gaze fixed on Vegeta. After uttering those words, he swiftly charged toward him. With a resounding thud, Frisia delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on Vegeta's face. You have caused me great suffering, Frisia shouted angrily, following up with another fist to Vegeta's visage. The Grand Elder, watching from the sidelines, shook his head in terror. His eyes filled with helplessness. It is over. It seems that no one in this universe can stand against Frieza. Having exhausted all his energy on Vegeta, he still cannot overcome this formidable foe, prompting a bitter smile from the Grand Elder. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish easily. I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the nearly depleted Vegeta, before tossing him aside carelessly. In the next moment, 10 beams of red energy erupted from Frieza's fingertips, hurtling toward Vegeta's form. Chapter 68, Fighting for the Saiyans. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching beams, Vegeta was filled with dread and attempted to evade. However, as he gathered what little energy he could muster, he tragically realized that his body could no longer move swiftly. The recent energy expenditure had left him utterly powerless to resist. With a series of violent impacts, the 10 red beams effortlessly pierced through Vegeta's body, sending him spiraling into the abyss of space. Enormous pain and the terror of his adversary caused Vegeta's consciousness to blur. How does it feel? Frieza laughed brightly. No longer paying heed to the nearly incapacitated Vegeta, he shifted his gaze coldly toward the Grand Elder. Ah, and you? If you are willing to divulge how to resurrect with the Dragon Balls, I might consider sparing your life. Rest assured, I, Frieza, keep my promises. Do you think I would believe you? The Grand Elder scoffed. My patience is finite. I shall grant you one final chance. If you remain silent, I will end your life. Frieza retorted with a disdainful snort. Do not think you are the only one capable of creating Dragon Balls. To my knowledge, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. I simply do not wish to trouble myself with a journey there. What did you say? There are Dragon Balls on Earth? The Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of shock. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled something. I understand now. The Namekian on Earth must be the son of Catus. So he truly has reached Earth. How amusing. Enough chatter. I have no interest in his history. Quickly, use the Dragon Balls to resurrect, and I may spare you. Frieza interrupted impatiently, cutting off the Grand Elder's musings. Preposterous. You have slaughtered so many of my children. Do you think I would allow the Dragon Balls to resurrect and aid you in achieving immortality? The Grand Elder chuckled scornfully. With a sudden surge of rage, Frieza unleashed a red beam from his hand, piercing through the Grand Elder's heart. The Grand Elder's body convulsed violently as deep blue blood spewed forth from his mouth, his eyes widening in shock, before he fell silent, lying motionless in the embrace of the cosmos. Vegeta watched helplessly as the Grand Elder was struck down by Frieza. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to intervene. Humph, even the mightiest warrior of Namek could not withstand a mere flick of my wrist. Frieza smirked slightly, dismissing the Grand Elder from his thoughts, and once again turned his attention to Vegeta. Little monkey, he taunted, rest assured. I have no intention of ending your life so swiftly. Oh no, I shall ensure your demise is a most spectacular affair. Vegeta offered a bitter smile. For his energy reserves had dwindled significantly. Not only was he unable to mend his grievous wounds, but even the strength to fly was nearly depleted. You should be pleased to perish at the hands of me, Frieza, he mocked. Frieza erupted into a cacophony of laughter, a sinister sound that pierced the air and grated upon Vegeta's senses. Just as he contemplated this, a voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Frieza, what brings you such joy? The voice was jarring, prompting Vegeta to furrow his brow and scan the source. Upon catching sight of it, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A colossal spacecraft loomed nearby, and outside of it floated two extraterrestrial beings strikingly similar to Frieza. What in the world is happening? Vegeta was on the verge of tears. Enduring one Frieza was already a torment in itself, and now his brother and father had arrived. How could he possibly fight? Brother? Father? What brings you here? Frieza inquired, glancing over in astonishment. The newcomers were none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler, and their father, King Cold. Like Frieza, Cooler had attained the fourth transformation, while King Cold had only reached the second. Vegeta sensed the formidable presence of the two individuals, rendering him momentarily speechless. Escape was not an option today. The gravity of the situation had escalated dramatically. Humph, I have heard that my nephew was unwittingly slain by a Saiyan, and as his uncle, it is only fitting that I seek vengeance personally, mused Cooler, Frieza's brother, as he approached with a jovial demeanor. Frieza, is this the Saiyan who took the life of my grandson? Asked King Cold, Frieza's father, casting a cold glare at Vegeta. Dad, brother? He's merely a wild monkey of a Saiyan. What business do you have here? Frieza retorted with a hint of annoyance. Look at this. I alone could easily overpower him without resistance. This little monkey has no significant power left, and is practically wishing for his demise. To kill him effortlessly would be a disservice. King Cold replied icily, I have yet to even see my grandson's face, and this brat has taken his life. This grievance demands proper retribution. Dad, do you have a plan? Frieza inquired. Since he is a Saiyan, why not annihilate all the Saiyans before his very eyes? And then tear him apart? Wouldn't that be rather entertaining? A sinister smile crept across King Cold's face as he divulged his scheme. Father, that's brilliant. Let us proceed with it. Frieza exclaimed, finding the idea exquisite. Come, father, brother, let us head to planet Vegeta. To where? King Cold smirked slightly. My brother and I did not come here empty-handed. Bring them out. Cooler commanded loudly to the spaceship. As his words echoed, A battalion of heavily armed extraterrestrials escorted King Vegeta, Bardock, and numerous Saiyans from the spacecraft into the vastness of space. Ultimately, Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of the universe, hence they were all equipped with oxygen masks. King Vegeta stood frozen, utterly shocked. He had never anticipated that Frieza's brother and father would have brought his own father along. Upon a moment's hesitation, upon glimpsing his son, King Bai's expression transformed into one of sudden joy as he exclaimed, "Little Bai, you are alive." Initially, King Bai had presumed that his son perished in the catastrophic explosion of the spaceship. However, witnessing his son's survival filled him with profound elation as a father. Yet, after uttering those words, his joy swiftly dissipated. He discerned that his son bore a harrowing appearance, suggesting that he had likely succumbed to the formidable Frieza. Vegeta remained silent. His face darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Frieza. Baiwang suddenly mustered all his strength and exclaimed, "Shou Bai, you are the prince of the Saiyans. You cannot simply fall here. You must fight for us Saiyans. We are a warrior race, have you forgotten?" Vegeta remained silent, offering a bittersweet smile. King Vegeta gazed at his son, falling into a momentary silence before continuing, "Little Bai, rise to your feet. Remember, we Saiyans are invincible." Applause erupted from the side, where Kurter clapped in admiration, then added with a smile, "Now, let us begin with King Vegeta. Remove his oxygen mask." No sooner had he spoken than an alien seized the oxygen mask worn by King Vegeta and forcefully yanked it away. Chapter 69, Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. The Saiyans were unable to survive in the cosmos. The removal of King Vegeta's oxygen mask signified his imminent suffocation. King Vegeta! King Vegeta! The faces of numerous Saiyans turned pale as they cast furious glares at Frieza and his father, vociferously calling for their king. Suddenly, King Vegeta appeared to fall silent, offering a gentle smile to Vegeta, as if reassuring him not to worry. His smile was imbued with profound affection. Vegeta's eyes were somewhat blurred. Although he had never regarded King Vegeta as a father figure, this Saiyan king had always protected him, hoping for his robust growth at all times. Ever since departing from planet Vegeta, Vegeta sometimes pondered that since he was indeed King Vegeta's son, he might as well accept his fate and embrace his identity. "Little Vegeta, rise. A Saiyan does not weep." King Vegeta commanded sternly, though his voice grew increasingly faint due to the lack of oxygen. "Oh, little monkey Vegeta. You truly are an oddity. Look at your father, who cannot survive in this universe, yet here you are, living so comfortably. Do you not feel any discomfort?" Frieza chuckled with utmost satisfaction. Vegeta's expression darkened as he swiftly darted toward King Vegeta, determined to seize the oxygen mask. He could not bear to witness his father's demise. However, just as he set off, a shadow suddenly flashed before him, blocking his path entirely. It was Frieza. "Where do you think you're going, little monkey?" Frieza chuckled, rubbing his nose. "The order of death has been predetermined. First your father, then every Saiyan shall perish before your very eyes. Heh. This is the price you must pay for killing my son. Step aside." Vegeta replied coldly. "Oh, and what if I refuse?" Frieza laughed heartily. "I command you to move." Vegeta charged forward, delivering a fierce punch squarely to Frieza's arrogant face. Frieza merely turned his neck, maintaining his smile, and shook his head, saying, "You're far too weak. If you possess any real power, show it. At your current level, you are merely capable of a light tickle." Bang! Just as Frieza finished his taunt, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy rushing toward him, but it was already too late to react. With a resounding crack, the energy struck Frieza's face, akin to a resounding slap, echoing crisply throughout the cosmos. "Ha ha ha, this is my final surge of energy. Reaching this point fills me with satisfaction," King Vegeta laughed, his tone laced with resignation. Though he could not survive in the vacuum of space, he was a warrior at heart, capable of sustaining himself for a brief moment even without oxygen. However, after exerting that last burst of energy, his aura drastically weakened. "You seek death?" Frieza seethed, unleashing a red beam of energy from his fingertip. The crimson flame pierced through King Vegeta's heart like a sharpened blade. In the next moment, the king's expression became utterly lost, blood seeping from his mouth as his complexion turned ashen. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, his heart pierced. "Frieza, you are too impatient. We haven't had the chance to truly torment him yet, and you have already killed him." Kurta lamented from the side. "Indeed, Frieza. It is a great pity to let King Vegeta perish like this," Gula added, shaking his head with a sigh. "Humph, it is of no consequence now. What purpose does he serve?" Frieza retorted with a dismissive snort. Vegeta's eyes glowed a crimson red as he swiftly darted towards King Vegeta. "Stop right there. I want you to witness your father's demise." Frieza obstructed his path. Vegeta trembled with fury, his entire being exuding an escalating aura, his eyes shimmering with a golden radiance. "Little Bai, fight for the Saiyans, unleash every ounce of energy within you." King Vegeta gazed at his son with a smile, his expression brimming with pride. In the next moment, however, the king's body convulsed. His heart had been pierced, and the relentless suffocation rendered him incapable of sustaining his life any longer. Yet, the smile upon his face remained unwaveringly confident, as if he were an eternal monarch, standing resolute on planet Vegeta, guiding his people towards their destiny. "Baiwang, a legendary sovereign. Baiwang, Baiwang." Countless Saiyans incessantly call out. Vegeta's eyes glistened with moisture, intermittently flashing with golden light. "Humph, Useless trash, still spouting nonsense even at the brink of death. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at the king, chuckling as he rubbed his nose. A series of brilliant arcs of golden lightning erupted in this vast cosmos. Boom. Lightning, as thick as a bowl, spread outwards, igniting the universe in a blaze of golden flames. What phenomenon is this? How can there be lightning in the universe? Herder gazed bewilderedly at the bizarre spectacle. Frieza and Cooler also watched in astonishment at the dazzling bolts. For a moment, the cosmic expanse was enveloped in a deathly silence. Only the golden flames continued to flicker incessantly. Boom. Another series of lightning bolts cascaded down, striking around Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta's once upright hair now appeared unusually pliable. Crack. His black hair suddenly transformed, shimmering with golden brilliance. At that moment, his pupils also shifted in hue, the once ebony eyes quickly morphing into a radiant gold. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. Vegeta trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes. After emitting a heart-wrenching, piercing scream, golden light instantly spread throughout the cosmos. Boom. The golden radiance finally subsided. In the next moment, a layer of brilliant flames evenly enveloped Vegeta, as if illuminating the entire universe. Super Saiyan. The demise of Bawang has finally awakened the dormant power within Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing this remarkable transformation, all present were left in a state of astonishment. What is this? Aren't Saiyans only capable of transforming into monkeys? What does this change signify? Frieza murmured to himself, somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, as Frieza pondered this perplexity, he caught sight of a golden flash emanating from Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared beside him with a sinister grin. Bang! A powerful fist struck Frieza's abdomen, causing his muscles to cave in deeply. With a violent cough, a stream of purple-black blood erupted from Frieza's mouth, distorting his facial features in the process. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, seizing Frieza's right arm with great force. And with a powerful tug, he shattered it into two segments. Chapter 70. The Fifth Transformation. In that instant, everyone present was rendered utterly speechless. Vegeta seemed to have lost all semblance of rationality, transforming into a ravenous wolf, tearing into his prey. Ah, Frieza moaned in agony, blood gushing profusely from his arm. Vegeta's eyes burned with disdain as he unleashed another powerful punch, sending Frieza crashing violently against a rock. After executing this act, Vegeta let out a disdainful grunt and swiftly darted towards King Vegeta. Your Highness, Bell is still alive, Bardock exclaimed, tending to King Vegeta's side as he noticed Vegeta's approach. Vegeta's eyes sparkled as he cast a glance at the alien who had torn off his father's oxygen mask. The alien, now utterly petrified, trembled uncontrollably. This creature was formidable indeed. Having even broken Frieza's arm with sheer force, it was evident just how powerful he truly was. Crack! Vegeta reached forward with his small hand, effortlessly tearing off the alien's oxygen mask and placing it upon King Vegeta's face. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light emanated from Vegeta's hands. As waves of energy surged into King Vegeta's body, Bardock and the others were astonished to witness the king's injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the wounds had mended, and the king's complexion had returned to its former vitality. Bardock was taken aback. Could it be that the prince possessed the ability to heal others? When had he acquired such a remarkable skill? At this moment, Vegeta sensed a profound transformation within himself following his ascension to Super Saiyan. The remarkable healing abilities reminiscent of Majin Buu surged through his mind. Noticing that his father was no longer in imminent danger, Vegeta's expression softened slightly. In the next instant, he gestured dismissively at Guldo and his minions, who were instantly obliterated. Your Majesty still lives. Take him and the Elder away from here at once, Vegeta commanded, simultaneously seizing the Elder without administering any immediate healing. He realized the Elder was still alive and would not perish in the short term. After all, healing required a considerable expenditure of energy. Moreover, the spaceship was equipped with a medical bay, where the Elder could receive proper treatment. If it were just Frieza, it would be manageable. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Frieza was accompanied by two formidable allies. Although Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could not be certain of his ability to triumph over Guldo and his companion. Thus, he resolved to conserve his strength, ensuring he retained sufficient power to vanquish both Guldo and Frieza. But what about you, Your Highness? Bardock inquired, visibly astonished. Hurry, do not dawdle. Vegeta barked sharply. I understand. I understand. Bardock fervently nodded and addressed the assembly of Saiyans. Let us depart. The multitude of Saiyans glared at Vegeta with fervent determination, gravely ascending toward the spacecraft. Humph. You think you can escape? None of you Saiyans will get away. Frieza had regained his composure and charged toward Vegeta with renewed vigor. Vegeta merely smirked with disdain as he seized Frieza's arm. How can you possess such immense energy? Frieza gazed at Vegeta in utter astonishment. Your right arm was just fractured. Now it seems your left will meet the same fate, Vegeta scoffed. Upon hearing these words, Frieza's pupils dilated and cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. With a sharp crack, Vegeta forcefully shattered Frieza's left arm. Frieza's limbs rendered useless, he trembled in agony. Frieza, I am enraged. Vegeta launched a powerful kick, propelling Frieza to a considerable height. Then soared upwards to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent's back. After just these two strikes, Frieza was left utterly defenseless. For a moment, Guldo and Kuririn were left in shock. They had never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. Even the manner in which Bardock and the others had departed was completely overlooked by Guldo and Kuririn. Frieza, are you not so capable? Vegeta, still unsatisfied, pressed his hand against Frieza's legs, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Boom. In Vegeta's grasp, a brilliant light shimmered as an overwhelming force emanated from his hand, striking Frieza's legs with precision. In an instant, Frieza's legs were severed at the roots, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Guldo and Cooled were wide-eyed, as if caught in a surreal dream. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta waved his hand and delivered a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying into the distance. He then turned to Guldo and Cooled with a cheerful demeanor. The two were taken aback, sensing the imminent danger. Father, quickly enter the final transformation state, Guldo exclaimed. And as he spoke, his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. A formidable energy radiated throughout the vast cosmos, as layers of spiky armor sprouted from Guldo, rendering him even more fearsome. Cooled was not idle either, his own form rapidly shifting in response. Vegeta observed the scene with a chilling gaze. Showing no inclination to engage in an attack, he fought for the Saiyans, determined to unleash his full potential and demonstrate to Frieza's father and brother that the Saiyans were indeed the supreme warriors of the universe. Soon, both of them had successfully transformed. The fifth-level transformation. Cooler and Kuririn had both attained the fifth-level transformation. Vegeta chuckled softly, surprised to discover that Frieza's father could also transform into the fifth stage. This development posed a considerable challenge, and the energy emanating from both of them indicated that they possessed an extraordinarily formidable power, nearly approaching the limits of a Super Saiyan. If it were only one of them transforming into the fifth stage, Vegeta would have been confident in his ability to prevail. However, facing these two formidable foes united was an entirely different matter. Nevertheless, as a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's veins coursed with an inexhaustible fighting spirit, compelling him to engage in battle. Just as Vegeta prepared to confront Cooler and Kuddo for a decisive showdown, Frieza's somewhat feeble voice reached his ears. Father, brother, this matter cannot be dismissed so easily. I must slay him with my own hands. Frieza slowly approached, his gaze fixed malevolently upon Vegeta. Frieza, you ought to reconsider. You are no match for him. Cooler interjected with a shake of his head and a smile. Little monkey, you are indeed remarkable. I underestimated you, Frieza said, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. You are no less impressive yourself. Even with your limbs in ruins, you still managed to smile, Vegeta retorted with a scoff. Humph. Frieza's laugh was grotesque. I wish to inquire about your transformation. What exactly is it? Are you still unaware? Vegeta replied coldly, standing defiantly before him. Before you stands the very Super Saiyan you dread. Chapter 71. The Wrath of Frieza. Upon hearing this title, the expressions of Frieza and his kin froze momentarily. Is this truly a Super Saiyan? They exchanged glances, and in the next instant, all three burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Are you so brazen as to jest at death's doorstep? Vegeta glared icily at Frieza and his companions. Frieza, retreat at once. You are not his equal at this juncture. Cooler advised, then chuckled. I had thought a Super Saiyan was something extraordinary, but it seems it amounts to little more than our clan's fifth transformation. Vegeta smiled faintly, disinterested in engaging in further trivialities. Frieza, step aside. This matter is now between my father and me, Gula remarked. Humph. Perhaps my brother is still unaware, but I, Frieza, have already mastered the fifth transformation. As Frieza proclaimed this, his body suddenly swelled, and the legs that Vegeta had previously destroyed began to visibly regenerate at an astonishing pace. In an instant, Frieza's form bore a striking resemblance to Gula's, and the damage inflicted by Vegeta was completely restored. A formidable energy surged forth, stirring up storms throughout the cosmos. Little monkey, I fear you may be disappointed. I still have a trick up my sleeve. Frieza stretched his limbs, casting a cold, penetrating gaze at Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback. Frieza could also transform to the fifth level. This truly posed a headache. What a predicament. However, Vegeta did not allow himself to be daunted. After all, he had painstakingly achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan. How could he be intimidated by Frieza and his ilk? Super Saiyan? Do you believe that being a Super Saiyan is truly impressive? Frieza's chilling laughter resonated, and in the next moment, a powerful beam of light erupted from his hand. Whoosh! The beam shot through the void, traversing the cosmos at an astonishing speed. Yet, just as Frieza believed the beam would strike Vegeta, he witnessed Vegeta's figure becoming indistinct. Whoosh! The beam flew directly into the vast abyss of space, colliding with a small satellite. Boom! The satellite shattered instantaneously, accompanied by a resounding explosion, disintegrating into cosmic dust. He evaded it? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He was less than 20 meters away from Vegeta, in such a close distance, yet his signature move was effortlessly dodged. Frieza rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to fathom this reality. Vegeta chuckled lightly. This is impossible. This is inconceivable. Frieza, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of energy, directing it towards Vegeta's position. Vegeta effortlessly evaded the attack, a smile gracing his lips. Frieza let out a chilling chuckle, remarking, "Humph, if you were to be struck, it would spell your doom." Vegeta remained silent for 2 seconds, a slight smirk curving at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, really? Let us see you try again." "What an arrogant fellow." Frieza trembled with rage, declaring, "You said it. If you have the guts, don't hide." Whoosh. Once more, a beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at Vegeta's position. Vegeta did not evade this time. Instead, he extended his small hand and struck decisively. With a resounding clap, the crimson flames shattered into a myriad of golden glimmers. How is this even possible? Frieza stammered, his astonishment palpable. Vegeta chuckled coldly, and in the next instant, his figure flickered and appeared before Frieza, seizing his arm with a swift motion and yanking it viciously. Frieza let out a bone-chilling scream. Crack. Once again, Vegeta had forcefully wrenched Frieza's arm from its socket. "I wonder if you can regenerate from this," Vegeta remarked with a smirk, his entire being radiating with golden light as he channeled his energy and launched a powerful punch. Frieza, taken aback, hurriedly raised his remaining arm to defend himself. Smack. The last arm was struck down by Vegeta's fist at the elbow, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle. "Ah!" Frieza cried out in agony, soaring into the air, his eyes glinting as 2 beams of crimson energy shot towards Vegeta. Vegeta waved his hand, dispelling the 2 intense beams of light, his eyes now imbued with an extraordinary coldness. "This cannot be. This cannot be. I am the supreme being of the universe. How could I possibly be defeated by a wild Saiyan monkey?" Frieza trembled with rage, an immense energy surging forth once more. In the next moment, a beam of light, as wide as a bowl, erupted from Frieza's mouth. The vast energy, accompanied by a formidable tempest, hurtled directly towards Vegeta's position. Vegeta's expression remained impassive as he waited for the formidable energy of his opponent to draw near. At the critical moment, he unleashed a burst of golden flames from his hands. Boom. The 2 energies collided in midair, erupting in a spectacular blaze. Seconds later, the golden flames surged rapidly towards Frieza's position. This was unexpectedly repelled. Frieza's face contorted in utter shock. "Get out of the way." Cooler charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza flying. Boom. The golden flames unleashed by Vegeta grazed against Cooler as they soared into the depths of the cosmos. Mere seconds later, a cataclysmic roar reverberated through the void, and in the distance, brilliant golden light erupted, leaving one to wonder which unfortunate planet had met its demise. Frieza's body trembled with rage, and his gaze toward Vegeta was laden with an unmistakable tinge of fear. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. The energy of this wild monkey had far surpassed his own. "Frieza, stand down." Cooler commanded sharply. "You have expended too much energy, even with your 5th transformation. You cannot contend with him. Leave the rest to me and your brother." With that, Cooler ascended into the fray. Cooler was not idle either. His eyes gleamed with determination as he and his brother flanked Vegeta, effectively ensnaring him in their midst. Frieza, seething with fury, ground his teeth in frustration, yet found himself incapacitated by his injuries and energy depletion, rendering him unable to join the fray. However, a cunning smile soon crept across his face. "Ah, Vegeta. You can entertain yourself with my father and brother, but I shan't remain to witness your struggle. While I may not be able to defeat you now, I am still more than capable of dealing with those retreating Saiyans." Frieza cackled maniacally before hastily pursuing the spacecraft where King Vegeta awaited. This is dire. Vegeta is convinced that at Frieza's current pace, it is merely a matter of time before he catches up to the spacecraft. Having already attained the status of a Super Saiyan, it would be utterly unacceptable if he could not protect his father and the others. Vegeta was poised to pursue Frieza. Yet at that moment, he found himself confronted by Gula and Kurter, who had effectively blocked his path. "Vegeta, your adversaries are us. Where in such haste do you intend to go?" Gula said with an affable grin, arms outstretched. Chapter 72, Space Pursuit. Step aside. Vegeta barked fiercely. "Humph. This wild monkey is indeed audacious. Do you believe that having defeated Frieza makes you my equal?" Gula's expression darkened ominously, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Let me make it clear, even in my ordinary state, my battle power is thrice that of Frieza's." Vegeta ceased his idle chatter and charged forward with a ferocious punch. Crack. To his astonishment, however, his strike was effortlessly intercepted by Cooler. Observing Cooler, one could see his expression remained utterly composed, as if he had sustained no injury whatsoever. This individual was indeed significantly more formidable than Frieza. Vegeta's face slightly shifted in hue, the Saiyant's battle blood surging uncontrollably. A cruel smile played upon his lips as he launched another powerful punch. Bang. This time, Gula's expression altered as he sensed the immense pressure behind Vegeta's strike. In fact, the force of the blow pushed Gula back several steps before he managed to steady himself. "Get lost." Vegeta barked, delivering a swift kick to Gula's chest. Ugh. Gula spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghostly pale. Seizing the moment, Vegeta soared away, pursuing Frieza. However, barely a meter into his flight, he suddenly felt a vice-like grip on his calf. Turning back, he was met with Kurd's sinister grin. In the next instant, Kurd shouted, violently hurling Vegeta away. Boom. Vegeta collided forcefully with a massive boulder, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Boom. Vegeta's entire body radiated with a blinding golden light, causing nearby rocks to shatter into fragments that scattered across the cosmos. Turning his head to glance at Frisia's direction, Vegeta inwardly cursed, for Frisia was already nearly out of sight. At this speed, it was only a matter of time before Frisia caught up with King Vegeta and the other spacecraft. Vegeta, unwilling to be negligent, darted forward, glimmering with golden light in the direction of Frisia. However, just as he had taken flight and not ventured far, he was met once again by Cooler and Gula approaching him. Halt. We have already stated, you shall contend with us, Gula remarked with a sinister smile, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta, however, seized his opponent's fist and twisted it forcefully. Anguish escaped from Agira's lips as he cried out, clearly in considerable pain. Bang. At that moment, Kurd charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Vegeta's face, leaving behind a vivid crimson imprint. Vegeta's eyes turned icy in that moment, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound of the impact echoed, leaving 5 crimson handprints on Kiddo's face. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta resumed his pursuit of Frisia. Father, let us attack together. We must not allow him to catch up with Frisia, Gula exclaimed. In the next instant, both of them unleashed powerful energy from their hands, resembling a great dragon as it surged towards Vegeta. Vegeta's expression darkened as he discerned that the two forces converging before him would be formidable enough that, with his current strength, he would likely struggle to withstand them. In a moment of urgency, he hesitated no longer and swiftly darted to the side. With a whoosh, a colossal arc, spanning hundreds of meters, cut through the air, hurtling deep into the cosmos. Vegeta wiped away a bead of cold sweat, realizing the formidable energy that had just been unleashed. Had he been struck moments ago, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries. Just as Vegeta hesitated, Gula and Kurta charged at him once more. These incessant pests. Vegeta's fury ignited anew as he regarded the two advancing figures, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What is this, wild monkey? Are you contemplating surrender? Gula chuckled. A Super Saiyan, nothing more. Certainly not. Vegeta replied with a slight smile. I merely wish to demonstrate one of my ultimate techniques. Oh, go ahead and boast, Gula sneered. What could you possibly showcase? Your battle prowess has likely reached its zenith. Watch closely. Frisia has experienced this move several times before, each encounter driving him to madness, Vegeta said with a grin. Is that so? We shall see what dreadful technique you possess, Gula retorted, his lips curling in a disdainful smile. Kurta, too, wore a broad grin, realizing that, with their combined strength, this Super Saiyan might not be his equal. Solar Flare. Vegeta let out a mighty roar, and the solar flare erupted instantly. The blinding light swiftly penetrated the eyes of Gula and Kurd, leaving their pupils a stark white. Ah, my eyes, they exclaimed. Fools. Bask in the warmth of the sun for a while, Vegeta chuckled softly. Fortunately, Namek had 3 sons, providing him ample opportunities to unleash the solar flare during this cosmic battle. Ignoring Gula and Kurd, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, rapidly pursuing Frisia. Frisia's speed was remarkable, and the Saiyan spacecraft was hurtling through the cosmos at an astonishing pace. At that moment, King Vegeta stirred awake, abruptly standing up to examine his unscathed hands and the surge of energy coursing through his body. Am I still alive? What on earth is happening? The king struggled to comprehend this reality, recalling how Frisia's crimson flame had pierced his heart, leaving him convinced of his demise. Your Highness, it was Prince Vegeta who saved you, Bardock explained nearby. What? Little Vegeta saved me? How did he accomplish that? King Vegeta was taken aback, and upon realizing he was aboard the spacecraft, he quickly inquired, Where is my son? Where is he? The prince is currently engaged in a decisive battle with Frisia and his minions, Bardock replied with a bittersweet smile. What do you mean? While little Vegeta has grown powerful, he could never match Frisia. If Frisia is so formidable, how could he possibly contend with Gula and Kurd? The king's eyes widened as he commanded his subordinates. Why are you all dawdling here? Return at once. Your Majesty, please calm down, Bardock urged. I have faith that the prince will emerge victorious. What? What did you just say? King Vegeta thought he misheard, casting an incredulous gaze at Bardock, his mind still lingering on the image of Vegeta being ruthlessly tormented by Frisia. Your Majesty, I have witnessed it. The Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan that Frisia fears. Bardock's expression was tinged with excitement as he spoke. Super Saiyan? King Vegeta was even more bewildered, gripping Bardock's collar and demanding, Bardock, could you please articulate your thoughts in full? Chapter 73. The annihilation of Frisia. King Vegeta had suffered at the hands of Frisia, which incited the prince's wrath, finally transforming him into the Super Saiyan that instilled fear in Frisia and his cohorts. Indeed, Bardock quickly clarified, it appears that we Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans when consumed by jealousy and rage. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta trembled violently. A Super Saiyan. My son has actually become a Super Saiyan. He had heard whispers of the Super Saiyan legend, which was precisely why Frisia sought to eradicate all Saiyans. The revelation that his son had achieved this transformation filled him with exhilaration, and he rubbed his hands together, commanding, Stop. I cannot miss such an exhilarating moment. Your Majesty, it is perilous over there. His subordinates urged in unison. What danger could there be? While little Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan, he is still quite young. King Vegeta's expression gradually settled into calmness. Frieza and his two minions were cunning strategists, posing a significant threat to his son. I have made up my mind. Halt immediately. The Saiyan warriors exchanged glances, all turning to Bardock. As Bardock led the charge against Frieza's base, he displayed remarkable prowess, his combat strength eclipsing that of many. Unconsciously, the Saiyans began to gravitate towards him. As a warrior race, Saiyans revered strength above all. Given Bardock's overwhelming power, it was only natural for the Saiyans to shift their allegiance, especially in light of the prodigious Prince Vegeta's emergence. Cease at once, Bardock commanded after a moment's thought. Just as his words settled, a frantic subordinate rushed over. Your Majesty, Bardock, it's bad. Frieza is rapidly approaching. What? The revelation drained color from their faces. Frieza was closing in. What did this imply? Was it possible that little Vegeta had already fallen to Frieza? In an instant, King Vegeta and the others exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, yet another subordinate sped towards them, breathlessly announcing, Your Highness, the Prince. Beowang delivered a swift kick, sending the breathless individual sprawling to the ground. Grasping his collar firmly, he demanded in a stern voice, What has happened to the Prince? Speak quickly. The Prince himself had also caught up. The subordinate took a deep breath. Beowang cast the useless individual to the ground and hastily made his way to the window. Peering out, he observed Frieza racing towards the spacecraft, closely followed by a shimmering figure, none other than his own son, Vegeta. Haha, Vegeta, while your speed may surpass mine, I shall ultimately reach the spacecraft first. Frieza, aware that Vegeta was closing in, wore a sinister smile upon his face. Ha ha ha. I shall allow you to witness the slaughter of your kin. With that declaration, a formidable energy sphere began to coalesce where Frieza's arm had been severed. He grinned wickedly as he hurled the energy sphere in the direction of the spacecraft. Upon witnessing the approaching energy orbs from a distance, Beowang and his companions widened their eyes in alarm. They understood that if Frieza's energy sphere were to strike them, the Saiyans aboard the spacecraft would likely meet an immediate demise. This was dire. Vegeta's eyes widened in urgency as he swiftly turned, unleashing a brilliant beam of golden light from his hand. The immense force propelled him forward like a cannonball, dashing through the air with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he soared over Frieza's head, heading straight for the spacecraft. Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, astonished by such incredible velocity. Bang! Vegeta struck with a powerful backhand, sending the incoming energy sphere soaring as if it were a volleyball. Super Flash Cannon. Vegeta bellowed furiously, and as his voice echoed, a formidable golden light coalesced along his outstretched arms. Subsequently, he brought his arms together. Boom! A surge of immense energy erupted in a brilliant golden flash, traversing the cosmos. Aimed directly at Frieza. Frieza's eyes widened in terror. Die Frieza! Vegeta proclaimed loudly. This is impossible. It cannot be. Frieza, unable to evade, felt as though his entire being was disintegrating upon contact with the overwhelming golden flame. Boom! In the next instant, Frieza was utterly obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust by Vegeta's golden light. Witnessing this spectacle, all the Saiyans aboard the spaceship were left in stunned silence. Finally, someone, in bewilderment, asked, Was that Frieza? Yes, indeed, it was Frieza. He has been slain by His Highness the Prince. The realization that Frieza was truly dead left the crowd momentarily speechless, the earlier scene having been utterly breathtaking. At that moment, Guldo and Kula, who had rushed over, found themselves witnesses to the annihilation of Frieza, their astonishment rendering them speechless. Frieza is dead? How can this be possible? Guldo trembled, grief and anger boiling within him at the loss of his son. That fool Frieza. Why did he underestimate his opponent? Kula bit down hard, voicing his frustration. After Vegeta vanquished Frieza, he turned with a smile towards Guldo and Kuririn. Upon feeling Vegeta's gaze upon them, both Guldo and Kuririn were momentarily taken aback. Father, his energy has diminished significantly. Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Guldo shouted, and in the next instant, he charged towards Vegeta. Bang! Guldo's fist connected with Vegeta's face. Cough. Vegeta, spitting blood, stood his ground and retaliated. However, at that moment, Kurd soared into action, and with their combined forces, Vegeta found himself struggling to cope. Indeed, after annihilating Frieza moments ago, Vegeta had expended a considerable amount of energy. Coupled with the formidable battle prowess of both Gula and Kurd, Vegeta was truly finding it arduous to manage the situation. The fierce battle raged on, yet Vegeta's energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Gradually, it seemed that Vegeta's stamina was waning, and the force behind his punches had significantly diminished. With a thunderous crash, Gula delivered a heavy blow that sent Vegeta hurtling through the air. Vegeta panted heavily, taken aback by the formidable alliance between Gula and Cooled. At that moment, the spaceship had come to a halt in the distance. And upon witnessing Vegeta's struggle against the relentless assault of Gula and Cooled, the faces of all the Saiyans turned grim. Beep! The alarm in the medical room blared, and the Grand Elder of the Namekians emerged. However, the Saiyans were too preoccupied to pay heed to the Grand Elder, their gazes fixated on the depths of the cosmos. What is happening? The Grand Elder inquired, bewildered. One Scion glanced at him expressionlessly and replied, "Oh, you're awake? I'm still alive? What exactly transpired?" The Grand Elder looked around, realizing he was unscathed, and pressed on with his questioning. "It was our prince who saved you. What else could have happened?" The Scion said indifferently, lacking the inclination to elaborate, especially given the dire circumstances outside, which did not bode well for Vegeta. "Are you referring to Vegeta?" The Grand Elder was increasingly perplexed. "How could Vegeta have rescued me? He is no match for Frieza." "Enough about Frieza, that guy is already dead," the Scion retorted sharply. "What? What did you say?" The Grand Elder's expression changed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I said, Frieza is dead." The Scion shot the Grand Elder a scornful look, as if to say there was no need for such astonishment. "Dead? How did he die?" The Grand Elder was still in the dark, having been unaware of Gula and Kuld's arrival during his unconsciousness. "Naturally, it was our young prince who annihilated him." The Scion spoke with a tinge of pride, as if he himself had delivered the fatal blow. However, after uttering those words, he was reminded of the brutal battle unfolding outside, and his expression darkened once more. Vegeta defeated Frieza? How is that even conceivable? The Grand Elder distinctly remembered that Vegeta was not even a match for Frieza, having been thoroughly humiliated. "Well, you can go see for yourself. There are still 2 more foes to contend with." The Scion's spirits were low, shaking his head with a sigh. "It seems our prince will find it exceedingly difficult to overcome them." The Grand Elder hurried to the window, scanning the scene outside. "What is that boy radiating with golden light?" he gasped, rendered speechless, especially upon sensing Vegeta's formidable aura, his face a mask of astonishment. However, the Grand Elder soon realized that Vegeta's situation was dire. It appeared that he had exhausted nearly all his energy. In contrast, Gula and Kuld's power levels had far surpassed Vegeta's. Indeed, Vegeta was entrenched in a bitter struggle, although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In terms of raw combat power, Gula and Kuld's 5th transformations were nearly on par with that of a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, due to his defeat of Frieza, Vegeta had expended a significant amount of energy, and after battling Gula and Kuld for several hours, he had barely enough energy left to maintain his current transformation. "This cannot continue. Stop watching idly and start thinking about what we should do." The Grand Elder commanded the assembled Scions. "What can we do? Our combat power pales in comparison to theirs. We are powerless." A Scion shook his head, expressing his helplessness. His words were grounded in reality, as the strongest among them was merely Bardock. Even Bardock's combat power was just over 50,000, which was insignificant compared to that of a Super Saiyan. One could even argue that even if Vegeta had little energy left, he could eliminate any Scion with a mere flick of his finger. Not to mention, there were 2 foes, Gula and Kuld, who were even more powerful than Vegeta at that moment. "What do you think, Vegeta? Is this what you call a Super Saiyan?" Gula laughed, bursting with pride, having initially believed that a Super Saiyan was a fearsome warrior, only to find it was nothing extraordinary after all. Vegeta forced a pained smile as he gazed upon the 2 formidable foes, a throbbing headache plaguing him. Just as exhaustion began to weigh him down, he caught a glimpse of a sinister grin from Cooler, who then swept his tail towards him. Vegeta was taken aback, swiftly evading the attack. With a resounding crack, the tail grazed his arm, leaving a deep crimson mark in its wake. Vegeta gritted his teeth in pain, yet found himself utterly helpless. "All right, Wild Monkey. We are weary of this battle. Prepare to meet your demise," Kurta declared as a massive sphere of crimson flames began to coalesce within his hands. Gula chuckled softly, soon summoning flickering flames of his own. "Vegeta, beneath the might of my fathers and my own formidable energies, you would do well to evade. Otherwise, in your current state, you might very well be reduced to ashes." Haha. Gula's laughter was jarring, and in the next instant, the energy spheres unleashed by him and Kurta surged menacingly towards Vegeta. "You had better look behind you before attempting to dodge, Vegeta. This time, you are truly finished," Gula added with a taunting tone, as Vegeta prepared to evade. He suddenly turned around to discover that the Scion spacecraft had just docked behind him. If Vegeta were to retreat, his fellow Scions would undoubtedly face annihilation. Conversely, should he choose not to evade, sensing the immense power of the 2 energy spheres, Vegeta feared that he might be obliterated. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta resolved not to flee. Instead, he radiated an astonishing golden light. Ultimate flash. In the next moment, a vast surge of energy coalesced in his hands, which he thrust forward toward the opposing energy spheres. It was not out of a sense of heroism or a desire to protect his kin. Rather, he had no other choice. Should the Scions be eradicated, leaving him as the sole survivor, he doubted he could endure for long. After all, his remaining energy was scant, barely sufficient to sustain his transformation into a Super Saiyan. With a resounding boom, 3 colossal energy forces collided in space, erupting into a dazzling blaze. The 3 spherical energy forms pressed against one another, the overwhelming energy waves threatening to shatter the spacecraft behind Vegeta. Vegeta, cease your futile resistance. Your energy is dwindling. You should resign yourself to your fate." Guldo sneered at Vegeta's released energy. Kuririn, too, bore a smirk, his own energy surging forth. Soon, the 2 energy spheres unleashed by Guldo and Kuririn forced Vegeta's energy back. Vegeta's face changed color as he clenched his teeth, once again unleashing the energy within him. "It's futile, Vegeta the Wild Monkey. You are utterly spent and ready to meet your demise. Gula laughed heartily. As he spoke, the energy spheres of Gula and Kurd moved closer to Vegeta, rapidly approaching him. Listen to me, everyone. The Grand Elder, sensing the dire situation, shouted to all the Saiyans. Channel all your energy to me, quickly. This is our only chance to fight back. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, all the Saiyans present paused momentarily. Soon after, led by Bardock, the Saiyans reacted. You want us to provide you with our energy, Namekian? What are your intentions? Bardock scoffed coldly. Let us set aside your motives for this energy. With your strength, can you even absorb it all? I fear you would explode the moment you tried. That is not your concern. Hurry, we are out of time. The Grand Elder shot Bardock a dispassionate glance. The others looked at Bardock, seemingly awaiting his decision. What are you all dawdling for? Move quickly, unless you wish to see your prince killed. The Grand Elder's voice grew stern, his powerful aura emanating a tremendous pressure upon the gathered Saiyans. Bardock and the others were taken aback, trembling involuntarily. To their astonishment, this Namekian was indeed formidable. It was no wonder the young prince was determined to save him. Give him the energy. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock resolved to comply, channeling his energy into the Grand Elder. Seeing Bardock's action, the other Saiyans promptly followed suit, contributing their energy to the Grand Elder. With the influx of energy, the Grand Elder wasted no words. He flew away from the spaceship and approached Vegeta. Bardock, we still need King Vegeta's energy for this Namekian, one Saiyan remarked. That is unnecessary. The king is not here, and we can manage without him, Bardock replied, glancing at King Vegeta, who, wearing an oxygen mask, was obliviously watching the battle unfold. Little monkey Vegeta, you are doomed today. Stop your futile resistance. It is useless. Gula beamed with delight, his energy surging forth. Kurd mirrored his grin, convinced that Vegeta's demise was inevitable. As anticipated, following Gula's declaration, the three energy entities in the sky advanced swiftly towards Vegeta. At this rate, in no more than 10 seconds, Vegeta would be engulfed by these energy spheres. Just then, the Grand Elder appeared. This Namekian has returned to life? Gula muttered under his breath, glancing at the Namekian. However, he quickly deduced that the Saiyans must have placed the Namekian in the healing chamber, making his revival quite normal. Ignore him. He is merely a useless waste, Kurd stated dismissively. Although the Grand Elder was valiant, he was limited to the level of Gulder, far beneath Frisia, let alone someone as powerful as Gula, which justified Kurd's assertion. In response to the scornful remarks, the Grand Elder merely smiled lightly, unperturbed, and then began channeling his energy into Vegeta. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta's energy exploded forth, his aura amplifying severfold, golden flames blazing more vividly than before. Thank you, Grand Elder. Your energy arrives at the perfect moment, Vegeta smiled faintly. Immediately afterward, the three merged energy spheres surged toward Gula and Kurd. Both Gula and Kurd widened their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. How is this possible? Gula exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gula, increase your energy. Kurd felt the mounting pressure and hurriedly elevated his own energy. Gula, not daring to lag behind, maximized his energy output. The massive energy spheres moved chaotically in the void of space, sometimes veering toward Gula and Kurd, and at other times toward Vegeta, resulting in a stalemate. Grand Elder, is this all the energy we have? Vegeta asked urgently. This is the entirety of the energy from both you and all the Saiyans, Vegeta. If you cannot withstand them now, I can do nothing more, the Grand Elder replied with a wry smile. Vegeta gritted his teeth as the energy within him surged once more. However, despite the multitude of Saiyans, the energy they possessed was inherently limited. Consequently, the energy bestowed upon Vegeta merely sustained his Super Saiyan form for a fleeting moment. Soon, he had exhausted the energy transmitted by the Elder, and the golden radiance began to wane once again, while the colossal mass of energy advanced towards him. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Cooler laughed heartily, though a flicker of trepidation stirred within him, for moments ago had been perilously close. Vegeta furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he withstood the onslaught from his two adversaries. Little monkey, it would be wise for you to concede sooner rather than later, Guldo taunted with a smirk. Even if that Namekian were to bestow upon you another surge of energy, I fear the outcome would remain unchanged. Guldo chuckled heartily, as if convinced that Vegeta would soon be vanquished by the two of them. Vegeta smiled faintly. Guldo was not wrong. Even if the Grand Elder were to grant him another infusion of the original energy, it would not guarantee any advantage against the combined might of the two. Vegeta calculated that even at the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan form, he would find himself somewhat outmatched against the ultimate transformations of Gula and Cooled. After all, their fifth-level transformations were approaching the realm of Super Saiyans. Do not remain in shock. Let us attack these two together. The Grand Elder commanded the assembled Saiyans, who were still observing the battle. That Namekian, do not jest. We have provided you with all our energy, yet now we cannot even unleash a basic energy sphere. Our combat power has dwindled to below 10. How can we possibly attack? Bardock lamented with a wry smile, shaking his head. The Grand Elder sighed heavily. Are we to simply watch as Vegeta is slain by these two? Will the entire universe once again fall prey to their tyranny? After a moment of silence, he glanced at Vegeta and inquired, how much longer can you endure? If you can hold out for around 3 minutes, I may find a way to summon the eternal dragon and restore your strength completely. 3 minutes? Vegeta laughed bitterly. At this moment, not even 30 seconds seemed feasible for him. Then I am out of options. At this point, I believe it is best to find someone among you Saiyans to train and take him to a place where they cannot find us for proper cultivation. The Grand Elder smiled gently, revealing his intentions, but soon his expression turned bitter. I apologize for my inaction in your time of need. I must take my leave. Chapter 77. Rebirth. Upon witnessing Gula and Cooled engulfed by a colossal energy mass, the onlookers erupted in exclamations. They are finally dead. Gula and Cooled have been slain by the prince. Such a thrilling spectacle filled the Saiyans with pride. However, their jubilation was short-lived, for in the next moment, they beheld Vegeta, torn asunder, no longer resembling a human form. Your Highness. Tears welled in the eyes of the crowd, particularly King Vegeta, whose eyes were red and swollen as he gazed upon the shattered remains of his son, rendered speechless. A profound silence enveloped the assembly as they stared at the dismembered pieces of Vegeta, the gore drifting through the cosmos, an agonizing sight to behold. Little King Vegeta's lips trembled and his entire being shook with despair. After an interminable silence, Bardock finally approached, offering solace. King Vegeta, let us return home. The king of the Saiyans remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips as he boarded the spaceship without a backward glance. In the end, his son left nothing but fragmented remnants behind, a conclusion that weighed heavily on the king's heart. Yet, as the sovereign of the Saiyans, he chose to conceal his emotions. The atmosphere in the vastness of space was particularly somber. Once everyone had boarded the spacecraft, the Grand Elder remained motionless. Aren't you coming aboard, Namekian? Bardock inquired. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly and flew over to ask, do you have any spare spaceships? I am not accustomed to being in the company of Saiyans. You should accompany us back to planet Vegeta, Bardock replied. There are plenty of spaceships there. You may go wherever you wish. We too prefer not to coexist with those who are different from us. The Grand Elder nodded gently, refraining from further unnecessary conversation, and boarded the spaceship. With a roar, the spacecraft launched, heading straight for planet Vegeta. After a prolonged silence, King Bai's eyes suddenly sparkled as he addressed the Elder, my friend from Namek. The Dragon Balls can resurrect my son, correct? The Dragon Balls can summon the Eternal Dragon, and the Eternal Dragon can bring Vegeta back to life. The Elder smiled gently and nodded. However, it is regrettable that I no longer possess the ability to create the Dragon Balls. I am truly sorry. Vegeta's demise grieves me as well. Is this truly the case? King Bai gazed at the Elder with a hint of skepticism. Do you think I would deceive you? The Elder replied with a meaningful smile. The King of B was rendered speechless. Upon the spacecraft's arrival at planet Vegeta, the Grand Elder showed no inclination to linger and took his leave, swiftly departing aboard the cosmic vessel. That very day, the king summoned Naba and Raditz to the royal palace, his expression grave as he commanded, immediately ascertain the location of Earth. You two shall accompany me to Earth. Naturally, the two did not dare to delay and promptly made arrangements. However, a mere 15 minutes later, Naba and Raditz returned with a hint of disappointment, reporting to the king. Your Majesty, it is dire news. Earth, what has happened to Earth? The king sensed an ominous turn of events. Earth has inexplicably vanished, Naba and Raditz responded. What do you mean? How could such a thing occur? The king felt as though a heavy blow struck at his heart, his eyes widening in shock. Your Majesty, I speculate that the deities on Earth have most likely summoned the Eternal Dragon to conceal the planet, intending to prevent us from locating it, Raditz whispered. Such a thing is indeed possible? The king's countenance darkened as he pondered for a moment before issuing another command. Find it, regardless of the cost. We must determine Earth's whereabouts. Naba, Raditz, you are both familiar with Earth's environment. For the time being, scour the Milky Way, planet by planet. I refuse to believe that the Eternal Dragon can successfully hide Earth. But Your Majesty, the Milky Way itself is vast, Raditz replied with a wry smile, offering an explanation. This makes matters simpler. The Milky Way is so expansive that once we locate it, finding Earth should not prove excessively challenging. You two proceed with this task. I entrust it to you, and I hope for a satisfactory resolution. The king's face remained stern as he issued his orders. Just as the king was contemplating the gathering of Dragon Balls to resurrect his son Vegeta amidst the boundless cosmos, Vegeta's disintegrated form began to coalesce towards a central point. Time elapsed, and at last, the scattered remnants of Vegeta's body, deep within the universe, converged. What followed was the emergence of miniature versions of Vegeta from each fragment, naked and joyfully embracing one another. After some time, these diminutive Vegetas gradually began to fuse, with bones and muscles developing little by little. Eventually, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, surveying the vast expanse of the universe. I never imagined that the Eternal Dragon did not deceive me. I truly can be reborn. As he sensed his newfound energy, Vegeta was overwhelmed with joy. Realizing he had ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan, note, not merely the second stage, with his power significantly amplified compared to before. Vegeta is confident that with his current strength, even if Garlic Jr. and Cooler were to be resurrected and join forces, he could effortlessly vanquish them. Perhaps this is a result of the Saiyan blood that enables a doubling of combat power after brushing with death. Vegeta erupted into laughter. astonished that this resurrection had bestowed upon him such significant advantages. With Gula and Kurd deceased and Frieza vanquished, he decided to return to planet Vegeta. A subtle smile curved at the corners of his mouth. However, just as he was about to embark on his journey, Vegeta suddenly noticed that his small hands and arms appeared considerably more robust. Lowering his gaze, he was immediately taken aback. What on earth? How has my body transformed into this? Vegeta's expression was one of utter astonishment. Could it be true, as the dragon had stated, that this process of regeneration had spanned over a decade? It was only natural for Vegeta to contemplate this, for at that moment, his physique bore no resemblance to that of a 5 or 6-year-old. He was unmistakably an adult. Nevertheless, he decided to cast aside such thoughts and first return to his home planet to ascertain just how much time had elapsed. With a faint smile, Vegeta chose to disregard the peculiarities of his own body. Simultaneously, he pondered that possessing an adult's physique was preferable, sparing him the awkwardness of being a mere child, especially when it came to pursuing romantic interests. Now that Frieza and his ilk had been vanquished, it seemed an opportune moment to seek a companion and cultivate a relationship. Perhaps he could make a trip to Earth to bring Bulma back? Vegeta smiled, and in the next moment, his entire being shimmered with golden light. Super Saiyan. Boom. Vegeta's golden aura surged once again, marking his transformation into the second level of Super Saiyan. In an instant, he became a brilliant streak of gold, standing out strikingly amidst the vastness of the universe. Chapter 78, Strange Occurrences. Chapter 78, Strange Occurrences. After undergoing this transformation, Vegeta gradually comprehended that the Super Saiyan state is divided into 3 distinct tiers, although the differences may not be readily apparent at first glance. The increase in combat prowess at each level is immensely substantial. For instance, Vegeta's fighting power has surged to 10 times its strength compared to his battle against Gula and his allies. At this moment, even without transforming into a great ape, he could effortlessly overpower these 2 foes. Vegeta felt a tinge of regret, lamenting that both Gula and Kurd had met their untimely demise. Had these 2 individuals still drawn breath, he would have relished the opportunity to pummel them into tears. After soaring through the skies for approximately 3 to 5 days, Vegeta finally beheld the planet of the Saiyans. He descended in a desolate area, concealing his energy signature. Just as he intended to find something to wear to avoid the embarrassment of being unclothed, he heard a distant cry for help from a girl. Vegeta initially had no intention of paying attention, but in the next moment, he noticed a girl riding a motorcycle swiftly approaching. Above her, 2 individuals were playfully chasing each other, engaged in a lively frolic. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback when had the Saiyans begun to study motorcycles. However, he soon realized that the girl appeared somewhat familiar. How curious it was that she would be on planet Vegeta. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he soared through the air towards her. Upon spotting Vegeta, the girl gasped in surprise, her delicate form trembling in shock, causing her to tumble off the motorcycle and fall to the ground. Vegeta, swift and agile, swiftly enveloped the girl in his embrace. "You rogue, let me go, release me," the girl exclaimed, her voice resonating with the desperation of a lamb ensnared by a tiger. Vegeta paused momentarily, only to realize that he was devoid of clothing. Having inadvertently embraced someone, a flush crept across his face as he hastily released his hold. However, that brief embrace stirred a ripple of emotions within him. Suddenly, a gasp erupted, and the girl tumbled to the ground, landing heavily on her behind. Simultaneously, 2 Saiyans descended from the sky, surveying Vegeta with keen interest. "Both of you, procure a set of clothing at once," Vegeta commanded brusquely. "Who are you?" The 2 stared at him in astonishment, noting his striking resemblance to King Vegeta, albeit with a youthful visage that the king lacked. "I am Vegeta," he replied coolly, then waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the delay, bring me some new garments." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the expressions of the 2 Saiyans shifted dramatically. After a lengthy silence, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Subsequently, they simultaneously aimed their scouters at Vegeta, commencing an assessment of his power level. "Only 200 in battle power? How dare he impersonate our prince?" Vegeta shook his head, remaining silent. "I said, listen here, lad, regardless of where you emerged from. The mere fact that you dare to impersonate our esteemed prince means you shall not leave here alive today." One of them, with a beaming smile, shouted at Vegeta. "Enough of your prattle. Let us first give this scoundrel a good beating, and then take him to see King Vegeta. Let us see if he dares to impersonate our revered prince again." The other nodded in agreement. As they spoke, they approached Vegeta, flanking him from both sides. Vegeta was displeased. He cast a glance at the detectors adorning the eyes of the 2 individuals, and subsequently elevated his battle power to over 100,000. Beep. Upon witnessing the figures displayed on the detectors, the 2 were rendered utterly astonished, their mouths agape as if they could accommodate a goose egg. This is impossible. It must be a malfunction of the detector. Indeed, how could his battle power possibly reach 100,000? Vegeta was both exasperated and amused, as he slightly released his energy, causing the 2 individuals to stagger uncontrollably. Could he truly blow us away merely with his aura? Surely, the detector must be malfunctioning. The pair was profoundly frightened, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they gazed at Vegeta with palpable terror. "I have no time for idle chatter. You best attend to the matters I mentioned without delay. Vegeta huffed coldly. Of course, we shall do so at once, they replied fervently, nodding vigorously before hastily departing the scene. At this juncture, Vegeta turned his attention to the girl who had appeared before him. Naturally, he had no inclination to expose himself. Swiftly using his tail to cover his modesty, the girl was strikingly beautiful, with deep purple hair cascading elegantly, her features exquisite and her physique alluring. At that moment, she too was scrutinizing Vegeta from head to toe. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell upon his lower half, she could not help but blush. Lowering her head and rendered speechless. What is your name? Vegeta inquired. I am Launch. Thank you for saving me, the girl replied softly. Launch? Indeed, it is you, Launch. Vegeta was utterly astonished. Wasn't Ranchi the girl who could transform with just a sneeze? Furthermore, wasn't she on Earth? How on earth did this girl find her way to planet Vegeta? Fortunately, the gravity in this particular area of planet Vegeta was only twice that of Earth. Had she ventured closer to the royal palace, where the gravity was 10 times greater, she surely would have met her demise. Vegeta, taken aback, swiftly inquired. Are you familiar with this place? I do not know, Launch replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. I am unsure how I ended up here. I distinctly remember enjoying a cup of coffee and a CAF. Furthermore, this place is quite peculiar, seemingly different from my usual surroundings. People can fly. And my body feels so heavy, I can scarcely move, as if a great mountain is pressing down on me. When did you arrive? Vegeta asked, furrowing his brow. Just 10 minutes ago, Launch explained with a wry smile as she sat on the ground. I was puzzled when I suddenly saw 2 figures in the sky attempting to capture me, which frightened me into screaming, and then you appeared. Vegeta felt a sense of bewilderment. According to Launch, it seemed as though she had sipped coffee and, unbeknownst to her, found herself on planet Vegeta. This was utterly absurd, as it implied that something must have transpired in between. Just as he was about to inquire about the specific circumstances, he suddenly heard her sneeze. In the blink of an eye, Launch's deep purple hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, her gaze sharpening with intensity. What is this place? It is not a prison. Yet my body feels so heavy. Launch surveyed her surroundings and quickly spotted the barren expanse of planet Vegeta. This is planet Vegeta, she stated. Who are you? You rogue. How dare you expose yourself in my presence? Launch fumed, and before Vegeta could react, a machine gun appeared from seemingly nowhere, unleashing a barrage of fire upon him. Vegeta allowed the bullets to strike his body, feeling as though they were merely a tickling sensation. After an entire magazine was expended, Launch widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment, nearly fainting from shock. What manner of monster are you? Terrified, Launch hastily seated herself upon her motorcycle, intending to make her escape. Vegeta smiled nonchalantly, disregarding the situation. This monster, I must be dreaming. After saying this, Ranchi twisted the throttle of her motorcycle and sped away at great velocity. Vegeta gently swayed his body and flew directly in front of Ran Fan, effectively blocking her path. You exhibitionist, I shall end your life. Ran Fan, upon raising her head, inadvertently caught sight of something she ought not to have seen, her face flushing with embarrassment, while simultaneously gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 79, 20 years stop it. Vegeta glared at Ran Fan, his voice sharp and commanding. Startled, Ran Fan gazed at him with a wary expression, as if fearing his next move. Although the girl before him possessed a striking appearance, she was not the type Vegeta found appealing. His current concern was why Ran Fan, who had been well on Earth, had suddenly appeared on planet Vegeta. As Vegeta pondered this perplexity, he sensed an energy approaching from his direction. Looking up, he recognized one of the individuals who had just been searching for clothes for him. This Saiyan swiftly handed over the prepared Saiyan armor to Vegeta. Vegeta, unreservedly, quickly donned his attire and instructed the Saiyan, very well, your presence is no longer required here. You may amuse yourself elsewhere. However, upon hearing these words, the Saiyan showed no intention of departing, instead regarding Vegeta with a chilling smirk. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly sensed a formidable energy approaching him. Judging by the intensity of this aura, the individual's combat power had undoubtedly reached an astonishing height of at least 200,000. Remarkable. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. When did such a formidable figure emerge among the Saiyans? Initially, he presumed that this individual was not a Saiyan, yet upon assessing the energy emanating from him, there was indeed a hint of Saiyan essence. Could it be Bardock? His rate of cultivation is astonishingly rapid, Vegeta mused quietly. Of course, a battle power of 200,000 posed no threat to Vegeta whatsoever. As a Super Saiyan, he regarded not only 200,000 but even 2 million or 20 million with disdain. However, as that overwhelming energy drew nearer, Vegeta found himself in a state of shock, scrutinizing the figure before him from head to toe. Simultaneously, the newcomer was also examining Vegeta intently, trembling slightly. His eyes filled with disbelief. Who are you? Why do you impersonate my son? The arrival was none other than King Vegeta. You are my father? At that moment, Vegeta could finally ascertain that this man was indeed his father, King Vegeta, though there was an unmistakable air of age about him. Vegeta then reflected, realizing that it must have taken him quite a long time to regenerate. What did you say? If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall end you. King Vegeta exclaimed. Clearly agitated and skeptical that Vegeta was indeed his son, little cockroach. If you doubt my words, just look and see for yourself, Vegeta declared, his aura suddenly surging. Enveloped in a radiant golden light, manifesting the form of a Super Saiyan before King Vegeta's eyes. Why you truly are Kakarot? King Vegeta's eyes widened with a glimmer of recognition. As he turned away, slightly dazed. Kakarot is still alive? The sight of his son before him filled King Vegeta with overwhelming emotion. I could never perish so easily. Vegeta replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. I always knew my son would be invincible. King Vegeta exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Momentarily shedding the demeanor of a ruler, revealing instead the joy of a common father. Vegeta smiled and instructed the crowd behind King Vegeta, you may all leave now. Naturally, the one who summoned King Vegeta was one of the two Saiyans. Upon realizing that this individual was none other than Prince Vegeta, he was overwhelmed with regret. How foolish he had been. Had he known that this was Prince Vegeta, he would have endeavored to ingratiate himself, perhaps securing a position within the royal palace. The two Saiyans were consumed by remorse. Once everyone had withdrawn, Vegeta glanced at Ranchi beside him, not making any effort to avoid him, and directly inquired, Father, your battle power has significantly increased, hasn't it? Haha, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan? King Vegeta shook his head and sighed. Over 20 years. And this is the extent of your combat prowess. What did you say? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 years. Initially, Vegeta believed he had only taken a decade at most to recover. He never imagined that 2 decades had flown by. During his resurrection, he had felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. If not for his physical growth, he might have truly believed it was merely a brief instant. In fact, it had been approximately 24 years. King Vegeta lamented, since you were struck by the death beam of Gula and cooled, I have exhausted every means to revive you. Even sending someone to Earth. However, it seems there were complications there. Speaking of which, my son, how did you manage to come back? At this point, King Vegeta was certain that the individual before him was indeed his son. After all, the only one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan was his offspring. An undeniable truth. This is a long story, let us return to discuss it further. I have many matters to inquire about as well, Vegeta replied, casting a glance at Ranchi. Also, have a room constructed nearby for this girl to reside in. Oh? King Vegeta scrutinized Ranchi intently, his eyes flickering with curiosity. What are you staring at? Old man, do not think that donning a red cape makes you noble. Do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate you in an instant? Ranchi brandished her machine gun, her expression one of vigilant defiance. Ha 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 ha. King Vegeta found amusement in the situation. Through his scouter, he noted that this girl possessed a combat power of only around 20. He turned to Vegeta, pulling him aside to whisper, Little Vegeta. This girl does not appear to be one of our Saiyans. Did you bring her back? This is precisely what I wish to discuss. She should be a human from Earth, Vegeta replied succinctly. As you can see, her combat power is so low that if she were to enter the core regions of our planet, where gravity is 10 times that of Earth, it would surely spell her demise. This location is, for now, more suitable for her. Baewang gazed at Lanchi in astonishment. A Terran? He had been tirelessly searching for the location of Earth for over 20 years, yet there had been no trace or sign. Who could have imagined that a being from Earth would somehow arrive on his planet? What on earth could this mean? King Bae was on the verge of madness. He immediately instructed his subordinates through the detector to ensure that Lanchi was taken care of, with strict orders that the girl was not to wander about. Subsequently, King Bae returned to the palace with his son Vegeta. As for the matters concerning Earth, they had become inconsequential to King Bae at this point. During their journey, Vegeta suddenly recalled the Grand Elder and inquired about his whereabouts, as he had not sensed the Grand Elder's presence on planet Vegeta. Uncertain, King Bae explained that after the demise of Cooler and his cohorts, the Grand Elder had chosen to leave, preferring solitude away from the Saiyans. No one knew where he had gone. Chapter 80. The Ambition for the Throne. Chapter 80. The Ambition for the Throne. Vegeta chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. However, the favorable impression he once held of the Grand Elder had nearly dissipated. Initially, the Grand Elder had assured him that the dragon would be revived. Yet it now appeared that the Namekian was not as straightforward as he seemed, indulging instead in cunning schemes. When next they meet, he shall first deliver a sound reprimand to the Grand Elder. Vegeta had made up his mind. After all, it was the Grand Elder's betrayal that brought this upon him. Seeing himself battered by Gula and Kurd, he felt that at the very least, the dragon should have been summoned to revive him. By the way, have we located Earth? Vegeta inquired. Baewang shook his head and, with a wry smile, remarked, the Earth has completely vanished from our sight. Despite our relentless exploration in search of its whereabouts, we have been unable to locate it. Even the galaxy in which it once resided offers not a trace. For over 2 decades now, we Saiyans have been on this quest. Vegeta speculated in his heart that the Earth's concealment was likely a gift from that deity, surmising that this entity had summoned the dragon to shroud the planet from view. By the way, Little B, you just mentioned that girl is a human from Earth. What is the story behind that? King Vegeta inquired with a hint of suspicion. She is indeed a human from Earth. I have encountered her before, Vegeta replied, deliberately omitting the truth of her time-traveling origins. Instead, he concocted a plausible explanation. She had been dining in a restaurant when, in the blink of an eye, she found herself on our planet Vegeta. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta furrowed his brow tightly, sensing an oddity in the situation. As for how she had arrived, they would see about that later. Vegeta, too, felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. What exactly had transpired? Why had this Earthling suddenly appeared on planet Vegeta? In any case, the unfolding events left Vegeta, who was relatively well-versed in the lore of the Dragon Balls, feeling somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept the situation as it was and set aside his concerns for the time being. Vegeta smiled confidently, for he had ascended to the realm of the Super Saiyan and had even achieved the second level of this transformation. He believed that even the formidable androids 17 and 18 would not necessarily pose a challenge to him. The chronicles of Dragon Ball recount that once Vegeta transcended the boundaries of the Super Saiyan, he could effortlessly contend with the androids, and even face the second stage of Cell's evolution. In the present day, Vegeta's prowess is undeniably formidable. However, he harbored no intentions of relinquishing his training. As a warrior race, the Saiyans understood that a life spent in battle was essential for realizing one's true worth. The King of Saiyans did not disclose the return of Vegeta to anyone. Moreover, he instructed the two Saiyans who encountered Vegeta to keep this matter confidential, as he did not wish for others to know that his son was still alive. "Father, what does this mean?" Vegeta inquired, somewhat perplexed. With a cold smile, the king replied, "During your absence, it appears that someone has been coveting my throne." "Oh, could it be Bardock?" Vegeta suddenly realized and named the suspect. After all, Bardock's combat power had reached an impressive 50,000 back in the day, and given that over 20 years had passed, his strength must have significantly increased, likely surpassing the king's 200,000. However, Bardock was known for his loyalty. He would not rebel. The king shook his head, dismissing Vegeta's speculation. "Not Bardock? Then who could it be?" Vegeta asked, puzzled. "Little Vegeta, you are unaware that when Paragus' son was born, it piqued my interest. His combat power was an astonishing 10,000 right at birth. I feared it might threaten our future claim to the throne, so I personally ensured their demise." "A combat power of 10,000 at birth? Could it be Broly?" Vegeta felt a heavy weight in his heart. After his rebirth, he had been so preoccupied with dealing with Frieza that he had completely forgotten about Broly. This individual was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan. Given his current age, his strength should be considerable, perhaps even surpassing his own by a wide margin. However, Paragus and his son had not perished in the aftermath of Frieza's machinations. This matter slipped from my mind. King Vegeta continued to elucidate, explaining that just recently, Paragus had come to pay his respects, bringing Broly along with him. Although Paragus outwardly displayed courtesy, I could discern the true intent behind his words. Yet, when I observed Broly's combat power through my scouter, I was taken aback. Can you guess what his battle power is? Over 1,000,000, perhaps? Vegeta chuckled. Upon hearing Vegeta's assertion, King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. "Haha, young Vegeta. No matter how formidable Broly may be, he could never reach such heights. After all, he is not you, and he lacks my son's prodigious talent." The king then erupted into hearty laughter, before adding, "I have already measured his battle power, and it stands at a mere 500,000. Nonetheless, that 500,000 exceeds my own capabilities." Vegeta smiled gently, aware that Broly was likely suppressing his true power. His battle strength could not possibly be merely 500,000. At that moment, a subordinate entered to report that Paragus requested an audience. "Allow him to enter," commanded King Vegeta. "Father, I shall remain hidden for now and observe Broly in silence," Vegeta remarked. "Moreover, Broly is formidable. Do not be deceived by his apparent battle power. If time permits, I shall teach you how to sense the presence of Ki." Bei Wang paused for a moment, then nodded gravely. Vegeta concealed his aura entirely and took refuge behind a massive pillar. Before long, Paragus arrived at the royal palace with his son Broly, ready to pay their respects to King Vegeta. The two bowed slightly in unison. "Paragus, what brings you to me today?" the king inquired, his gaze stern and commanding as he sat upon his throne. "How long have you occupied this throne, king?" Paragus asked with a smile. "If I were to estimate, it must be over 40 years, am I correct? There is a saying, fortunes change and thrones are exchanged. Shouldn't you consider relinquishing your seat to me? Allow me a taste of this power, perhaps?" "Oh, is that truly your ultimate objective?" King Vegeta chuckled, his eyes coldly fixed on Paragus. "Indeed. We must reckon with how you once dealt with my son and me. It is time to settle that score." Paragus's expression shifted to one of deepening gloom. Chapter 81. Another Super Saiyan. Chapter 81. Another Super Saiyan. Vegeta peeked out from behind the pillar, silently surveying Broly and his father. Paragus was rather robust, possessing a sturdy physique, though he was not particularly tall. In contrast, Broly bore a striking resemblance to the familiar figures from Dragon Ball history. He was handsome, with striking features and a mane of crimson curls. Additionally, around his head and neck were adornments reminiscent of necklaces. Vegeta speculated that, akin to the original Dragon Ball lore, Broly's true potential was likely suppressed by his father. As for Broly's genuine combat prowess, Vegeta found himself at a loss. "King Vegeta, if you willingly relinquish your throne, I may spare your life," Paragus remarked darkly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "However, let me reiterate, King Vegeta, I express my condolences for your son's demise. Had your son Vegeta still been alive, perhaps I would have harbored some trepidation. Alas, he has perished, he laughed heartily, with a gentle smile. King Bei refrained from pursuing the topic further and curiously countered, Paragus, during your last visit, why did you not rebel outright? What compelled you to wait for several days? Paragus chuckled softly and replied coldly, there is an adage that rings true. A single hand cannot clap. I am aware that you have a formidable warrior by your side. One who goes by the name of Bardock, if I recall correctly. It is said that his strength has far surpassed your own. Which is why I took the opportunity to visit Bardock during these past few days. Bardock met the king's gaze with a cold, silent scoff. He harbored a degree of trust in Bardock, despite the latter's stubbornness in refusing to align with him. Paragus chuckled darkly, yet he had rendered Bardock incapacitated. At this juncture, Paragus abruptly clapped his hands. In response, over 100 Scions surged into the palace, unceremoniously tossing the barely conscious Bardock onto the ground. Bardock, the king, witnessing Bardock's battered state, was instantly consumed by a fiery rage. Be cautious, this Broly is formidable. With great effort, Bardock shifted slightly, managing a pitiful smile as he addressed the king. King Bei nodded slightly, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly of over 100 Scion compatriots, and he coldly inquired, do you also wish to rebel? King Bei, we Scions have always revered the strong. Since Broly stands as the most formidable among us, it is only natural that we acknowledge him as our king, one Scion replied with a smirk, unabashedly addressing King Bei. The expression on King Bei's face had completely darkened. King Bei, your time has passed. Relinquish your throne. Paragus wore a broad smile. Just as Paragus finished speaking, Bardock suddenly stood up. Is it you, Bardock? How can you still move? Paragus was utterly astonished. He recalled that Bardock had been rendered incapacitated by his own son. Heh, surprised, aren't you? With your demeanor. You aspire to be the king of our Scions? You might as well take a good look at yourself. Bardock chuckled lightly. You've been given face. Yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Paragus seethed, his voice rising sharply. I have offered you opportunities, which you have squandered. Thus, you may meet your demise. Humph. Who will die is still an unknown. Bardock laughed heartily. He then surveyed the palace and, with a stern expression, said, Paragus, I presume you wouldn't want to destroy the palace? Let us step outside and settle this. With that, Bardock transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the plaza outside the palace. Humph, oblivious to your fate. Paragus scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. He glanced at Bardock with a hint of curiosity before addressing the gathered crowd. Since Bardock wishes to die valiantly in battle, we shall grant him that wish. Also, King Bei, your foremost warrior Bardock is about to bid farewell to life. Shouldn't you go witness it? Enough with the chatter. King Bei snorted, flying outwards. Soon, he reached Bardock's side, looking at him in confusion. Bardock, are you all right? Heh, fear not, King Bei. I have my own methods to deal with Broly. Bardock replied with a mysterious smile. Don't push yourself too hard, King Bei cautioned, sensing that Bardock seemed peculiarly confident today. I will not overexert myself. Bardock assured with a gentle smile. At that moment, Broly and his father descended upon the plaza outside the palace, while Vegeta remained quietly at a palace window. Observing the proceedings, Vegeta was astonished by Bardock's demeanor. Could he truly possess a means to contend with Broly? Initially, Vegeta had intended to intervene swiftly to eliminate Broly and his father, but Bardock's confidence piqued his curiosity about his strategy. Bardock, your actions are superfluous. While you may be the foremost warrior among the Scions now, do not forget that standing before you is my son Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot match him. Paragus disdainfully scoffed, filled with endless contempt for Bardock's arrogance. Is that so? Bardock replied with a slight smile. The legendary Super Saiyan, a genius who appears once in a millennia among the Scions, yet through our diligent training, we too can defeat him. As those words left his lips, Bardock's expression shifted slightly, and in the next moment, his aura surged dramatically. Boom. A vast energy erupted, akin to colossal waves crashing across the plaza. Suddenly, Bardock's eyes changed color, gleaming with golden light. His hair stood upright, transforming into a golden hue, while a golden flame enveloped his body, making him strikingly conspicuous on planet Vegeta. Super Saiyan. The transformation astonished everyone present, who rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Another Super Saiyan. Bardock had actually ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. Even King Bei was taken aback, unable to fathom that Bardock had reached such a level. In that instant, King Bei felt a pang of sorrow. He had always been the first king among the Scions, yet here was someone, apart from his son, who had surpassed him in achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. Humph, Paragus, are you disappointed? I imagine you did not anticipate that I too am a Super Saiyan, Bardock declared, his body radiating golden light, a cold smile upon his face. Chapter 82. The legendary Super Saiyan Paragus's expression shifted dramatically, and then he coldly smiled at Bardock. I did not expect you to reach the level once held by Vegeta, but let me inform you that Broly has not yet unleashed his full power. After saying this, Paragus produced a device and pressed a button. Suddenly, Broly's expression turned fearsome, flames enveloping his entire being. In an instant, Broly's crimson hair shifted to a bluish green, an overwhelming aura emanating from him as his muscles swelled, making him appear immensely powerful. Bardock was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Heh. Since my son Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, how could he not transform? Paragus beamed. Let me be frank, even if Prince Vegeta were to be reborn, he would not be Broly's match. Whether he's a match will be revealed in battle. Bardock retorted coldly, and then he soared towards Broly, swinging his fist with great force. Smack! Broly's eyes narrowed, and he caught Bardock's fist. Boom! The energy they unleashed sent the gathered Saiyans reeling, even causing the distant palace to tremble. Watching from the palace, Vegeta let out a slight sigh of relief. Judging by Broly's current state, he was merely at the first level of Super Saiyan, though perhaps slightly beyond that. However, Broly had yet to attain the second level of Super Saiyan, making him confident that he could handle Broly with his current strength. Vegeta smiled gently, fully aware that Broly had not unleashed his full power. Moreover, even if he did, it was uncertain whether he would be a match for him. Observing the situation, it was evident that Broly had acquired relatively little combat strength at this stage. Suddenly, as Vegeta pondered Broly's abilities, a fierce battle commenced between Bardock and Broly. As anticipated, Broly appeared to have a slight edge over Bardock. However, Bardock was no ordinary opponent. Having recently ascended to Super Saiyan, his aura was, in fact, somewhat superior to Broly's. Vegeta found himself in a state of indecision. If he were to spare Broly, it was likely that the latter would become a formidable adversary in the future. However, the thought of eliminating Broly left him with a sense of reluctance. After all, given Broly's remarkable rate of growth, having him as a sparring partner would be invaluable. Initially, Vegeta had contemplated using Goku for this purpose. But considering Goku's current situation on Earth, he was uncertain of what to expect. Moreover, it seemed improbable that Goku could ascend to Super Saiyan status at this point. With this resolution in mind, Vegeta decided to silently observe the battle. Bardock and Broly had been engaged in combat for approximately half an hour. Gradually, Bardock's energy began to wane, while Broly appeared unfazed, as though his own energy had scarcely diminished. Suddenly, Broly seized Bardock's leg and forcefully slammed him to the ground. With a resounding crash, Broly delivered a powerful kick to Bardock's chest. Blood gushed from Bardock's mouth, his complexion paling dramatically. Broly followed up with a heavy punch that contorted Bardock's face, causing the golden aura surrounding him to dim, as a barrage of relentless strikes rained down upon him. Bardock found himself utterly defenseless. 10 minutes later, Bardock's golden light abruptly extinguished, reverting to his original state. Had Bardock truly been defeated by Broly? Was this the legendary Super Saiyan? How could Broly possess such overwhelming strength? The assembled Saiyans exchanged whispers, their conversations rife with astonishment. They recalled how, when Vegeta first transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had decisively vanquished Frieza, a feat witnessed by all present. For a considerable time thereafter, becoming a Super Saiyan had been the aspiration of countless Saiyans. However, it was unexpected that Bardock, upon attaining Super Saiyan status, would fall to the monstrous Broly. Though Broly was indeed a Saiyan and hailed as the legendary Super Saiyan, the previous triumph of Vegeta over Frieza had diminished the gravity of Broly's reputation. Furthermore, it was well known that Broly was a rare being born once every 1,000 years, and many Saiyans believed that, without his inherent advantages, one could achieve the status of a Super Saiyan like Prince Vegeta through diligent training. The defeat of a Super Saiyan at the hands of the legendary Super Saiyan cast a shadow over the faces of the gathered Saiyans, revealing their dismay. Bardock's previously exhibited prowess had been comparable to that of the prince from yore. It seemed that even if the prince were to return, he would not stand a chance against Broly. The collective disappointment among the Saiyans deepened, overshadowed by a sense of despair. How could such an anomaly exist among them? At that moment, Paragus stepped forward, instructing Broly not to kill Bardock. Broly's eyes glimmered with intensity as he smirked, subsequently casting Bardock aside. Is there anyone else? Who else dares to challenge? Step forward if you are not convinced. Paragus called out, surveying his fellow Saiyans with a triumphant grin. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, heads bowed in submission, unwilling to meet Paragus's gaze. Ha ha, it matters not. Anyone who wishes to dispute can step up to face my son. Rest assured, in the spirit of camaraderie as fellow Saiyans, I may grant you your lives, Paragus boasted, reveling in his triumph. Though his words were pleasant, no one was foolish enough to overlook the reality. If even Bardock, transformed into a Super Saiyan, could not contend with Broly, who would willingly seek their own defeat. Excellent. Excellent. I see you have come to terms with your limitations, which is quite natural. My son Broly is born once every 1,000 years. It is indeed realistic that you are not his match, Paragus declared, casting a meaningful glance at King Vegeta. What do you think, King Vegeta? Perhaps it is time for you to relinquish your throne? You should take pride in passing it to me as the ruler of the Saiyans. For I shall lead our people to greater heights and dominate the cosmos. As the King of Beasts smiled gently, he chose to remain silent. My king, you need not relinquish your throne, provided you can defeat my son Broly. You may continue your reign, Paragus proclaimed, filled with arrogance. Now, I will ask one last time. Who among you dares to question my authority? Step forward if you do. If not, from this day forth, I shall be your king. Chapter 83, The Battle with Broly. Suddenly, as Paragus concluded his statement, an energy sphere hurtled towards him, striking fiercely at his side. With a resounding explosion, Paragus was sent reeling, his body battered and bloodied. As he fell to the ground, his legs mangled, blood pouring from his mouth. The crowd stood in stunned silence. What in the world was happening? Who had the audacity to attack Broly's father? To their shock, they beheld a figure resembling the king of beasts, gracefully suspended in midair, a smile adorning his face as he surveyed Broly intently. Who was this? The resemblance to the king was uncanny. Was he our prince? All gazes turned to Vegeta, murmurs of speculation filling the air. After over 20 years, Vegeta had indeed changed. And unless one recognized the striking resemblance to his father, he might have gone unnoticed. Impossible. Wasn't Prince Vegeta slain by Goldo's death ray? How could he possibly have returned? Contrary opinions arose, with some asserting that the prince had indeed perished. Meanwhile, Broly regarded Vegeta with cautious eyes, breaking the silence to inquire, "Who are you?" "Broly, do you not kneel before your prince?" Vegeta commanded coldly. "Are you truly Prince Vegeta?" Broly asked, furrowing his brow in skepticism. "What do you think?" Vegeta replied with a nonchalant tone. You are really Vegeta?" Broly was taken aback, while his father, utterly dumbfounded, bit his teeth and glared. "This is impossible. You were killed by Goldo. How could you have survived? I have no time for your foolishness. You two traitorous wretches today. I am in a generous mood and shall spare your lives. It has been too long since I have fought. My hands are itching for a challenge," Vegeta declared sternly. "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, spare us your bravado." Paragus laughed heartily, despite his injuries. He knew that once he reached the healing chamber, his wounds would pose no threat. The immediate concern was to eliminate Vegeta first. "Let me be frank with you, your time has passed." "Oh, is that so? That is quite an amusing statement," Vegeta remarked, a smile gracing his lips. "My prince, you must be cautious. Broly is formidable," Bardock interjected as he approached Vegeta, speaking in hushed tones. Vegeta nodded gently. In this crucial moment, Bardock standing by his side brought him a sense of solace. "Broly, eliminate him. Destroy this Vegeta," Paragus commanded loudly. Broly chuckled ominously, and in the next instant, a radiant aura enveloped his entire being, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy. With a resounding crack, Broly's bluish-green hair stood on end as he swiftly soared towards Vegeta, his speed astonishingly swift. Vegeta displayed no hesitation as he radiated a dazzling golden light, having transformed into a Super Saiyan. Futile, he thought. A Super Saiyan ultimately cannot surpass my son. Paragus laughed heartily, as if victory were already secured for them, with Bardock serving as the prime example. Upon hearing this, those present couldn't help but glance at the injured Bardock, then at Vegeta, suddenly realizing that the golden aura surrounding Vegeta seemed even more intense than that of Bardock. Yet, they remained uncertain whether Vegeta could truly contend with Broly. "Vegeta, I shall end your life." Humph. Are you not the mightiest among the Saiyans? Today, I shall determine who truly stands as the foremost Saiyan." With that, Broly's aura surged once more as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Vegeta's chest. The enormous fist seemed to carry an inexhaustible energy, hurtling towards its target. Just as Broly's fist was about to connect with Vegeta, the latter extended his palm and struck out decisively. Smack! A sharp sound echoed. And in the next moment, everyone was astonished to witness Broly's punch effortlessly swatted aside by Vegeta. Broly's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. Boom! Vegeta soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick that struck Broly squarely in the abdomen. Broly's face contorted in pain, and before he could fully comprehend the assault, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a distant mountain. With a resounding roar, the entire mountain crumbled under the impact, echoing like thunder, while Broly's body radiated a brilliant glow. Enraged, Broly's expression became even more grotesque, his muscles swelling with fury. "Broly, you may not be my equal," Vegeta declared as he ascended, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Broly's form. The onlookers were soon captivated by the haunting cries of Broly and the sounds of his futile resistance. Each cry resonated with chilling clarity. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. It was truly terrifying, a testament to the might of the Saiyan Prince, the strongest of the Saiyans. Paragus gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless. This was nothing short of a monster. "This is impossible. I will not be defeated by you," Broly roared in a fit of rage. After creating some distance from Vegeta, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, causing the seals on his head and neck to shatter explosively, propelling his power to unprecedented heights. Vegeta stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The energy emanating from Broly now surpassed that of the Super Saiyan's second transformation. Indeed, this adversary was not to be underestimated. "Vegeta, you can perish," Broly declared, and in an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted from his hand, hurtling directly towards Vegeta's position. Upon sensing the immense aura accompanying the shockwave, Vegeta's face turned ashen. This was a grave situation. Broly was far more formidable than he had anticipated. In this moment of peril, Vegeta dared not hesitate and swiftly unleashed his Gallic gun to counter the incoming shockwave. A thunderous collision ensued. The two colossal energy forms met in midair, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept across the entirety of planet Vegeta. Even far off, 1,000 miles away, Ranch felt the ground tremble beneath her feet. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Ranch pondered, bewildered, as she gazed at the tumultuous spectacle unfolding in the sky. As the two energy entities collided, Broly smirked darkly, and soon, the massive energy sphere began to advance towards Vegeta with alarming speed. Chapter 84. You can perish. This is dire. His energy is overwhelmingly potent. Even little Vegeta's power is being repelled. King Vegeta gasped in shock at the unfolding scene. Bardock offered a bitter smile. He was nearly depleted of energy himself. And the thought of transforming into a Super Saiyan felt increasingly daunting. Even the simplest act of flight was becoming a challenge. It appeared he would have to resort to the strategy used when little Vegeta transformed into a great ape. King Vegeta murmured softly, preparing to create an artificial full moon. Wait, King Vegeta. Bardock urgently interjected, do not forget, Broly is also a Saiyan. He possesses a tail. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta's body quaked violently. Realizing he had momentarily forgotten that Broly shared their heritage. What to do? What to do? As King Vegeta contemplated strategies for confrontation, he noticed that the massive energy form was rapidly approaching Vegeta's location. Vegeta was utterly astonished, his entire body bristling with shock. Goodness, how could this be happening? He had just regained his strength, and now he faced the prospect of being obliterated once more. If he had to endure another 20 years of this, Vegeta could hardly fathom the consequences. 20 years. Such a span of time was truly excruciating. Yet, at this critical juncture, Vegeta found himself unable to evade the overwhelming surge of energy. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are doomed. Paragus cackled with unrestrained glee. As if he were witnessing a momentous event in history, the other Saiyans stood in stunned silence, reminded of the battle between the young prince and Gula. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was consumed by this colossal force, his body shattered into oblivion. Everyone was left utterly astonished. Vegeta has been slain by Broly? This conclusion is indeed quite unexpected. Could it be that the legendary Super Saiyan is truly invincible? Everyone gazes at Broly with a mix of fear and astonishment. As if scrutinizing a monstrous entity, King Vegeta trembles with rage, his countenance shifting dramatically, especially as he helplessly witnesses his son fall victim to the onslaught of energy. His face turns ashen. You actually killed my son? King Vegeta's body quakes uncontrollably, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. A sharp crack reverberates through the air. The hair of the king gleamed with a radiant golden hue, and in an instant, brilliant rays of light erupted forth, emanating a powerful aura that surged like ocean waves. Super Saiyan. After witnessing the demise of his son, King Vegeta, in a fit of rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan. I shall slay you, he bellowed, unleashing a formidable surge of energy directed at Broly, executing a fierce assault. The earth trembled beneath the deafening roar that ensued. However, when the dust settled, Broly stood unscathed, a smile gracing his face. This monster. King Vegeta was both astonished and infuriated, trembling from head to toe. In an instant, Broly charged forward, colliding with King Vegeta, sending him hurtling away. The impact left King Vegeta feeling as though his body were disassembled. His mind reeling. His son had fought against such a powerful adversary. Truly, Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan. It became evident to him that even his own transformation into a Super Saiyan would not suffice for avenging his son. In that moment, King Vegeta was rendered speechless, his teeth grinding in despair. It is futile, King Vegeta. Your son was no match for Broly, let alone you. Paragus cast a disdainful glance at King Vegeta, seemingly amused. Your son's energy surpasses yours by a significant margin. Perhaps if the three of you united, you might stand a chance against my son. Ha ha ha. Oh, is that so? As Paragus laughed heartily, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Startled, he turned to glimpse Vegeta, intact and standing behind him, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets in disbelief. What is happening? Paragus had distinctly witnessed Vegeta obliterated by his son's energy wave. How could he possibly have appeared behind him in an instant? Had he evaded the attack? That seemed implausible. Surely he had not lost his faculties. The assembled Saiyans were equally bewildered, staring in astonishment at Vegeta, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What on earth was transpiring? They had all witnessed Vegeta's destruction. How could he now appear as if he were a specter? Paragus, you seem rather disappointed, Vegeta remarked with a radiant smile as he approached. Upon observing Vegeta's attire, the Saiyans were further astonished. They recalled Vegeta being marred with numerous wounds, yet now, those injuries had vanished. Moreover, it appeared he had donned a fresh change of garments. What on earth was going on? Beilong incessantly rubbed his eyes, feeling as though he were experiencing a visual illusion. Very well, let us commence the second round of battle, Vegeta said with a gentle smile, gesturing toward Broly. Broly, wearing a perplexed expression, cast a cold smile, his demeanor darkening ominously. How did you come back to life? Broly inquired, refraining from launching an immediate attack on Vegeta, his tone icy. You may ponder that at your leisure, Vegeta replied with a smile, harboring no intention of revealing the secret of his regeneration. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, even if you evaded earlier, what difference does it make? The outcome remains the same. Your demise is merely a matter of time. After a moment of astonishment, Paragus regained his composure, concluding that Vegeta had indeed managed to escape just now. Vegeta cast a glance at him and coldly commanded, if you wish to live, it would be wise to silence yourself. Haha, you're doomed, Vegeta. Paragus was unfazed by Vegeta's words, instead glaring ferociously at him. Just as Vegeta prepared to eliminate this bothersome individual, a brilliant beam of light shot forth, piercing directly through Paragus's heart. With a gasp, Paragus spat out blood, staring in shock at the one who had attacked him. You're so annoying. You can die now. The speaker was none other than Broly, whose expression was icy and whose eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. A powerful energy surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving devastation in its wake. After personally eliminating his father, Broly's gaze grew even colder. Chapter 85. The complete demon physique regarding Paragus' demise. None of the numerous Saiyans present were taken aback. Saiyans are inherently ruthless beings, and it is not uncommon for them to slay their own kin. At this moment, Broly glared menacingly at Vegeta, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Vegeta, I don't know how you survived that immense energy just now, but you have truly surprised me. Regardless, you will die. With that, Broly charged towards Vegeta, intending to ram him with his formidable physique. However, Vegeta remained composed, radiating a golden aura. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Vegeta, with a single finger, indeed, just his index finger, stopped Broly's advance with sheer force. Everyone was bewildered. Wasn't the prince just overwhelmed by Broly's assault? How could he so suddenly possess such formidable strength? Many began to speculate that the prince must have been holding back against Broly. Otherwise, how could the disparity be so vast? The crowd was astounded, and even Broly's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. I will kill you. I will kill you. Broly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fury, a crimson light emanating from him as he seemingly entered a state of rage. Simultaneously, his aura intensified, and his combat power surged dramatically. Vegeta furrowed his brow, astonished by the immense power contained within Broly. It was truly formidable. Yet, a sense of elation washed over him. For Broly, in this state, was the ideal candidate for him to hone his skills. Just moments ago, Vegeta had surprisingly realized that he had successfully attained the physique of Majin Buu. Although his exterior remained unchanged, his physical capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, Vegeta had acquired the formidable regenerative abilities of Majin Buu, allowing him to swiftly recover after being struck by Broly's colossal energy blast. To his astonishment, what he initially believed to be a lengthy recovery had transpired in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Vegeta sought nearby attire, as it would be rather unbecoming to engage in battle without proper clothing. Once he was suitably dressed, he made his entrance onto the battlefield. As for the inexplicable completion of Majin Buu's extraordinary physique, Vegeta found himself puzzled. According to the dragon, it seemed that his physical transformation had not been entirely fulfilled, and recovery should have taken a considerable amount of time. Vegeta speculated that his transformation into a Super Saiyan may have accelerated the refinement of his physique. However, this was merely a conjecture, and its accuracy remained uncertain to him. Regardless, the changes in his body felt like a divine gift bestowed upon him. It was rather unfortunate that Frieza had met his end. Had he still been alive, Vegeta could have relished the opportunity to torment him with his newfound strength. Furthermore, Vegeta's excitement mounted as he discovered that after being reduced to a mere shadow of himself by Broly, the blood of a Saiyan had once again proven its potency, resulting in a remarkable surge of energy within him. Now, Vegeta effortlessly ascended from the second level of Super Saiyan to the third. The transformation to Super Saiyan third level bore little distinction from the second, the only notable difference being the intensified golden aura enveloping him, accompanied by a significantly elevated energy presence. Suddenly, Broly unleashed a powerful strike directed at Vegeta once more. Vegeta, having enhanced his energy, effortlessly evaded the attack. He then flashed a faint smile and provocatively addressed Broly, saying, Broly, if you possess the ability, unleash the technique that defeated me earlier. Do not regret it. Broly's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and soon his entire body was enveloped in a radiant aura. In a short time, he had gathered a formidable wave of energy. Vegeta smiled confidently and swiftly made a judgment. The energy emitted by Broly, which could ignite and burn, posed no harm to his own body. It was entirely regenerative. At present, Vegeta merely needed to be cautious of that pure ki as an attack. Everything else was of little consequence. King, have you noticed that the prince seems somewhat different? Bardock leaned closer to King Vegeta and uttered softly. Oh, what do you mean? King Vegeta momentarily paused. Have you observed that the golden aura surrounding the prince is deeper than before? And look at our own auras. They are noticeably fainter compared to his highness's, Bardock pondered. Bardock, what exactly are you trying to say? Spare me the rambling. King Vegeta retorted angrily, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan. He was eager for battle and wished to engage Broly, though he understood he was no match for him. Fortunately, his son Vegeta was remarkably talented, and it appeared that victory was within reach. Oh, what I intend to convey is that the prince has likely surpassed the realm of Super Saiyan. Bardock exclaimed with immense excitement. He had not anticipated that a Super Saiyan could further enhance their combat prowess. Ah, I too aspire to become a warrior of his highness's caliber. Baewang cast a penetrating glance at Bardock, realizing that this fellow was indeed a fervent practitioner of the art. At that moment, Broly had elevated his energy to its utmost limit and, under the watchful eyes of all, unleashed it in the direction of Vegeta. Like an ultimate finishing move, the immense energy swiftly engulfed Vegeta entirely. Baewang's eyes nearly bulged out. Why did his son not evade? Could it be that little Bae perished just like that? Surely, it cannot be so. Baewang was filled with fury, while Broly wore a distinctly cold smile upon his face. Vegeta, this is a predicament of your own making. He laughed heartily, observing the space where Vegeta had vanished. However, just as Broly's laughter echoed, A familiar voice resounded. Broly, I am not dead yet. The crowd turned towards the sound and beheld Vegeta, unscathed, suspended in midair, wearing an unusual smile. You evaded it? Broly asked, somewhat astonished. He was baffled. He was certain he had struck Vegeta moments ago. So how was it that he now appeared completely uninjured? Indeed, Vegeta had been damaged by Broly's immense energy wave, yet his regeneration ability had once again manifested, swiftly restoring his body. This time, Vegeta's internal energy had significantly increased, as he had managed to excavate a portion of the mysterious energy that had been dormant within him. Vegeta estimated that he was nearing the threshold of achieving the second transformation of Super Saiyan. However, the timing of his transformation remained contingent upon a fortuitous opportunity. Merely resorting to self-destructive methods to augment his energy seemed insufficient to facilitate his ascension to the second level of Super Saiyan. Broly, I am aware that you often lose your rationality after transforming. I presume this is not your desire, is it? Vegeta remarked with a faint smile, devoid of any intent to assault his opponent. Broly's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent. Indeed. Vegeta discerned a discrepancy between the Broly standing before him and the historical accounts from the Dragon Ball saga he was familiar with. In the former narratives, Broly would lose all semblance of reason upon transformation, yet the Broly before him exhibited a semblance of lucidity. Perhaps the destruction of planet Vegeta had imparted some influence upon him. I can assist you in regaining your sanity. What do you think? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Why should I trust you? Broly narrowed his eyes, fully aware of his current state. You have no alternative. You must either trust me and submit to my will. Vegeta replied with a confident grin. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, a warrior who appears once every millennium. While you may be formidable, you are not my rival. Broly laughed heartily, disdain evident in his gaze as he regarded Vegeta. You expect me to submit to you? On what grounds? Provide me with a reason to believe you. Simply on the basis that I am superior to you. Vegeta grinned, his form suddenly shifting. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Broly, delivering a powerful uppercut. Broly was sent hurtling backward, blood seeping from his mouth. I will kill you. Broly roared, once again entering a berserk state as he charged towards Vegeta. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled into a wicked arc. As Broly approached, he deftly sidestepped and swiftly unleashed an energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere exploded upon contact with Broly, causing him to cry out in pain. All right, Broly, if you refuse to submit to me, I have no choice but to beat you, Vegeta declared, charging at Broly with a flurry of punches and kicks. The onlooking Saiyans were utterly astonished. It seemed that Vegeta intended to beat Broly into submission. Looking at Broly, his eyes were now particularly red and swollen. Yet he found himself unable to resist Vegeta's relentless assault, reduced to mere impotent fury. Do you yield? Vegeta asked, delivering a kick that sent Broly crashing to the ground. A cold smile gracing his lips. Humph. Broly, akin to a wild stallion, was unwilling to concede. If you want to submit, I shall beat you until you do. Vegeta kicked again, firmly planting his foot on Broly's chest. Broly spat blood, his fist clenched tightly in defiance. Still not willing to yield? Very well. I suppose I shall have to eliminate you. Vegeta chuckled softly, gathering energy in his hands. He had initially contemplated recruiting Broly as a subordinate, aware of the risks involved. Yet emboldened by his own absorption of Majin Buu's essence, Vegeta believed he could take the chance. Furthermore, he sought to determine if he could absorb Broly. But to his disappointment, he lacked Buu's ability to devour other cells. Thus, he resolved to subdue Broly first and explore further later on. Unexpectedly, Broly proved to be remarkably obstinate, leaving Vegeta with little choice but to destroy him. Just as the energy in Vegeta's hands was about to be unleashed, he noticed the flames enveloping Broly extinguish with a crackle. Almost immediately, Broly's hair reverted to its original color. Wait, Broly exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing Vegeta's energy poised for attack. If you help me regain my sanity after transformation, I am willing to submit to you. Vegeta smiled faintly and retracted his energy. Little B, come here. King Vegeta beckoned to him at that moment. Vegeta soared through the air. Little B. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. His presence would only bring calamity, King Vegeta stated gravely. Rest assured, father, I am confident in my ability to handle him. Keeping him around could prove invaluable in the future, Vegeta replied with a smile. Indeed, Vegeta was aware that retaining Broly could be akin to nurturing a tiger. Yet he had his own trump card, rendering such concerns unnecessary. Moreover, keeping Broly around served a dual purpose. On one hand, he sought to absorb Broly's unique cells. And on the other, he intended to use him as a benchmark for his own training. The existence of this formidable opponent would undoubtedly aid in elevating his own prowess. After a prolonged silence, King Bei finally nodded in resignation, acknowledging that his son had grown. In his youth, he possessed an extraordinary combat prowess, and one could only imagine the magnitude of his power now. Moreover, King Bei had personally witnessed how young Bei had effortlessly subdued Broly. Enough, everyone disperse. He instructed the gathered Saiyans. Following the recent battle, Broly seemed considerably subdued, almost like a loyal shadow to Vegeta, trailing closely behind him wherever he ventured. The presence of such a formidable companion weighed heavily on Vegeta, for Broly, as the legendary Super Saiyan, continuously augmented his combat abilities without the need for training, while Vegeta had to toil relentlessly to enhance his own strength. However, Vegeta discerned that, despite Broly's daily growth and power, the increments were rather modest, failing to reach even a fraction of the boost Vegeta had experienced upon his rebirth. Broly, there is no need for you to shadow me incessantly. Tend to your own affairs. When I require your assistance, I shall summon you, Vegeta stated, intending to investigate the situation on Earth. He had little concern for others. His focus was solely on Bulma and her family. At this stage in his life, he found himself quite compatible with Bulma. The thought of being with Bulma and perhaps starting a family together was enough to fulfill his aspirations for this lifetime. Vegeta wore a broad smile as he personally visited the Cosmic Command Center to investigate Earth's whereabouts. Thus, 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The location of Earth remained elusive. After all, King Vegeta had been searching for over 20 years without a trace. So it was hardly surprising that he had found nothing in just over a week. However, just as Vegeta contemplated giving up, he received significant news once again. Another Earthling had inexplicably been transported to planet Vegeta. Chapter 87. Wormholes. What momentous events were transpiring on Earth? Why did individuals keep being sent to planet Vegeta? The Earthling who arrived this time was unfamiliar to Vegeta. They appeared to be merely ordinary humans. In fact, one particularly frail Earthling collapsed and perished due to the immense gravity of planet Vegeta. Vegeta was indifferent to the death of the Earthling. His primary concern was to uncover what had transpired back on Earth. After consulting with the 3 Earthlings who had been transported, Vegeta learned that their accounts mirrored those from Ranchi. They had experienced a sudden blurriness and then found themselves inexplicably in this alien environment. Naturally, these Earthlings were unaware that they had arrived on another planet. They simply felt an oppressive weight and discomfort in their bodies. Vegeta chose to disregard these individuals, for it was evident that accurate information could not be gleaned from them. Approximately 3 days had elapsed since the Earthlings transmitted their news, when a voice from Nappa reached King Vegeta. Your Majesty, Raditz is dead, Nappa announced. What? Raditz is dead? King Vegeta responded, his surprise evident. While he held little concern for others, Raditz, being the offspring of Bardock, piqued his interest. He promptly inquired, how did he meet his demise? Nappa chuckled and continued. Raditz and I were traversing the cosmos in search of the galaxy. After our prolonged efforts, we finally located it. This galaxy was concealed within a minuscule wormhole, not far from our planet Vegeta, deeply hidden. Had it not been for the immense energy reaction that Raditz and I detected, we might never have discovered this place. An immense energy reaction? What transpired? King Vegeta furrowed his brow and retorted, by the way, please provide me with the precise coordinates. Nappa promptly relayed his position. And upon hearing it, King Vegeta recalled that there indeed existed a small wormhole near his planet, one that was exceedingly difficult to detect. Nappa, you mentioned a powerful energy reaction. Elaborate on this matter, commanded King Vegeta. Nappa explained, our spacecraft was navigating through space when suddenly, our detector registered an overwhelming energy response, and we were subsequently drawn into the wormhole. However, Your Majesty need not worry, based on the readings from the detector. The opposing force's battle power is approximately 200,000. You should be surpassing that threshold now, correct? King Vegeta let out a slight sigh of relief. He had now attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, rendering a battle power of 200,000 insignificant. How did Raditz meet his demise? King Vegeta inquired. Your Majesty, I initially intended to return and report the location of Earth to you. However, Raditz insisted on visiting Earth first, claiming that his inferior warrior brother was also there and that he intended to bring him back, Nappa explained. It seems that upon arriving on Earth, he was ultimately slain by his brother. I have just received this intelligence. Raditz communicated this before his death. Very well, I understand. You may return now, King Vegeta commanded. Your Majesty, Raditz cannot simply die without consequence, Nappa asserted indignantly. Moreover, his brother has clearly turned against the Saiyans. I believe it is imperative that I teach him a lesson. You may not be their match, but if you are determined to go, then so be it. King Vegeta replied, before severing the communication. With the location of Earth now discovered, he felt little interest in Nappa's desires for revenge. As for whether Nappa sought to avenge Raditz, that was his own affair. Currently, what troubled King Vegeta was how to convey this news to Bardock. If Bardock were to learn that his 2 sons had turned against one another, resulting in one's death, one could only imagine his reaction. After some contemplation, King Vegeta summoned Vegeta and recounted the events that had transpired in detail. Oh, Raditz is dead? Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Goku has finally made his appearance. How intriguing it will be to visit Earth and engage with Goku. Vegeta had long awaited this moment. He had finally located Goku, whom he intended to use as a touchstone for his own growth, believing this would expedite his training. However, Vegeta was acutely aware that Goku's current combat prowess was likely diminished. Regardless, he resolved to visit Earth, as he had always held a particular concern for Bulma and her family. Upon expressing his intentions, King Vegeta showed no signs of opposition, after all. His son had ascended to such heights that perhaps no adversary remained in the universe. No matter where he ventured, danger seemed an unlikely prospect. As for Raditz, he decided to withhold this information from Bardock for the time being, opting to first explore Earth. With that, Vegeta departed, swiftly boarding his spacecraft, navigating toward the location of the wormhole indicated by Nap. Notably, he had no intention of bringing Broly along. Historically, it seemed that upon encountering Goku, Broly would descend into a state of madness. This journey to Earth was also an opportunity for Vegeta to ascertain whether the gods might possess some elixir to restore Broly's sanity. Moreover, Vegeta had been consistently preoccupied with thoughts of Korin's senza beans. Although his body now possessed regenerative capabilities, combat still drained considerable energy. Thus, acquiring a substantial supply of senza beans from Korin seemed a prudent course of action. The mere thought of Korin's pained expression upon losing his precious beans brought a smirk to Vegeta's face, recalling the times Korin had covertly undermined him. As he pondered Bulma and her family's current circumstances, Vegeta reflected on how, upon returning to planet Vegeta, he had entered the gravity training chamber and subsequently lost all contact with Bulma. It was understandable, given that Earth had been concealed, severing all means of communication. The wormhole's location was relatively close to planet Vegeta. However, even this proximity meant that the journey by spacecraft would take several hours. Just as Vegeta's spacecraft was nearing the wormhole, he suddenly sensed a formidable energy rising in the vicinity. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable presence that was somewhat unexpected. Furthermore, this aura felt oddly familiar to him, as if he had encountered this individual before. Halting the spacecraft momentarily, Vegeta disembarked to locate the source of the energy. After a minute, a subtle smile graced his lips as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a brilliant golden flame into the vastness of the cosmos. The flame streaked across the expanse of space, swiftly vanishing into the void. Vegeta ceased to pay heed, boarding his spacecraft and entering the wormhole. Chapter 88. A Tail Strike. Boom. Just after Vegeta's spacecraft had barely entered the wormhole, a resounding explosion echoed through the distant cosmos. A vast surge of energy permeated the universe, obliterating small planets into mere dust in its wake. Vegeta, just you wait. As the energy dissipated, a figure materialized. Gritting their teeth while glaring in the direction of the wormhole, their face contorted with fury. Upon entering the wormhole, Vegeta swiftly utilized the onboard computer to analyze Earth's coordinates. According to his calculations, it would take at least 3 days to reach Earth from this point. Fortunately, it was merely 3 days. Vegeta closed his eyes to meditate, intending to enjoy a well-deserved respite in the vastness of space. At that moment, he received an exuberant voice through the communicator of his spacecraft. Your Highness, Your Highness. It is Nappa. What is it, Nappa? Vegeta replied, holding a rather unfavorable impression of the fellow. Your Highness, I never imagined you were still alive. I witnessed your fierce battle against Frieza and his father. I hold you in the highest regard. Hehe, you are indeed the future of our Saiyan race. Nappa continued with unrestrained enthusiasm. Oh, I just received word from our Saiyan brethren that you are alive. Hehe. What exactly do you wish to convey? Vegeta asked impatiently. Your Highness, you are planning to go to Earth, correct? May I accompany you? Nappa eagerly inquired. Suit yourself, Vegeta responded with indifference. Very well, Your Highness. My spacecraft is ahead of yours, and may reach Earth first. I shall await your arrival there. Nappa's cheerful voice rang out, imbued with respect. Let it be so. Vegeta concluded, then added a cautionary note. However, do not cause any trouble upon your arrival. Understood, Your Highness. Rest assured, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall not create any disturbances. Nappa chuckled. Earth is like my second homeland. I once resided here for a time. Vegeta, uninterested in continuing the conversation with Nappa, deactivated the communicator and began to rest. 3 days later, Vegeta's spacecraft pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, descending into a dense forest. Upon opening his eyes, Vegeta emerged from the spacecraft. As soon as he stepped out, he sensed a presence beside him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a bald man, tall and imposing, with a beard adorning his face. It was none other than Nappa. Your Highness, you have arrived, Nappa said, gazing at Vegeta with utmost reverence. Vegeta nodded slightly and casually inquired, How long have you been here? I have only just arrived 10 minutes ago, Nappa explained. However, Your Highness, there are quite a number of individuals on this planet with a power level exceeding 1,000. If I recall correctly, when we first came to Earth, the highest power level was merely around 200. Vegeta chuckled softly as he began to sense the most formidable presence on this planet. Suddenly, a smile crossed his face. He had momentarily forgotten that the warriors on Earth possessed the ability to conceal their true power levels. As he continued to sense, he realized he was merely perceiving their outward appearances. Just as he was about to set off to check on Bulma and her family, Vegeta detected several potent auras approaching his location. In total, there were 7 energy signatures rapidly advancing towards them. Nappa activated the scouter, noting that the strongest of them possessed a battle power of around 3,000, a noteworthy figure indeed. Vegeta paid no heed, seated upon a stone as he awaited the arrival of these individuals. 3 minutes later, 7 figures descended before him. Vegeta cast a glance at the 7 individuals before him, all of whom he recognized as the warriors led by Goku. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Chaozu, and Yamcha. Aside from Goku and his son, as well as Piccolo, Vegeta held little interest in the remaining 4. Saiyans, you have finally made your appearance. We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, Goku remarked, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded Vegeta and Nappa. Nappa, with a faint smile, retorted, "Indeed, Kakarot, it was you who personally dispatched your brother. Was it not?" "That is correct. If you have come seeking vengeance, you may turn back," Goku replied with a smile. "However, after all this time training, I sincerely hope to engage in a good fight with you." "Goku!" Krillin exclaimed, visibly alarmed from the sidelines. Vegeta, disinterested in idle chatter, was about to have Nappa test Goku's strength when his expression suddenly darkened. He had just realized that among Goku's group was a beautiful young woman who had gone unnoticed in his prior observations. "Bulma, is that you?" Vegeta inquired loudly, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing his words, the young woman trembled slightly and quickly hid behind Goku, peeking out with half her head visible. Her enchanting eyes blinked in confusion as she asked, "Do you know me?" Vegeta nodded slightly and cast a glance at Lepin beside her. "Saiyan, regardless of how you came to know Bulma, I implore you to leave at once. Earth does not welcome your kind." Lepin gazed at Vegeta with an expression of indifference, his voice sharp and commanding. Vegeta, feeling displeased, suddenly unleashed a surge of energy and pointed gently in the direction of Liu Ping. With a resounding crash, Liu Ping was propelled backward, skidding for several thousand meters. Everything in his path crumbled to the ground, and by the time he landed, he had completely lost consciousness. Goku and the others were taken aback, regarding Vegeta with a sense of impending dread. Liu Ping. Krillin, after a brief moment of silence, rushed to Liu Ping's side, checking for his breath. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly retrieved a Senzu bean, preparing to administer it to Liu Ping. Vegeta smiled faintly, and in an instant, his figure shimmered before he appeared beside Krillin. Krillin was so startled that beads of sweat formed on his forehead, leaving him speechless and trembling. "Is that a Senzu bean you have in your hand?" "It seems you possess quite a few," Vegeta remarked, noticing a small pouch clutched in Krillin's grasp, from which he had just extracted the Senzu bean. This revelation left Krillin in shock. "This item is quite valuable. It shall be mine," Vegeta declared, snatching the Senzu beans from him. Upon inspecting the contents, he found approximately a dozen, which was rather commendable. In the past, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, the Senzu beans had not yet matured due to the premature timing of his visit. However, it appeared that the season of abundance had finally arrived. Vegeta rudely kicked the Senzu beans into his pocket. "Return the Senzu beans to me," Krillin exclaimed furiously, charging at Vegeta with outstretched claws. Slap. Vegeta raised his tail and struck lightly, producing a soft sound, and in the next moment, Krillin was sent flying. Chapter 89, Demon Convergence Light Cannon. "Krillin!" Goku shouted loudly, hastening towards Krillin's position. "Goku, I don't think I can continue. The Saiyans are too formidable. I am utterly outmatched," Krillin said, his expression weary and his smile tinged with bitterness. A single strike sent him soaring away, rendering him incapable of further combat, which heightened Goku's vigilance towards Vegeta. "Give me the Senzu beans," Goku called out loudly to Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled softly. He had no intention of killing Krillin. He merely sought to impart a lesson to those ineffectual individuals. As for the Senzu beans, well, dreaming would be more appropriate. Vegeta would never bestow such precious items upon those he deemed useless. Vegeta was still waiting for these Senzu beans to play a pivotal role at the critical moment. "Hand over the Senzu beans," Goku thundered. "Very well, Kakarot. Let me witness the fruits of your training over the years. However, your opponent is not me." Vegeta chuckled lightly, not out of disdain for his adversary, but rather because he believed that Goku was not even on the same starting line. The latter's strength was far too inferior. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, Piccolo and the others swiftly descended, landing beside Goku. "Goku, just like when we dealt with your brother. Let us take on these two together and show them the results of our training," Piccolo cackled, his presence significantly amplified. Tien also raised his energy, although his fighting power was considerably less formidable. As for Kaiatsu, he was almost negligible. Gohan, at that moment, was trembling in fear, devoid of any combat spirit. "Piccolo, Tien." Goku glanced at Gohan, then turned to Piccolo and Tien, declaring, "I will handle this myself. I intend to snatch the Senzu beans back from him with my own hands." "Goku, this is not the time for such words. These two Saiyans are incredibly powerful, especially that bald one. His energy is so immense that it's hard for me to believe," Piccolo warned, eyeing Nappa with trepidation. "So Goku, you should not fight alone. We must unite to confront them." Piccolo's concerns were indeed reasonable, as on the surface, Vegeta's energy seemed significantly weaker than Nappa's. "No, I must do this alone," Goku insisted stubbornly. "Enough of your prattling." Vegeta impatiently interrupted their conversation, addressing Nappa. "Nappa, play with them for a while. Feel free to eliminate them when the time is right." Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others were taken aback, especially Gohan, whose face turned pale with fear. "Gohan, step back," Goku gently commanded his son. "Dad, Uncle Piccolo, I..." Gohan stammered, his words barely coherent. "Gohan, leave this to your father and me." Piccolo affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair. "All right," Gohan nodded vigorously. "You all are too verbose. At this rate, we'll only be left with idle chatter," Nappa grinned as he approached. "Hurry up. You should feel honored to have a noble Saiyan like me accompanying you for some fun." With that, Nappa ceased his chatter and lunged toward Piccolo's position. Piccolo's expression darkened, and as he opened his mouth, a beam of light shot forth, heading straight for Nappa. Beep, beep. The data displayed on the scouter showed Nappa, who, upon noticing the incoming beam, relaxed slightly before swatting it away with a single hand. Smack. The beam changed direction and veered off into the distance. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as dust and debris flew everywhere. Not bad, Namekian. You're much stronger than your father, Nappa remarked, rubbing his arm and smiling at Piccolo. Piccolo frowned, perplexed, and gazed at Nappa. Don't look at me like that. Feel free to ask anything if you have questions. I might tell you if I'm in a good mood, Nappa chuckled. Do you know my father? Piccolo inquired, his face darkening. Of course, Nappa replied with a grin. Back in the day, Nappa had encountered both the Guardian and King Kai. However, he never met Piccolo the Demon King. Yet, in Nappa's mind, the Guardian and the Demon King were one and the same, so he unconsciously assumed the Guardian was Piccolo's father. What of it? I was born with power that surpasses my father's. If you, Saiyan, wish to come here to seek death, I can certainly oblige you. Piccolo declared with an evil grin as his aura surged dramatically. Saiyan, let me show you my move. Piccolo grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, as energy gathered around his fingers. Nappa momentarily paused, but through the scouter, he noticed Piccolo's combat power escalating rapidly. Special beam cannon. Piccolo smirked coldly, unleashing a torrent of potent energy from his hands. A spiraling beam infused with two blue glows, hurtling toward Nappa. Vegeta, observing the unfolding scene, suddenly noticed this formidable energy, feeling a flicker of surprise. Though it appeared to be an ordinary energy, perhaps due to its spiral nature, it caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, Vegeta immediately concentrated a sphere of energy slightly more powerful than the magical beam cannon. He then hurled it towards the incoming magical beam cannon aimed at him. Whoosh! As Vegeta had anticipated, the spiraling flames of the magical beam cannon effortlessly pierced through his energy sphere and continued its relentless advance. Vegeta realized within himself that, unexpectedly, the spiral light of Piccolo had enlightened him to some extraordinary techniques. Vegeta discovered that spiral energy possesses far greater power than straightforward energy, a fact that was duly substantiated by recent experimentation. However, during this trial, Nappa, oblivious to the situation, was left momentarily stunned when Vegeta hurled an energy sphere his way. Initially, Nappa had presumed that the prince was coming to his aid, only to find himself on the receiving end of an energy ball, which abruptly ended any hope of assistance. The critical issue was that the prince's energy sphere was effortlessly shattered by the Namekian, and the spiral blaze was now hurtling toward him. In a state of alarm, Nappa clenched his teeth and swiftly dodged to the side. At first, Nappa had dismissed the magic cannon as a trivial threat, but upon witnessing the ease with which the prince's energy ball was obliterated, he felt a sudden wave of uncertainty and had no choice but to evade quickly. Boom. Nappa was ultimately a fraction too slow. The powerful spiral flame struck his shoulder armor, eliciting a sharp pain that coursed through him. As the smoke cleared, Nappa surveyed the injury on his shoulder, visibly enraged. Science are hardly remarkable, Piccolo panted, casting a smug glance at Nappa before shifting his gaze to Vegeta, whom he deemed even less worthy of consideration, particularly after witnessing the earlier energy ball, which filled him with profound disdain. You truly believe you can defeat me? Allow me to enlighten you. You are not my equal. Nappa sneered, releasing a formidable surge of energy that surged toward Piccolo's position. Boom. In the next instant, a cloud of dust erupted before Piccolo as he was violently propelled backward by the onslaught of energy, gasping for breath, his expression one of sheer astonishment. That was merely a greeting. Now, behold my true power, Nappa declared as he soared toward Piccolo, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Piccolo's face blanched. The impact of Nappa's immense energy had left him feeling incredibly sore. Now, seeing Nappa approach with unimaginable speed, he realized evasion was no longer an option. Yet, at that moment, Goku, with a confident smile, suddenly appeared before Piccolo. Goku, Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at Goku's presence. Kakarot, since you wish to meet your demise first, I shall oblige, Nappa coldly retorted, launching a powerful punch toward Goku. Smack. Goku caught Nappa's incoming fist and retaliated with a swift kick to his abdomen. Crash. Nappa's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Tien and Kaiatsu exchanged startled glances, rendered speechless for an extended period. I admit I have been training diligently, but Piccolo and Goku are simply too formidable. We are no match for them, Tien mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he turned to Kaiatsu. Kaiatsu, this is not a battle for us to engage in. Remember, do not intervene. Understood, Tien. I will heed your advice, Kaiatsu nodded earnestly. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance in this direction, subtly shaking his head. It seemed that Goku had perhaps already surpassed Nappa in strength. However, he had grown somewhat weary of battles at such a level. In the next moment, he noticed Bulma hiding in the distant woods, her delicate form trembling slightly, clearly terrified. Vegeta smiled faintly and waved amicably at Bulma. Clearly, Bulma noticed Vegeta's gesture, and in a state of fright, she hastily attempted to flee. Vegeta furrowed his brow, pondering, am I truly that terrifying? Moreover, was she not the same innocent and carefree girl of yesteryears? Something felt distinctly different. Bulma sprinted a distance ahead, glancing back at Vegeta. Upon realizing he had not pursued her, she let out a sigh of relief, resting her hand on her chest as she gasped for breath. Vegeta smiled amiably once more and waved at Bulma. Looking around in confusion, Bulma initially thought that Vegeta was greeting someone else. It was only after a moment that she realized he was beckoning her, prompting her to point at herself in bewilderment. Vegeta nodded gently. Bulma hesitated for a considerable time, reluctant to approach. However, after a thorough examination of Vegeta, she seemed to have finally made up her mind and stepped forward cautiously. "Were you calling me just now?" Bulma inquired, her gaze fixed on Vegeta. "Yes, you are Bulma, am I correct?" Vegeta retorted. "How do you know my name?" Bulma asked, astonished. "You call me by my name. What exactly do you want?" "You do not recognize me?" Vegeta questioned. "How could I possibly know you? Who are you?" Bulma replied, a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at Vegeta. "I am Vegeta," he declared, revealing his name. "I do not know you. I only know that you are a Saiyan. Is that not so?" Bulma furrowed her brow. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, astonished that Bulma did not recognize him. Could it be that she truly had forgotten? "Long ago, I visited Earth and sought you out. You referred to me as Brother Vegeta. Surely, you must recall?" Vegeta inquired. "I met you? When was that?" "I have no recollection," Bulma responded, a hint of confusion evident in her gaze as she scrutinized the handsome man before her, pondering the moment they might have crossed paths. "Do you remember the year you were between 4 and 5, when your family was abducted by the Black Silk Army?" "That must ring a bell," Vegeta asked patiently. "The Black Silk Army?" Bulma's delicate features shifted slightly before she chuckled. "Wasn't the Black Silk Army vanquished by Goku? What connection could that possibly have to you? Moreover, the Black Silk Army had no ties to my family. How could I possibly remember you?" Vegeta let out a cold snort. It was entirely conceivable that Bulma had no recollection of him, or perhaps the passage of time had dulled her memories. After all, she was merely a little over 4 years old back then. However, it was implausible for her to have completely forgotten the threat posed by the Black Silk Army to her family. Thus, it seemed evident that something significant must have transpired in Bulma's life. The only entity capable of erasing her original memories would be that ancient sage. Vegeta's expression immediately darkened, and he released his sensing ability to locate the old sage. However, it seemed that the sage had concealed his presence, and after a moment of searching, Vegeta found himself unable to detect his whereabouts. This, of course, posed no challenge for Vegeta. He recalled the location of the temple and planned to deal with Goku first before confronting the old sage to settle accounts. With his mind made up, Vegeta smiled at Bulma and said, "Since you have forgotten the previous matters, I shall not press you further. You may hide behind me. When they engage in a serious fight, I wish to spare you from any harm. Can you truly protect me?" Bulma asked, her voice tinged with skepticism. Chapter 91. Girlfriend. Chapter 91. Girlfriend. Vegeta nodded with a smile. "You are captivated by my beauty, are you not?" She chuckled, as Bulma rarely displayed such a charming smile. Vegeta scrutinized Bulma from head to toe. Indeed, the girl appeared significantly more mature, just waiting for him to pluck her. Bulma was evidently intimidated by Vegeta's gaze, feeling as though she were clad in nothing at all, unsure of where to shield herself. Fortunately, Vegeta only stared for 3 seconds, allowing Bulma's anxious heart to finally settle. However, the thought of being alone with Vegeta made Bulma uneasy. What if this rogue took the chance to lay hands on her? Thus, she discreetly moved to find a place to hide. Boom. At that moment, Goku delivered a powerful kick to Nappa's abdomen, producing a thunderous sound as Nappa plummeted from the sky, raising a cloud of dust upon impact with the ground. Kamehameha. Goku concentrated energy in his hands, emanating a formidable aura as it surged towards Nappa below. "Hey, wait, I'm still down here," Bulma shouted loudly. Upon hearing her voice, Goku's eyes widened in shock. However, he had already unleashed the Kamehameha and could not retract it. This could spell disaster. Cold sweat trickled down Goku's face as he hurriedly flew towards Bulma. In this critical moment, Vegeta smiled gently and waved his hand, conjuring an energy barrier that enveloped Bulma. The ground trembled violently as debris was sent flying. Large rocks hurtling towards Bulma were deflected away. Goku, who had been racing towards them, paused upon seeing Bulma protected by Vegeta, feeling a sense of relief. He cast a grateful glance at Vegeta and said, "Thank you. I will hold back later." "Do you think you've slain Nappa?" Vegeta retorted with a chuckle. Goku glanced at Nappa's location, his smile widening. This fellow is quite formidable. The energy Goku had unleashed was astonishing. Nappa dared not confront it head-on and managed to evade at the last moment. Nonetheless, he was thoroughly shaken, as his scouter indicated that Goku's battle power far exceeded his own. No wonder that fool Raditz met his demise at your hands. It seems this low-class warrior has cultivated his strength to such a degree. Nappa gritted his teeth, struggling to accept this reality. Is that so? So I am a low-class warrior. Yet, if I train diligently, I shall surely defeat you, a high-class warrior. Goku smiled confidently and, with a subtle demeanor, approached Piccolo, whispering, "Piccolo, Gohan, you must evacuate everyone at once. I have an ominous premonition." "Goku, what is going on? Wasn't that tall Saiyan utterly defeated by you?" Piccolo inquired, puzzled, before breaking into a chuckle. "I never imagined my arch-nemesis would be so far behind you." "Now is not the time for such discussions," Goku replied with a smile, his tone serious. I have suddenly realized that the short one possesses a more formidable aura than the tall one. Piccolo, do not be deceived by appearances. Ha ha ha, Goku. Are you joking? Look at that little one. You saw the energy ball he released, it's hardly worth mentioning. Not only could you handle him with ease, but I could too. Piccolo scoffed. When did you become so cautious? Let us hope so, Goku remarked, choosing not to dwell on the matter. With a chuckle, he cracked his knuckles. I shall continue the fight. You all be careful. With that, Goku swiftly flew towards Nappa's position and, in the blink of an eye, arrived right before him. Meanwhile, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with gratitude as she flashed a friendly smile at Vegeta. Vegeta smiled slightly and reassured. Bulma, rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Thank you. Bulma responded with a radiant smile. Vegeta smiled faintly, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, Bulma moved closer to him and quietly inquired, Well, there is something I wish to ask you. Speak, Vegeta replied, glancing at Bulma. Why do you intend to invade Earth? There are countless planets in the universe, can't you spare us? Bulma asked. Did I ever claim I would invade Earth? Vegeta responded with a slight smile, countering her question. Isn't that the case? Everyone says that you Saiyans are malevolent. Bulma mustered her courage and stated, Take Raditz, for instance. Upon his arrival, he insisted that Goku eliminate all the inhabitants of Earth and demanded to take him back to planet Vegeta. If it weren't for that, Goku would never have had to kill his own brother. I am not like Raditz, Vegeta replied with a smile, observing Bulma with keen interest. Please do not regard me in such a manner, Bulma said, feeling somewhat anxious. Though I may be striking in appearance, I am already committed. You have harmed my friend so severely. I would not change my stance toward you simply because you saved me. Your friend? Which one? The one named Lepin? Vegeta asked, visibly displeased. Indeed, and also Krillin, Bulma nodded, then smiled charmingly, revealing an enchanting grin. If you wish to pursue me, I might just consider it. Vegeta let out a sigh of relief, reassured that this Liu Ping was merely an ordinary friend of Bulma's. The thought of being cuckolded was unbearable. From today onwards, I shall be your friend, or rather, your boyfriend, Vegeta declared, pulling Bulma into his embrace. Bulma gasped in surprise, taken aback by a sudden move. Fortunately, Goku was preoccupied with his battle and remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. However, Krillin and Liu Ping were keenly aware of what was transpiring. Despite their severe injuries, they had managed to gather together with Tien's support. Upon witnessing Vegeta holding Bulma, they exchanged glances, each one filled with concern. Liu Ping was particularly incensed, trembling with rage. Itching to confront Vegeta. Liu Ping, don't act impulsively. Please, restrain yourself. Krillin desperately grasped Liu Ping's arm, fearful that in his anger, he might rush over to confront Vegeta. If you do that, it would be tantamount to courting death. This beast, I will not let him go unpunished. Liu Ping's eyes blazed with fury, wishing nothing more than to tear Vegeta apart. With Goku here, you need not worry. He will surely defeat these two Saiyans. Krillin assured him solemnly. Goku, I entrust this to you. Liu Ping glared menacingly at Vegeta, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. At that moment, Goku delivered a powerful punch to the coarse visage of Nappa. Blood trickled from Nappa's mouth, his face contorted in agony. You insolent fool! I will kill you! Nappa roared, unleashing a torrent of energy with a fierce shout. Kamehameha. Goku responded decisively, channeling his energy into the iconic technique. With a thunderous clash, the two energies collided in midair, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding brilliance. You wretched fool! Nappa bellowed, battered and bruised by Goku's Kamehameha. That was a close call. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly, Goku chuckled, still feeling the adrenaline coursing through him. I will kill you! Nappa screamed, lunging at Goku in a frenzy. With a swift kick, Goku sent Nappa soaring into the sky. In an instant, Goku vanished, only to reappear high above, delivering another crushing blow. With a resounding crash, Nappa's body met the earth, as if every bone within him had shattered, rendering him incapable of rising again. Goku gently descended beside Nappa, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him towards Vegeta. He can no longer fight. Take your companion and leave. Vegeta gazed upon Nappa, who had collapsed to the ground, merely offering a nonchalant smile. He harbored little fondness for Nappa. Whether he lived or perished was of no concern to him. Moreover, he certainly had no intention of squandering a senzu bean on Nappa's behalf. Prince, please save me, I beg of you, Nappa implored, his expression one of desperate pleading as he looked up at Vegeta. Vegeta remained indifferent, silently gazing at Son Goku. Worthless fool, after all these years, your fighting power has scarcely progressed. Vegeta shook his head, addressing Nappa sharply. Nappa managed a wry smile. Despite his training, he felt he had not made significant advancements. With his current power level hovering around 5,000. Over the course of 2 decades, Nappa's strength had only risen from 3,005 to 5,000, which was indeed disheartening. The prince? Bulma cast a furtive glance at Vegeta, suddenly realizing that this handsome figure was rather cool. It seemed he was indeed a prince. Enough. You can leave now. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, signaling Nappa to depart. Nappa, forcing a smile, rose with effort, gritting his teeth as he made his way toward the spaceship. Kakarot, I have awaited this day for a long time. Allow me to witness the fruits of your training over the years. Vegeta smiled faintly, beckoning to Son Goku. I am not Kakarot. My name is Son Goku. Goku corrected him emphatically. Suit yourself. Unleash your full power and let me see. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Bulma, you should move over there. With that, Vegeta gently nudged Bulma, guiding her to a safer spot. Goku looked at Vegeta with a serious expression, remaining silent for a few seconds before finally nodding slightly. Very well. I shall show you the results of my training under King Kai. With that, Goku's entire being radiated with brilliant light, his formidable aura surging dramatically. A tremendous energy swept through the area like a tempest, forcing everything in its path to yield. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, not by the overwhelming energy emanating from Goku, but by Goku's revelation. The King of the Worlds? Could it be that Goku had actually ventured to the King of the Worlds? Have you died once? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. For he understood that the king resided in the afterlife, a realm one could only access upon death. No, why do you ask? Goku responded, shaking his head in confusion. If you haven't died, how did you reach the King of the Worlds? Vegeta countered. It's quite simple. I had the Dragon Shenron transport me there. Goku replied with a grin, revealing no intention of concealing the truth. Goku, you fool, why are you sharing this with him? Piccolo exclaimed angrily from the side. Piccolo. I don't believe this Saiyan is malevolent. There is no harm in telling him. Goku smiled back, explaining, at the very least. I find him more agreeable than my brother. Goku, you are too kind. Piccolo fumed, his face turning a shade of purple, gritting his teeth, wishing he could send Goku flying. I see, Vegeta nodded, realizing that Goku had indeed reached the level he had attained on Namek, according to the original Dragon Ball history. After sensing Goku's energy, Vegeta quickly acknowledged his own suspicions. Indeed, Goku's combat prowess had risen to an extraordinary height, surely exceeding 1,000,000. You are no match for me. So you should depart swiftly, Goku said with a gentle smile to Vegeta, reiterating, furthermore, I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. Earth is my home. Enough of this idle chatter, let us commence. Vegeta, eager for a confrontation with Goku, seized the opportunity without hesitation. I am formidable. Should you find yourself unable to defeat me, you may concede at any moment. Goku chuckled, his entire being radiating immense energy. Enough with the frivolous talk. Vegeta elevated his own energy to a level comparable to Goku's and charged forward without further delay. What? Do you possess strength akin to mine? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Then suddenly laughed. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle across the vast expanse, their clash causing the very heavens to tremble, leaving Piccolo and the others in sheer disbelief. For Vegeta, it was merely a diversion to entertain Goku. He was not utilizing his full strength. Of course, should Vegeta unleash his true power, Goku would stand no chance against him. Indeed, it could be said that with just a finger, Vegeta could leave Goku searching for his teeth. Is this truly all of Goku's strength? Krillin, now beside Piccolo, spoke gravely. Piccolo remained silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Initially, he had thought Vegeta to be inferior to the tall Nappa, but witnessing Vegeta's displayed prowess left him utterly speechless. Chapter 93. Too weak. To what extent must Goku grow in strength before he is satisfied? Krillin sighed, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Yet, that diminutive figure was no simple opponent, managing to hold his own against Goku. Both are monsters, absolute monsters. Piccolo gritted his teeth, seemingly resentful of his own inadequacy. Piccolo, what do you intend to do? No matter how much we train, it seems we cannot stand on equal footing with them, Krillin remarked, somewhat helpless. Humph? Equal footing? Piccolo scoffed, his expression dark and brooding. Uncle Piccolo, what should we do now? Gohan asked, watching the fierce battle between his father and Vegeta, utterly at a loss. Gohan, you and Krillin should return. You are not yet ready to partake in such a battle, Piccolo stated firmly. No, I want to stay with Dad and Uncle Piccolo. I refuse to be a coward, Gohan shouted defiantly. Gohan, we should leave. Our presence here would only be a hindrance, Krillin urged kindly. Gohan, go home and train diligently. You will surely surpass both me and your father in time, Piccolo offered a reassuring smile. Gohan fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. Let us go, Gohan. You wouldn't want to worry Goku, would you? Krillin pressed once more. I understand. I will return now. Gohan nodded solemnly and took to the skies. After a brief period of recuperation, Krillin was also able to fly and followed closely behind Gohan. In the next moment, Leping, assisted by Tian Shinhan, also ascended into the air. I'll go fetch Bulma, Leping announced before heading off to retrieve her. However, just as he soared towards Bulma, he was met with an intense blaze of light. The immense energy surged, causing Leping's scalp to tingle. Looking up, he realized the source of the blinding light was none other than Vegeta, who was locked in combat with Goku. If you dare approach Bulma again, you shall perish, Vegeta warned coldly. Leping was both astonished and furious, yet dared not take a step closer. Let us go, Leping. Do not provoke him, Krillin advised. Leping, filled with resentment, nodded reluctantly, casting a lingering glance at Bulma, who was utterly captivated by the fierce duel between Goku and Vegeta, oblivious to his presence. Leping shook his head in despair, harboring even more animosity towards Vegeta. Soon, apart from Goku and Piccolo, the remaining warriors swiftly departed. Vegeta, of course, observed the actions of Gohan and his companions. He held little interest in these individuals. As for Gohan, the potential of this young lad's fighting prowess remained largely untapped and could easily be disregarded. Boom. Vegeta delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on Goku's face. Blood oozed from the corner of Goku's mouth as he retaliated with a swift strike, only to have it deftly evaded by Vegeta. Gasping for breath, Goku quickly retreated. The recent battle had significantly drained his energy, leaving him panting. In stark contrast, Vegeta appeared unfazed, as if the fight had not taken a toll on him at all. Goku, somewhat bewildered, gazed at Vegeta and expressed his astonishment. I have trained diligently over the years, yet I find myself only able to match you in combat. How have you managed to attain such prowess? There was a hint of excitement in his voice as he spoke. Vegeta smiled faintly, disinterested in engaging in further trivial conversation. At that moment, Din darted over and positioned himself in front of Son Goku. Din, what are you doing? Goku inquired. Goku, this individual's power exceeds our wildest imaginations. Din replied with a sly grin. Perhaps only by joining forces can we hope to confront him. Very well, Goku said, casting a deep glance at Vegeta before nodding gently in agreement. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Indeed, this Piccolo was quite a nuisance. You are called Vegeta, are you? Humph. Today I shall demonstrate the might of the great demon King Piccolo. As he spoke, Piccolo's aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming energy erupting forth. Magnitudes greater than during his previous battle with Nappa. Piccolo, have you finally released the seal on your inner energy? Goku inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. To be honest, Goku, I unsealed my energy long ago. However, I intended to use it to eliminate you. I did not anticipate that you would attain such strength. Piccolo replied coldly, his gaze at Goku becoming increasingly complex. Piccolo, you continue to astonish me. I believe that with our combined forces, we can confront him. Goku remarked with a smile, turning to Vegeta. Vegeta, we shall join forces. You wouldn't oppose that, would you? Whatever, Vegeta nonchalantly responded, as he deemed Goku and Piccolo's strength, even at their peak, to be no match for the formidable foes he had faced in the past. Goku, let us go, Piccolo shouted. And together they launched an assault on Vegeta. Bang. In the next moment, their speed escalated exponentially. It was dazzling. Vegeta executed a swift kick, sending the unsuspecting Piccolo flying. Immediately after, with a light chuckle, Vegeta flicked his tail, striking Goku. Ah! Goku cried out in pain, hurtling away as well. What a formidable opponent! He didn't even use his full strength. Goku gazed at Vegeta, astonished, feeling the immense pressure of his opponent's power. Clenching his fists, he pondered. Could this truly be the caliber of a Saiyan elite? How could our disparity be so vast? Goku, it seems we have underestimated him, Piccolo said with a wry smile. Equally astonished by Vegeta's display of power. With just a kick and a flick of his tail, they had been defeated. It was as if they were not even on the same level. Too weak, Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. Having faced off against Gula and Broly, he found battling the current Goku to be rather pointless. Is he truly that weak? Goku replied with a slight smile. I too have not yet unleashed my full strength. Vegeta remained silent, and despite Goku's immense strength, he could not transform into a Super Saiyan. It was indeed peculiar, considering he had already ascended to a remarkably high level. Goku, have you yet to unleash your full potential? Piccolo gazed at him in astonishment. Of course. Goku replied, a smile of excitement gracing his face. It seems that to defeat him, I must resort to the 20-fold Kaioken. I wonder if my body can withstand such tremendous pressure. Will I conquer you first? Or shall I succumb before you? The 20-fold Kaioken. Vegeta shook his head, astonished by the profound alterations in history. The original purpose of Goku's 20-fold Kaioken was to confront Frieza, yet through a twist of fate, it was now turned against him. Chapter 94, the 40-fold Kaioken. In the original Dragon Ball timeline, Goku's 20-fold Kaioken was insufficient to defeat Frieza. However, now, Vegeta was exponentially more powerful than Frieza, rendering not only the 20-fold Kaioken but even a 50-fold version utterly ineffective against him. Just as the moment unfolded, Goku's entire being radiated with shimmering energy, and his hair underwent a subtle transformation in hue. In the next instant, he propelled himself towards Vegeta like a cannonball. A torrent of formidable energy surging forth like an unstoppable tide. It was as if the sky itself had been torn asunder by this punch, infused with boundless power. Vegeta smiled faintly, extending his hand to gently push forward. With a resounding clap, Goku's 20-fold Kaioken and his powerful punch were effortlessly deflected by Vegeta. Indeed, it was as simple as that. Goku was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if caught in a surreal dream. After a few seconds of silence, he exclaimed loudly, 20-fold Kaioken, unleashing an astounding surge of energy as he charged once more towards Vegeta. Vegeta struck with a swift motion, effortlessly deflecting Goku's fist. Goku was utterly astonished. However, this combat enthusiast showed no signs of surrender. With a broad grin, he declared with fervor, 30 times. In the next instant, Goku was enveloped in a radiant blaze, his formidable aura causing the very ground to tremble and fissure. A colossal energy surged outward, transforming the sky in its wake. 30-fold Kaioken. Vegeta smiled gently. The 20-fold Kaioken had already transcended the level of Galdo. Now, as Goku unleashed the 30-fold Kaioken, he was nearly catching up to the Frieza of yesteryear. However, Vegeta had long since conquered 300 times gravity. although he did not employ the Kaioken. The strength he possessed in his normal state was comparable to that of Goku wielding the 30-fold Kaioken. The Saiyans were a warrior race. And with the assistance of his father, who had scoured numerous combat manuals, Vegeta had, over 2 decades ago, mastered methods to enhance his combat prowess without resorting to the Kaioken. Furthermore, Vegeta held the Kaioken in slight disdain, despite its ferocity. It could lead to injury if one could not withstand the resultant pressure. After exchanging a brief smile with Goku, Vegeta delivered a punch directly to his nose. Ah, that hurts. Goku winced in pain. You are so weak. Once you have trained sufficiently, I shall indulge you in a proper match. Vegeta had lost much of his interest in Goku. After the brief encounter, he ascended into the air. You think I'm too weak? How about a taste of the 40-fold? Goku seemed resolute, gritting his teeth as he prepared to unleash the 40-fold Kaioken. Are you done yet? Vegeta's displeasure was apparent. This is all my strength, Goku proclaimed, his aura surging once more. 40-fold Kaioken. With this newfound power, Goku swiftly darted towards Vegeta. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Goku, wielding the Kaioken technique at 40 times its usual power, was now perilously close to matching Frieza's strength. This fellow truly is a battle maniac. Vegeta was disinclined to engage in further banter with Goku, for he knew that Goku still had much to refine and was not yet a worthy adversary. As he observed Goku charging towards him, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Rather than stooping to Goku's level, he took to the skies, soaring away into the distance. Vegeta understood that this individual had utilized the King Kai fist beyond his own limits. He did not need to wait for the clash with the enemy, as the overwhelming pressure would incapacitate him first. Indeed, upon witnessing Vegeta's retreat, Goku was taken aback, his eyes ablaze with astonishment. How could this be happening? Goku felt as though his previous strike had landed upon a cloud, igniting a sense of frustration within him. However, before this feeling could fully manifest, he suddenly sensed an unbearable sensation coursing through his body, akin to thousands of ants crawling over him. It was evident that the 40-fold King Kai fist had entirely surpassed Goku's capabilities and was now rebounding against him. Goku plummeted from the sky. Having lost the ability to fight, Dend, quick-witted and agile, swiftly caught Goku in his arms. Fool, knowing that the King Kai fist would harm your body, you still dared to unleash a 40-fold version? Are you courting death? Dend exclaimed, his frustration palpable. I truly apologize, but this opponent is formidable. I am utterly outmatched. Goku replied with a bitter smile, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Let us refrain from further trivialities and focus on what we ought to do, Dend responded, his expression morphing into one of concern. He then cast a profound glance at Vegeta, uncertain of how to confront such an adversary. Goku, how confident were you in your ability to defeat him with the King Kai fist you just employed? Dend inquired. I lack assurance. His strength far exceeds my expectations. Goku replied, feeling fatigued even in speech, his smile growing increasingly grim. We are doomed, and Earth is bound to face dire consequences. Dend clenched his fists, veins protruding from his forehead. Not necessarily. He doesn't seem to harbor any intention of invading Earth, Goku said, gazing at Dend with confusion. What sort of beings are Saiyans? Are you truly unaware? Had you not suffered that head injury years ago, you might have been just like them now, Dend corrected him. Haha, Goku chuckled lightly. Vegeta harbored little interest in the exchange between Goku and Piccolo, nor did he harbor any intention of eliminating either of them, for they might prove useful in the future. In the next moment, he cast a glance at Bulma and soared toward her location. Please don't come any closer, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror, as if she were prepared to leap from a cliff should Vegeta approach. Come on, Bulma, Vegeta said with a slight smile. Where are we going? Bulma retorted, though I may possess beauty, I am a woman of principles. Yet, as she continued her tirade, she felt a sudden tightening of her lips, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. To her astonishment, she realized that this Saiyan had indeed stolen a kiss from her. How infuriating. How utterly vexing. This was her first kiss, and it had been bestowed upon an extraterrestrial. Bulma's face flushed crimson as she struggled vehemently. However, as a delicate woman, how could she possibly escape from Vegeta's grasp? Vegeta found the incessant chatter of the girl rather bothersome, which prompted him to silence her with a kiss. To his surprise, he discovered that the act held a certain allure, leading him to linger for a brief moment longer. When he finally released her, Bulma's face had flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Chapter 95. The handsome young man. By the way, how did that Saiyan come to find Bulma? Goku glanced in Vegeta's direction, unable to see Bulma and Vegeta from his vantage point on the ground, and thus posed a curious question. Piccolo, equally perplexed, shook his head and speculated. It seems this Saiyan has known Bulma previously. I wonder what his intentions are. Goku patiently waited, yet Vegeta's appearance remained elusive. Unbeknownst to them, Vegeta was currently engrossed in a playful exchange with Bulma. You. Bulma watched Vegeta with a mix of alarm and indignation. Her first kiss had vanished just like that, and with an alien no less, leaving her feeling somewhat frantic. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that Vegeta was unexpectedly handsome, stirring an undeniable flutter within her heart. Come, I shall take you home, Vegeta declared, effortlessly lifting Bulma into his arms and racing towards Capsule Corporation. Oh, I'm not accustomed to flying. And please, do slow down. I can barely keep my eyes open, Bulma shouted. Vegeta smiled faintly. And with a sweeping motion of his hand, an energy barrier materialized before Bulma, effectively shielding her from the encroaching air. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the exhilarating sight of herself soaring through the sky, experiencing a unique sensation unlike any other. Vegeta's speed was remarkable, however. Upon arriving above the Capsule Corporation, he furrowed his brow. The scene below was a chaotic wreck, evidently having been in disrepair for quite some time. Hey. You brought me to this desolate place for what purpose? Do you intend to be disrespectful towards me? Bulma said nervously as she gazed at Vegeta. Where is your home? Vegeta disregarded her question, instead narrowing his eyes and inquiring. Did you not claim to know our location? Bulma chuckled, a hint of pride in her demeanor. If I were to tell you that this was once your home, would you believe me? Vegeta replied coolly. Ha, this is my home. Don't make me laugh. How could this possibly be my former residence? Bulma laughed uncontrollably, clearly skeptical of Vegeta's words. Vegeta shook his head, realizing that after his departure from Earth, significant events must have transpired. It was undoubtedly the work of deities capable of such feats. By the way, what brings you to my home? Bulma pondered this question. I simply came to escort you back, nothing more, Vegeta replied with a smile. No need for that. I have my aircraft, Bulma retorted, producing a transformation capsule. That mode of transport is far too slow. In one swift motion, Vegeta seized the capsule and crushed it effortlessly. Bulma scrutinized Vegeta intently, seemingly searching for any signs of deceit. After a prolonged silence of about 10 seconds, she finally said, Very well, then you can take me home. My house is in that direction, she indicated, pointing towards the east. Vegeta ceased his incessant chatter and soared into the distance with Bulma. Once Vegeta departed the battlefield, Gohan, who was in mid-flight, suddenly halted and gazed towards the direction of the ongoing battle. Gohan, what is the matter? Krillin inquired. Uncle Krillin, I cannot delay any longer. My father's energy is dwindling, Gohan replied, and without waiting for Krillin's response, he swiftly darted towards Goku's location. Krillin pondered for a moment and attentively sensed Vegeta's energy, feeling a tinge of confusion. However, the next instant, Krillin's complexion changed dramatically. This Saiyan is heading our way. Everyone, find cover, he shouted. Tien and the others, sensing the urgency, prepared to conceal themselves. Based on the fluctuations in Goku's energy, they had already discerned that Goku had been defeated by Vegeta, indicating that this Saiyan's might far surpass that of Goku. Just as Krillin and the others sought refuge, their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld Vegeta holding a young girl, soaring away without sparing them a glance. Is that Bulma? Krillin gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. Bulma, Yamcha exclaimed, his composure unraveling as he seethed with anger. Yamcha, don't act rashly. Perhaps he has other intentions with Bulma, and besides, if even Goku cannot rival him, confronting him would only lead to our demise, Krillin hastily advised. Yamcha trembled with rage but dared not confront Vegeta, left only with his impotent fury. Soon, Gohan, Krillin, and the others arrived at the battlefield, and upon witnessing Goku in a severely injured state, a heavy silence fell over them. Goku was in such dire condition, and with the Senzu beans snatched away by Vegeta, they found themselves at a loss. Goku managed a bitter smile, acknowledging he is indeed formidable. To engage him in battle, even at the cost of my life, would be worthwhile. Goku, refrain from such foolishness, Krillin interjected, choosing not to disclose Vegeta's whereabouts. Right now, the priority is to address your injuries. How did you end up like this? Huh. It wasn't him who injured me. It was my use of the Kaioken, Goku chuckled self-deprecatingly. I employed a 40-fold Kaioken and still could not overcome him. Vegeta is truly a genius. This is not the time for such discussions. First, we must tend to your wounds, Krillin urged urgently. I'll head to Master Karen. Perhaps he still has some Senzu beans, Gohan declared through gritted teeth, and with that, he sped towards Master Karen's location. Gohan, be careful, Krillin shouted from behind. At this moment, Vegeta had arrived at the Capsule Corporation with Bulma. Gazing into the sky, he noticed that the Capsule Corporation appeared almost unchanged from his previous recollections. Save for its relocation to this new site, Vegeta did not hesitate. Sensing Dr. Brief's presence, he swiftly flew over with Bulma. Suddenly witnessing his daughter being carried back, Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and cast a puzzled glance at Vegeta. Meanwhile, Bulma's mother, beaming with joy, exclaimed, Bulma is back. Oh, is this your boyfriend? Wow, what a handsome young man. With that, she embraced Vegeta's arm, causing him to blush profusely. This mother-in-law, after years of absence, had unexpectedly grown even more beautiful. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Hee, Bulma is blushing. Bulma's mother chuckled. It seems this handsome fellow is indeed your boyfriend. I must say he is far more dashing than that Lupin guy. Chapter 96. Hundreds of Senzu beans. Bulma chose to remain silent, turning away, her body trembling with indignation. Dr. Brief, I am Vegeta. You remember me, don't you? Vegeta inquired, gazing at Bulma's father. Vegeta? Who? Dr. Brief replied, clearly aging significantly since their last encounter, appearing somewhat bewildered by Vegeta's words. Vegeta let out a cold smile, and even Dr. Brief momentarily lost himself, which served as proof that divine forces were indeed at play in this matter. Nevertheless, it was no great concern. You may continue with your affairs. After uttering these words, Vegeta took Bulma by the hand and departed from the scene. Shortly thereafter, he quietly attuned himself to the energy signatures of Goku and the others. Upon discovering that Gohan was hastily moving towards a certain direction, a sinister smirk crept across his lips. Gohan is most likely on his way to seek out Korin. Isn't he? Vegeta speculated thus, and upon noticing that Gohan had come to a halt, he cast a smile at Bulma and remarked, Bulma, I shall step out for a moment. With that, Vegeta swiftly soared through the sky, hastening towards Gohan's location. What do you think you're doing? Humph. Just because you've kissed me, you think I fancy you? How utterly presumptuous, Bulma shouted at Vegeta's departing figure. At this moment, upon Gohan's arrival at Korin Tower, the wise Korin sage looked at him with a furrowed brow. Gohan, you shouldn't have come, he said with a wry smile. Why is that, Korin? Gohan inquired, perplexed. That Saiyan named Vegeta is keeping a close watch on your movements. He has already detected our presence, Korin lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. What? Gohan was at a loss. Well, since it has already transpired, we might as well wait for him to arrive and see. Korin sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Moreover, we have but a limited supply of Senzu beans left. New ones will take a week to grow. For now, let us take Goku to the hospital. Korin, is there truly no Senzu beans left? Even a tiny bit would suffice. Gohan expressed his disappointment. Korin winked at Gohan, signaling that they would discuss it later. Before they could exchange many more words, they were both astonished to find that Vegeta was already hovering in midair, squinting at Korin Tower. Vegeta, you have finally arrived, Korin Sage said, striving to maintain his composure while watching Vegeta with caution. Vegeta harbored little affection for the esteemed Korin, yet he was undeniably intrigued by his magical beans. Without further ado, he dashed into the chamber where Korin cultivated these legendary beans. Upon entering and surveying the room, Vegeta discovered that, as Korin had asserted, the remaining beans were indeed unripe. Korin, you already possess a considerable number of these beans. Do refrain from coveting my unripe harvest, Korin promptly remarked. Is that so? Vegeta replied with a subtle smile. I recall that when harvested in abundance, there should be at least 100 beans. Why is it that only this few remain? Indeed, there are hundreds of beans, but only a handful possess true efficacy, Korin explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. Vegeta chuckled softly, retrieving a mystical bean from his attire and bringing it to his nose for a delicate inhalation, followed by a deep breath. In the next moment, he descended the stairs and opened a jar. Upon witnessing Vegeta's actions, Caring the Elder was struck with astonishment, breaking into a sweat as he exclaimed, Vegeta, are you perhaps a dog? And why do you require so many magical beans? Of course, to consume them, Vegeta replied, his eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of hundreds of beans within the jar. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured the entire contents into his pockets. You cannot possibly eat that many. Caring the Elder protested urgently, his complexion paling. These beans had been preserved for a considerable time, intended for dire situations. Yet it appeared that Vegeta intended to claim them all for himself. Vegeta let out a cold snort, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, and soared directly out of the Korin Tower, ascending toward the heavens. Oh, my Senzu beans! My Senzu beans! Master Korin lamented, his cries echoing like a cat's wail. Gohan gritted his teeth and dashed after Vegeta, managing to intercept him. Vegeta, could you spare me a few Senzu beans? My father and the others have been injured. Gohan implored, his voice tinged with trepidation as he cast a fearful glance at Vegeta, as if dreading the prospect of being swiftly dispatched. What if I say I won't? Vegeta chuckled, strolling over to ruffle Gohan's hair. Gohan's eyes widened in horror, his frail form trembling slightly. Bang! Vegeta soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent Gohan hurtling away. With a smirk, he remarked, Kid, your journey is still long. Only after you defeat me can you come and ask for my Senzu beans. Having said that, Vegeta paid no further attention to Gohan and flew towards the temple. Gohan, racked with pain, felt his entire body convulse. His combat power was merely 2,000, leaving him with no thoughts of resistance against Vegeta. The next moment, gritting his teeth, he chose to endure the agony and return. Vegeta, we meet again. The deity stood at the edge of the temple, smiling warmly at Vegeta, clearly having awaited his arrival for some time. Old sage, it seems you are not particularly pleased to see me, Vegeta coldly remarked. Indeed. I have long stated that Earth does not welcome you, the deity responded with a gentle smile. State your purpose, and then you may depart. 2 matters. First, tell me how to awaken someone who has lost their sanity, Vegeta inquired. That is simple. The ultra-divine water from Karen's place can restore clarity to a lost soul. One merely needs to sprinkle the ultra-divine water upon the head of the person who has lost their reason, the deity replied with an expressionless demeanor. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, uncertain of the veracity of the deity's words, yet willing to take them back for further contemplation. The second matter at hand was the inexplicable erasure of Bulma's family's memories. As he spoke, Vegeta's expression darkened. The moment the old deity uttered something that did not align with his desires, he was prepared to teach the being a lesson. The reasoning was straightforward. He merely requested the dragon to conceal Earth and subsequently wished for its restoration to the state it was in prior to their arrival. As for Bulma's family's memory loss, he had given it little thought, assuming it was merely collateral damage. The deity explained, when you arrived on Earth, you instilled panic among its inhabitants. I had no alternative but to ensure that everyone forgot about you. Understanding now, Vegeta shook his head. If the deity's assertions held any truth, it was evident that the situation was not solely targeted at Bulma's family. Could the entire galaxy truly be relocated? Vegeta scoffed, questioning the deity's capabilities. Quite simple, actually. There happens to be a wormhole near the galaxy, and the dragon has the power to transport the galaxy into it. The deity coldly clarified, seemingly dismissive of Vegeta, issuing a clear directive for him to depart. Your questions have been answered. You may leave. Very well. I shall vacate Earth at once, Vegeta retorted with a smirk. I hope you do not come to regret this. Chapter 97. The deity's regret. I acknowledge your prowess. Yet with Goku, we are more than sufficient, the old deity chuckled, displaying a hint of disdain towards Vegeta's words. However, I did not foresee that despite Goku reaching such heights, he remains no match for you. Yet, I firmly believe that one day, Goku will surpass you. Vegeta, disinterested in further conversation, initially intended to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, he added, Old Sage, take good care of your planet. Do not allow anyone to teleport to our Vegeta. With that, he turned and soared away towards Bulma's residence. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the old sage staggered. His face filled with terror. Wait, he shouted urgently. Nevertheless, Vegeta paid no heed to the stubborn old man and soon vanished without a trace. Before long, Vegeta arrived once more at the abode of Master Karen. Meow, Vegeta, what brings you here again? Master Karen stammered, his fur standing on end as he gazed warily at Vegeta. Is it true that the ultra-divine water can restore one's sanity? Vegeta asked, narrowing his eyes. Meow. That's impossible. It can't be true, Master Karen trembled, realizing Vegeta's intent to acquire his ultra-divine water. The sage claims it is possible. Should I trust you or the sage? Vegeta chuckled. What do you intend to do, Meow? Master Karen retorted. What I do is none of your concern. Well then, I shall take the ultra-divine water, Vegeta declared, swiftly retrieving the water and ignoring Master Karen, turning to leave. By the time Master Karen regained his senses, Vegeta had already departed. My sins of beans, my ultra-divine water. Master Karen lamented, meowing incessantly. Someone was teleported to Vegeta's planet? What is happening? The old sage, with a gloomy expression, squinted at everything below. Over an hour passed, and suddenly, the old sage's eyes brightened, as if sensing something peculiar, his demeanor turning exceedingly grim. Meanwhile, Vegeta had returned to Bulma's home. Bulma, I am taking you to a place, Vegeta stated bluntly. Where to? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Just follow me. Earth is not safe at present, Vegeta replied. And what about my parents? Bulma countered. They will come along. Once Earth is secure, I will return you all. Vegeta assured with a smile. Vegeta, you wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to me, would you? Earth is unsafe? I don't believe that. Bulma shook her head, unconvinced by Vegeta's words. Even if Earth is perilous, Goku is here. He will protect us. Vegeta, disinclined to elaborate, effortlessly hoisted Bulma onto his shoulder and sought out her parents. What? Is Earth unsafe? What on earth has transpired? Dr. Brief inquired, astonished. Although the dragon had erased their memories of being with Vegeta, Dr. Brief could discern that Vegeta bore no ill intent. I believe it won't be long before a formidable entity arrives on Earth. You should accompany me. We shall take my spaceship to my planet, where I will ensure your safety, Vegeta stated earnestly. Dr. Brief pondered for a considerable time before shaking his head. My wife and I will not accompany you. We cannot bear to part with so many little creatures. Please take Bulma back with you. Father, how can you allow your daughter to accompany a stranger from another world? Bulma exclaimed, nearly at a loss for words. Bulma, I have faith in him, Dr. Brief replied with a smile. Very well, since he refused to leave. I shall take Bulma with me, Vegeta declared, casting a glance at the so-called little creatures mentioned by Dr. Brief. There are clearly numerous colossal dinosaurs present. Yet he refers to them as little animals. Vegeta is not a man of many words. He swiftly took Bulma aboard the spaceship. With a thunderous roar, the vessel etched a long trajectory across the sky, and in the next moment, it vanished completely. Hey, where are you taking me? Bulma gazed into the vastness of the cosmos, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. To my planet, of course, Vegeta replied with a smile. Your planet? Bulma paused momentarily, recalling how that bald man had referred to him as Your Highness. Could it be that you were indeed the Prince of the Saiyans? Vegeta smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to the inquiry. Hey, I'm talking to you, Bulma exclaimed, her displeasure evident. I am contemplating a matter, Vegeta stated, gazing at Bulma. What? Bulma asked, perplexed. Reaching my planet will take several days, and considering we are two solitary souls aboard this spaceship, shouldn't we engage in something meaningful? Vegeta's smile broadened as his gaze roamed over Bulma's enchanting figure. Why you? Don't you dare act recklessly, or I swear I will show you what I mean. Bulma stammered, visibly frightened as she hurriedly stepped back. Vegeta squinted at her, yet did not display any rudeness towards Bulma. 3 days later, Vegeta's spacecraft traversed the wormhole, entering the cosmic realm where planet Vegeta resides. Not long after Vegeta had exited the wormhole, he noticed another spacecraft entering the wormhole, quickly vanishing without a trace in the vastness of the universe. Vegeta opened his eyes, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let that fellow wreak havoc on Earth for now. Old Kami, aren't you quite formidable? We shall see if Goku can handle him when the time comes. It must be said, Vegeta is rather malevolent, yet this is largely due to the trouble the deity caused him. Otherwise, he would not have allowed that individual to venture to Earth. On the 7th day after Vegeta's departure from Earth, a colossal spaceship descended upon the planet. Observing this from the temple, the deity's expression darkened, especially upon noticing the multitude of extraterrestrials aboard the vessel. Goku, can you hear me? This is the deity. He urgently called out. I hear you, Kami. What is happening? Is that Vegeta planning to destroy Earth? Goku, who was currently in the hospital, wrapped like a mummy and feeling thoroughly disheartened, responded. Kami explained, Vegeta has already left Earth. I've just discovered that a spaceship has landed in the eastern region of Earth, and aboard it is a being even more powerful than Vegeta. You must be cautious. What? More powerful than Vegeta? Goku's expression shifted to one of excitement. Kami. Perhaps I was mistaken, he said with a hint of regret. If I hadn't driven Vegeta away, he might have teamed up with you to confront this being. Chapter 98. The King of the Universe. Old Kami, what are you saying? You drove Vegeta away? Goku was perplexed. Let us discuss this later. How long until your injuries are fully healed? Kami inquired anxiously. About 10 more days until I am completely recovered, Goku replied helplessly. Hurry. I have a strong feeling something significant is about to occur on Earth. Besides that individual, another presence has appeared. Another person? Who? Goku asked, confused. Let us talk about it later, Kami sighed, hoping for a fortunate outcome. Just then, after concluding his communication with Kami, Goku heard another voice in his mind. It was none other than King Kai. Goku, this enemy is incredibly powerful, and you stand no chance of victory. Do not provoke him. Once you are healed, leave Earth immediately and seek refuge elsewhere, King Kai advised earnestly. King Kai, what do you mean? I should at least try against such a formidable opponent, Goku protested, relishing the thrill of battling powerful foes. Goku, do not be foolish, King Kai reiterated. This being is more formidable than we can imagine, far beyond the level of Vegeta. Follow my orders, recover quickly, and immediately evacuate with all the warriors. Otherwise, Earth will be doomed. What? It's that serious? Goku's expression turned grave. Indeed. This individual claims to be the king of the universe, King Kai stated. No one can match him, and incurring his wrath would yield dire consequences. The king of the universe? What a resounding title. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled not with fear, but with boundless determination. Goku, I cannot stress enough. Do not provoke this king of the universe. He is not to be trifled with, King Kai warned again. King Kai? What is the name of this king of the universe? Goku asked curiously. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to know his name. His name is Galder, King Kai replied solemnly. Galder? What an odd name, Goku chuckled. Is he perhaps pinching his ears? Ha! King Kai couldn't help but be amused. But his expression quickly turned serious again. Goku, regardless of anything, you must leave Earth immediately, or Galder will inevitably find you. King Kai, is Galder really that terrifying? Goku asked, feeling a tinge of excitement at the prospect of confronting someone even stronger than Vegeta. Indeed, the Galder race is exceptionally powerful. They originally resided on their own frozen planet, King Kai explained. Over 20 years ago, a being named Frieza, the king of the universe, was Galder's father. Frieza? Where has he gone? Is he coming to Earth as well? Goku inquired further. Frieza has vanished without a trace in recent years, King Kai replied gravely. However, his son Galder has now inherited Frieza's throne and is marauding across planets. By the way, the Saiyans were once subordinates of Galder's father. King Kai. I am genuinely curious to see what Galder looks like, Goku said with a smile. Nonsense. I will arrange for Kami to send you off Earth immediately, King Kai declared. After which he ceased engaging with Goku and began communicating with the deity. Within the confines of Vegeta's spacecraft, he sat in tranquil meditation, eventually opening his eyes with a smile. Galdo? I never anticipated you were still alive. However, you are but a relic of the past. Since you wish to seek the Dragon Balls on Earth, so be it. A wicked grin spread across Vegeta's face as, with a flick of his wrist, a shimmering golden orb materialized in his hand. Upon witnessing this orb, Bulma's body quivered slightly, and she gasped in astonishment. The Dragon Ball? Vegeta chuckled as he casually pocketed a Dragon Ball from Bulma's home before his departure. The method by which Vegeta located the Dragon Ball was rather straightforward, for he possessed the Dragon Radar created by Dr. Briefs. Now, with one Dragon Ball removed from Earth, he could only let that little scamp Galder claw at the walls in frustration. Meanwhile, Galder's spaceship had successfully landed on Earth. with a radiant glow surrounding him. Galder surveyed his surroundings, chuckling to himself, so this is Earth? Not a bad environment at all. Over 20 years had passed, and Galder appeared significantly more mature than in his youth. Perhaps it was the change in his skin color that lent him a more seasoned air. Or perhaps the brushes with death at Vegeta's hands and the loss of his family had instilled in him a sense of caution. Regardless, the youthful naivety that once characterized Galder had long since faded. My Lord Galder, we have detected several warriors with power levels around 1,000, reported one of his subordinates. There's no rush. You all rest for now, Galder replied with a smile. Vegeta has only just left Earth, and once he returns to planet Vegeta, we shall commence our search for the Dragon Balls. Yes, my Lord Galder. The subordinates responded in unison. Humph, Vegeta, you surely did not anticipate my arrival on Earth. Galder said, his expression tinged with anger. He gritted his teeth. That bastard Vegeta has grown far too quickly. It's infuriating. My Lord Galder. Once you gather all 7 Dragon Balls and fulfill your wish, you will undoubtedly annihilate that Vegeta, one subordinate flattered. Humph, you speak the truth. Galder nodded slightly. Had I not tested his strength prior to my arrival on Earth, I might have met the same fate as my father. As he spoke, Galder's teeth clenched in rage. Veins bulging on his forehead, and waves of powerful energy radiated from him. His subordinates, witnessing Galder's fury, were visibly frightened, some even huddled together. Father, uncle, grandfather. I swear I shall avenge you, Galder declared, baring his teeth in a grimace. Thank heaven our lineage was not completely eradicated. I was caught in a storm and swept into a black hole just as I was nearing the sun, and yet I survived. Ha. Galder's laughter bordered on madness, leaving his subordinates cold with fear. As Galder unleashed his aura without restraint, the atmosphere in the hospital where Goku and the others were became tense. What a formidable aura. Is this Galder? Piccolo said, beads of sweat trickling down his face. How terrifying. He is many times stronger than that Saiyan, Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, pale with fear. Chapter 99, Destroy the detector, damn it. When will my body recover? Goku lamented, disappointment evident in his voice. Could Vegeta not spare even a single Senzu-bean? That wretched fellow. Just as the group pondered their next move, the deity appeared, his expression grave as he addressed Goku. Goku, we must leave Earth at once, or it will be too late. Fortunately, the spaceship left by Vegeta and the others has been sufficiently modified by Bulma's father. Moreover, you need not worry about the safety of the Earthlings. The Eternal Dragon can restore the planet. Old man, your words are too verbose. We need to depart quickly. Piccolo, aware of the enemy's strength, insisted they not engage directly. He instructed Krillin to lift Goku's bed. A nurse, who was about to change Goku's bandages, was taken aback by the scene, her face pale with shock. Have you ever seen a bank robbery? But this? I've never witnessed a bed heist, she exclaimed, trembling. Put the patient down, the nurse shouted, her voice quivering. Krillin chuckled as he carried Goku and his bed to the window, then leapt out. Someone jumped out of the window. The nurse screamed, her face turning ashen. However, no one bothered to explain. Instead, everyone quickly flew away from the hospital. The nurse fainted, overwhelmed by the most horrifying scene she had ever encountered. Mid-flight, Piccolo suddenly halted, his expression changing. Piccolo, what's wrong? Krillin asked, puzzled. Oh no, we forgot. If they have detectors like that Saiyan, won't our movements be completely exposed? Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing around nervously. You're right. We must conceal our energy immediately, the deity said solemnly. The group gasped, hurriedly suppressing their auras. At that moment, Galder, resting near his spaceship, received a report from his subordinates. My Lord Galder, several warriors with power levels around 1,000 have suddenly gone offline, approximately 3,000 kilometers from our position. Oh, Vegeta was here on Earth previously. I heard Earthlings have a way to hide their energy, Galder mused with a smile. Well then, their power levels are only in the thousands. You 5, go investigate. Hopefully, you can locate the Dragon Balls for me. Yes. Upon receiving their orders, 5 warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 set off towards Goku's location. After a long pause, Galder summoned another group of 5 subordinates, instructing them, you also go. Bring them to me if possible. Do not let them escape. Yes. The additional 5 left shortly after. Not good. 5 individuals are rapidly approaching. Krillin exclaimed, his face paling. Do not fret. Their energy is not overwhelmingly strong. It seems Galder does not deem it necessary to engage personally, Piccolo remarked, regaining his composure. A cold smile crept across his lips. They arrive at the perfect time. We shall use this to buy ourselves some time. Piccolo, what is your plan? Krillin inquired. We will accelerate our pace, create the illusion of fear, and when we draw near the spaceship, we'll ensnare them all at once, Piccolo strategized. Piccolo's idea is excellent. Let us proceed with it. The deity chuckled, approving Piccolo's plan. But these 5 are even stronger than Nappa. How can we possibly compete with them? Krillin fretted, his expression one of dread. Indeed, with power levels over 10,000, they surpass Nappa, who is only 5,000, he continued, feeling dejected. One Nappa had already been enough to trouble Krillin and the others, not to mention the impending 5 formidable foes. Fear not, Piccolo will handle them, Goku said with a smile, aware that Piccolo's strength had significantly increased after shedding his limitations. Confronting the five would pose little difficulty for him. With that, the group hastily made their way towards the spaceship. By the way, what about Chi-Chi and Master Roshi? Goku asked from his bed. I contacted them before coming here. They are already waiting at the spaceship. We are the last ones needed, the old sage explained. After approximately 10 minutes, the 5 extraterrestrials with combat powers exceeding 10,000 finally caught up with Sun Wukong and the others. You all go ahead, I'll handle this, Din instructed before swiftly approaching the 5 aliens. Oh, he asked, coming over himself. One of the alien captains chuckled, observing Din's approach. Upon seeing the combat power reading on his scanner, a look of disdain flickered in his eyes. Haha, Captain, this fellow has a mere combat power of 2,000. I could eliminate him with just a flick of my finger, remarked a team member with a frog-like mouth. Wait, don't act just yet, the captain commanded urgently, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Din. What is going on, Captain? The team members inquired. Have you noticed that this person has a rather peculiar background? He seems not to be from Earth. He should also be an extraterrestrial, the captain suddenly grinned. Extraterrestrial? Captain, there is nothing remarkable about that. Although Earth's civilization is somewhat primitive, extraterrestrials do exist here, the frog-mouthed member replied. Fool, look closely at him. You should recognize which planet he hails from. The captain scolded. The frog-mouthed member, puzzled, turned to Din and shook his head in confusion. Din intended to buy time for Wukong and the others to board the spaceship. And since these 5 were engaging him in idle chatter, he decided against making a move for the moment. However, upon hearing the captain's words, Din's expression darkened instantly. I see now. I finally understand why you have come to Earth, Din sneered coldly. Oh, he is speaking. I thought he was mute, the frog-mouthed member chuckled. Pressing the scanner to re-evaluate Din's combat power, it still read 2,000, which relieved the frog-mouthed member considerably. Before coming here, he had heard Lord Galder mention that Earthlings could conceal their combat power. He was somewhat worried, but now it seemed there was nothing to fear. Din's gaze swept across the 5 aliens, and in the next instant, he spread his fingers, unleashing 5 beams of light that shot forth from his fingertips. Humph, mere trifles. With a combat power of only 2,000, do you think you can harm us? The frog-mouthed member sneered. With 5 soft sounds, the scanners atop the heads of the captain and his team were struck by Din's beams, shattering them into pieces. Not good. He asked, trying to destroy our scanners. The captain fumed, astonished. He had just dodged the incoming beams, only to realize that they could curve. Chapter 100, Bulma arrives at planet Vegeta now. I can annihilate you without restraint, Din declared, a cold smile gracing his lips. Annihilate us? You must be dreaming, the captain scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Din, clearly underestimating him. Din paid no heed, sensing the positions of Wukong and the others, who were still some distance from the spaceship, and resolved to continue stalling. I've noticed, you want to leave Earth with your friends, don't you? The captain remarked, sneering as he glanced behind Din. That place must be where the spaceship is stored. However, I regret to inform you that none of you Earthlings will escape. After saying this, the captain unleashed a bright crimson beam from his fingertips, aimed directly at the spaceship behind Din. Din smirked coldly and swatted his hand. The crimson beam was instantly shattered, bursting forth in a shower of red light. Oh, you've indeed concealed your strength, but you still cannot escape, the captain proclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a tremendous white light surged forth, racing toward Din. Din's expression darkened. He sensed that while the white light appeared to hold little energy, it seemed to contain a unique force. As the white light approached, Din did not flinch. Instead, he waved his hand, summoning a sphere of energy. The two energies collided midair, erupting in a brilliant flash. The captain smirked slightly, his cold laughter revealing that he had underestimated Din. He quickly issued a command. You 4, go destroy their spaceship. Trying to leave Earth will not be so easy. With that, 4 members rushed toward Din, intent on demolishing the spaceship behind him. Din, however, chuckled darkly, his aura surging dramatically as powerful energy erupted from him. The unfortunate 5, having lost their scanners, were oblivious to the extent of Din's combat power. In that moment, Din struck. He swiftly approached one of the team members and, with a decisive wave of his hand, severed the member's head cleanly from his body. The member's grotesque head rolled on the ground for quite some time, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could never have imagined meeting such a tragic end. What the hell? The frog-mouthed member and the others erupted in fury, charging toward Din. The captain, however, did not join the fray. Instead, he chuckled as he began to fade from view. Bang, bang, bang. Din unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, swiftly dispatching the frog-mouthed trio on the spot. What a formidable opponent. His combat power must be over 100,000. The captain thought, his heart racing as he watched Din, relieved that he had been clever enough to become invisible. Humph, he can't see me. Din spat disdainfully, saying, a bunch of scum. And you think you can invade Earth? Humph, Earth is mine. You shall not have it. The captain took a deep breath, pondering. He can't see me. Should I sneak up and ambush him? Yes, I'll ambush him, injure him severely, and then take him to Lord Galder. With that resolve, The captain prepared to strike Dend. However, as he approached within 10 meters of Dend, he suddenly reconsidered. No, if his combat power has really reached such heights, there's no way I could injure him. I should return and report this matter to Lord Galder for his decision. With that thought, the captain decided to abandon his pursuit of Dend and stealthily made his way toward Lord Galder. Just as he was flying away, he looked up and was startled to find Dend standing directly in his path. Huh, how did this guy get in front of me? Did he notice me? The captain shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, Dend bore no scanner. How could he possibly detect him? It must be a coincidence. It definitely is. The captain struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to maneuver around Dend to escape. Hey, where do you think you're going? Dend called out. The captain hesitated slightly, glancing back at Dend, who was now staring directly at him. Suddenly, the captain lost his composure. Did he see me? It is impossible. How could he possibly discover my presence? I was certain I had rendered myself invisible. The captain, feeling uneasy, checked his own body once more and confirmed that he was indeed in an invisible state. This clever individual likely intended to force me to reveal myself. Never mind him. I shall wait until Lord Galdo arrives to deal with him appropriately. Resolute in his decision, the captain continued forward. Suddenly, with a loud thud, he realized he had been struck with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. Instantly, he felt an indescribable discomfort coursing through his body, as if his bones had been dislocated. Struggling to regain his footing, he gazed upward at the hovering figure of the flute player. Fool! Did you truly believe I could not see you? The flute player scoffed. This is impossible. How did you uncover my presence? The captain exclaimed, bewildered. Quite simple. The flute player replied with a smirk, but I have no desire to divulge the details. With that, the flute player opened his mouth, unleashing a wave of immense energy that obliterated the captain. Ah, the sensation of breaking free from confinement is exquisite, he chuckled. It seems the dark powers accumulated over the years have proven quite beneficial. However, after a moment of laughter, his expression turned pensive. Yet, with my current strength, I cannot even best that Vegeta, let alone Galdo. After a brief silence, the flute player sensed several powerful auras approaching Goku and his companions, causing his heart to race. He swiftly took flight towards their direction. Meanwhile, Vegeta's spaceship had reached his home planet. However, given that the gravitational pull in the royal palace was 10 times that of Earth, Vegeta could not possibly place Bulma there, for she would be crushed by the overwhelming force. Thus, he opted for a landing in a region with a lower gravity, specifically the area where Launch resided. Fortunately, before leaving, Vegeta had arranged for a temporary palace to be constructed in that vicinity, providing them with a place to stay. This is your planet? It looks rather splendid. Far better than I had imagined, Bulma remarked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight as she surveyed the cascading waterfalls and lush vegetation. This planet is several times the size of Earth. Such landscapes abound, Vegeta explained with a smile. Having spent my days in the bustling metropolis, I found it rather dull. I am quite satisfied with this place, Bulma nodded, a grin spreading across her face as she looked at Vegeta. Now that I am on your planet, should I not address you as your highness? Enough of that nonsense. Choose a palace that you like and make it your abode. Vegeta gestured towards a magnificent palace in the distance. Humph, I would rather not. I am not accustomed to such grandeur. I have my own home, Bulma replied, stretching lazily as she produced a transformation capsule and tossed it aside. Moreover, while the environment is pleasant, the gravity here is quite burdensome. With a loud bang, the capsule transformed into an impressive structure. Yawning, Bulma walked toward it, commenting, the gravity on your planet is too intense. It seems I must modify my room to reduce the weight. Is that you? Just as Bulma was about to enter the building, a familiar female voice interrupted her, prompting her to turn around. Launch, how did you end up here? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Launch's green hair. She then shot a glare at Vegeta and added, I see now. You must have brought Launch here to create a harem on your planet, right? Vegeta was momentarily speechless. The notion of establishing a harem had not crossed his mind. However, the presence of these two striking beauties was undeniably captivating. After several days of acclimatization, Launch had effectively adapted to the double gravity of planet Vegeta. Although her movements remained somewhat sluggish, she was no longer struggling to walk. Vegeta observed intently, already formulating his plans in his heart. The planet Vegeta is not suitable for Bulma and the others to reside. It appears that one must seek a planet akin to Earth for settlement. Ranch, pay no heed to him. This individual is quite malevolent, Bulma remarked as she grasped Ranch's hand. Oh, is he truly so wicked? Ranch inquired, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he did save me. He is my savior. Humph, his intentions in saving you are undoubtedly ulterior. Bulma shot a glare at Vegeta once more, choosing to disregard him and leading Ranch towards her room. At that moment, Ranch unexpectedly sneezed. Bulma momentarily paused, and upon witnessing Ranch transform with golden hair, her face paled in terror, prompting her to swiftly retreat behind Vegeta. You again? The last time you pranced in front of me in the nude. I have yet to settle the score, Ranch declared, brandishing her machine gun and unleashing a furious barrage of fire at Vegeta. Vegeta, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, reached out to grasp the bullet firmly in his hand before discarding it onto the ground. Ranchi, seething with rage, found herself utterly powerless against him. Bulma, it seems I must arrange for you to reside elsewhere. Cohabiting with Ranchi may not be prudent, Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at Ranchi as he addressed Bulma. Ranchi, it's Bulma. You should still remember me, right? Bulma tentatively inquired. Humph. Ranchi shot a sidelong glance at Bulma. Never mind. I suppose I shall relocate, Bulma decided, wary of the potential dangers of being alone with Ranchi. In light of Vegeta's arrangements, Bulma was provided with a new residence, accompanied by several female Saiyans for her protection. Subsequently, Vegeta soared into the sky, heading towards Broly's location. Yet, at the moment he took flight, he heard Bulma's voice calling out from behind, Your Highness, it turns out you have a penchant for running about unclad. The moment those words escaped her lips, Vegeta nearly plummeted from the sky. This is quite the misunderstanding, he thought to himself. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta encountered Broly. Your Highness, have you discovered a way to restore my sanity? Broly asked, a hint of excitement in his voice, as he too had realized that losing his reason during transformation was a most vexing predicament. Give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not depends on your fortune, Vegeta replied. Broly solemnly nodded, a powerful aura radiating from him as, in the next moment, his blue-green hair unfurled before Vegeta's eyes. Moreover, Broly's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, indicating that he had once again succumbed to madness. Vegeta acted without hesitation, pouring the super god water upon Broly's head. A primal roar erupted from Broly, followed by tendrils of black smoke rising from his form. It was as though his very being was being torn asunder. He writhed upon the ground in agony. In an instant, an immense surge of energy was unleashed from him, causing the entire planet to tremble in resonance with his turmoil. Vegeta was taken aback. If Broly continued his rampage, the planet might very well face annihilation. In a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and seized Broly by the arm, hurling him into the sky. Let him wreak havoc up there. At least the planet would endure a semblance of peace. At that moment, Broly was enveloped in an astonishing blaze, emanating brilliant rays reminiscent of the sun. He continued to roar, his voice echoing as dark energy surged forth from within him, coalescing into ominous clouds in the air. Upon sensing this immense power, Vegeta was left astounded. Just how much energy resided within Broly. It seemed to rival the enigmatic force dwelling within himself. Fortunately, Vegeta's current prowess was formidable enough that he need not fear Broly's rebellion. After enduring for approximately an hour, the dark energy radiating from Broly began to wane. Suddenly, the luminous aura surrounding him vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of normalcy. In the next instant, Broly plummeted from the sky, unconscious and devoid of awareness. Vegeta cast a penetrating glance at Broly, relieved to discover that he was not in any mortal peril. Observing the earlier situation, it seemed that Broly had momentarily succumbed to the influence of the dark energy within him, which had caused him to lose his rationality upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Fortunately, this malevolent energy had now been entirely expelled by Broly, indicating that he should be free from any significant troubles. With this assurance, the circumstances became far more manageable. The commotion from Broly's earlier outburst had attracted a multitude of Saiyans, but upon recognizing their prince in Broly, their concerns dissipated. Take him to the medical bay, Vegeta commanded his subordinates. However, just as Broly was being lifted, the dark energy swirling in the sky underwent a sudden transformation. A formidable force surged through the space, resembling serpents weaving through the air, causing the assembled Saiyans to recoil in terror and bleed. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the ominous black gas. What an extraordinary surge of power. Vegeta was taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. This surge of energy was exceedingly formidable, surpassing the limits of Vegeta's imagination. Chapter 102, The Black Energy. Chapter 102, The Black Energy. Vegeta did not dare to linger, for he realized that those Saiyans struck by this dark energy were either gravely injured or had succumbed to death. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen had already fallen. Whoosh! Vegeta soared into the air, unleashing a formidable surge of energy as he cautiously advanced towards the ominous black gas. In an instant, the dark energy transformed into a colossal hand, effortlessly reaching out to grasp the approaching energy emanating from Vegeta. Whoosh! The energy unleashed by Vegeta dissipated abruptly into the void. Vegeta was utterly astonished. The black energy was exceedingly peculiar, and it seemed imperative to devise a strategy to confront it. Everyone, step aside, Vegeta bellowed. And as his voice resonated, a brilliant golden light enveloped his entire being. The onlookers were already thoroughly terrified, given the bizarre nature of this energy, and they were eager to flee. Upon hearing the prince's command, they hastily scattered in every direction, fearful of being harmed by the ominous black force. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Vegeta summoned forth an even more formidable surge of energy. Ultimate Flash Cannon. Vegeta was enveloped in a radiant golden light. An immense energy surging forth from his hands, as if unleashed by a volcanic eruption, resembling a great dragon soaring towards the source of the dark energy. The heavens and earth dimmed in response to the cataclysmic force. The ultimate Flash Cannon surged forth with remarkable swiftness, closing in on the dark energy. As if sensing the imminent threat, the dark energy swiftly coalesced, seemingly attempting to withstand Vegeta's formidable attack. With a thunderous roar, the ultimate flash cannon surged like a mighty army, crashing into the heart of the black gas. In the aftermath of a colossal explosion, the dark substance was shattered into fragments, scattering throughout the expanse of this realm. Vegeta took a deep breath, yet upon witnessing the state of the black energy, his brow furrowed involuntarily. He never anticipated that the dark energy unleashed by Broly would be such a formidable challenge. It appeared that merely utilizing energy attacks would not suffice to eradicate it entirely. Indeed, as Vegeta had surmised, the black energy swiftly coalesced, albeit its size seemed to have diminished considerably compared to before. Vegeta comprehended that, seemingly, the ultimate flash he had just unleashed had indeed proven to be somewhat effective, dissipating a considerable amount of the ominous gas. However, should the situation continue to unfold in this manner, it would require the release of several hundred ultimate flashes to completely eradicate this dark energy. Several hundred ultimate flashes. Vegeta managed a bitter smile. The ultimate flash cannon he had just unleashed had significantly drained his energy, leaving him with enough power for perhaps a dozen more attempts at best. As he pondered how to confront the encroaching wave of dark energy, he was suddenly struck by the realization that this malevolent force was hurtling towards him. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta's body collided intimately with this dark energy. In that instant, he felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, the pressure overwhelming. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which evenly splattered upon the dark energy. The black energy, as if it had found an outlet for its wrath, ruthlessly unleashed its fury upon Vegeta. In a short span of time, Vegeta was left battered and bruised. Seizing the advantage, the dark energy momentarily distanced itself from Vegeta, hovering in the air and oscillating with an air of apparent triumph. Vegeta let out a chilling smile as he consumed his Senzu bean. Instantly, his energy was completely restored, and his formidable aura sent tremors through the dark energy surrounding him. Vegeta has resolutely decided that he will annihilate this grotesque entity, even if it requires the utilization of his ultimate flash cannon countless times. Without further ado, he concentrates all his energy, radiating a brilliant golden light, as yet another colossal flash cannon begins to take shape. The dark energy seems to tremble in fear at the sight of Vegeta's attack, quaking in trepidation. Perish, Vegeta declares, directing the flash cannon towards the ominous dark energy. However, just as the cannon is poised to strike, the dark energy performs a sudden, elegant maneuver, swiftly darting towards Vegeta. In a flash, the dark energy, akin to a serpent, deftly slithers into Vegeta's abdomen. By the time the spectators grasp the situation, the dark energy has vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Vegeta, the prince, stands motionless as if carved from stone, completely unresponsive. The onlookers exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of what has transpired. Minutes stretch into 10, and still, Vegeta remains unmoving, his expression vacant. The crowd looks from one to another, unsure of how to proceed. Some tentatively call out to him, yet he offers no response. What could be the matter? At that moment, a commanding voice resonates through the air. The crowd turns to see King Vegeta and Bardock arriving at the scene. Initially, both King Vegeta and Bardock had heard rumors of the unfolding events, but believed it to be trivial with Vegeta present. However, upon seeing his son standing frozen, concern etched across the king's face, he approaches to observe closely. Noticing that Vegeta is still breathing, he feels a measure of relief. There is no need for alarm. The prince is likely engaged in a struggle against that energy. Perhaps we should consider how we might assist? Bardock contemplates. Let us wait for now. It would be unwise to interfere hastily, King Vegeta decides after a moment's reflection, opting not to act rashly for fear of exacerbating the situation. More than an hour passes, and suddenly, Vegeta's body convulses violently before he stumbles forward. King Vegeta, with his swift reflexes, quickly supported Vegeta, and upon sensing his son's rigidity, was struck with a wave of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, King Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly soared towards the treatment room, cradling his son. Upon their arrival, just as King Vegeta was about to place his son onto the medical apparatus, he was astonished to find that Vegeta had already regained consciousness. What transpired? My son? King Vegeta inquired with genuine concern. It's all fine now, father, Vegeta replied with a gentle smile that was quite perilous. And what of that dark energy? King Vegeta pressed further. I have sealed it away completely, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Moments earlier, when the dark energy invaded Vegeta's body, he was initially taken aback. However, as he sought to resist, he was astonished to discover that a tremendous energy within him surged forth autonomously to confront the dark force. The dormant energy had stirred to life, filling Vegeta with delight. Chapter 103. The deity's predicament. A fierce battle unfolded within Vegeta's body, while he, as the principal participant, could merely observe this monumental clash. Gradually, the energy within Vegeta gained the upper hand, progressively devouring the dark energy. As time elapsed, the dark energy was completely consumed by Vegeta's power. In this moment of revelation, Vegeta realized that the energy within him had not only remained intact, but had expanded to thrice its original magnitude. This discovery left Vegeta in a state of bemusement. He recognized that he had merely scratched the surface of the vast potential contained within him, and with his current pace of training, he wondered when he might fully excavate it. Nevertheless, the addition of such immense energy brought Vegeta a sense of elation. For this transformation brought forth by Broly had bestowed upon him a remarkable gift. "Father, I shall take my leave now to rest," Vegeta remarked succinctly before returning to his chamber to reassess the formidable energy coursing through him. Wait, something feels amiss. Vegeta suddenly realized that the energy within him seemed to undergo a transformation. Previously, the energy had been stagnant, akin to a colossal iceberg, patiently awaiting his excavation. However, Vegeta now perceived that this iceberg began to melt. A small fissure had emerged within this energy, gradually releasing its essence into his meridians. Though the flow was somewhat sluggish, it proved immensely beneficial to Vegeta. Soon, approximately 2 hours had elapsed. Vegeta was pleasantly surprised to discover that his strength had significantly increased with the influx of energy into his meridians. Could it be that by absorbing Broly's dark energy, he had acquired the legendary Super Saiyan physique akin to Broly's? A glimmer of excitement crossed Vegeta's features. If this were indeed the case, it would be a momentous occasion. As for the veracity of this situation, Vegeta resolved to observe further, for time was still on his side. On Earth, Goku and the others finally arrived at the spaceship. However, just as they were about to board, they heard a voice nearby chuckling. "Oh? I never imagined that such an uncivilized race as humans could construct a spacecraft of this caliber." The group was taken aback, turning their gazes towards the speaker. It was an extraterrestrial being with dark skin, a head resembling that of a bull, and a physique that exuded formidable strength. Trailing behind this bull-like figure were 4 subordinates, dressed in attire somewhat reminiscent of Vegeta's, clearly indicating their allegiance to Guldur. The presence of these individuals was palpably powerful, rendering Krillin and the others utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, Goku remained in a mummified state, finding even the slightest movement arduous, let alone engaging in combat. Krillin and the others were on high alert, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. "Captain, let us first destroy their spaceship," one of the aliens said with a sinister grin. As he spoke, a beam of light shot forth from his hand, hurtling towards the spacecraft. With a thunderous explosion, the spaceship was reduced to splinters, rendering it incapable of flight. Just as this alien obliterated the spacecraft, Piccolo rushed over, and upon witnessing the destruction, fury ignited in his eyes. "Die!" he bellowed, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that swiftly annihilated many of the extraterrestrial foes present. "Damn it! The spaceship is destroyed. We cannot escape. We are doomed," Wulong exclaimed, nearly in tears. "What do we do now?" Krillin, Yamcha, and the others were bereft of ideas, casting desperate glances at the Elder Kai. "At this point, our only option is to gather the Dragon Balls and wish for our escape," the Elder Kai sighed, contemplating their grim predicament. "Elder Kai, have you lost your mind?" Piccolo retorted angrily. "Do you think Guldur will grant you the time to collect the Dragon Balls? By the time you gather them, Guldur will surely appear to fulfill his own wishes." The Elder Kai fell silent, recognizing the validity of Piccolo's words. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching the wall as he nearly collapsed. The others were taken aback, bewildered by the Elder Kai's sudden ailment. It was a manifestation of his distress. He had unwittingly absorbed a strange energy that had wreaked havoc within his body, making regeneration a daunting task. Additionally, his vitality was waning, and even if he survived, he would likely be left with little energy. "Elder Kai, what has happened?" Goku and the others inquired anxiously. "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor setback," the Elder Kai replied, masking his turmoil. He knew that the peculiar energy within him had likely been inadvertently infused by Vegeta during his departure. Yet, in the current circumstances, he preferred to keep this revelation to himself. "Vegeta, are you attempting to corner me into a desperate situation?" The deity sighed softly, aware of the transgressions committed against Vegeta. After a prolonged silence, he finally resolved to act. "Demon King, I possess a method. This is a matter of life and death, and we must strive with all our might." The deity gazed deeply into the eyes of the Demon King. "What?" The Demon King furrowed his brows in confusion. "Long ago, I aspired to merge with your father. However, our powers were insufficient at that time. Even if we had combined, we would likely have been unable to defeat that formidable foe." The deity smiled wryly, elucidating, "Now, the circumstances have changed. You have unlocked your seal and significantly enhanced your prowess. Although I may not be as powerful as you, my strength has also improved over the years." "Old deity, are you suggesting a fusion?" The Demon King squinted, questioning. "Indeed, with Goku in his current state, he cannot engage in battle. Only through our fusion can we buy him some time." The deity spoke earnestly. "After the fusion, the Dragon Balls will likely vanish, won't they?" The Demon King scoffed, mocking, "Are you truly willing to part with your precious Dragon Balls? This is a last resort. Had the spaceship not been destroyed, we might have been able to delay further. But you can see the current predicament," the old deity lamented, seemingly sorrowful over their situation. "I agree. But the fusion must be centered around my body," the Demon King asserted after a moment of contemplation. "Very well. You are younger than I, and I shall provide you with boundless energy and wisdom. From this day forth, there will be no gods, only the strong," the deity declared with a smile, instructing the Demon King to place his hand upon his chest. "Let us commence." Fortunately, Mr. was not present. His desire to coexist with the deity might have led him to deep sorrow. Is there anything else you wish to say before we fuse? The Demon King inquired, casting a stoic glance at the deity. If, after our fusion, we still cannot contend with Galder, I implore you to retrieve Vegeta, the deity said gravely, his expression suffused with profound regret. The Demon King was taken aback, staring at the deity. Vegeta? That's Saiyan. Why must we seek him? I shall not elaborate further. You will understand the reasoning after our fusion, the old deity replied with a bittersweet smile. Let us begin. The two ceased their trivial banter, and the Demon King resolved to proceed. He placed his hand on the old deity's chest. Ah! The old deity exclaimed as his form gradually became ethereal. Krillin, help me up. I wish to witness this, Goku said, unwilling to remain idle. Krillin complied, shifting Goku's bed so he could observe the merging of the deity and the Demon King. 3 minutes later, the old deity's essence fully integrated into the Demon King's body. Fusion complete. The Demon King appeared utterly still, as though nothing had transpired. Yet, all present could sense that he now possessed a far greater combat prowess, perhaps even surpassing Goku. Remarkable! I had no idea that fusion could yield such strength. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing he could undergo a similar transformation. Do you think the Demon King's power has already eclipsed Vegeta's? Krillin whispered. That is uncertain. Vegeta is immensely powerful. Nonetheless, I sense he is more complex than he appears. Goku remarked, his excitement palpable at the mention of Vegeta. Krillin fell silent, well aware of Goku's combative nature. Take Goku to Master Roshi. I will handle the rest. The Demon King proclaimed confidently, surveying the gathering before him. With that, he soared into the sky, heading toward the horizon. Uncle Demon King, I wish to accompany you. Gohan called out, his expression earnest. Gohan, you should return. The Demon King smiled, though his essence remained rooted in his original identity. No. My father can be cared for by Krillin and the others. Given the current state of Earth, I must fight alongside you, Gohan insisted stubbornly. The Demon King paused, then asked with a smile, Gohan, do you truly wish to assist me? Gohan nodded gravely. Then follow me, I shall take you to a special place. The Demon King then clasped Gohan's hand, racing towards the deity's temple. Upon reaching the temple, Mr. looked at the Demon King with tearful eyes, seemingly aware of the impending events. If we defeat Galder, I will remain in the temple with you, the Demon King assured him with a smile. Mr. was overwhelmed with emotion as tears brimmed in his eyes. The Demon King led Gohan into the room of spirit and time, instructing, Gohan, 1 day of training here equates to a year outside. Train diligently, and when you surpass me, we will fight side by side. With a gentle pat on Gohan's shoulder, he exuded warmth and affection. Gohan nodded vigorously in agreement. Train well, the Demon King encouraged, turning to Mr., saying, please take care of the rest. Rest assured. I will, Mr. replied, tears in his eyes. I must now attend to my responsibilities, the Demon King said, his face radiant with determination. In an instant, he leaped from the temple, heading toward Galder's location. Having assessed his own power, the Demon King realized he now matched Galder, perhaps even exceeding him slightly. He resolved to confront him. After merging with the deity, the Demon King's speed had reached unprecedented levels. Within 10 minutes, he was near Galder and his subordinates. Galder, the two teams we dispatched have completely lost contact, one of his subordinates reported. Oh, lost contact? Galder mused, stroking his nose with a smirk. Interesting. It seems I underestimated the strength present on Earth. Galder, shall we proceed with our next move? Another subordinate inquired. Time has passed. I heard that Vegeta has returned to planet Vegeta. Therefore, let us initiate a thorough cleansing of Earth, Galder declared with a beaming smile. Listen closely, everyone. Eliminate every last Earthling, leave none alive. However, if anyone can locate the Dragon Balls, I will personally reward them and enhance their combat abilities. Upon hearing these words, the subordinates were filled with excitement. The prospect of His Excellency Galdo personally enhancing their combat power was an exhilarating sight. It signified an augmentation of their strength by thousands, as evidenced by the recent elevation of the two captains' abilities, which were achieved through Galdo's intervention. The minions present began to mobilize with the intent to eliminate all Earthlings and locate the Dragon Balls. Demon King Piccolo's expression darkened as he observed the alien factions dispersing. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that it would be prudent to eliminate these extraterrestrials first, otherwise, their rampage would prove troublesome. Stealthily, he trailed one of the squads, concealing his presence until they had distanced themselves from Galdo. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy, obliterating that squad without a trace. Following this pattern, he methodically eradicated each subgroup, which consumed him over 2 hours, given their scattered nature and the difficulty in tracking them down. Meanwhile, Galdo remained near the spaceship, confident that no adversary on Earth could challenge him. He had no intention of intervening himself, trusting his subordinates to handle the Dragon Balls. After several days without rest, Galdo levitated in the air, indulging in a brief slumber. However, upon awakening, he was enraged to discover that all his subordinates had vanished. What had transpired? Were they all slain? Galdo activated his scouter, gritting his teeth in fury. Could it be that there existed an Earthling with a combat power exceeding 200,000? His anger escalated as he recalled that among his subordinates, two possessed powers surpassing even that of the legendary Jinyu Force. These were individuals he had painstakingly trained. And now they had inexplicably disappeared, driving him to the brink of fury. Chapter 105. Energy grows daily. Who is responsible? Earthlings, you shall pay dearly for this. Galdo trembled with rage, furiously manipulating his scouter in search of formidable warriors. Yet, Goku and his companions had already concealed their energy signatures. Since Vegeta's arrival on Earth, the importance of hiding one's presence had been recognized, and over the years, he had ensured that Master Roshi and others acquired this skill, which was not particularly challenging to master. Unable to locate Goku and his allies, Galdo was tempted to annihilate the planet in his wrath. However, a thought struck him, and he formulated a plan. In the next moment, Galdo soared into the sky, swiftly arriving above a sprawling metropolis. With a sinister grin, he gathered a colossal sphere of energy in his hand and released it downwards. Boom! The large city, home to over 1 million inhabitants, was instantly reduced to mere ashes by Galdo's gesture. The earth trembled, and debris was sent flying. A towering mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by an unending tempest. I shall see if you dare to show yourselves. Galdo chuckled coldly as he darted towards the next city. Far away, thousands of miles distant, Piccolo had just extinguished the final squad when he felt the overwhelming surge of energy erupting in the distance, causing his body to tremble with rage. Without delay, he rushed towards Galdo's direction. In times past, the Guardian of Earth had forbidden any destruction of the planet. Meanwhile, Goku and his allies had successfully reached Master Roshi's small island. They felt the devastation wrought by Galdo, and their expressions shifted with concern. He had finally begun his assault. Krillin sighed deeply, uncertain when Goku would recover, lamenting that Vegeta had taken all the senzu beans. Karen shook his head in silence. Karen, do you truly have no senzu beans left? Krillin asked, somewhat disheartened. None, unfortunately. I intended to save a few, but Vegeta's keen senses detected them all, and he took them away. Karen sighed heavily. By the way, where is Gohan? Chi-Chi looked around, searching for her son. Gohan? He probably went home to study. That boy didn't say goodbye when he left, did he? Master Roshi chuckled mysteriously, revealing that he had conspired with Goku and the others to keep this from Chi-Chi. Upon hearing that Gohan had gone home to study, Chi-Chi finally relaxed. Karen, I have a question. How did Vegeta learn about the senzu beans? Krillin inquired, puzzled, as it seemed impossible for outsiders to know such information. Well, I suppose I should disclose something to everyone. Karen lowered his head and recounted the details of Vegeta's arrival on Earth in front of Goku. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others exchanged glances, struggling to regain their composure. Karen, your actions seem rather unjust. Chi-Chi interjected. Indeed, Karen, it sounds as though Vegeta did not harm the Earth, but rather protected it. Your actions seem quite inappropriate, Krillin added. That was all in the past. Karen replied, keeping his head bowed. The sudden emergence of an uncontrollable warrior had compelled the Guardian to expel him, a decision made with the consideration that retaining Vegeta on Earth could only spell disaster. Hearing Karen's words, everyone sighed heavily, feeling sympathy for Vegeta while simultaneously expressing disdain for the Guardian's actions. A somber silence enveloped the group due to the matter concerning Vegeta. Approximately 10 minutes later, Goku spoke up, Krillin, do not be disheartened. Once my injuries are healed, I will personally retrieve Vegeta. However, given Vegeta's nature, he will only return if the Guardian seeks him out, Karen added. It remains to be seen if Piccolo will agree to this. Krillin smiled bitterly, replying, I wonder if we can survive Galdo's onslaught. What purpose does it serve to seek out Vegeta now? By the way, where's Bulma? I haven't seen her around. Goku remarked as he scanned the surroundings, finally realizing that Bulma was the only one missing from their group. Upon hearing Bulma's name, Leaping's body trembled slightly. Leaping, I finally understand why Vegeta took Bulma away, Krillin said with a grin. What? Vegeta took Bulma? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, but then realization dawned upon him. They must have known each other for quite some time, so Bulma should be safe. Leaping, do not be disheartened. Are there not other girls around you? Krillin patted Liu Ping on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of envy. I truly admire your ability to attract the affections of women. Goku has children now, and you, Liu Ping, are surrounded by many women. Yet, here I am, still solitary. Cough, cough, Krillin, you've indulged in too many unhealthy books. You squander everything on yourself. It's no wonder you don't have a girlfriend, Master Roshi interjected suddenly. At this remark, everyone fell silent, rendered speechless by the awkwardness of the moment. Krillin, in particular, felt an intense desire to confront Master Roshi, as if the word suggested he was perpetually engaged in wrongdoing. Only Goku appeared bewildered, turning his head from side to side and asking, Master Roshi, what do you mean by that? Indeed, what does that mean? Chi-Chi chimed in. The onlookers couldn't help but note the couple's synchronicity. By the way, Liu Ping, what progress have you made with Bulma? You've known each other for 2 years now, haven't you? Krillin hastily diverted the topic, feeling embarrassed himself and preferring to shift the discomfort onto his junior. Liu Ping. I am quite clever, he thought. Let us not discuss it, Liu Ping replied nonchalantly, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. Meanwhile, After a day and night of recuperation, Vegeta was pleasantly surprised to discover that the immense energy within him was indeed continuously flowing into his meridians. Although the pace was rather slow, Vegeta was reaping significant benefits. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 3, not far from attaining Super Saiyan Level 2. Vegeta pondered silently, realizing that only by attaining the second level of Super Saiyan could he hope to triumph over the android Cell. As for whether to eliminate Cell at this moment, Vegeta felt that the likelihood had diminished significantly. For the peculiar phenomena occurring on Earth were likely the handiwork of Cell himself. It could be said that Cell had indeed been present for several years, merely concealing his true nature. What, after all, was Cell waiting for? Vegeta chuckled, pondering that the reason this individual has yet to reveal himself might be due to the anticipated arrival of the artificially created androids, number 17 and number 18. Chapter 106, The Tale of Bulma. However, how exactly did Cell come to manifest on Earth? This question left Vegeta somewhat perplexed. In the original Dragon Ball lore, Cell had annihilated Trunks and utilized his time machine to traverse back to the past. Yet, at this juncture, Vegeta had not even begun to forge a bond with Bulma. From whence, then, could this child have emerged? It seems that during this interval, he should contemplate the prospect of fathering a child with Bulma. Additionally, Vegeta's swift return to his own planet was motivated by a concern that Cell might suddenly be transported here. If that were the case, given Cell's cunning nature, he could stealthily absorb the cells of numerous Saiyans, leading to an exceedingly rapid enhancement of his power. At that point, even Vegeta, possessing the form of a Super Saiyan at level 3, would find it improbable to vanquish such a foe effortlessly. Once attired, Vegeta soared skyward, directing his flight towards Bulma's location. Indeed, during this period, it would be prudent to cultivate a deeper emotional connection with Bulma and, perhaps, to explore the possibility of restoring her memories, as this was presently of utmost importance. As for the happenings on Earth, he would leave Goku and the others to their antics, which could serve as a lesson for the old sage. Before long, Vegeta arrived at the abode crafted by Bulma using her transformation capsules. His visit served a dual purpose, to foster a bond with Bulma and to discern how history had altered since Goku's arrival on Earth, as well as how Bulma had come to know Krillin and Yamcha. At the very least, when Vegeta had kissed Bulma, he sensed that she did not exhibit signs of having engaged in intimate encounters with others. As he descended at the threshold of the room, a female Saiyan gazed adoringly at her prince. This Saiyan, stationed near Bulma, was an exceptionally striking woman from Vegeta's planet, and she found herself perplexed as to why. Despite having a commendable physique and appearance, the prince seemed utterly captivated by this Earth girl. "Your Highness, you have arrived," said the female Saiyan, named Emily, whose beauty was enchanting. Although she was only in her early 20s, her combat prowess had already reached an impressive 30,000, rendering her quite renowned among the Saiyan populace. Vegeta, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly, disregarding Emily entirely. A wave of disappointment washed over Emily, to the point where she contemplated hurling an energy blast to obliterate Bulma's residence. It appeared that the prince had a keen interest in this earthling, should she play coy. One might say. A sly smile graced Emily's lips, revealing her enchanting allure. What? Vegeta paused momentarily, casting a perplexed glance in her direction. Emily quickly showcased her most beguiling side, hoping to capture the prince's attention. Unfortunately, Vegeta remained indifferent to her charms, dismissively waving his hand and stating, "You may leave." Disappointment flickered across Emily's stunning visage. However, she dared not defy the prince's command, for the consequences could be dire. With a heavy heart, she retreated from the scene. Vegeta knocked on the door and entered Bulma's room unceremoniously, displaying a hint of rudeness. "No need to be so courteous, come in." Bulma's sweet voice echoed from within the room. Vegeta pushed the door open. "Emily, you have arrived just in time. Come over and take a look," Bulma said with a cheerful smile. Vegeta paused for a moment, realizing that Bulma had mistaken him for Emily. He was taken aback. It was surprising how well this girl had socialized, forming a friendship with Emily in such a short span of time. Vegeta, without a second thought, entered Bulma's room. The next moment, he was utterly taken aback. Bulma let out a piercing scream, hurling whatever was within reach towards Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly turned and exited, exclaiming, "I saw nothing." 5 minutes later, Bulma emerged, impeccably dressed, casting an indignant glare at Vegeta. "I truly saw nothing." Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow. Bulma, in her audacity, had been parading around the room in her underwear during broad daylight. However, recalling Bulma's alluring figure from moments prior, Vegeta felt a rush of blood to his head. "Oh, how dare you?" Bulma retorted angrily. "By the way, what did you need from Emily?" Vegeta, still wiping his brow, hastily redirected the conversation. "I merely intended to show Emily some clothing from our planet, but then you barged in unexpectedly." "Humph," Bulma pouted, her eyes narrowing in frustration. Vegeta rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, and finally remarked, "I came to see if you require any assistance." "No," Bulma retorted, still not having calmed down. Vegeta was rendered speechless, glancing around before shifting the conversation. "By the way, Bulma, how did you come to know Kakarot? I remain quite curious about how our Saiyan lower-class warrior has reached such heights." Bulma lifted her head, as if lost in a reverie, and replied, "You mean Goku?" Vegeta promptly took a seat, for he too was intrigued by how Goku had lived on Earth. "Well, since it was rather dull here, I shall recount the tale of Goku," Bulma mused, casting a glance at Vegeta as she gathered her thoughts and began to narrate. It turned out that Bulma's acquaintance with Goku was not significantly different from the original history of the Dragon Balls. Initially, it was Bulma who sought the Dragon Balls, and in the process, she encountered a young Goku. Along their quest, they also met Oolong and the gang led by Pilaf. However, Bulma never revealed where she had first met Launch, which piqued Vegeta's curiosity. He inquired, "And Launch? How did you come to know her?" "Ah, Launch," Bulma chuckled softly. "She came to visit Master Roshi, wishing to become his pupil, and that is how we became acquainted." Vegeta was somewhat astonished. It appeared that the events surrounding Lu Ping diverged significantly from the original Dragon Ball narrative. "Lu Ping has pursued me for 2 years, Bulma scoffed. "And he dares to proclaim that I am his girlfriend. However, I seem to harbor no feelings for him. A voice within me whispers to wait for someone. Who knows why I'm meant to wait for that individual? Moreover, I remain unaware of who that person is." "Wait for someone?" Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. He wondered who this girl was waiting for. At the Kame house, a palpable tension hung in the air, leaping into conversation. "Since we have nothing to do, why not discuss the progress between you and Bulma?" Krillin inquired with a jovial grin. "Krillin, spare me the teasing," Leaping replied. His expression clouded with frustration. "You know as well as I do that even Master Roshi wouldn't dare approach her. How could I possibly take that risk? Her wrath is simply terrifying." "Ahem, you all can tell your stories without dragging me into this," Master Roshi interjected, visibly displeased. Krillin, with a smirk, looked at Master Roshi and asked, "By the way, Master Roshi, why is it that you, a notorious womanizer, have never dared to touch Bulma?" Chapter 107, Piccolo vs. Gulder. "You little brat, are you looking for a fight?" Master Roshi said angrily as he brandished his cane and swung it at Krillin. However, Krillin, now possessing strength that surpassed Master Roshi's, easily dodged the attack while wearing a mocking smile. "Master Roshi, it seems you fear Bulma, but what about the other women? Haven't your hands been on them, even Chi-Chi?" Krillin's words were abruptly cut short as something flew towards them, clearly indicating that Chi-Chi was furious. "Ahem. Chi-Chi was just a child back then. That doesn't count," Master Roshi said awkwardly, scratching his head and avoiding Goku's gaze. "Krillin, stop talking or I'll get angry," Goku exclaimed, visibly annoyed. All right, let's not dwell on it," Krillin chuckled. "Indeed, Master Roshi, I've noticed you seem reluctant to approach Bulma. What could be the reason?" Leaping asked curiously. "Enough questions, meow. The old sage knows this lecherous old man was warned not to touch Bulma, meow," Krillin interjected. "Because Bulma has been under the protection of that Saiyan, Vegeta, since she was very young, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Both the gods, and I felt it best not to provoke that little monster." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Vegeta had taken Bulma. There was an untold story between them. Unfortunately, in our quest to restore Earth to its former state, Bulma's family lost their memories, Krillin sighed. "This entire affair was orchestrated by the gods and me. I've come to realize that we were wrong. We shouldn't have treated Vegeta this way." Meanwhile, Piccolo finally encountered the Cosmic King, Gulder. "You, the Namekian?" Gulder exclaimed, astonished and delighted upon seeing Piccolo. "What a stroke of luck. After tirelessly searching for the Dragon Balls, the very creator of them appears at my doorstep." "You are Gulder?" Piccolo asked, his expression darkening. "You seem to know quite a bit. Was it Vegeta who informed you?" Gulder replied with a grin. "Not at all," Piccolo said with a faint smile, gesturing toward an uninhabited area in the distance. "Let us move there." "Suit yourself," Gulder said, scratching his nose. "If you wish to seek your own demise, then so be it." After they reached the deserted spot and stood about 10 meters apart, Piccolo coldly inquired, "Before we commence, could you enlighten me on your purpose for visiting Earth?" "Naturally, I have come to seek the Dragon Balls. What other purpose could there be?" Gulder replied with a smile. "If you hand over the Dragon Balls, I may consider making you my subordinate." "Do you honestly believe I would relinquish them to you?" Piccolo scoffed. Initially, he contemplated revealing that the Dragon Balls no longer existed but refrained, fearing it might provoke this formidable foe, who could annihilate Earth in a fit of rage. "I anticipated you would respond that way." "Very well. I shall beat you into submission and compel you to surrender the Dragon Balls," Gulder declared confidently, dismissing Piccolo entirely. "Long ago, I visited your Namek. However, your people's combat abilities were so feeble that they hardly warranted my full strength." "Oh, is that so?" Piccolo replied with a subtle smile. "However, I am not like them." As he spoke, a radiant aura enveloped Piccolo, and in an instant, his power surged to its zenith. "Gulder, prepare to meet your end." Piccolo lunged forward at incredible speed, delivering a fierce punch that connected squarely with Gulder's face. Gulder's pupils dilated as blood erupted from his mouth, leaving a deep imprint from Piccolo's fist. He crashed to the ground, sliding several meters while still spewing blood. Without mercy, Piccolo followed up with a kick that landed heavily on Gulder's chest, akin to a mountain pressing down on him. Poor Gulder, still reeling from the previous blow, found himself coughing up yet more blood. Piccolo chuckled coldly, astonished by the formidable strength he had gained post-fusion. Galder, with his eyes blazing red, gritted his teeth and rose. His gaze toward Piccolo, now filled with malice. Humph, is that all? You claim to be the Cosmic King? Piccolo scoffed. You Namekian. You just inflicted quite a bit of pain on me. I will ensure you understand that crossing Galder will not end well. Galder trembled with rage. Humph. You brought this upon yourself. Today, you shall meet your demise. Piccolo declared coldly. Galder burst into laughter before asking, Namekian, are you aware of the concept of transformation? Transformation? Piccolo faltered momentarily. Some extraterrestrials can transform during battle to enhance their strength, Galder replied, a broad smile on his face. I am one of those beings. My transformation is a result of my overwhelming power, which I must contain to prevent my energy from leaking. Piccolo felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his face. Let me show you the might of my transformation, Galder said, expanding his body dramatically in an instant. As Galder's power surged several-fold, Piccolo could no longer maintain his composure. Now, my combat power should be around 2 million, significantly surpassing my father's in his prime, Galder said with a satisfied smile, sending a beam of energy straight towards Piccolo's chest. Piccolo, taken aback, swiftly evaded the attack. Boom. The energy collided with the earth, creating a massive explosion. The tremendous force rippled through the area like a volcanic eruption. How was that? I merely intended to intimidate you, Galder said, casually rubbing his nose. Piccolo, astonished, stared at the recently devastated area, remaining silent for several seconds before coldly smirking. Oh, you seem unfazed, Galder remarked with amusement. I know you haven't unleashed your full power. However, neither have I. The short flute let out a sinister chuckle before casting aside the cumbersome garments that adorned his body. With a resounding thud, the heavy attire struck the ground, creating a noticeable din in the earth. Chapter 108. Remote monitoring system engaging in combat while donning such weighty clothing. In an attempt to conceal his true prowess and achieve an extraordinary level of speed, was indeed an astute strategy, praised Galdo. Now, prepare to witness the full extent of my capabilities. With that declaration, the short flute soared towards Galdo. In the next moment, the two were locked in a fierce battle amidst the skies. Meanwhile, within the haunted house, Sun Wukong and his companions sensed the formidable aura emanating from Galdo. What is happening? Galdo's presence has intensified again, Krillin remarked, furrowing his brow. Fear not, for the short flute's energy is on par with Galdo's. It seems my chance to intervene has vanished, Sun Wukong expressed with a hint of disappointment. In Bulma's chamber, her tale has finally reached its conclusion. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt that the current narrative bore little difference from the previous Dragon Ball history, save for two pivotal figures whose emergence had instigated significant change. The first was Piccolo. Since his father's nemesis was not Son Goku, the desire for vengeance dissipated. Furthermore, in his reincarnation, he lacked the malevolence that characterized the original King Piccolo. Their acquaintance blossomed during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, where they fought to a stalemate, with Goku narrowly emerging victorious. For years later, Goku had become a father to Gohan, while Piccolo, feeling rather aimless, sought a rematch with Goku. However, he was nearly overwhelmed by Gohan's astonishing power, leading him to resolve to nurture Gohan's abilities. Subsequently, a deity appeared, utilizing a mystical elixir to transport Goku and Piccolo to the netherworld, guiding them to seek training from King Kai. The second figure was Yamcha, who only became acquainted with Goku after he matured, eventually developing an infatuation with Bulma. However, Bulma exhibited no interest in Yamcha whatsoever. I heard that Piccolo was sealed with some energy. What is the story behind that? Vegeta inquired. I learned from Goku that when Piccolo was born, a peculiar energy entered his egg. Ever since his birth, it has remained sealed within him, Bulma explained, clicking her tongue in exasperation. How dull. The Piccolo race is truly androgynous. Vegeta suddenly realized that the energy within Din might have been absorbed during his fierce battle with the Ginyu Force long ago. Hey, Your Highness, Bulma remarked. I can't shake the feeling that you look quite familiar. It seems I've seen you ages ago, yet I can't quite recall when. She scrutinized Vegeta from head to toe, appearing deep in thought. If you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. The recollection will surely come to you in time. Vegeta smiled slightly, for it seemed that Bulma's memories had not entirely faded away. Vegeta understood that human memory, particularly profound memories, could sometimes remain impervious to external influences, much like Bulma's father, who, despite having lost his recollections, chose to trust himself instinctively. As for whether to disclose to Bulma the circumstances of their first encounter in his childhood, Vegeta deemed it unnecessary. Such revelations would lose their significance if he were to voice them. Perhaps it would be more prudent to let things unfold naturally. Prince, it seems that Emily has taken quite an interest in you. Shall I invite her over to create an opportunity for you both? Bulma remarked, glancing out the window with a playful smile directed at Vegeta. Do not be foolish. I have no interest in her, Vegeta replied coldly. Humph. I am well aware of my own allure. It is only natural for you to find me intriguing, Bulma pouted. I have previously mentioned that my heart tells me to wait for someone, but that someone is not you. Vegeta smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. I wonder how things are on Earth, Bulma sighed. Do you wish to see the situation on Earth? Vegeta inquired, a spark of interest igniting within him. Indeed. I would love to see it, Bulma's eyes lit up. Do you have a way? Wait here, Vegeta replied before swiftly departing. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta returned with an apparatus resembling a television, placing it in Bulma's living room. As the screen flickered to life, the lush landscapes of Earth gradually materialized. How did you manage this? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, her curiosity piqued as if she were contemplating dismantling the device for study. Our planet has a race known as the Zephyrians, who possess advanced technological capabilities. During our visit to Earth, we set up surveillance, Vegeta chuckled, finding such feats quite elementary for the current capabilities of planet Vegeta. Before long, the images on the display became strikingly clear. This is a remote control. You can observe every corner of Earth. Vegeta handed Bulma a device resembling a remote. Being a scientific genius, Bulma quickly mastered its operation. With a flicker, the scene transitioned to a battle between Piccolo and Galder. Boom. The screen shook violently as the energies unleashed by the two combatants swept across the land. Who is that creature? Bulma inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. His name is Galder, self-proclaimed king of the universe, Vegeta replied with a smirk. King of the universe? How impressive. Bulma couldn't help but scrutinize Galder on the display, pausing for a moment before adding, it appears he is not wearing any clothing. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, pondering how women often fixate on such trivial matters. By the way, Prince, since he is the king of the universe, does that mean he is more powerful than you? Bulma inquired, gazing at Vegeta. Perhaps, Vegeta smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. And Goku? I wonder how he is faring now, Bulma mused, switching the screen to Master Roshi's island. Meanwhile, Son Goku was recuperating in his room, and the external devices failed to reveal the happenings within. After a moment of watching, Bulma grew bored and reverted the screen. When did Piccolo become so formidable? Can he truly contend with the king of the universe? Bulma questioned, bewildered. Hearing her words, Vegeta smirked slightly, explaining. It is likely that Piccolo has fused with the old sage. With that, Vegeta retrieved the Dragon Ball from his pocket, observing it closely. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball had transformed into stone. What? How did the Dragon Ball end up like this? Bulma exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing the stone orb. Could it be that a wish has already been granted? No, how could anyone gather all 7 Dragon Balls here? Once Piccolo merged with the old sage, the Dragon Balls vanished, Vegeta remarked. So that's how it is. Without the Dragon Balls, we can no longer summon Shenron, Bulma said, feeling a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, the screen shook, and the two noticed that Piccolo and Galder had temporarily halted their battle, locking eyes with palpable animosity. Chapter 109. The defeat of Piccolo. I never expected you to possess such skill, Namekian. Galder laughed heartily, relishing the fierce exchange. Truth be told, I would be reluctant to kill you. The feeling is mutual. I haven't enjoyed a battle like this in quite some time, Piccolo replied, his expression calm. I know you have not yet unleashed your full power. Neither have I. I have only utilized 80% of my energy. 80%, you say? Galder sighed, disappointment flickering across his face. It's a pity you've expended too much energy. I thought you were only using 10%. Do not underestimate me. If I were to exert my full power, I could easily defeat you, Piccolo retorted coldly. You truly are arrogant, Namekian, Galder scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. I forgot to mention something regarding my transformations. You will surely be astonished. What do you mean? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. My transformation is not singular. There is another. Let me demonstrate, Galder said with an air of smugness. If my current form is the 2nd level, then what follows is the 3rd level transformation. Haha, Galder cackled, unleashing a surge of energy that shook the earth. Piccolo was left speechless, his mind racing. At last, Galder completed his 3rd transformation, revealing a fearsome visage. The 3rd transformation. Far away, Vegeta caught a glimpse of Galder. Although he could not sense the intensity of his energy, the transformation alone indicated a significant increase in Galder's combat prowess. Had they faced each other in the past, Vegeta would have surely found himself in a grueling battle. Meanwhile, on Master Roshi's island, everyone was left in stunned silence as they sensed Galder's overwhelming energy. Goku, his power has intensified. What on earth is happening? Krillin stammered. Son Goku could only manage a wry smile, realizing that Galder's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even if I heal completely, I may not stand a chance against him. Goku lamented, nearly pulling at his hair in frustration. By the way, I heard Gohan was taken by Piccolo for training. I wonder when he will return, Krillin added. Gohan. Goku stole a glance at Chi-Chi. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Krillin quickly clamped his mouth shut. What did you say? Chi-Chi erupted, seizing Krillin by the collar and demanding, did you not say Gohan was home studying? Chi-Chi, is this really the time? Is Gohan's education more important than Earth? Goku interjected. Goku, how can you say that? Chi-Chi retorted angrily. Of course Gohan's studies are vital. No matter what occurs, we cannot jeopardize his education. The group fell silent, though their concern for Piccolo loomed larger than any argument. No one anticipated that Galder would possess such formidable strength. Even Piccolo, after merging, could not hold his ground. This is bad. If this continues, Piccolo will lose his life. Krillin fretted, pacing anxiously before darting out of the room. Krillin, where are you going? Lepin called after him. I need to check on Piccolo. Perhaps I can lend him some assistance, Krillin replied, soaring towards the battlefield. I'm coming too. Lepin followed suit, taking to the skies behind Krillin. Yamcha, you stay here. I'll go and see, Tien Shin'en said after a moment's contemplation as he ascended into the air. Tien, I'm going with you. Kaiatsu insisted, trailing closely behind. Kaiatsu, stay back. He is far too powerful. Tien warned sharply. Kaiatsu froze, halting at the fierce glint in Tien's eyes. I'll go too. Master Roshi called out, but no one paid him any heed. Dejected, he slumped down, lamenting. Those were the days of Master Mateto. My apologies for startling you. I was genuinely concerned that my transformation might be too much for Earth to bear, Galder said with a beaming smile, admiring his hands. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true extent of my power. With that, Galder flicked his wrist lightly towards Piccolo. Boom. A colossal wave of energy struck Piccolo squarely in the chest like a hammer. Gasping, Piccolo had no means of resistance and was sent flying, blood erupting from his mouth, leaving a violet hue in the air. Oh dear, Namekian, are you still alive? Galder taunted, ascending to seize Piccolo by the throat, his grin wide. Piccolo felt as though his entire body had gone numb, unable to muster any strength. Namekian, I reiterate, tell me where the Dragon Balls are. And I might consider sparing you. Galder's expression darkened, impatience creeping in. Dream on, Piccolo replied coldly. Foolish creature. Galder's face morphed into a scowl, realizing that he must inflict some pain to teach Piccolo a lesson. With a swift motion, Galder's fingers moved, and Piccolo's limbs were brutally severed. Piccolo cried out in agony. Are you still not ready to talk? Galder's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, and he declared, my patience is limited. I advise you to speak quickly to spare yourself from suffering. Shorty, however, merely chuckled coldly, remaining silent. Stubborn, do you think I cannot locate the Dragon Balls? Galder replied icily. Before coming here, I thoroughly investigated. The Dragon Balls emit a unique radiance that can be accurately traced through specialized instruments. You will likely be disappointed. Shorty cast a disdainful glance at Galder. Disappointed? Galder scoffed. I am aware that you are the creator of the Dragon Balls. If I eliminate you, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well, thus I can spare your life. Rest assured, you shall not die today. Shorty laughed derisively, though his energy had already dissipated. You have killed my subordinates and expect me to search for the Dragon Balls myself? How infuriating. I detest searching for things. Let my subordinates handle it. Galder pondered. As for you, that Namekian, you have performed admirably. Without me, you would be the ruler of the universe. Shorty remained silent. Very well, you may rest over there. Galder discarded Shorty to the ground as if he were refuse, ignoring him as he activated the detector to contact his subordinates. However, the next moment, Galder's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 110. Gohan's release. What did you say? Galder's face darkened, his frustration palpable as if he could devour the detector. Lord Galder. Our investigation has revealed that the Dragon Balls have vanished, one subordinate explained, his voice trembling. We initially suspected a malfunction in the equipment. But after 2 hours of comprehensive checks, we confirmed it is functioning normally. The issue must lie with the Dragon Balls. Why did you not inform me sooner? Galder replied tersely. It is not that we wish to withhold information, but a peculiar magnetic field on Earth has been interfering with our communications, the subordinate stammered, terrified. Galder's countenance grew increasingly grim. His purpose for coming to Earth was to find the Dragon Balls, and now he faced utter failure. After a moment of silence, Galder commanded his subordinate to come to Earth immediately, then sever the communication, casting a venomous glance at the limbless Shorty. With a resounding thud, Galder landed beside Shorty, his laughter cold and mocking. At this moment, Shorty regained some clarity, casting a casual glance at Galder and grinning. Galder, I fear you may be quite disappointed. The Dragon Balls are gone, and your desires are unfulfilled. Is it truly so? Galder suppressed his rage, his eyes narrowing like daggers as he glared at Shorty. Indeed. Shorty replied with a light smile. Why? Why have the Dragon Balls suddenly vanished? Galder's fury threatened to erupt, his body trembling with rage. Because I refuse to grant your wish, it is as simple as that, Shorty replied nonchalantly, infuriating Galder further. You shall die. Galder bellowed, unleashing a kick. With a resounding impact, Shorty's body hurtled away, tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Galder swiftly reappeared beside him. Shorty coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. Keeping you around serves no purpose, Galder declared, extending his arm and aiming his fingers at Shorty. It would be better to kill you now, and then annihilate this planet as a celebration. As he spoke, a vibrant red flame coalesced in his hand, ready to obliterate Shorty. Wait, Shorty interjected. Give me 10 days, and I can bring the Dragon Balls back to life. Galder chuckled sinisterly, his interest piqued. Yet the flame remained steadfast in his grasp. 10 days? You believe you can resurrect the Dragon Balls? Yes, in 10 days, I can restore them. I created the Dragon Balls. I possess the means to restore them, Shorty asserted through gritted teeth, realizing that if Galder were to destroy Earth, he had to resort to this desperate gambit. Moreover, Goku needed to be taken to the Room of Spirit and time for training. Perhaps he could ultimately defeat Galder. For now, he could deceive Galder and make him wait patiently. Oh, in 10 days, you can resurrect the Dragon Balls? Galder asked with keen interest. Indeed, in 10 days. I can restore the Dragon Balls, Shorty affirmed. I am their creator, and I know how to restore them. Should I trust you, or doubt you? Galder replied coldly. You have no other option but to trust me, unless you wish to forego the Dragon Balls, Shorty responded without flinching. I intended to trust you. But I see your eyes betray your intentions, Galder remarked, his gaze sharp as he pondered. Indeed, I require the Dragon Balls, yet I despise being deceived. Believe me or not, it matters not, Shorty thought, recognizing Galder's cunning. Very well, I shall point out the flaws in your argument. Rendering you speechless, Galder sneered. Firstly, regarding the Dragon Balls, I have already stated that I conducted thorough research before coming to Earth. The Dragon Balls are manufactured by Namekians. And 7 are required to summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish. Once a wish is fulfilled, the Dragon Balls vanish and turn to stone, scattering across the globe. To restore the stones into Dragon Balls, it takes at least a year, although, with forceful intervention, it could take 6 months or even 3. Hearing Galder's words, Shorty broke into a cold sweat. How did this man know so much? Am I not correct? Galder chuckled. In 10 days. You can restore the Dragon Balls? Humph. Do you think I am easily deceived? I have a way to restore the Dragon Balls. What you mentioned is merely the natural cycle of the Dragon Balls. Do not forget, I created them, and if I say 10 days, I have my methods, Shorty reiterated. 10 days? Humph. I suspect you are merely stalling for time, Galder replied with a chilling laugh. I know you are waiting for someone to rescue you. Do not dream. They will not come. Shorty fell silent, recognizing that further discourse would be futile. Now, it was a matter of whether Galder would grant him those 10 days. Galder pursed his lips, lost in thought, evidently weighing the decision to grant Shorty the requested time or to trust his claims. After approximately 2 minutes, Galder lifted his head, coldly scrutinizing the battered Shorty lying on the ground. Enough of this. I have grown weary of everything on Earth. Since the Dragon Balls have vanished, your presence here serves no purpose. You shall die. Galder spoke, and once again, a radiant flame coalesced in his hand, aimed at Piccolo's head. It was evident that Galder did not believe Piccolo's words. Bang! A resounding blast echoed, and in the next moment, Galder's body shot forth like a cannonball. Thunderous roars followed as Galder collided with the mountain, unleashing a cacophony of sound. Rocks shattered and the earth trembled. Uncle Piccolo, you, the voice belonged to Gohan, who had emerged from the room of spirit in time after several hours of rigorous training, although only a few hours had passed outside. An eternity had elapsed within that sacred space. Sensing Piccolo's diminishing energy, Gohan hastened his pace, pulling him back from the brink of death. Gohan, I am fine. My limbs can regenerate, Piccolo reassured with a smile, comforting him. Indeed, your energy has increased significantly. You should be capable of defeating Galder now. Chapter 111. You shall not bully Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, I will avenge you. Gohan seethed with fury, unable to tolerate the sight of Uncle Piccolo in such a state. A transgression that could not be overlooked. At the Kame house, Goku lay on the sickbed, sensing Gohan's arrival. Gohan's power had risen considerably. Perhaps he could indeed defeat Galder. It seemed my intervention was not required after all. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed with delight, Gohan has arrived. How wonderful. Vegeta cast a sympathetic glance at Gohan and shook his head slightly. Galder, this is merely the 3rd transformation. He has yet to unleash his full power. Given Gohan's current abilities, he is utterly no match for Galder. Vegeta chuckled softly, offering no comment. Hey, Your Highness, could you at least say something? Bulma, feeling somewhat displeased by Vegeta's indifference, pressed on. Do you think Gohan will surely emerge victorious? Perhaps, was all Vegeta could muster. He did not wish to dampen Bulma's spirits at this moment. Meanwhile, on the screen, Galder had returned from the ground, and upon seeing Gohan, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Vegeta was poised to continue watching when he received a message from Nappa. Your Highness, Broly has awakened. Would you like to come and see him? Nappa inquired respectfully. It would be prudent to take a look, Vegeta replied before bidding farewell to Bulma. Just as he was about to depart, Vegeta suddenly halted and addressed Bulma, saying, Bulma, please contact Master Roshi and the others, and inform them that 3 Senzu beans have been placed in your home. With that, Vegeta turned and left. Earth, being Bulma's homeland, was not something Vegeta could bear to see destroyed by Galder, hence he concealed 3 Senzu beans in Bulma's residence before his departure. As for whether Goku could grow stronger in his battle against Galder, that would depend on his destiny. Soon, Vegeta encountered the awakened Broly. Broly, how do you fare? Vegeta queried. Your Highness, I am unable to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly lamented, expressing his profound frustration. Oh? Then transform for me, Vegeta urged, momentarily taken aback. Broly nodded gently. With a resounding explosion, golden flames enveloped him, and his hair turned a brilliant gold, radiating a golden aura throughout his being. Your Highness, as you can see, I can only achieve this form now, resembling your transformation and that of King Vegeta, Broly said with a rueful smile. Moreover, I sense that my energy is significantly diminished. At present, I am only on par with Bardock. After a brief silence, Broly continued, however, Your Highness, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, my mind has regained clarity. He then brightened up, for the inability to control himself in his previous form had been quite distressing. Vegeta silently gazed at Broly, a sudden tremor coursing through his heart. Could it be that after absorbing the dark energy within Broly, he would transform into his likeness? Ever since he had absorbed that dark energy, Vegeta had yet to undergo a transformation. Vegeta furrowed his brow and swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, to his relief, he found that his appearance had remained utterly unchanged. Vegeta exhaled softly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. If he truly possessed the legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan like Broly, it would indeed be a remarkable boon. Furthermore, Vegeta observed that although his transformation appeared to be that of a standard Super Saiyan, his combat prowess had significantly increased compared to before. Perhaps you have heard about those energies? Vegeta inquired, casting a glance at Broly. Regrettably, the black energy has entered my body. I fear it can no longer be of use to you. What are you saying, Your Highness? Broly replied with a faint smile. I am grateful merely for your assistance in restoring my sanity. Moreover, while this black gas may enhance my combat abilities, it also disrupts my mental state. I would gladly see it vanish sooner rather than later. That is good. Rest well. In a few days, there may be a great battle ahead, Vegeta said, patting Broly's shoulder. A great battle? With whom? Broly's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You shall find out soon enough, Vegeta replied with a subtle smile. Meanwhile, on Earth, Galder stared in astonishment at the child whose power matched his own, reminiscent of a young Vegeta. Boom. After a brief skirmish, Galder hastily distanced himself from Gohan. Who are you? You cannot possibly be from Earth. No Earthling could possess such formidable strength. Galder exclaimed, his gaze towards Gohan sharpening with suspicion. You have harmed my uncle Piccolo. I will kill you. Gohan retorted through gritted teeth. Piccolo was the closest person to Gohan aside from his parents, and seeing him so gravely injured had yet to quell Gohan's fury. Is that so? Do you really think you can kill me? Galder sneered. Of course, I can. Gohan's eyes blazed with intensity. I will not allow you to bully Uncle Piccolo. With that, Gohan lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Galder like a relentless barrage. In midair, Galder's body trembled as if afflicted by a disease, blood spewing from his mouth. His face contorted in agony. Ah! Galder screamed, conjuring a radiant orb of energy and hurling it towards Gohan. Humph! Gohan scoffed, swatting the incoming energy away with ease. Galder's pupils widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. I will not let you harm Uncle Piccolo. Gohan roared, seemingly consumed by rage, repeating that very mantra as he charged at Galder once more. Galder, taken aback, found himself fearful of engaging in close combat with Gohan. He quickly retreated, unleashing a surge of crimson energy from his hands. Demon Flash! Without hesitation, Gohan retaliated with his own attack, racing towards Galder. Boom! The two contrasting beams of light clashed in midair, exploding in a dazzling display of colors. The resulting shockwave reverberated through the earth, causing it to tremble violently. I will not allow you to bully Uncle Piccolo. Die. Gohan unleashed his ultimate move, severely injuring Galder, who screamed in agony. 5 minutes later, panting heavily, Gohan surveyed the smoke-filled area where Galder once stood. You scoundrel. Humph, little one, you have indeed impressed me. Galder's voice emerged from the haze, causing Gohan's expression to darken. Chapter 112. The trouble of the bald head. As time passed, Galder's figure gradually became visible. However, to Gohan's astonishment, Galder had transformed entirely. The monstrous visage he once bore was replaced by a more palatable appearance. How did you change? Gohan stammered, his face a canvas of confusion. Haha. I knew you would be surprised. Galder chuckled gleefully. I deliberately withheld the fact that I could transform into the 4th level, just to astonish you. Hee, watch out, Vegeta. You wild monkey, let us see who can outdo whom. In mentioning Vegeta, Galder left Gohan bewildered. So, what do you think? I have now achieved the 4th transformation. Do you still possess the ability to enhance your strength? Galder's grin widened. If not, you may as well prepare to perish. Swish. Galder gathered crimson energy in his hands, and in an instant, a bright red beam shot towards Gohan's chest with alarming speed. Gohan was momentarily paralyzed with fear, despite his formidable strength. He still felt a twinge of trepidation. As the red beam hurtled towards him, the sound of its passage was almost deafening. Gohan, be careful. Startled, Gohan's eyes flickered. Just then, he was astonished to see a figure leap in front of him, pushing him aside. Puff. Galder's red beam pierced through Piccolo's heart, soaring into the sky. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's eyes blazed with fury. Thud. Piccolo collapsed to the ground. Gohan's eyes glistened with tears. Gohan coughed. You've grown. And I take solace in knowing you have surpassed me. Piccolo, blood staining his lips, smiled at Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, please don't die. You must hold on until my father arrives. Gohan sobbed. What a poignant scene, that Namekian truly cares for the little one. Galder chuckled. Gohan, take care of yourself. Piccolo said, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out desperately. Yet, Piccolo seemed unresponsive, his serene eyes closed, a smile lingering on his lips. Ah. Gohan's entire being shimmered with golden light, his hair standing on end, radiant beams cascading from above. What? He's a Saiyan? Galder's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the child before him. At that moment, Galder suddenly felt a chilling presence approaching from behind. Without thinking, he leapt into the air. Whoosh. A flat beam of light severed Galder's tail, vanishing into the distant mountains. Boom. The peak of the mountain was cleaved in two by the beam of light. Galder turned to see a bald-headed boy smiling at him while playfully slapping his own behind. Curse it! Where did this little brat come from? Galder was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at his severed tail, his eyes narrowing with intensity. At that moment, Piccolo coughed softly, clearly still alive, merely having lost consciousness. A wave of relief washed over Gohan. In the next instant, the golden aura enveloping Gohan gradually dissipated, restoring him to his original state. The newcomer was none other than Krillin, who had rushed over in haste. In a critical moment, he executed the key sphere slash, forcefully severing Galder's tail. However, Krillin's timing was rather unfortunate, just as Gohan was on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage. The sudden appearance of Krillin and the loss of Galder's tail, coupled with the fact that Piccolo was still alive, significantly quelled the flames of his anger. Galder glanced back at Gohan, momentarily stunned, then broke into a sneer. This little brat is certainly a menace, reminding me of that wretched Vegeta. You are Galder, aren't you? Did your ears get caught in the door, leading to such a foolish name? Idiot, come chase me. With that, Krillin slapped his rear and turned to leave. You insolent bald fool, how dare you act so arrogantly with such meager fighting power? Galder, clearly incensed by Krillin's taunts, snorted disdainfully and began to pursue him. Key sphere slash. Krillin conjured several key spheres in his hands, hurling them at the pursuing Galder. Galder nimbly dodged the attacks with ease. Ha! Fool, you cannot catch me. Krillin taunted, making a face and swiftly escaping. That detestable scoundrel, how infuriating. Galder fumed, his nostrils flaring with rage. How could he be humiliated by a mere earthling with a power level around 1,000? Such indignity was unheard of. If he were to be humiliated, it should be by someone of significant strength. I will capture you and tear you apart, you bald brat. Galder resumed his pursuit. Solar Flare. As Galder closed in on him, Krillin hastily unleashed the Solar Flare technique. Ah, my eyes. Galder's pupils went white in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin quickly flew to Gohan's side. How is Piccolo? Krillin inquired. It seems he is still alive, Krillin replied. Uncle Krillin, please take Piccolo back. Gohan said solemnly. I will handle Galder. Do you have a plan? Krillin asked. I'll give it a try. I sensed a surge of energy earlier, but I haven't fully grasped it yet, Gohan contemplated. All right, I'll take care of Piccolo, Krillin nodded, hoisting Piccolo onto his shoulder. By the way, Gohan, I should let you know that Yamcha and Tien are nearby. They might be able to assist you in ambushing Galder. Thank you, Uncle Krillin. Hurry. Galder's eyes are about to recover, Gohan urged. Good luck, Gohan, Krillin said, taking off into the distance with Piccolo. At that moment, the telephone at Master Roshi's house suddenly rang. Who is it? Master Roshi answered the call. Old Turtle, it's Bulma, Bulma replied hastily, relieved that she had managed to create a telephone after tinkering around in her room. Bulma, where are you? Master Roshi inquired. Never mind that now. I have something very important to tell you, Bulma exclaimed, promptly informing Master Roshi about the dragon beans. Dragon beans? I understand, Master Roshi acknowledged the importance of the matter. After hanging up, he glanced around as if searching for someone suitable to retrieve the dragon beans. However, the strongest left at the Turtle Hermit's house was Tien. But at Tien's speed, it would take at least half an hour to fetch the dragon beans, Master Roshi mused. Who's calling? Oolong asked from the side. Don't interrupt. Master Roshi snapped. Tien, go to Bulma's house. She said that Vegeta left behind 3 dragon beans. Hurry and bring them back for Goku. All right, I'm on it. Tien responded enthusiastically, dashing off. Dragon beans? This is wonderful, Goku exclaimed, his spirits soaring at the prospect of the dragon beans. He immediately leaped from his sickbed, ripping the bandages from his body. Goku, are you out of your mind? Chi-Chi scolded from the side. I've waited for this moment for so long. Even though I'm injured, eating a dragon bean will restore me immediately. Goku gritted his teeth, rummaging through his belongings until he found a turtle school uniform to wear. Time was of the essence. He decided it would be better to accompany Tien, despite currently being slower than him. Without further ado, Goku took flight, albeit with a significantly reduced speed due to his injuries, heading towards Bulma's residence. Nevertheless, his approach was still more time-efficient than Tien's round trip. As he flew, Goku pondered a pressing question. Moments ago, his son Gohan had unleashed an immense energy, but for some unknown reason, it had suddenly diminished. The sheer power had thrilled Goku, revealing the potential of a Saiyan after dedicated training. What an exhilarating prospect. At that moment, Galder's eyes finally regained their focus, burning with fury as he glared at Gohan, attempting to locate the bald figure. However, Krillin had already made his escape with Piccolo. Despite Krillin's lack of combat prowess, he was cunning. Knowing he could not flee through the air, he had quickly hidden himself and masked his energy signature. Consequently, Galder struggled to track him down. After a thorough search yielded no sign of Krillin, he redirected his wrath entirely towards Gohan. You little brat, tell me where that bald fool is, and perhaps I will consider sparing your life, Galder hissed ominously. You will not get an answer from me, Gohan retorted defiantly, since he refused to speak. Then you shall perish, Galder declared, a surge of energy emanating from his hand as a crimson beam arced through the air towards Gohan. Gohan's expression shifted momentarily. Then he gritted his teeth, extending his arms to absorb the attack. Bang! The fiery red beam struck Gohan, forcing him to stagger backward, his face flushed with pressure. Suddenly, an intense aura erupted from Gohan, a tremendous surge of energy amplifying his combat power at that moment. Be extinguished. With a powerful shout, Son Gohan shattered the crimson flame of Galder in an instant. Galder's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Son Gohan. Panting heavily, Gohan felt the toll of his recent surge in energy, having exhausted a significant portion of his strength, causing a sudden decline in his combat power. This young boy was formidable. If this continued, he might transform into a Super Saiyan. Galder scrutinized Gohan, pondering that although he no longer feared Super Saiyans, it would be prudent to eliminate him swiftly. Thus, he resolved that once he dispatched the Saiyan boy, he would also obliterate the planet before returning to the frozen planet for training and subsequently seeking vengeance on Vegeta. Galder's determination solidified, and his gaze towards Gohan turned sharp. Boy, let me commend you. Your combat prowess has far surpassed that of the Namekian. If it weren't for my intervention, you would undoubtedly achieve great things as you mature. Alas, you have no opportunity now. You have provoked Galder, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Gohan clenched his teeth, warily observing Galder. Enough of this play. Galder sneered coldly, launching himself toward Gohan. Boom. Galder landed a punch aimed at Gohan. Gohan let out a cry of despair. Galder seized Gohan by the hair, delivering a series of resounding slaps, causing several of Gohan's teeth to shatter. Die. Galder hurled Gohan into the air, conjuring a sphere of energy, ready to obliterate him on the spot. However, in that critical moment, Galder sensed an ominous energy approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he sidestepped. A wave of elliptical energy narrowly grazed Galder's face, leaving a mark as purple-brown blood trickled down. Ignoring the pain, Galder turned to see a young man, the one responsible for the energy attack. Another Earthling, how insufferable. Galder trembled with rage, unable to fathom why these Earthlings were so persistent, akin to bothersome flies. The figure facing Galder was Lepin. Upon seeing Gohan helpless against Galder, he had secretly unleashed an energy attack. Unfortunately, Galder's speed rendered Lepin's strike ineffective. You seek death. Galder swung his arm, unleashing a torrent of energy towards Lepin. Boom. In an instant, a deep pit formed where Lepin stood, and he collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Compared to Krillin, Lepin's reactions were always a beat too slow. His attack, failing to connect with Galder, left him paralyzed in fear, resulting in his grim fate. Chapter 114. Goku arrives Lepin. Gohan's fury ignited as he charged toward Galder. Galder responded with a swift kick, sending Gohan flying. You wish for death? Very well. Galder soared upward, gathering another sphere of energy, intent on annihilating Gohan. Yet, at that moment, Galder sensed unusual movement above him. Looking up, he saw a three-eyed warrior aiming his arm directly at him. Kikaho! Tien shouted, unleashing a formidable energy blast that descended upon Galder like a mountain. Gohan hesitated for a moment. Gohan, hurry and flee. I will hold him off, Tien commanded. But Tien, Gohan hesitated. No time for excuses, Tien insisted. Thank you, Tien. Gohan resolved, gathering his energy and fleeing into the distance. Don't think you can escape. You cannot run. Galder sneered, preparing to pursue Gohan. Kikaho! Tien shouted again, emanating powerful energy that pressed Galder down. Boom. The ground erupted into a deep pit, with Galder crashing into it like a cannonball. Tien, undeterred, continued to unleash his energy. Damn it. Galder seethed, caught off guard by Tien's interference, his rage boiling further upon witnessing Gohan's retreat. After 2 minutes, Tien wavered, falling from the sky, unconscious. To sacrifice oneself to hinder me, you deserve respect, Galder remarked, observing Tien's lifeless form. But you are merely a dying man. I shall not waste my efforts. Galder glanced in the direction Gohan had fled, his eyes glinting with fury. These Earthlings dare to mock me. Especially that Saiyan boy, he is unforgivable. Galder was thoroughly enraged, soaring into the air, declaring, Today, I shall personally eradicate that Saiyan boy, or I am not the ruler of the universe. With that proclamation, Galder transformed into a streak of light, pursuing Gohan's last known direction. Gohan fled, and after a while, he heard someone calling his name from below. Looking down, he saw Krillin. Gohan quickly descended, concealing his energy. Gohan, are you all right? Krillin inquired with concern. Gohan shook his head helplessly, forcing a smile. Krillin. That guy is too powerful. I stand no chance, and my energy is nearly depleted. This is terrible, Krillin said, his expression gloomy. He will surely pursue us. But if we hide our presence, he won't find us. All right, Gohan nodded obediently. The two cautiously concealed themselves, and after about a minute, Galder appeared in the sky. That Saiyan boy has little energy left. With his speed, he cannot fly far, most likely hiding somewhere. Galder scanned the surroundings, casting a glance at the vast mountains below. Sneering, do you think hiding in this desolate place will spare you? You must be dreaming. As he spoke, Gardo extended his index finger, and in an instant, a deep brown energy sphere materialized at its tip. Without further ado, he waved his hand, sending the energy sphere crashing downwards. Below, Sun Wukong and Krillin, who were hastily evading, were left aghast upon witnessing the impending impact. What the hell? You can't be serious about this, Krillin exclaimed. This energy is immense. Wukong. We must jump. He quickly grasped Din's body and soared into the air, with Sun Wukong following suit. Boom. At that moment, the energy sphere collided with the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the earth to tremble violently. The space around them warped under the strain of the explosive blast, sending dust and debris flying as fierce winds howled. Humph, I didn't expect you to be here, bald head. I was just about to eliminate you myself. Gardo laughed heartily, easily spotting Krillin and Sun Wukong after discarding the energy sphere. This is bad, Krillin lamented, nearly in tears. I'm still a virgin. And I can't believe I'm going to die here. Gardo's expression was one of delight as he declared, You too shall perish. He waved his hand, prepared to annihilate Krillin and Wukong on the spot. He had grown weary of this game. After all, the Dragon Balls on Earth were gone, and these lives held little meaning to him now. In a moment of desperation, Krillin had a flash of inspiration and unleashed the solar flare once more. You brat. I want to let you off so easily. Gardo, caught off guard, was momentarily blinded, his fury boiling over. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find the bald figure had vanished. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Gardo seethed, nearly tearing at the walls in his rage. In an instant, he gathered a massive energy sphere in his hand, arcs of electricity dancing upon its surface, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Watching from a distance, Krillin and Wukong felt a chill run down their spines. We're done for. This guy is going to obliterate the Earth. Krillin was on the brink of despair. If the planet was destroyed, he would meet his end too. You lowly creatures shall vanish along with your planet. Gardo roared with laughter, casually tossing the planet-destroying orb into the air. It's over, Krillin lamented, his head hanging low. Father, Uncle Dind, I'm so useless, Wukong wept. The colossal sphere of destruction plummeted, stirring up violent winds and racing towards the desolate ground like a tempest. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from afar, Kamehameha. At the sound, Wukong and Krillin were overcome with emotion. Goku. Goku has finally arrived. They clasped hands and laughed joyfully. In their eyes, Son Goku was the one who could defeat the arrogant Gardo. Boom. With a colossal roar, Gardo was taken aback as the planet-destroying orb he had unleashed vanished into thin air. He stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. Although he had not invested much energy in the attack, he had calculated that even this young Saiyan might struggle to withstand it. Who would have thought that a stranger could nullify his destruction? Unbelievable. Why does every newcomer seem to be more formidable than the last? Gardo was truly furious now. Could you not all show up at once? The air was filled with echoes of thunder. The planet-destroying orb was finally annihilated by Goku's Kamehameha, as a massive storm raged. Goku's hair was tousled, and debris struck him, yet he appeared unfazed, his confident smile fixed on Gardo as if he were gazing at an old friend. And who might you be? Gardo finally regained his composure, fixing a cold stare on Goku. I am Son Goku, here specifically to defeat you, Goku declared, clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Oh, Son Goku? Never heard of you. Are you formidable? Gardo scoffed, scratching his nose dismissively. Very formidable indeed. Let us move over there, Goku suggested, pointing to an uninhabited area. Do you Earthlings always prefer fighting in deserted places? Gardo retorted, displeased. I see no need. We can fight right here. As you wish, Goku replied, feeling the tension in the air. This adversary was not easily deceived. Well then, prepare to die. I've grown weary of this battle, Gardo declared, pointing his finger at Goku. In an instant, a crimson beam shot forth from his fingertip, aimed directly at Goku's chest. Goku, watch out. Both Wukong and Krillin cried in unison. Yet Goku remained unfazed, extending his hand and with a decisive clap, shattered the incoming red energy. Gardo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Goku. You are far more powerful than I anticipated. Gardo chuckled coldly, glancing at Wukong before addressing Goku. Now I understand the source of your strength. You are a Saiyan. No wonder. From this day forth, the Saiyans on Earth shall be utterly annihilated. Goku smiled lightly, replying. I see. It seems you suffered at the hands of Saiyans before and now harbor a deep-seated fear of us. I wonder who this person is? Perhaps Vegeta? What did you say? The mere mention of Vegeta made Gardo shudder involuntarily, his eyes narrowing with malice as he glared at Goku, wishing to tear him to shreds. Indeed. It seemed Vegeta had reached great heights. Goku felt an exhilarating rush as the blood of the Saiyan surged within him. That was the past. He may not even be my match now, Gardo sneered, his gaze towards Goku more venomous. Whether he's your match or not. I know one thing. You chose to come here only after you left Earth, Goku stated coldly, his words piercingly accurate. What did you say? Gardo was genuinely enraged now. You know exactly what I mean. Son Wukong chuckled coldly. Gardo's forehead bulged with veins as he cast a fierce glare at Son Wukong, remaining silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. What are you laughing at? Son Wukong retorted. I laugh at your overestimation of yourself, Gardo replied with a grin. I know you are concealing your true power and that you are the strongest being on this planet, but I have calculated that with merely a third of my energy, I can effortlessly annihilate you. A third of your energy? Huh, what a joke. Son Wukong's expression turned wary. Gardo fell silent, unleashing his energy outward. Upon sensing Gardo's overwhelming aura, Son Wukong was left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. This monster is not lying. A sense of dread filled Son Wukong as he exchanged a glance with Gohan and Krillin, as if conveying that he was at a loss for how to deal with this foe. With a swift motion, Gardo delivered a punch that struck Son Wukong in the abdomen, the speed so incredible that Son Wukong had no time to react. Blood sprayed from his mouth, I told you, with just a third of my energy, I can eliminate you, Galdo said with a sinister smile, launching another punch. Coughing, Sun Wukong spat more blood. Frustration surged within him. He had just recovered his body, yet he couldn't even graze Galdo with a fingertip. It's over, just as King Kai said. This guy is too powerful. You are outmatched. You insist on seeking death instead of hiding away in a corner of Earth, a much better choice, Galdo taunted. Delivering another punch, Sun Wukong soon found himself gravely injured, utterly defenseless. Despair washed over him, even if he consumed a Senzu bean now. He might not be able to surpass Galdo. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong felt utterly defeated. Still alive? Your vitality is quite impressive, Galdo remarked with a cold snort. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and shoved a Senzu bean into his mouth. You really are a glutton, even at the brink of death. You still have the appetite for beans, Galdo observed, finding amusement in Sun Wukong's actions. This Saiyan is quite interesting. Suddenly, an astonishing radiance erupted from Sun Wukong's entire being. Powerful energy radiating outward, his hair nearly standing on end. What did you just eat? How did your body recover? Galdo exclaimed in astonishment, quickly realizing that the beans Sun Wukong had consumed were no ordinary ones. Chapter 116, The Death of Krillin. Nothing much, heh. Sun Wukong smiled as a formidable energy surged forth. In the next moment, he had concentrated a massive sphere of yellow energy in his hand. Its scorching essence spreading around him. Super Kamehameha. What is this? Galdo gasped, clearly intimidated by the energy Sun Wukong was unleashing. Sun Wukong replied with a cold smile, unleashing the Super Kamehameha towards Galdo without hesitation. This guy's battle power has increased significantly. Galdo gritted his teeth, watching the Kamehameha approach him without any intention of dodging. As the colossal energy wave surged towards him, Galdo finally smirked coldly and struck the Kamehameha with a punch. With a resounding crack, the enormous wave was deflected off course by Galdo's blow. The Kamehameha soared away, leaving a beautiful yellow trail in the air. This is bad. Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he realized the Kamehameha was headed straight for a large city. With a thunderous roar, the entire earth trembled violently. Mountains and rivers shifted. Tsunamis erupted from the ocean, and it felt as though the world was facing its end. The large city was reduced to mere smoke in an instant. Humph. That last move was impressive, but you are still far from my level, Galdo said, wiping his nose with a radiant smile. How infuriating. Sun Wukong felt utterly despondent. Having expended all his energy, he watched helplessly as his Kamehameha was effortlessly swatted aside. The impact was monumental for Sun Wukong at this moment. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Galdo sneered. If you don't, prepare to meet your end. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, giving Galdo strength. Even unleashing a 40-fold Kaioken would not defeat him. This is disastrous. Sun Wukong never anticipated such a vast disparity in power. It became clear that Galdo had been toying with him and his companions all along. If only he could tap into Gohan's energy from earlier. He might have a chance to defeat him. But how did Gohan's energy manifest just now? Sun Wukong found himself perplexed. Enough, you can die now, Saiyan, Galdo declared. Energy already coalescing in his hand, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong's own energy was nearly depleted. The Kamehameha had consumed nearly all of it. One hit from Galdo's energy would reduce him to cosmic dust. Dad. Gohan cried out in alarm, his energy surging as he rushed forward. You wish to disrupt the order of death, little brat? Galdo scornfully kicked Gohan away. Sun Wukong, heart aching for his son, charged recklessly only to be struck down by Galdo's fist. Spirit Ball slash. In a critical moment, Krillin unleashed a Spirit Ball slash toward Galdo. With no other options. Krillin believed this was his only chance against Galdo. Galdo laughed coldly, casually sending out a wave of energy towards the Spirit Ball slash. Boom. The Spirit Ball slash shattered mid-air. Do you really think that will work on me? Galdo scoffed, turning his attention to Krillin and reaching out to grab him. With a swift motion, Krillin was lifted into the air. Krillin! Sun Wukong exclaimed in horror. Krillin struggled against the restraints, attempting to free himself. Humph, bald brat, since earlier. I've wanted to tear you apart with my own hands, but I just hadn't found the opportunity, Galdo sneered. Now, you can die. Galdo, stop. Sun Wukong shouted fiercely. Humph. Galdo smirked, reveling in his triumph. With a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, he unleashed a red beam of energy that shot directly into Krillin's chest. Wukong! Krillin cried out. Boom. Krillin was obliterated, his body shattered into fragments. Goku's eyes widened in horror, unable to bear the sight, while his entire being trembled with rage. Uncle Krillin's son, Gohan, also shook with fury. Boom. Boom. Streams of golden light cascaded from the heavens, as if narrating the tragic tale of Krillin's demise. Or perhaps moved by the tears of hatred shed by Goku and his son. In an instant, the golden light flickered, and arcs of electricity intertwined. Gohan, too, found himself engulfed in a similar spectacle as two streams of golden energy intertwined, radiating an astonishing brilliance outward. A powerful force surged forth like ocean waves, flattening mountains and halting rivers in its wake. Moments later, both Goku and Gohan shimmered with golden light, their golden hair standing on end. Super Saiyan. In the wake of Krillin's death, they both ascended to the legendary form. Meanwhile, far away, Bulma wept uncontrollably upon witnessing Krillin's murder. This is it. With the fusion of the gods and Din, the Dragon Balls are gone, and Krillin cannot be revived, she sobbed. What is happening? Why are you crying so sorrowfully? At that moment, a familiar voice emerged, and upon turning, Bulma saw Vegeta entering. Krillin is dead, Bulma cried out in despair. Oh? Goku and his son have transformed into Super Saiyans? It seems Krillin's death holds some worth, Vegeta remarked with a smirk as he glanced at the monitor. Do you have no conscience? Krillin is gone, and you still make light of it. Bulma retorted angrily. Don't worry, I possess a means to bring him back. Vegeta replied with a smile. Really? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Of course, I would never deceive you, Vegeta reassured her. By the way, what exactly is a Super Saiyan? Bulma inquired, pointing at Goku on the screen. Is this transformation what constitutes a Super Saiyan? Vegeta nodded. Can you transform as well? Bulma inquired once more. Vegeta continued to nod. Isn't it impressive? Bulma was not very familiar with these matters. It's decent, Vegeta replied with a smile. Since you can also transform, why don't you assist Goku and the others? Bulma, feeling frustrated, then pleaded. They are my good friends, please help them, and besides, my parents are still on Earth. Chapter 117, Galder's ultimate transformation. Rest assured, I shall make my entrance at the critical moment for dramatic effect, and with our newly developed spaceship. We should reach Earth in no more than 3 days. Vegeta smiled faintly. He truly did not regard Galder as a threat. For Vegeta, Galder was merely a relic of the past, a defeated foe. With Vegeta's current strength, dealing with Galder would be trivial. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Thus, he planned to send Bardock and Broly to train. Being the strongest in the universe felt quite uncomfortable, Vegeta mused. Just moments ago, he had already informed Bardock and Broly to be on standby for a journey to Earth. He then turned his gaze back to the screen. And upon seeing Galder's confident face, he began to mutter to himself. It seemed Galder was not as simple as he appeared. His calm demeanor likely indicated he had attained the 5th transformation. Consequently, even if Goku and his son teamed up, they might not be able to match him. Furthermore, Galder must have undergone considerable training over the years, certainly stronger than the Gula of yore. The first level of Super Saiyan would undoubtedly be insufficient against the current Galder. Gohan, I have the last Senzu Bean here. Take it to Piccolo and leave immediately. He is still alive. Goku produced the Senzu Bean and handed it to his son. Gohan, father, I want to fight alongside you. My power has increased, and together we can defeat him, Gohan insisted stubbornly. Gohan, you should sense that Piccolo is nearly out of strength. Hurry and give him the Senzu Bean, then get him out of here. Goku said coldly. I'll feed it to Uncle Piccolo right now, Gohan replied. Do you want Piccolo to be killed again just after being revived? Goku exclaimed angrily. Hurry, take him away. All right. Gohan nodded quickly upon seeing his father's anger. In the next moment, Gohan transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly reached Piccolo, lifting him up. Without any hesitation, Gohan dashed away into the distance. Humph, do you think you can escape? Galder sneered coldly, his form shifting as he pursued Gohan. However, at that moment, Galder suddenly sensed a disturbance behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to see Goku had caught up, his speed surpassing Galder's expectations. How could he be this fast? Galder was taken aback. Boom. Galder felt a tightness enveloping him, and his entire being plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. Goku radiated golden light. Coldly gazing down at Galder, Galder emerged from the ground, hovering in mid-air to confront Goku. Galder, you shall not be forgiven. Goku's body ignited with golden flames as he charged at Galder, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks. Poor Galder was utterly defenseless, letting out a cry before being sent flying. The Super Saiyan is indeed extraordinary. No wonder my father and the others fell to Vegeta, Galder thought, wiping the blood from his mouth with a cold snort. Galder, even if you beg for mercy, I shall not grant it. Goku's eyes glinted with hatred as he swiftly approached Galder. Bang! In the next moment, Goku's fist landed squarely on Galder's head. Galder spat blood, his expression turning increasingly grotesque. Die. Goku suddenly unleashed a tremendous energy wave. The overwhelming force left Galder battered and in a pitiful state. Damn it. Galder glared fiercely at Goku. Is he truly immortal? Goku furrowed his brow, watching Galder warily. Saiyan, you are indeed formidable. Galder replied with a cold smile, but I have yet to reveal my full strength. Humph. I believe you will be astonished when you witness my final transformation. With that, Galder's body began to undergo a dramatic change. It appeared as if an umbrella had opened atop his head, and his muscles swelled. Goku was taken aback by this transformation, feeling Galder's energy spike significantly, even exceeding his own. At that moment, Gohan had safely brought Piccolo to a secure location, restoring him to his usual state and feeding him the last Senzu Bean. It was not that Gohan sought to appear weak before Piccolo, rather, he could not yet control his Super Saiyan form freely. Gohan worried that if he were not careful, he might accidentally harm Uncle Piccolo, which would be disastrous. Piccolo suddenly regained consciousness, glancing around before looking at Gohan and asking, Gohan, what exactly happened? Uncle Piccolo. You're finally all right, Gohan said, tears welling in his eyes. Piccolo smiled and patted Gohan's head, then curiously inquired, by the way, Gohan, where is Galder? How did you escape from him? It was Dad who saved us, Gohan replied excitedly. Goku? How did he recover so quickly? Piccolo asked, bewildered. I don't know. But Dad has become incredibly powerful, Gohan said, shaking his head with a smile. Piccolo promptly reached out to sense Goku's energy, and indeed, Goku's power had ascended to new heights. I never imagined Goku would not disappoint me, Piccolo thought with a satisfied smile. Perhaps, even without Vegeta, we could still achieve victory. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Piccolo and Gohan suddenly changed. What's wrong? Saiyan, I fear you will be disappointed. Galder sneered. Although you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, you are still no match for me. Goku gritted his teeth, an ominous feeling washing over him. All right. Let the new battle begin, Galder declared as his form suddenly became intangible. In the blink of an eye, Galder appeared before Goku, seizing his arm and delivering a punch. Bang! Goku was sent flying, a bruise forming on his face. Too weak, too weak. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Galdo's words were laced with mockery. Chapter 118, Dr. Gero. Sun Wukong was astonished. He could hardly fathom that Galdo had undergone such a transformation, significantly enhancing his combat prowess to this extent. This is dire. I have become the Super Saiyan in his eyes, yet I am still no match for him. He must be incredibly powerful. A sense of unprecedented peril enveloped Sun Wukong. Alas! Galdo's aura surged once more. Could it be that he is transformed again? Piccolo trembled in shock. Father! Son Gohan exclaimed, equally aghast. Piccolo, you should hide. I will assist my father. With that, Son Gohan radiated golden light, unleashing a formidable energy. This spectacle left Piccolo wide-eyed. In disbelief at the transformation of the child before him. Gohan, what is this form? Piccolo inquired, astonished. Piccolo, I cannot explain now. I must go help my father. Son Gohan replied, transforming into a streak of golden light and dashing towards the fray. After a brief silence, Piccolo ultimately decided to follow discreetly. Meanwhile, several thousand meters away from Sun Wukong, on a majestic mountain, there lay an unremarkable cave. Inside, an elderly man with a white beard wore a sinister grin as he tinkered with a complex array of instruments. Heh, Android 17 and 18, please hold on. They will soon be activated. The old man's laughter was grating. Before him lay two remarkably handsome individuals, their expression serene, clearly still in slumber. My life's work. Android 17 and 18, you shall not disappoint me. The old man chuckled narcissistically, casting a glance at the two figures. He then turned his head, irately bellowing. Who dares to fight near my laboratory? How infuriating. After a moment of silence, the old man realized the sounds of battle had receded, which alleviated his concerns. Humph, Vegeta. You are doomed this time. The moment androids 17 and 18 awaken, your end is nigh. The old man cackled, Vegeta, you dared to obliterate our Black Silk army. It is time to settle the score. As he spoke, his hands danced across a sophisticated device, entering a stream of data into the bodies of the two beautiful individuals. Heh, Vegeta, for you. Dr. Gero has scoured the cosmos for powerful energy sources. This time, androids 17 and 18 will be flawless. Curse it, who concealed Earth? Causing me such a search? But once androids 17 and 18 awaken, Humph Dr. Gero rambled, laughing maniacally. He glanced at androids 17 and 18, murmuring softly. All procedures are complete. In 3 minutes, they shall awaken. In the sky, Son Gohan had now joined the battle. Yet, with his fifth transformation, Galdo's strength far surpassed that of the father and son duo, and even together they could not contend with him. Let us see how you fare against this move. I hope you enjoy. As he spoke, Galdo conjured a sphere of flame in his palm. Flame burst. In an instant, several blazing fireballs formed in Galdo's hand, hurtling towards Sun Wukong and his son. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed incessantly. Unfortunately, one of the fireballs struck the mountain where Dr. Gero resided. With a thunderous crash, the fireball penetrated the mountainside, colliding near Dr. Gero's laboratory. With a resounding roar, the mountain began to crumble, and the laboratory teetered precariously. Oh no, Dr. Gero exclaimed. Horrified, rushing to his computer to issue commands rapidly. With a snap, androids 17 and 18 awoke simultaneously, rising to their feet and surveying the impending collapse of the laboratory. Humph. Android 17 scoffed, waving his hand to conjure an invisible force that propped up the collapsing structure. Android 18 smiled at Dr. Gero, glancing around. 17, 18. You have finally awakened. Dr. Gero sighed in relief, warily observing the creations before him, tentatively stating, why must you choose to fight so close to my laboratory? Dr. Gero inwardly mused, uncertain if the 3-minute wait had affected the android's stability. To be safe, he grasped the emergency remote control tightly, prepared for any potential rebellion from the androids. Hello, Dr. Gero. I am Android 17. I am Android 18. The two androids greeted Dr. Gero politely, though their eyes subtly tracked the remote control in his hand. Dr. Gero felt a surge of joy. Perhaps all was well. This is wonderful, he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. I have awaited this day for so long. Countless seasons have I toiled for it, especially during my lonely days adrift in the cosmos. Dr. Gero, I understand your intentions. Android 17 smiled, stating, you created us to confront the Saiyan, Vegeta, correct? Indeed, Dr. Gero nodded, a sense of satisfaction washing over him, believing the androids were truly perfect. He continued, as you are aware, Vegeta annihilated our Black Silk army. This vendetta cannot go unpunished. After years of research, I have also devised a means to connect Earth with planet Vegeta through a spatial tunnel. A spatial tunnel? What is that? Android 18 asked, puzzled. Haha. The spatial tunnel is a shortcut to planet Vegeta. Simply enter the tunnel, and you can instantly arrive on planet Vegeta. Isn't that fascinating? Dr. Gero laughed joyfully, assuring them. Rest assured, I have tested this tunnel before your awakening, and it indeed provides easy access to planet Vegeta. Now I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Doctor. Android 18 replied with a charming smile. Indeed, our aim is simple, to eliminate Vegeta and obliterate the entire planet. Dr. Gero's expression darkened as he concluded. I shall ensure that all Saiyans pay for the demise of our Black Silk Army brothers. As his words fell, a resounding clap echoed. Dr. Gero felt a sudden release in his right hand, as if something had vanished. Chapter 119. Android number 16. Upon looking up, Dr. Gero discovered that Android No. 17 was now holding a peculiar device, which was none other than the emergency stop remote control he had been clutching. This device is what allows us to halt our operations, isn't it? Number 17 grinned as he examined the remote, then crushed it in his grasp. What are you doing? Number 17? Dr. Gero exclaimed in shock. Nothing much. My sister and I simply wish to escape the eternal slumber, Number 17 replied cheerfully. I remember that you were the one who destroyed Number 15, correct? Not quite. He was a defective product for failing to follow my commands, Dr. Gero clarified. Failing to obey your orders led to his destruction? That sounds rather similar, Number 17 interrupted, chuckling softly. Number 17, Number 18, do you intend to betray me as well? Dr. Gero's expression darkened immediately. Betrayal is not the issue. We merely refuse to be controlled, Number 17 said with a gentle smile. At that moment, No. 18 approached a crystal chamber housing another android, gazing vacantly at it. Inside the chamber lay a hulking figure with red hair, appearing quite robust. Who is this? Number 16? Number 18 inquired, surprised. Number 18, you mustn't touch him. He is incomplete, a failed creation. If he activates, we will all perish. Dr. Gero warned, alarmed. Are you joking? Dr. Gero, did you not proclaim that I am the most advanced android? Number 17 chuckled lightly, then instructed Number 18, ignore him, activate Number 16. I am eager to see what he is capable of. Number 18 nodded and casually pressed a button. Fool. Not there. That button is useless. Dr. Gero shouted in panic. Number 18 shot him an annoyed glance. Is this truly necessary? Humph. You are all failures. Dr. Gero retorted angrily. It was understandable. He had poured his entire life into creating these androids, and now they were turning against him, a source of deep frustration, even if we are failures. What can you do about it? Number 17 replied nonchalantly. I will make you cease your actions. Dr. Gero declared furiously. However, the emergency stop remote was now gone. No. 18 patted her beautiful chest, wearing a charming smile as she glanced at the motionless Number 16 and pressed another button. Humph, I can always create another. Doctor. Gero said coldly, as long as you obey my commands, I will make you even more powerful. Suddenly, Dr. Gero felt a searing pain throughout his body, only to realize that Number 17 had pierced him with a single strike. You. Dr. Gero's eyes widened. I initially considered sparing your life, but since you insisted on keeping us in eternal slumber, I must apologize, Number 17 said coldly, withdrawing his hand. Dr. Gero collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide in shock. The emergence of Vegeta had altered history, prompting Dr. Gero to search the universe for a power capable of defeating the little monster. Yet, upon discovering a means to confront Vegeta, he tragically realized he could not find Earth. Fortunately, Dr. Gero was a genius, after drifting through the cosmos for several years. He finally managed to contact his laboratory's computer and return to Earth. Thus, Dr. Gero had no time to transform himself into an android. He was merely an ordinary man. After the demise of Dr. Gero, Number 17 and Number 18 examined Number 16, albeit without much understanding, pressing buttons randomly on the device. Eventually, Number 16's body twitched, and his eyes flickered open. Boom. Just as Number 16 was preparing to awaken, a thunderous noise erupted. Crash. The entire mountain was obliterated due to the battle between Goku and his son against Galder, leaving nothing but flat ground in its wake. Number 17 and No. 18 shielded the crystal chamber containing Number 16 as they soared into the air. Who is it? Is this never-ending? Number 17 grumbled, casting an irritated glance at the distant battle involving Goku and others. Number 18 blinked playfully, smiling as she watched. Meanwhile, Goku and his allies remained oblivious to the presence of the androids nearby. At that moment, Number 16 abruptly opened his eyes, seemingly awakened. Smash. No. 17 kicked open the crystal chamber, grinning at Number 16. You're awake. Isn't the air outside refreshing? Number 16 surveyed his surroundings expressionlessly, remaining silent. Number 16. I heard from Dr. Gero that you would eliminate us upon activation. Is that true? Number 17 inquired with a smile. Number 16 glanced at him, but said nothing. Are you unable to speak? Number 17 asked in disbelief. Once again, Number 16 remained silent. Very well, let us depart, Number 17 said, feeling a bit bored. then tentatively asked, Number 16, were you also transformed from a human by Dr. Gero? After a moment of silence, Number 16 replied expressionlessly, No, I am a pure robot. Oh, a pure robot? What was Dr. Gero thinking? It is peculiar why the new generation of androids would require human modification, Number 17 pondered, perplexed. No. 16 again fell silent. Number 17, can we please avoid this tedious topic? Number 18 interjected, displeased. All right, let us not discuss it further. We shall take our leave, no. 17 chuckled, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Galder, engaged in battle with Goku and his son, wore a cold smirk. Goku and his son, battered and bruised. We're running low on energy. How do you fare? Two Super Saiyans united are still no match for me. Galder gloated, relishing his dominance. However, the next moment, Galder's eyes brightened as he spotted the 3 androids hovering in the sky. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he thought, what now? How can 3 more appear? How much longer will this continue? Frustrated, Galder shouted towards the departing Number 17 and the others, You 3, since you have arrived. Do not think you can leave so easily. Number 16, Number 17, and Number 18 turned to glance back but showed no intention of responding. Stop right there. I, Galder, am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Galder was enraged, shouting loudly at the 3 individuals. Show us your strength, he demanded. Where are we headed? Asked Android 18. Her melodious voice cutting through the chaos. There's a fight happening. Shouldn't we take a look? What is so interesting about a group of ants fighting? Android 17 replied with a light smile. Although I harbor a dislike for Dr. Gero, I am quite intrigued by his act of eliminating Vegeta. Let us hunt down Vegeta. He is likely the strongest warrior in this universe. At least, he was before my arrival. Very well, eliminating Vegeta sounds like a splendid idea, Android 18 replied, flashing a charming smile at Android 16. What do you think, 16? I was created with the purpose of eliminating Vegeta and all Saiyans. I have no objections. Android 16 nodded in agreement. By the way, Dr. Gero mentioned a space cave, but regrettably, we did not ascertain its precise location. Android 18 furrowed her brow. No worries. Earth is not that vast. We shall find it. Android 17 chuckled. After all, we have eternity ahead of us. If we locate the cave too quickly, it would rob us of the fun. You have a point. Android 18 nodded. Android 16 intended to speak, but decided to remain silent upon hearing Android 17's words. The trio ceased their idle chatter and prepared to depart, lacking any interest in the battle between Goku and Galdo. However, just as they elegantly turned to leave, Galdo's unfriendly voice reached them. Initially, the 3 androids had no intention of acknowledging Galdo, but upon realizing they were being ignored, he exploded with rage. Galdo, the king of the universe, was not accustomed to being so dismissed. Look, even these 2 Super Saiyans before me are utterly powerless against me. And now these 3 dare to belittle me. Fuming, Galdo bellowed, You 3, halt. How dare you disregard me, Galdo? Do you think you can simply walk away? As he spoke, he moved to block their path. Android 17 shot him an exasperated glance and asked Android 18, Who is this person? Do you know him? Come now. 17, if I don't know him, how could you? Our internal data is identical, Android 18 replied with a light smile. And you, 16? Do you recognize him? Android 17 inquired again. According to the data analysis, there is an 80% chance that he is Galdo, Frisia's son, Android 16 stated, his tone devoid of emotion. However, his combat power should not be underestimated. Oh, not to be underestimated? 16, who is stronger, him or me? Android 17 asked, grinning. Android 18 surpasses him, Android 16 replied. 16, do you have a radar in your system? Android 18 teased. Android 16 merely smiled and turned his gaze toward a distant bird. The 3 androids were engrossed in their idle banter, which ultimately provoked Galdo. This was a blatant act of disrespect. Fuming with rage, Galdo unleashed a massive wave of energy toward the trio. His hatred had completely shifted focus from Goku to the androids. Goku and Gohan hovered in the air, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Who are they, Dad? Gohan asked. I don't know. I've never seen them before, Goku pondered. Just then, Piccolo stepped forward to join Goku's side. You're all right? That's good. Goku smiled at him, but then his expression darkened. It's a pity, though. Even with my enhanced power and Gohan we still cannot match Galdo. This is dire, Piccolo remarked, his face grim as he observed the 3 androids. What's wrong? Piccolo? Goku inquired, surprised. Those 3, they might be even more formidable than Galdo, Piccolo replied coldly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Really? Goku exclaimed, puzzled. But Piccolo, they don't even emit any energy. Are they truly that powerful? It is precisely their lack of energy that makes them dangerous, Piccolo insisted. Goku, it seems they are about to engage in battle. We must leave immediately once the fighting begins. Piccolo, do you have a plan? Goku asked, feeling somewhat helpless. There is only one solution, Piccolo gritted his teeth. We must summon Vegeta to handle these formidable foes. Vegeta? Goku was momentarily taken aback, his expression brightening with excitement. We'll address that later. Let us observe the situation for now, Piccolo whispered. Meanwhile, Galdo's immense energy surged like a colossal dark claw. threatening to engulf Android 17 and the others. A thunderous roar echoed as the overwhelming power swept through the sky. Galdo laughed, the brilliance of his smile almost blinding. A few insignificant pests daring to act tough in my presence. How unfortunate. You won't even feel the pain when you perish. I should have savored the moment of your demise, he muttered to the dissipating energy. Ignoring the androids, Galdo turned his attention back to Goku. Oh, the Namekian has recovered? How delightful, he smirked. But what difference does it make? Your battle power remains unchanged, and in my current state, I can easily eliminate you. As he spoke, Galdo prepared to unleash a beam of energy aimed at Piccolo. Goku and Gohan's expressions shifted in alarm, instinctively positioning themselves in front of Piccolo. However, at that moment, an indignant voice rang out from behind Galdo. You just unleashed a massive wave of flames. Are you seeking death? Upon hearing this, Galdo's eyes widened in shock as he turned to see Android 17 and the others unharmed. His composure faltered, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is impossible. Galdo gasped in disbelief. 16, let us witness your strength. Go teach this fellow a lesson. Android 17 commanded, clearly irritated. They had intended to leave quietly. Yet this alien had provoked them. I refuse, Android 16 stated flatly after a moment of silence. How peculiar, Android 17 remarked, taken aback by the refusal. On the 17th. The words directed at his companion momentarily stunned him. Well, let me handle him. The 18th adjusted her alluring figure, stretched lazily, and approached Gardo. You coward. The 17th glared disapprovingly at the 16th. The 16th merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. What? You think you can take me on? Just you? Gardo looked at the 18th, nearly bursting into laughter. Of course, I alone am sufficient to deal with you. The 18th smiled sweetly, yet her captivating smile went unappreciated. Aha. Do you know who I am? I am Gardo, the strongest in the universe. Gardo roared with laughter, but before he could finish, he felt a fierce punch to his nose. After letting out a painful cry, Gardo's anger flared, and he charged at the 18th. 2 minutes later, Gardo lay flat on the ground, having been struck down by the 18th. This is impossible. Gardo was left dumbfounded, struggling to accept this reality. Too weak, far too weak. Show me your true abilities, the 18th taunted. I am the strongest warrior in the universe, Gardo boasted, but before he could finish, the 18th punched him again in the nose. Blood gushed from Gardo's nose, leaving him in a state of utter misery. Watching from the sidelines, Goku and his son, along with Piccolo, were completely astonished. How can this woman be so powerful? You three should leave quickly, the 18th said with a smile directed at Goku and the others. I saved you. How will you thank me? Goku, let us go, Piccolo said, his expression slightly changing as he wasted no time in retreating. Thank you. Goku smiled at the 18th as he took Gohan away from the battlefield. Stop right there. Gardo could not simply watch as Goku escaped. He unleashed his energy, preparing to pursue them. Just then, his tail was suddenly seized by the 18th. With a gentle smile, she kicked him away. Gardo was sent crashing into the ground like a cannonball. After a tremendous effort, he managed to climb back up, but upon seeing the 18th before him, he was filled with trepidation. Kill him, the 18th said with a smile to the 17th, seemingly seeking his opinion. Wait, let him live for now, the 17th replied, approaching steadily. What use is this waste? The 18th questioned, perplexed. 18th, hold on. I have a few questions for him. The 17th smiled and turned to the disheveled Gardo. Tell me, is Vegeta your enemy? Humph. So what if he is? Gardo replied coldly. As expected, if he is, then come with us. The 17th nodded in satisfaction. Come with you? Who do you think you are? Gardo retorted angrily. Bang. The 17th struck, landing a punch in Gardo's abdomen. Gardo coughed up blood, his stomach concaving painfully, distorting his face in agony. Gardo was filled with fear and disbelief. How could this person be so terrifying? Now tell me, who do you think you are? The 17th asked, his smile unwavering. What do you want me to do? Gardo looked at the 17th with a mix of horror and concern. So powerful, so powerful. Who is this person? How can such a powerful being exist on Earth? At this point, Gardo had lost all desire to resist. He thought to himself, one blow, and I am utterly defenseless. It's better to comply and avoid further punishment. It's simple. We intend to seek out Vegeta on his planet to settle a score. From now on, you will serve as my subordinate, the 17th said lightly. Though your skills may be lacking, I believe you have room for improvement. Once we reach Vegeta's planet, we'll handle Vegeta. And you will be responsible for eliminating all Saiyans. What do you think? Upon hearing the 17th's words, Gardo's eyes lit up with excitement. It turned out that these three formidable beings were enemies of Vegeta. There is a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Gardo felt that with their assistance, he might truly be able to eliminate the detestable Vegeta. Fine, I accept, Gardo said, feeling somewhat constrained. The self-proclaimed king of the universe had now become someone else's subordinate. If his own subordinates found out, it would be utterly laughable. All right, let us go, the 17th said with a gentle smile, turning to leave. Wait, I don't even know your names, Gardo hurriedly followed. The 17th openly shared their code names with Gardo. Wiping sweat from his brow, Gardo thought to himself, what kind of names are these? However, he dared not voice his thoughts, nodding in approval instead. 17th. My spaceship is over there. It will take about 5 or 6 days to reach Vegeta's planet. Gardo pointed to the location of his spaceship and added, also, my subordinates should be arriving soon. I'm not accustomed to traveling by spaceship, just follow us. As for your subordinates, they are worthless trash, the 17th dismissed. Not even glancing at Gardo, and flew ahead. Wait. Gardo chased after them again, unwilling to let Goku and the others leave unscathed. After all, keeping them alive posed a significant threat. What is it now? The 17th asked, growing impatient. Those two earlier were also Saiyans, the ones glowing with gold, Gardo explained. Didn't you say you wanted to eliminate all Saiyans? Oh, they're also Saiyans? The 17th was unaware of Goku's situation. History had changed because Vegeta arrived on Earth earlier, and it was no longer Goku who defeated the Black Silk Army, but Vegeta instead. After all, Dr. Gero had dedicated his life to studying Vegeta and his planet, leaving the 3 androids somewhat bewildered by Goku's emergence. Indeed, especially those 2 Saiyans. We cannot let them slip away, Gardo said bitterly. I have no interest in the Saiyans on Earth, the 17th replied coldly, as if to say, you are the true villain here. The warriors on this planet are all good people, and while I may not favor good people, I cherish my Earth. Chapter 122, The Space Cavern. Such words left Gardo momentarily speechless. What on earth was happening? It seemed that these 3 individuals had a fondness for the Saiyans on Earth. And let me remind you, do not even think about destroying Earth. I do not care about other planets, but if you dare to harm Earth, I will be the first to eliminate you. As the 17th spoke, his countenance suddenly turned stern. Gardo trembled in fear, hastily nodding in agreement, yet internally harboring profound discontent towards the 17th's actions. Once the 17th concluded his remarks, he departed with 3 companions, soaring into the distance. At that moment, Din had arrived at the temple alongside Sun Wukong and his son. Din, who exactly are they? Sun Wukong inquired, visibly perplexed. Some time ago, the celestial beings discovered a peculiar phenomenon occurring in a certain region of Earth, Din replied, his expression icy as he surveyed the surroundings. It appeared that someone had, by some means, opened a space cave, and once one entered this cave, they would be transported to another planet. A space cave? Sun Wukong mused, intrigued by the term. Upon Vegeta's arrival, he informed me about his planet, and only then did I comprehend that the space cave on Earth conveniently connects to planet Vegeta, Din elucidated. This means that traversing the space cave allows for instantaneous arrival at planet Vegeta. Such strange caves exist in this world? Sun Wukong expressed a burgeoning desire to explore. The world is replete with oddities. Perhaps this cave is a manifestation of some unique energy, Din chuckled. Moreover, while the universe is vast and boundless, it is not the only one. Other cosmic realms exist. What? There are other cosmic realms? What do you mean? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. We shall discuss this later. Din sighed, then inquired, by the way, Wukong, how did you manage to restore your body? It should have taken several more days for your recovery. Oh. Vegeta left 3 Senzu beans at Bulma's house before he departed, Sun Wukong explained. I see. It seems the celestial beings have indeed misunderstood him, Din remarked, a hint of regret crossing his features. Can we still get in touch with Vegeta? We should be able to. Master Roshi has Bulma's contact information, and she is currently on planet Vegeta, Sun Wukong responded. Wukong, you and Gohan must immediately enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Din said gravely. I have an ominous premonition, and it is not solely due to these 3 peculiar individuals. There is another presence. Another presence? Who is it? Sun Wukong asked, slightly taken aback. Due to the existence of this space cave, it is likely that a stranger has arrived on Earth. However, this individual remains deeply concealed, and I cannot ascertain their whereabouts. Din's expression turned increasingly grave, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Thus, Wukong, the defense of Earth rests upon your shoulders. You and Gohan must enter to train, which may prepare you to confront this unknown adversary. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded, then countered, and what about you, Din? What are your plans? I intend to personally summon Vegeta. Only by uniting our forces can we hope to confront this unknown enemy, Din replied with a bittersweet smile. Let me handle the matters left by the old celestial being. Well, I too hope that Vegeta will arrive to fight alongside us. Sun Wukong's expression brightened momentarily before darkening again. With Krillin's demise, I wonder if you can return to your former state? That is impossible. Once fused, one cannot separate. Din responded. Very well, I shall consider other options later, Sun Wukong nodded. With arrangements made, Sun Wukong and his son entered the hyperbolic time chamber to commence their arduous training. Meanwhile, Din took advantage of Galdo and the others' absence to retrieve Leping and Tien Shinhan, bringing them back to the temple. Fortunately, both were still alive, though their vital signs were exceedingly faint. Only the Senzu beings could save them now. Subsequently, Din entrusted Mr. Popo with the care of these 2 individuals before swiftly heading to Master Roshi's house and dialing Bulma's number. Din, what do you need? Bulma glanced at Vegeta beside her. Is Vegeta there? Din inquired. He's right here. Hold on, Bulma replied, turning to Vegeta. Your Highness, it's a call for you. Humph, tell him I'm busy, Vegeta huffed. Still incensed by the celestial being's actions, and now Din was also considered one of the celestial beings. He says he's unavailable, Bulma noted. Feeling a sense of indignation on Vegeta's behalf after hearing the story, I acknowledge my past transgressions against Vegeta, and I sincerely apologize. Hoping he can find it in his heart to forgive me, Din spoke earnestly. Vegeta, he is apologizing. Please forgive him. Bulma smiled gently at Vegeta. Get to the point. I dislike rambling, Vegeta retorted with a snort. Go ahead, Din, he's listening, Bulma replied. Here is the situation, Din began, recounting the events transpiring on Earth and emphasizing the issue of the space cave. A space cave? Bulma exclaimed, astonished. I request Vegeta to come to Earth and fight alongside us, Din reiterated. I prefer not to engage in group battles, Vegeta chuckled lightly. He says he dislikes group fights. Bulma stifled a laugh. Din wiped his brow, nearly dropping the phone in exasperation. Vegeta shot an intense glare at Bulma, finding her utterly infuriating. How could she distort serious matters with her whimsical retelling? Without uttering another word, Vegeta abruptly ended Bulma's call. What are you doing? Bulma protested, her eyes narrowing at him in displeasure. If I were to say that I fancy a single batch, what would you think? Vegeta looked down at Bulma, admiring her poised stature, a wicked smirk dancing upon his lips. Don't act recklessly, Bulma stammered, clearly alarmed, as she hastily retreated. Vegeta gradually approached, and by the end, Bulma realized he was almost within 10 centimeters of her. The mere thought of their last encounter, where he had kissed her forcefully, sent her heart racing wildly. You should rest well here. I shall take my leave, Vegeta said with a grin before departing. This Vegeta truly startled me, Bulma thought. Gently placing her hand on her chest and taking a deep breath, Vegeta subsequently arrived at the Space Monitoring Center. Upon witnessing the presence of His Highness, the Saiyans working at the center promptly rose with utmost respect. What progress has been made regarding the matter I previously assigned to you? Vegeta inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Your Highness, we have nearly completed our investigation, one of the leading warriors indicated towards the colossal screen and explained, if you observe here. This is the location from which the Earthlings can be transported. Vegeta cast his gaze upon the location indicated by his subordinate, which lay in a secluded corner of the western city. This area was sparsely populated, seldom frequented by the general public. Vegeta pondered for a moment, then summoned Ranchi and a few other Earthlings, bestowing upon them a few surges of energy to prevent them from being crushed by the tenfold gravity. Ranchi, think carefully. Did you happen to drink coffee around this vicinity? Vegeta inquired, gesturing toward the screen. Chapter 123. Return to Earth. At this point, Ranchi had reverted to her normal state. She raised her beautiful eyes to the screen and replied, pointing to a specific location. It was right here, at the CAF. And what about the rest of you? Vegeta pressed the other Earthlings. We were also in the vicinity, they responded, each indicating their respective locations at the time. Before coming here, did any peculiar individuals appear? Vegeta asked once more. I seem to recall an old man with a white beard showing up, but I didn't pay much attention, Ranchi reflected. Upon hearing Ranchi's words, the others affirmed that they, too, had encountered a white-bearded old man prior to their arrival on Vegeta's planet. Understanding their explanations, Vegeta realized that it must have been Dr. Gero who had brought them here. While Dr. Gero might appear to be an ordinary individual, he was certainly more formidable than Ranchi and her companions. As for Ranchi's motorcycle, it was likely that she had sneezed and attempted to make a swift getaway, only to be apprehended by Dr. Gero. Having deduced this, Vegeta instructed his subordinates to escort Ranchi and the others back. He then directed them to switch the visuals of Earth to focus on Android 17 and his companions, discovering that these four were still several 100,000 kilometers away from the space cavern. What left Vegeta at a loss for words was that the direction they were heading was entirely opposite to that of the cavern. In other words, at their current pace, locating Vegeta's planet seemed a distant prospect indeed. Vegeta swiftly resolved to embark on a journey to Earth, determined to eradicate the cavern that had become a nuisance, thereby preventing any unwelcome visitors from intruding upon his home planet. In recent days, a number of Earthlings had inadvertently been transported here. Regardless of the circumstances, this planet is Vegeta's homeland, and he harbors no desire for it to be marred by outsiders. Indeed, shifting the battlefield to Earth seemed most fitting. A wicked smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. After all, since a battle was inevitable, it would be more prudent to engage in combat on Earth. With his mind firmly made up, Vegeta returned to bid farewell to Bulma, assuring her that she could enjoy her time here while he and his comrades set off to rescue Goku and the others. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma gazed at him in disbelief. Really? Are you truly willing to assist Goku and the others? She inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, admitting that his primary purpose for visiting Earth was to annihilate the cave, thus preventing Galder from unexpectedly teleporting in. Should Galder suddenly materialize on Vegeta's home planet, given his unpredictable nature, he might not seek out Vegeta, but rather obliterate the planet outright, which would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Furthermore, the location of the individual teleporting from Earth to Vegeta's planet is entirely random. Who could possibly predict where Galder might arrive? Vegeta, you're truly remarkable. I always knew you were a good person, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with joy. And it seemed as though she was on the verge of rushing over to plant a kiss on Vegeta. Vegeta found himself irresistibly drawn to Bulma's exquisite beauty, captivated by the sight of this enchanting young woman. What are you staring at? Don't look at me like that. It's quite embarrassing, Bulma murmured, her cheeks flushed. All right. I must be on my way. Ultimately, Vegeta's rationality prevailed over his impulses. The timing for a deeper connection with Bulma was not yet right. Should he approach her for an affectionate embrace now, it might lead to an abrupt change in her demeanor. Women, after all, can shift their stance with a swiftness that surpasses the turning of pages. After parting from Bulma, Vegeta exchanged greetings with King Vegeta, subsequently summoning Broly and Bardock to inform them of their impending journey to Earth. Earth? Bardock momentarily paused, then recollected, I remember now. I have a child still on Earth. I wonder how he is faring. Bardock, after this trip, you will finally reunite with your son, Vegeta replied with a smile. Bardock nodded gently, then, with a hint of concern, inquired, It has been quite some time since I last saw my son Raditz. I wonder what he has been up to. Surely he hasn't met with the grim fate? Wang and Vegeta exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Never mind. Let that fool with a power level of nearly 1000 be. Bardock shook his head, clearly having no intention of continuing the search for Raditz. However, despite Bardock's words, Vegeta knew all too well that he was merely putting on a front. He must indeed be quite concerned about Raditz's situation. Of course, Vegeta